the BBC presents A Life of Bliss. Being another episode in the life of David Alexander Bliss, better known to us as George Cole. Helping him to tell the story are Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Gladys Young, Petula Clark, Gladys Henson, Ernest J., Percy Edwards, Ruth Trouncer, Elsa Palmer, and the BBC Variety Orchestra conducted by Paul Fenoulet. Although terribly shy and still a bachelor, David Bliss feels lost without a girlfriend, just as his daily help, Mrs. Griffin, would feel lost without a chat to her next-door neighbour.
Here, has your Mr. Bliss found himself another girlfriend yet?
Good gracious, no. Not that he's looking for one, really. He's just waiting and hoping.
He's got hope. Pretty girls don't grow on trees.
It wouldn't make no difference to him if they did. After all, you know what he's like.
What do you mean?
He'd be too scared to pick one and end up with a windfall.
And so over to his flat to meet the man himself, David Alexander Bliss.
There we are. Home again. Go on then, in you go.
I thought I heard the door.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Griffin. We've been for a walk in the park.
Whatever's come over you, you've been out early every morning this week.
Well, I always take Psyche for a walk before I go to the office.
Of course you don't.
I do, you know.
You don't?
I do. You keep out of this.
There you are. You see, she knows I'm right.
Well, I always mean to go out anyway. Waking up's my trouble.
My trouble's waking up my old man. Honestly, our married life's one long row. It's nothing but trouble morning and night.
Well, why morning and night?
Getting him up to go to work and waking him up to go to bed.
Well, I can't see how your life can be one long row then.
Well, it is.
But he's asleep most of the time.
Yes, and you should hear the row. Mind you, it's always the same. When you're caught and he's so much in love he can't sleep, and you think he's the man of your dreams.
And afterwards?
Marriage opens your eyes and closes his.
Well, I'm jolly glad I'm a bachelor.
I was only joking.
I know you were, really.
It's time you find yourself a wife.
Well, I don't see why. I sleep like a top.
It's a mistake to leave it too late.
Why is it?
A young bachelor marries his choice. An old bachelor marries his housekeeper.
Well, I've got plenty of time yet.
Yes, of course you have. I suppose you haven't found yourself a young lady.
No, I'm afraid not.
There's only one thing for it. You'll have to fall back on one of your old flames.
Oh, no, look, we've been through this before.
Through what?
Old flames are out. I mean...
It'd be better than not having a young lady.
No, not for me, it wouldn't.
Why?
Well, I'm just not interested in old ladies. In old flames. Besides, the right person will come along sooner or later. I'm in no hurry.
Neither she by the look of it. You might not meet her for ages.
Oh, I might have met her already, for all you know. For all I know, come to that. That's the awful thing.
What on earth are you talking about?
It's all a matter of fate. I mean, you know that somewhere in the world there's somebody who's absolutely right for you. But you can't be sure when you'll meet her, or how, or where, or anything. You might never meet. On the other hand, you might meet her and then, well, never see her again.
What's she like?
Who?
The girl you met in the park Monday.
Oh, how on earth did you know?
You've been out early every morning this week. Besides, you as good as told me. Was it love at first sight?
First and last. I haven't seen her again. I doubt if I ever will.
Oh, you never know. Did you speak to her?
Only for a second. She was so wonderfully gay. Even her eyes seemed to be dancing.
In step, I hope.
No, but... Seriously, she was.
Blonde or brunette?
Well, auburn.
Short or tall?
Just right.
Nice figure?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
You're not sure?
Well, of course I'm sure, only... Well, I didn't notice all that much.
A bit on the skinny side, eh?
Well, I say, steady on.
What was she doing in the park?
I'm taking her dog for a walk.
What's the matter with her?
Love at first sight. Oh, well, I must be on my way. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, all right. Have a nice time tonight.
Tonight?
You're going round to your sister's.
Oh, yes, so I am.
I don't know what you'd do without them now you haven't got a young lady.
I know. Still, never mind. Something's bound to turn up before long.
Something or somebody?
When my somebody turns up, she'll really be something. I wonder if I will see her again. Anne?
Who's that?
Oh, it's all right. It's only me.
Oh, hello, Poppet. How did you get in?
Oh, Tony gave me his key.
Leave the door, then.
He's just putting the car away for the night.
I've just been putting the children away.
Well, it sounds as if you murdered them.
Believe me, it was touch and go with Carol. Oh, there's Tony now. Darling,
Yes?
will you go and kiss Carol goodnight?
Oh, all right.
Oh, and Tony,
What?
Alexander's asleep, so don't make a noise.
Oh, no, I've had a hard day's work.
That's what I mean. Take it quietly.
I've never known a baby cry less than Alexander.
I've never known a baby cry louder.
Well, I've never heard him.
Well, no, you wouldn't where you live. They do say the reception's quite good 3 doors away. You know, it's time you settled down and had a family, Poppet. We must think of some nice girl for you.
Oh, gosh, don't you start. I had enough of that with Mrs. Griffin.
Don't worry, I wasn't serious.
I know you weren't.
I know who'd be perfect for you. Pauline Massey.
Pauline Massey?
You must have met her, Helen Massey's sister. About 24, awfully pretty. She's the perfect wife for you.
Oh, will I be allowed to see her before I decide?
Yes, of course. I know. I'll give her a ring now.
Oh, no, please, no, I was only joking.
Only joking about what?
He's terrified I'm going to marry him off to Pauline Massey.
He's quite right to be terrified. It's a hobby with women.
What is?
Marrying people off.
Now, don't be so silly. Why should we bother about other people? We have enough trouble getting ourselves married.
Ah, now that's very interesting. So you admit you had trouble in finding a husband?
No, in choosing one out of the many.
Oh.
I'm not sure I made the right choice, even now.
Women love to have a hand in arranging a marriage.
Well, I can't think why we do.
For the very same reasons you keep shifting the furniture around just for the fun of arranging it.
Now, you'll have David taking you seriously. Did you put Carol's light out?
Oh, no. She wants a drink of water.
All right, I'll see to it. You sit down. You must be tired.
Yes, I am, rather. I've had a pretty tiring. Where's my chair?
Over there.
What you doing over there?
I had to arrange something, and I haven't arranged a marriage in months.
Have you ever met her, Tony?
Who, Pauline Massey? Once, twice.
What's she like?
I can't remember her clearly, so she's obviously not attractive. Not to me, anyway. You may disagree when you meet her.
If I ever do.
Oh, you'll meet her all right. Anne will arrange that.
Well, she wasn't serious. No, not that there'd be any harm in just meeting her.
Oh, my dear chap. Famous last words.
Oh, gracious, Tony, but she can't marry me without my consent. After all, Anne's my sister. I mean, she wouldn't want me to marry unless I was going to be happy.
My dear fellow, women don't tackle it from that angle at all. You've only got to listen to them talking at a wedding to know that. They don't say, I think she'll make him awfully happy.
No?
No. They say, I think she'll be awfully good for him.
What would you do if you were me?
I'd stop it before it started. By saying she wasn't my type.
Oh, how can I say that when I haven't met her?
Well, pretend you have.
I told Anne I hadn't.
Well, you suddenly remembered you have met her after all.
Well, I suppose I could say that.
Yeah.
But mind you, I still think that...
Now, perhaps I can sit down for a few seconds. What were we talking about?
I have met her, actually.
Met who?
Pauline Massey.
Have you?
Yes, I suddenly remembered.
When?
Just now.
When did you meet her?
Oh, sorry, no, I don't remember exactly.
Where?
I don't remember that either. I've got a shocking memory.
It wasn't here, was it?
Yes, of course it was.
I don't remember.
It must run in the family.
Anyway, did you like her?
Oh, she's not really my type.
Not your type?
Well, no.
Why not?
Well, you can't explain why someone isn't your type.
Well, she just isn't, that's all. So you see, there wouldn't be any point in it.
In what?
In me marrying her. Meeting her. Me meeting her again, I mean.
You wouldn't by any chance be saying all this just... Oh, now, who on earth can that be? All right, I'll go.
Yeah, I'll go.
I'm up now.
Oh, good.
Oh, you're impossible.
Gosh, I jolly nearly gave myself away.
Yeah.
Still, even if I did it must be pretty obvious I don't want to meet Pauline Massey.
Pauline, darling.
Pauline.
Well, we all have to do things we don't want to do.
You don't think Anne planned all this, do you? I mean, her coming round and everything.
I haven't been a best man for ages.
Tony, what on earth do I say now? I mean, I'm supposed to have met her.
Stick to your story. She'll think she's got a bad memory.
In here, it's Pauline Massey, darling.
Hello there.
Hello.
This is my brother, David.
I think we've met, actually.
Yes, we have.
We have? When? Oh, I mean, I can't remember exactly when it was.
At my sister's party.
Oh, yes, of course. Gosh, you know, that's incredible.
What?
That we have met after all. after all these years.
It was only last month.
We haven't, was it? Well, I have no idea of time.
Pauline wants to use the phone, darling.
Oh, right. He's in the other room. I'll show you where.
Thank you. I'm sorry to do this, but it happens to be awfully important.
Honestly, Anne, I'm surprised at you, arranging for her to come round like this.
I hadn't the faintest idea she was coming.
Oh, you'll never convince me it was just a coincidence.
Do you know who she's phoning? Her fiancé.
Her fiancé?
That's why she came round to tell me the glad news.
I'm convinced.
You know, you shouldn't listen to Tony, you know. All that nonsense about marrying people off, I'm not a bit like that.
Well, I'm sure you're not really. I say, fancy her getting engaged.
Yes, I know. We'll have to find somebody else for you.
I don't want anybody else. Well, at least I do, only, well,
What?
the right person will come along sooner or later. There we are. Home again. Go on, then. In you go.
I thought I heard the door.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Griffin. We've been for a walk in the park.
Any luck?
No.
Oh, dear, that's nearly a fortnight now. I should give it up as a bad job. I mean, you can't spend the rest of your life looking for her.
Oh, I don't know. It's a jolly healthy life. Oh, gracious, who can that be at this time in the morning? Oh, all right, I'll go.
I must get on.
Oh, take Psyche with you.
Yes, all right.
Okay, coming. Oh, hello, Tony. What brings you out so early?
I've got some bad news for you.
Huh?
Anne and your mother have joined forces and found you another girlfriend.
Oh, gosh, who is it this time?
Penny Day or Gay, something like that, anyway.
Do you know her?
No, but your mother practically admitted she was very dull. Not in those words, of course.
Oh, why? What did she say?
Very suitable. David, you doing anything on Sunday?
Well, I can't think of anything offhand.
I should think pretty quick, then. That's when you're going to meet her.
Well,
Down at your mother's.
no, look, this is ridiculous. I shall just say I don't want to meet her.
You can't say that. You're not supposed to know she's going to be there.
I just don't believe it. I mean, they wouldn't play a trick like that on me.
They would, you know, and without the slightest twinge of conscience. Women always have the perfect excuse.
What's that?
It's for your own good. If you'll take my advice, you'll play safe and say you've been invited away for the weekend.
No, I think perhaps I will. Well, it's jolly nice of you to warn me, Tony.
Oh, my dear chap. Besides, it isn't entirely unselfish. If you get out of it, we probably won't have to go.
Oh, don't you want to?
Well, I just don't want it to become too much of a habit. Oh, I'm very fond of your old man, of course, but, well, we just don't speak the same language. He talks about horses and shooting and fishing. Oh, bless his old heart, he can be a bit of a bore, you know. He's the only man I know who can tell you about the one that got away and still not see the joke. Look, if that's Anne, for heaven's sake, don't say I'm here. She'll guess in a second.
Right. Hello?
Oh, hello, Poppet. Anne.
Oh, hello, Anne.
Are you rushing off to the office?
Not for a second.
I don't know what was the matter with Tony this morning. He went off terribly early.
I know.
You know?
No, I know how busy he is. I'll have to go fairly soon, actually.
All right, I won't keep you then. Now, are you doing anything on Sunday?
Oh, well, yes. I've been invited away for the weekend.
Oh, have you? Who by?
Who by?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, now, for goodness sake, David, you must remember who you're staying with.
Yes, I know. I'll think of someone in a minute. In a minute. Eric Holmes.
I see.
I'd love to have come otherwise.
Come where?
Down to Mother's.
Who said anything about going down to Mother's?
Well, you did.
I didn't.
I wonder where I got it from, then.
There were only 3 people, you know. Mother and I and Tony. It certainly wasn't me, and it can't have been Mother.
Why?
She asked me to ring you.
Oh, did she?
Yes, she did.
Oh, well, that's thinned it out a bit.
Oh, now, don't be silly, David. You might just as well admit it was Tony.
Oh, I could have guessed, you know. After all, we go down there fairly often.
That's true. I'm afraid Mother will be awfully disappointed still. I'll explain for you.
Well, thank you. Look, I must go now, Anne.
Yes, all right. Oh, David.
Yes?
Put Tony on for a second.
Yes, of course. Hold up.
I thought as much.
Oh, dear.
So he came round to warn you?
Well, no, shall I put him on?
No. I'll speak to him later. I couldn't be more angry, David.
Well, I'm sorry, but
I'll see you on Sunday. Goodbye.
Oh, gosh.
Of all the blithering idiots. I couldn't be more angry, David. Out of the kindness of my heart, I come round here to warn you, and all you do is to land me in trouble.
Sorry.
I should think so, too. I'd better go before I say something I'll regret. I'll say this, though. If you can't cope better than that, you deserve anything you get. Even a wife.
Who was that, your brother-in-law?
Yes.
What's the matter? You look as if you'd lost something.
On the contrary, I've got something I don't want. Mother's found me a girlfriend.
Oh, I am pleased.
But I don't want anybody to find my girlfriends for me. I'll find my own.
Oh, I'll believe that when I see her.
Oh, hello, Father.
Hello, David. Come along in. I'm just telling Tony about a fish that got away the other afternoon.
Why? What happened?
Oh, I won't bore you with it. It's a long story.
About that long.
Longer than that.
Oh, where is everybody?
Well, and your mother are getting the tea ready, I think.
Well, what time's Penny Gay coming?
Any minute now, I expect.
Oh, do you know her, Father?
No, I've known her since she was no bigger than that. Used to bounce her on my knee. Haven't seen her lately, though.
One of the ones that got away.
What's she like now?
Oh, she's a pretty little thing. Your mother thinks a lot of her. She's always saying she'll make her somebody a good wife.
Dum, 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 dum,
Oh, for
dum.
heaven's
Tony's right. You don't want to let mother choose your wife for you. Women haven't the foggiest notion what men find attractive.
sake. I thought you said she was pretty.
Well, being pretty is not enough. A girl's got to have that spark, that fire, that... Oh, you can't put it into words, really.
No, you need exclamation marks. that indefinable something that makes the old heart thump.
Yes, and the old eyes pop.
Oh, doesn't a pretty girl do all that?
Bless my heart, David. A pretty woman's like a beautiful meal. It's nice to have all the trimmings, but it's still no good if it's cold.
Far better to settle for something plain but hot.
Yes. Yes, or a continental dish. What?
No, I couldn't agree more.
I am surprised at you.
Why?
Well, for agreeing.
Well, of course I agree. I mean, there's nothing worse than cold food.
David, old boy, we were talking about women.
Yes, I know, but then you started talking about food. You said you liked it hot.
Yeah. Hot, meaning, well,
Gosh, I see. No, but seriously, though, there's nothing worse than cold food.
On second thoughts, perhaps it's a good idea to let Mother find your wife.
Why?
Well, she's bound to choose a good cook.
I wish to goodness I'd got a girlfriend. It's caused nothing but trouble. Trouble with Anne, trouble with Tony.
Oh, that's all over and forgotten.
Yes, I know, but I still feel guilty about it. After all, it's my fault you had to come down here.
Had to come?
I had to come down here and make polite conversation to Penny instead of chatting to you.
Oh, well, of course, if it's causing all that trouble, and I do see your point, why not invent a girlfriend?
Well, how do you mean?
Well, say you found one after all. That'd keep Anne and Mother at bay.
Gosh, you know, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Oh, but then I'd have told Anne about her when she suggested meeting Penny.
Oh, but that was 3 or 4 days ago. Anything could have happened since then. Yes, well, wait a minute. You'll need to have a pretty complete picture of her, though.
Yes, I know.
Now, what sort of girl would she be? Now, let's think.
Well, it's no good you or me thinking. Let David think. Blonde or brunette, David?
Well, Auburn, really.
Tall or short?
Just right.
Age?
About 20, I should think. Eyes, brown. Complexion, beautiful. With a wonderfully gay personality.
It's a nice figure to round it off, eh?
Well, yes. Yes, jolly nice, and not a bit skinny either.
I say, what an imagination.
I didn't know you had it in you. Right, now we'll give her a name. And where's the telephone directory?
What?
Oh, yes, there they are. You know, I'm enjoying this. Now, do you think she's an A to D?
Oh, it could be.
I tell you what. I'll open it at random and that'll be it. Ready?
Huh?
Right, from henceforth she shall be known as... I can't read it without my glasses. What's the first one, David?
African.
African?
Odd name?
All right, I'll have another shot. Now, there we are.
Alan.
What about a Christian name?
Monica.
I see, that was quick.
Why a terrible name like Monica?
I don't know. It just seems to fit. Monica Allen.
All right, she's your figment.
Why, what?
Figment of your imagination.
Oh, she's not, actually. She's real. I saw her in the park one morning.
And you let one like that get away? Why, you're worse than your father.
I've been there every day. Oh, hello, Mother.
Hello, dear. Tea'll be ready soon.
Good show.
What have you been talking about?
David's been telling us about his latest. Haven't you, David?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Latest what?
The Figment. Lady's girlfriend.
You haven't got a girlfriend.
Oh, I have. I met her about a fortnight, 4 days ago.
Yeah. She sounds a smasher.
Then I probably won't approve.
Whatever not. You were a smasher, you know.
Thank you, dear. You were quite a stunner yourself. What's her name, David?
African. No. Ellen. Monica Ellen.
What on earth made you say African?
Oh, well,
She comes from South Africa.
Who? Oh, Monica. Yes, she does.
Is she nice?
Wonderful.
You wait till you see Penny. You'll think she's even more wonderful.
I doubt if you will, you know. It's pretty serious, isn't it, David?
Oh, yes, it is.
But you've only known her a few days.
Oh, it was love at first sight.
Yes, well, I shouldn't do anything about it yet. It's a mistake to rush these things.
Nonsense. We were married 3 weeks after we met.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's a mistake. Where did you meet her, David?
In the park.
In the park?
Yes, I was out with Psyche, and she was taking her dog for a walk. She was absolutely wonderful.
When are you seeing her again?
I doubt if I ever will. Ever will meet anyone I could love as much.
You sure?
Oh, pretty sure.
David, my dear, how exciting. I couldn't be more pleased.
Oh, hello there.
What's she so excited about?
Oh, I haven't the vaguest idea. Psyche.
In here. Here's Penny, Mother.
Oh, hello, dear. I didn't
gosh.
hear the door.
No, it was open. I saw Anne in the garden.
I'll go and make the tea.
Thank you, dear. You know Father, of course.
Oh, yes.
Hello there.
Hello.
Anne's husband, Tony.
How do you do?
And my son, David.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm sure you won't remember, but we have met.
Yes, in the park about a fortnight ago.
Gosh, you do remember.
You must spend your life in the park, David.
Well, I have recently. I haven't seen you there, though.
Well, no, I always mean to take Tug out, but I never wake up.
What sort of dog have you got, Penny?
Well, he's a wire-haired terrier, too.
Yes, I know. You didn't bring him.
No, he's at home.
Psyche hasn't looked at another dog since.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. Come to that, neither have I.
What?
Looked at another dog. Looked at another girl since.
Since you met Monica.
No, since I met... Oh, yes. Since I met Monica.
David's got the most exciting news. He's getting engaged.
Oh, no, look, I didn't say that.
You did, David.
Well, I'm not, anyway. I mean, not now. I mean, not till I'm absolutely sure.
But you said you were sure.
Oh, but it's a mistake to rush these things.
Nonsense. Your father and I were married 3 weeks after we met.
Yes, I know, but, well, I might meet someone I liked even more.
Now, you said you never would.
Did I?
Yes.
I've been talking too much.
Oh, for goodness sake, David. Penny will wonder what's the matter with you. David's always been so terribly shy.
No, it isn't that, really.
Of course it is. Before Penny came, it was nothing but Monica. You know that's true.
Yes, it's true.
I must say, I'm not awfully fond of the name Monica.
Well, neither am I. I can't think why I chose it. No, why parents chose it. Well, mind you, they do go together quite well. Monica Allen.
Monica Allen?
Yes.
I thought she was married.
Who?
Monica.
Oh, good heavens.
What?
Well, don't tell me there is one. I mean, there is one person who knows her.
I went to school with her.
Oh, gosh, what a coincidence.
Tea's all ready, Mother.
Oh, right. Come along, everybody. It's in the other room.
Tony. What? It's her. It's the one I met in the park.
Yes, so I gathered.
Oh, what on earth can I do?
Well, there's not much you can do. You've got yourself in a real mess, haven't you?
But it was your idea.
Yes, I know, and look how well it worked.
Oh, come in. Oh. Good morning, Mrs. Griffin.
Sorry, I left my key behind.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, do you know what they're saying about you?
What?
They're saying you're going round with a married woman.
Going around with... I'm not going around with anyone.
That's what they're saying.
Well, you don't believe it.
Of course I don't believe it. I know you far too well for that. Besides, I got it from my next-door neighbour.
Oh, but it's fantastic.
She did tell me the name of the woman now, Monica Graham.
Well, there you are. I've never even heard of Monica Allen.
No, Graham. Monica Allen's that girl you used to know years ago. You know, when I first came here with you.
Oh, gosh, no wonder it fitted. How on earth did your next-door neighbour hear about it?
From her next-door neighbour.
Yes, but where did she get it from?
Oh, do you really want me to go on? It's ever such a long street.
Honestly, you know, it's true. Troubles never do come singly.
I shouldn't worry about it if I was you. What's the matter with Psyche? She's left her breakfast.
She's one of my troubles. I don't know whether she's sulking because I haven't taken her for a walk, or whether it's love.
Oh, you are daft about that dog. There's the front door now.
No, all right, I'll go. Hello, Mother. I didn't know you were coming up today.
Anne and I are going shopping.
Well, jolly early.
Yes, I know. I wanted to catch you before you left for the office.
Why?
I was wondering if you'd like to have lunch with us.
Well, it's jolly nice of you.
You and your fiancée.
My fiancée? Oh, Monica. Oh, no, I'm afraid Monica can't come. She's having lunch with somebody else.
Well, how about tea, then?
She's booked up all day.
Oh, dear, what a shame. Still, never mind. I'll be coming up again next week. I'm longing to see her, David.
Yes, I'm sure you are.
Father's coming up with me so we can all have lunch together.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Mother, but she's booked up that day, too.
Well, we're not sure which day we're coming.
She's not sure when she's booked up. I mean... not... Oh, excuse me, Frank. Hello?
Bliss?
Oh, yes?
Graham here. Monica Graham's husband.
Oh, dear.
What's this ridiculous rumor about you seeing my wife?
Oh, that's just what it is. Ridiculous.
I know that, but I gather you started it.
You started what?
All this nonsense about her.
Oh, no, you're wrong. Honestly, you are. I haven't started any nonsense with her.
What?
About her.
You'd better stop anyway, otherwise there'll be trouble, understand?
Well, I'm terribly sorry, but I... Oh, God, she's gone. Oh, sorry, Mother. What were we talking about?
Your fiancé.
Oh, yes, of course.
Who was that?
Her husband.
Surprised at you, David.
No, there's nothing to it, honestly.
All right, I'll go.
I know what people are saying, but it's just...
Just a figment of their imagination.
Well, yes, that's exactly what... You know?
I've known all along, really.
It's your sister.
Hello, Poppy.
Oh, hello, Anne.
Look, how long before you have to go to the office?
Oh, about 10 minutes. Why?
If you rush along to the park, you'll see something to your advantage.
See something to my advantage.
I was on the phone to Penny a few moments ago. She said she was going to take Tug for a walk.
But how am I going to explain to her?
You don't have to explain anything. It's all been arranged.
What, by you?
You know what we women are.
Oh, gosh, thank you, Anne. Oh, come on, Psyche. Bless you both. Come along then, Psyche. Oh, look, there she is. Oh, and then there's Tug. Go on then. Good morning.
Hello. Isn't it a lovely morning?
Oh, it's a perfect morning. Gosh, it's jolly nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you.
You know, I wouldn't dream of admitting I'd run after a girl, but, well, I don't mind admitting that as far as you're concerned,
You what?
I've put in a lot of walking.
You've been listening to A Life of Bliss. Those taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon. Mrs. Bliss, Gladys Young, Mr. Bliss, Ernest J., Mrs. Griffin, Gladys Henson, Penny Gay, Petula Clark, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, the neighbor, Elsa Palmer, Pauline Massey, Ruth Trouncer. With the BBC Variety Orchestra conducted by Paul Fenollet, with music scored by Bob Sharples. The script was written by Godfrey Harrison, and this recorded program was produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
David, old boy, what's this I hear about you being general manager?
Oh, positively for one day only.
Oh, why's that?
Well, head office are arranging for somebody to take over. Still, it should be fun.
Yes, even for a day.
Oh, definitely. A short life, but a merry one.
In other words, a life of bliss. Being the biography of a bachelor with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Eleanor Summerfield, Moira Lister, Barry K. Barnes, Denise Breyer, Will Layton, and Percy Edwards. A business interlude in the life of that shy young bliss, David Alexander Boss. I know, it must be catchy. I'll repeat that. A business interlude in the life of that shy young boss, David Alexander Bliss. Thank you. Better known to us as George Cole.
Old Hood's got mumps.
Hood being...
Our general manager.
Oh, yes, of course.
No, I don't wish him ill, of course, but I'm rather glad he is.
He doesn't worry you. Surely you're in charge of the branch office.
Well, in a purely puppet capacity. Believe me, he pulls the strings.
Who's taking over, have you heard?
Well, not yet. We should hear today. I must start getting my things together.
Why, no need to hurry this morning. You're the big boss.
I say, that's a thought. Might as well make the most of it and take the day off.
What? And leave nobody at the helm?
Well, there's always Hood's secretary. Or mine, come to that.
Oh, my dear chap, let's hope it never comes to that.
I know what you mean, but you're wrong, honestly. Jennifer's worth her weight in gold. To me, anyway.
Ah, yeah, so that's different.
No, you don't know what she's really like.
A building site in the right position.
Meaning?
Vacant, but valuable.
Efficiency isn't everything, Tony. Jennifer knows how my mind works, and that's just as important. Clever, too. Clever? She's got nothing to work on. You're really putting me in my place.
Naturally. We don't want you getting too big for Hood's boots.
Well, I'll hardly be wearing them long enough.
Well, just as well to try them on for size. The time may come when David...
what?
Oh, hello, darling. When David's a general manager in his own right.
Oh, good gracious, I doubt it. Doubt it very much.
Don't be silly, Poppet. You've got one foot on the ladder now. You might go right to the top.
No, I doubt that even more. Not that I want to, actually.
No ambition?
None. No point in joining the fire brigade if you've no head for height. I'm happy as I am.
You can say that now, but you know, success is heady stuff, as potent as wine.
I don't drink.
Oh, you would be difficult. All right, then, it has the same appeal as a pretty woman. At a distance, viewed dispassionately. But once within your reach, very difficult to resist.
Oh, now this is interesting. Have you been experiencing any difficulty in that direction?
Not since I met you, darling. But you went to my head like wine, obviously.
Why, obviously?
Marriage is the hangover. No, sorry. You're quite irresistible.
And potent.
As success.
Heady stuff.
I don't agree, you know.
Oh, don't you indeed?
No, not about you. About success. Think of all the responsibility.
Think of all the money.
Well, I can get by all right now.
Yes, but think of the future. You might have a wife to support.
Well, even so, I wouldn't have to think in terms of earning a lot of money.
Well, of course not. She'd do the thinking for you.
All right, so good. You'll never convince me. Gosh, look at the time. I must be off.
Like a lift down?
No, but I might be grateful for a tow. I've got the office car.
Oh, yes, so you have. How's it going?
Oh, all right, you know. I can hold my own with anything on the road. Except other cars, of course.
As bad as that, eh?
Every loose bit. I say, I'm going to be late. Oh, I tell you what you could do, Tony.
Keep my foot on the accelerator for you.
I'm jolly grateful.
Oh, my dear chap.
Oh, keep Psyche in here, would you, Anne?
Yes.
Cheerio. See you later.
Goodbye. Be a good general manager.
Do my best.
Back in a second, darling.
No, you're staying here. It's no good grumbling at me. It's not my fault. Hello?
Oh, hello. Is that you, Anne? Mrs. Fellows?
Yes, who's that?
It's Jennifer Cartwright, David's secretary, Mr. Bliss's secretary.
He's just gone out to the car. Shall I go and fetch him?
No, don't bother. Guess what? I'm dying to tell something I'm sure you wouldn't mind. You know his lips has got, Mr. Hood's got them up.
Yes.
Well, we've had a letter from head office.
Really?
It arrived this morning. Opened in error, as they say. But I didn't notice it was marked private till afterwards.
Anybody can make a mistake.
Well, we should explain that to David. That's better.
Let's settle for David. I know who you mean.
Yeah, all right. Where was I?
Opening the letter.
Oh, yeah. I could tell it was important by the envelope. You know, all underlined in red, private, for personal attention. Not that I noticed that, of course.
That's all right. I didn't notice either.
Just as well. Where was I?
Still opening the letter.
God, it must be a long envelope. Anyway, to cut a long story short, they're not sending a replacement after all. Pending Mr. Hood's return, Jess was to act as general manager.
Not David.
Yes. So there you are. Even head office can make mistakes. Sorry, I was only joking. Is it wonderful?
Well, yes.
I'm going to see his face when I break the news. You won't tell him, will you?
Not a word.
Oh, good. Simply had to tell somebody. Goodbye, Anne.
Goodbye, Jennifer. Guess what? Your master's going to be general manager. Yes, isn't it wonderful? I know. I wasn't sure either.
Morning, Jennifer.
Oh, there you are.
I'm sorry I'm a bit late. Anything in the post this morning? Any news?
News?
Yeah, about the chap who's taking over from Hood.
It's you.
Me? Me?
Pending Mr. Hood's return, you're to act as general manager.
I don't believe it.
Here you are. Here's the letter. From the managing director, no less. Successor at the top of the paper. Look.
From the managing director. For the personal attention of...
Oh, yeah, opened in error. Sorry.
That's all right. Anybody can make a mistake. With regard to the temporary absence of your general manager, Mr. Hood, pending his return... Oh, gosh. Oh, well, there you are. Even head office can make mistakes.
That's exactly what I said, you said.
This is terrible.
Terrible? Why? I thought you'd be pleased.
Well, I'm not a bit. You said, think of the extra responsibility.
Think of the extra money.
Oh, now, look, don't you start. I've had enough of that from... What extra money?
Para 3.
Para 3? For the duration of this period, your salary will therefore be increased by... Good heavens. Oh, well, mustn't shirk my responsibility. I'd better get cracking.
I suppose you'll move over to the other office?
I suppose I'll have to. I'll clear up here first up. You'll bring the rest of the mail into my office.
Yes, all right.
Oh, and your notebook, Jennifer?
Right, I don't think they need answering, actually. They're terribly dull. There we are.
Ah, thanks. Have you put the phone through?
For once. I'm getting better at remembering things. It jolly well ought to be. I got a book out of the library called How to Improve Your Memory.
Oh, good for you. Did you have any phone calls this morning?
Not one.
Oh, good. Oh, well, what's this you've written here?
Where?
There's a note on my desk.
Really? What's it say?
Mrs. Hood phoned. When? This morning?
Yes, but awfully early.
I should take that book back.
I would if I could remember where I put it.
Do you happen to remember what Mrs. Hood wanted?
You're to ring his nibs. He's got a phone by the bed. I can't wait to hear what he says when he hears the news. Shall I get him on the line?
No, not for a second. I want to look through his. How is he today? Do you know?
The patient has a temperature, a swelling on both sides of the face, and a painful throat. Almost normal, in fact.
Normal?
Inner fever, swollen head, and a pain in the neck.
Jennifer. Well, I don't know what's come over you this morning.
Excitement's been too much for me.
Well, there's no excuse for saying things like that about the general manager.
Your head's not swollen.
My head. That sounds funny. Yeah, that's neither here nor there.
Too late. I saw it, the first glint of ambition.
Why? What did I say?
My head.
You're right. I must watch it.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Anyway, it's natural enough. It's perfectly harmless.
Ah, but it isn't. Caesar was ambitious.
Caesar?
You know, Julius Caesar. That's the whole... If you're at the top, there's always somebody waiting to stab you in the back.
Yes, and if you're at the bottom, there's always somebody after your blood. So there you are. Better to be dead than alive and anemic. You must be, I'm right, David.
Oh, I'm beginning to.
And look, don't you see, this is your big chance. You're bound to get promoted if you make success of it.
If?
Oh, for goodness sake, David. Do you know what you're suffering from?
Loss of blood.
Lack of confidence. Oh, look what it could mean to you here. Have another look at Para 3.
For the duration of this period, your salary will therefore be increased by... Oh, gosh, it's as good as a blood transfusion. Now, in future, Miss Cartwright, I must ask you not to call me David. Understood?
Sir, what shall I call you?
Julius.
Hail Caesar.
Oh, file these, will you? And this. You'll acknowledge that. File. Waste paper basket. You'll bring forward next week. Acknowledge. Waste paper basket. File. Waste paper basket. Make a note. Get a bigger waste paper basket. Next on the agenda?
Phone the invalid.
Oh, that's brought me down with a bump.
Don't you find?
Yon Hood has a mean and hungry look. I wonder what he wants.
Probably wants to know how things are going at the Senate. Shall I get the number?
No, it's all right. I'll do it. I suppose everybody's the same, but I never know what to say to people when they're ill.
Oh, there's nothing to it. You start with a jocular, how's the invalid day, and then give them their head. I bet he's a terrible patient, a real pain in the...
Jennifer.
Well, a real baby, anyway.
Well, now, let's be fair. Mumps is jolly nasty. He's bad enough when one side of the face is... Oh, it's ringing.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Hood. Caesar here.
Who?
Julius.
Good morning, Bliss.
Oh, morning, sir. And, how's the pain in the neck today?
Bliss, I'm hardly in the mood for jokes.
Oh, it wasn't a joke, honestly, sir. I meant, how's the baby today? The invalid today.
I was all right until you phoned, but I've had a relapse.
No, I'm not surprised. Honestly, though, you must be feeling pretty rotten.
A bit.
Well, I'm sure you are. I know how I felt when I had mumps. I remember how I looked, too. All lopsided. And it's much worse for you.
What?
Well, naturally. I was only lopsided. You're two-faced. Two-sided. Yeah, both sides. Twice as bad, in fact.
What the Dickens are you trying to say?
Well, it's obvious, surely.
No.
Well, you've got two swollen heads. I mean... Honestly, I don't know what's the matter with me.
No, nor do I, but I'll tell you one thing. Your condition's far more serious than mine.
I must say, I hope you'll soon be back, sir.
In about a fortnight. That's if I don't have another relapse. See, and that brings us to the point of this call. Have you heard who's taken over while I'm away?
Yes, I have, sir.
Who's that?
Me.
I know it's you, you imbecile. I want to know who's taken over.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to tell you. We had a letter from head office this morning. Yeah, pending your return. I'm to act as general manager. Hello? Mr. Hood?
What's happened?
He's gone.
Aye, but not for good.
Oh.
I take it you're serious?
No, I'm afraid so.
I see. Oh, well.
I know what you're going to say. Even head office can make mistakes.
Well, oddly enough, I'm not. You're a bit of a menace at times, Bliss, but you're not wholly unintelligent. You've got a head on your shoulders.
Yes, I know, sir, but I promise I won't use it.
Well, that shows intelligence. Well, don't worry, you'll manage all right. Just take things calm.
Yeah, I will, sir.
And if you run into any problems, just give me a ring.
Oh, that's jolly nice of you, but I don't think you should be worried when you're ill.
I know, that's why I want you to ring. In the meantime, congratulations and good luck.
Oh, thank you, sir. I hope you soon feel better.
I will. Goodbye, Julius.
Goodbye, sir.
Here you are, in lieu of smelling salts. I knew you'd been eating it.
Needing what?
Para-3.
Well, as a matter of fact, he was jolly nice. He seemed to think I could do it, surprisingly enough.
Not in the least surprising. I'm glad he's on your side, sir. Only one more hurdle now. Miss Robot.
Who?
Alias Elaine Harding.
Oh, Mr. Hood's secretary.
Robot's my name for it. Heart of steel, face like a mask, mechanically perfect and terribly correct, even to a close. They're a highly efficient machine finished in black.
Oh, gracious. Well, I don't know much about her, but she seems quite nice to me. Why don't you like her?
Usual reason she doesn't like me. It's all right, really, but you'll have to be careful. Otherwise, it'll be Mr. Hood does this, Mr. Hood does that. Well, you let her see you're the boss, or rather the general manager.
I can't believe it even now.
Oh, that's because you're modest. No matter how successful you are, you'll always be the same.
Honestly, I'm in a complete daze.
Yes, you'll always be the same. Just teasing. Don't worry, you'll soon begin to feel the part when you get behind that desk. 2 telephones, intercom with the other offices, and you don't have to worry about Miss Robot either. You can use the dictaphone instead. That's if you can tell them apart. Shall I phone her and say you're on the way?
No, would you?
I'd adore to. It's just a chance I've been waiting for. It's going to be a bit lonely here.
Why, I only wish I could take you with me.
Oh, nonsense. You're quite capable of getting into a muddle without me.
That's very true. Oh, well, I must be going. Yeah, not that I want to. It's rather like, I don't know, it's like the first day of the new school.
Yes, but you're the headmaster.
Oh, gosh, I'm obviously a man of many parts. Head of the Senate, headmaster, and general manager. Oh, well. Cheerio, Jennifer.
Cheerio. Oh, and David. Good luck to all 3 of you.
File these, would you, Miss Harding?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that. You'll acknowledge this. File. Your wastepaper basket. You bring forward. Your wastepaper basket. You make a note. Get a bigger wastepaper basket.
What size, sir?
Oh, fairly large, you know. No, you can take the Williamson file. Oh, no, this Bradley affair. A bit tricky. Still, yeah, would you take a letter?
Certainly, sir.
To A.S.
I've got that.
Oh, have you? Oh, jolly good. Dear sir, as our general manager, Mr. Hood, is at present... Our general manager, Mr. Hood, is temporarily... let me see, how can I put it?
In the absence of Mr. Hood?
Yes, that's it. In the absence of Mr. Hood, I am taking...
I am replying to yours of the 22nd instant. Would that cover it?
Yes, fine. I couldn't have done better myself. Oh, dear. Now, let me think. Which phone?
This one.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Bliss, the secretary. Who's calling?
Mr. Bliss's secretary.
Oh, hello, Miss Cartwright. Hold on. I'll see if Mr. Bliss can speak to you.
See if he can.
Miss Cartwright.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Jennifer.
I'll murder that woman one of these days.
Oh, I'm sure that won't be necessary.
Why, you going to do it for me? Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Robot or not, she's jolly efficient. Anyway, you may like her. It's different from men.
Oh, in what respect?
All the essentials. She may be a machine, but the parts are nicely assembled. Well, haven't you noticed?
You noticed what?
Her assembly line. Pretty mask, too. Seriously, how are you getting on with her?
That's rather a difficult subject.
I'll bet she is.
Yeah. No, I meant rather inconvenient. Well, I've got it in front of me now.
Would it be more convenient if I left?
Oh, no. All right, we'll only be... Oh, no. We weren't talking about you.
No, sir?
Oh, good heavens, no. Yeah, I'll be with you in a second. Hello, Jennifer? Oh, sorry, I was talking to the subject. Talking to Miss Robot. Miss... Hardy.
Golly, that was my fault. How are you getting on with her?
Leave that pending, would you, Miss Cartwright? I'll consider the murder later. Matter later. I've got her in hand. I got it in hand. Was there anything else?
No, just wondered how you were feeling. Are you having fun with your new toy?
With my
The
new...
dictaphone.
Oh, I see.
Have you tried it yet?
Well, no, I haven't actually. I'm toying with Miss Harding instead. Dictating to Miss Harding.
You'll keep right on dictating. That's the only way you'll get over that hurdle. Oh, but then perhaps you're over it already.
No, I wouldn't say that, but...
You don't see her as a hurdle? Well, I hope not, for your sake. You're very busy.
Fairly.
Oh, all right, I can take a hit.
I'll ring you this evening. Goodbye, Jennifer.
Bye.
Now then, Miss Hurdle, where were we? The Bradley affair. Yeah, what have you got so far?
In the absence of Mr. Hood, I'm replying to yours of the 22nd instant. And the name's Harding, not Hurdle.
I thought it was Bradley. I'm terribly sorry. I always have trouble with names.
That's all right.
It's tricky, this Bradley business.
Perhaps you'd like to confer with Mr. Hood first.
Might be as well in this... No, Miss Harding, I don't think we should worry Mr. Hood. In any case, I've made my decision. A firm negative. New para. We can see no way of accepting your proposal.
I think you're so right.
Really?
Definitely.
Oh, jolly good.
Of course, Mr. Bradley is one of the most important clients.
Is he?
Well, yes.
Oh, that'll make that... we regret we can see no way.
If not the most important.
We may see our way to accept it. I am referring them to head office and can assure you of an early reply. Yours faithfully, etc., etc. Do you think that covers it?
Perfectly. Mr. Hood couldn't have done better himself. I hope you won't mind my asking, but I take it we'll be working late this evening.
Well, I'm afraid so. Gosh, that reminds me. I'm supposed to be seeing Jill. Jill Leslie, my girlfriend. I must give her a ring.
Shall I get her on the line?
No, it's all right, I'll do it later. Yeah, I tell you what you could do, though. I've got the two phones taped, but would you explain the intercom?
Yes, of course. Now, the end switch connects you with my office. That's Mr. Sawyer, and this is the general office. Will you be going out to coffee?
Oh, good heavens, no, not this morning. Oh, so that's how it works. Calling all cars? Yeah, oh, gosh.
It's Miss Harding, Edward. Mr. Bliss would like a cup of coffee in his office. Would you see to it?
Yes, Miss Harding.
Would you like a biscuit, sir?
Very much.
Chocolate?
Oh, wonderful.
And a chocolate biscuit, Edward. Right away. Charge it to petty cash, will you? Is there anything else, sir?
No, not at the moment. I'll let you know when I want lunch. Only joking.
I appreciated that. That and the bigger waste paper basket.
You mean you knew that was a joke?
Naturally.
But you asked me what size I wanted.
I was joking.
Oh, gracious, I'd never have known. Oh, I don't mean that rudely, of course, but in fact, it was jolly clever.
Clever?
Oh, yes, said with a completely straight mask. Completely straight face. And the excitement's obviously been... Yeah, no, it's all right. I'll answer it. I've got them taped now. It's this one. Hello?
No, it's this one.
Oh, well, nearly right.
Mr. Bliss's secretary. Who's calling?
Jill Leslie. Is Mr. Bliss there?
Yes. Hold on, please. Miss Leslie.
Gosh, really? Hello?
Oh, hello, darling.
Hold on a second, will you? Yeah, that'll be all for now. Thank you, Miss Harding.
Yes. I'll get this letter typed. Oh, how do you intend to sign yourself? David A. Bliss, General Manager?
Yes. Yes, Miss Harding. I think that covers it.
Very well, sir.
Hello, Miss Leslie. Sorry about that.
Mr. Bliss?
Oh, I think you can call me I called you Miss Leslie.
Yes, you did. What were you thinking about?
Oh, Miss Harding, my new secretary.
Oh, were you indeed? Why? Is she attractive?
Oh, no. No, of course not. Yeah, how did you know I was here?
I phoned Anne, and she told me your wonderful news. I think you're terribly pleased.
Well, yes, I am. Tony was right. Success is heady stuff. As potent as wine.
You don't drink.
No, it would be difficult. I mean, it's difficult to explain. It has all the appeal of a pretty secretary. At a distance, viewed dispassionately, but once within your reach... Oh, no, a pretty woman. Hello, something's buzzing.
Me, with suspicion.
Hang on a second, Jill. Oh, yes?
I've got Mr. Gibson on the line.
Gibson?
Regarding a proposed contract. I'll bring in the draft copy.
Oh, does he know I'm only deputizing?
Yes, I explained that.
All right. Well, you better put him through. Oh, hello, darling. Look, I've got somebody coming through on the other line.
Would you like to ring me back?
There's the phone now. Hold on a second, darling. Hello?
Mr. Gibson for you.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gibson. As my secretary explained, Mr. Hood's away at the moment. Can I help you at all? I'm his darling. Yeah, I'm his deputy.
About that contract.
Oh, I'd like to have it in front of me before we... Yeah. Oh, no, here it is now. Yeah, hold on a second, would you, sir?
This is the final draft.
Oh, thanks. Yep. Look, Jill, I think perhaps I'd better ring you back. Goodbye, darling. Now then, is there anything I ought to know?
No, it's the usual contract.
Oh, good. Hello? Sorry to keep you waiting.
Don't worry about me. Sure you will.
Well, yes, I just told you I would.
You didn't.
I didn't? Well, I certainly told somebody. Oh, good heavens. I'll ring you later. Goodbye. Do you know what I've done? I hung up on Mr. Gibson.
Yes, I know. I'll get him back on the line.
Honestly, I would have to make a bloomer like that.
I shouldn't worry about it. But if I might suggest...
Well, anything.
Two things. Discussing the contract over lunch.
Oh, I say, that's an idea. It'll give me time to look over it. And secondly?
A reference to his prize blooms. He's a very keen gardener.
Oh.
Hello?
Mr. Gibson?
What the dickens happened?
Oh, it's entirely my fault, I'm afraid. I got the lines crossed and cut you off. I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Don't worry, madam.
Mr. Bliss for you.
Hello, Mr. Gibson. Look, I've been thinking perhaps we could lunch together.
Well, yes, all right.
Tomorrow suit you?
Fine.
Oh, good. Well, that'll give me a chance to look over the garden. Over the contract, sir. I gather you're a keen gardener.
Amateur, you know, pure amateur.
Well, that's not what I heard.
Oh, what's old Hood been telling you?
Oh, about your prize bloomers. your blooming prizes. Bloom. Yeah, do you know what he said?
No, what?
That he'd seen some big heads in his time, but yours is relatively big.
Trying to pull my leg?
No, the heads of your flowers. He was terribly impressed. 1 o'clock at the Rothschild?
Oh, righto. If you've got time afterwards, come and see the garden.
Well, I'd love to. I look forward to meeting you. Bye, Mr. Gibson.
All right.
Phew, I nearly made a mess of that, too. Still, the gardening reference worked like a dream. Thank you, Miss Harding. Oh, and thank you for saying it was your fault he was cut off. I don't see why you should take the blame.
Part of a secretary's job. Would you like to sign the letter?
Well, don't tell me you've done it already.
Yes, it's here. Look.
I say. David A. Bliss, General Manager. This, Miss Harding, is an epic moment. David A... Gosh, that's a bad omen.
What?
No ink.
Oh.
David A. Bliss, ex-General Manager.
Why, X? What's happened?
Nothing. Old Hood's coming back tomorrow.
Oh.
Thus ending my brief 3-week, almost to the day, but interesting career as the big boss.
Nonsense. It won't be the end at all.
Hood's bound to recommend you for promotion.
Oh, he's already offered to, actually.
Yes?
Yes, on the phone this afternoon. I've got to decide by tomorrow morning.
Well, now you decide, surely.
Well, no, not really. I'm happy as I am.
Oh, dear, so we're back there again. Listen, Poppet. When you first took over, I admit even I had doubts, but you've been an enormous success.
Not me. Elaine.
Elaine?
Elaine Harding, my secretary. Or rather, Hood's secretary. It was her success, not mine. I don't know where I'd have been without her.
Oh, for goodness sake, you're not the only one. Where would any businessman be without his secretary?
Home early.
Oh, really? We'll go into that later. It's true, though, David.
Well, of course it is.
Now, it's no good. My mind's made up. I agree with you, but I still say you're wrong.
That doesn't make sense, surely.
Well, it does, you know. Success is as potent as wine. But me, I'm strictly teetotal.
Life of Bliss. The artist taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, Jennifer Cartwright, Eleanor Summerfield, Elaine Harding, Moira Lister, Mr. Hood, Barry K. Barnes, Jill Leslie, Denise Breyer, Mr. Gibson, Will Layton. This program, which was recorded, was written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
Well, David, my boy, I gather you've got, what's her name again? You know, your latest.
Oh, Jill Leslie.
Yeah, I gather she's coming down.
Well, yes.
Well, you're obviously going to enjoy your weekend in the country.
In what way, Father?
In what way? Pretty girl, romantic setting, what? Good heavens, boy, it's
A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of a bachelor, with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Gladys Young, Carlton Hobbs, Harriet Johns, Godfrey Harrison, Denise Breyer, and Percy Edwards. Scene, the parental home of that shy young character, David Alexander Bliss, known to us as George Cole.
Why, good heavens, boy, it's the perfect combination. Took the words out of my mouth.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Pretty girl, a walk through the woods. Only wish I were your age again. What do you say, Tony?
Nothing, I'm too busy wishing.
Did you really have to be chaperoned in those days?
Me?
No, Father.
Oh. Always. Usually by the girl's brother. Only for the first few minutes, though.
And after that?
You couldn't see the chaperone for the trees.
And he couldn't see you for dust. Yes, I'm quite right, too. I can never understand why parents don't trust their children.
Well, because they were young ones.
So?
They know about walks in the woods. I'm not saying they've got a guilty conscience.
I'm glad.
Not so. Let's say they know the dangers.
Dangers? Are you sure you're not thinking of the jungle?
Pretty sure.
Why? Why, I wondered if you were talking about wild beasts.
Well, hardly, old boy. I'm sure Father wasn't that wild. On the other hand, you know, it might be safer in the jungle.
Oh, definitely, from the girl's point of view.
How?
You'd have to set about keeping the animals at bay.
Collect wood, build a fire.
You can't do two things at once.
I haven't the vaguest idea what you're talking about. But I know it doesn't make sense.
No?
Well, of course not. How could it possibly be safer from her point of view? See, she might get mauled.
Not till you've got the fire going.
And that's the whole point.
What?
You couldn't get going.
Well, I suppose it makes sense to you, but I don't know where we are.
On safari.
Yes, and I'm afraid we'll have to camp here for the night. Honestly, I've completely lost track.
You'll never get our parents to believe that. They've heard that one before.
Ah, at last, a landmark. Now, supposing they have, that's no excuse for not believing it.
Not in your case, bless your heart. Parents will never have to worry about you.
Oh, I worry sometimes.
No, but seriously, they jolly well ought to trust us. We're their own flesh and blood.
Oh, no need to rub it in.
A tricky problem, actually, and chaperoning's not the answer. You can't keep a check on youth any more than you can...
Wives can keep a check on husbands.
Neatly put.
What's more, it's fatal to try.
Oh, absolutely.
They still do, though.
Never stop.
Oh, that's not true of all parents.
No, but it's horribly true of most wives.
Oh, nonsense, Father.
So you wait till you're married. You'll see. Arrive home late, and what happens? The moment you come through the door, the inevitable greeting, where have you been? And it's no use telling them.
Why?
Well, they never believe a word you say, unless it's a confession.
Well, that hardly applies to Mother.
No, I'm talking about wives in general.
Yes, and in general, you're right.
Incredibly suspicious.
Understandably.
Meaning?
Husbands are suspect.
Same thing still applies. Badger a husband and you put him on the defensive. It says it. Oh, there's the front door.
You'd better answer, David. It's probably Jill.
Well, I doubt it. She's not coming till tomorrow.
All right, I'll go.
Ah, good. That's settled. Now, where was I?
Wives badgering husbands.
Oh, yes. Fatal mistake. Pays them to allow us a certain freedom. It's like,
like political parties, however suspect. Check on their every move, and the movement goes underground.
Neatly put.
There we are. It's Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mrs. Bliss.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, of course.
Hello.
Nice to see you. Yes, of course.
Oh, well, Russell, nice to see you. Haven't seen you for ages.
Ah, nice to see you, old boy.
You know my brother-in-law, David?
Yes, we've met. And when did you come down, Tenny?
Yesterday evening. Father and I had a round of golf.
Beat him hollow.
Yeah, really?
Inevitably. But then I don't think it matters who wins as long as it's Father.
Oh, nobody can say I'm a bad loser.
Not when you're losing. Nobody dare.
You mustn't go down here fairly early.
Yes, we did for once.
And you made the most of it.
Thoroughly enjoyed ourselves.
As only golfers can. Lost our tempers, missed our putts, blamed our clubs, and cursed the caddy.
Oh, what a caddy, though. I'd never have believed anybody could be so clueless. And I'm his father.
I did my best.
I'm pulling your leg. How about a drink, Paul?
Not for me, thanks. I can't stop.
Oh, pity. I was looking for an excuse.
Funny you should say that.
What?
I came round to ask you a favour. You see, Lois thought she'd pop in and say hello to Anne.
When, this morning?
Sometime today.
Oh, good.
Not for me, old boy. Not good at all. Anything but. Got myself in a bit of a fix. You know how one does.
No one knows better. One has a wife oneself.
And to cut a long story short, I was with you last night.
Oh, my dear chap. Oh, yes, so you were. Now, we bumped into you at the golf club.
Tennis club.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, that's the worst of being an athlete. At the tennis club, round about 8:30, wasn't it?
7.
You're absolutely right, yes. I remember looking at my watch. 7 it was.
It can't have been.
Hello, trouble with the caddy?
I was with you till long after that.
Hand me my putter.
David, remember at the third tee, Father asked you to keep your eye on his ball?
Oh, yes?
That's when we slipped over to the tennis club.
Got back. I got back just as it landed. Yes, my driving's improved.
Now, don't worry, Paul. You can count on David to be behind you.
I'm sorry to get you involved.
Nothing to do with you, old man. He's always the same. Sorry, David. I couldn't resist.
I meant you and Mr. Bliss, actually. I didn't say anything about David being there. Still, I might have forgotten to mention it.
Easily. I've got a shocking memory myself. Do you know I've even forgotten what time we left you?
About 11.
Oh, as late as that, eh? Oh. Amazing how time passes when you meet an old friend. Look, we really must foregather soon, have a drink together and whisper over old times. Whisper? That's the sort of times we had. And you called before I was married.
Oh, yes, long before. And that brings me back to last night. I wouldn't want you to get the wrong idea about it.
Oh, my dear chap, as if we would. Why, what was her name?
There was a her.
Why?
Hey, complete coincidence, mind you. Unfortunate coincidence, too. Lois and I had a slight tip. I bowled over to the club. And who do you think was there?
Who?
Fiona Tempest, old boy. Remember her?
Oh, I've got a shocking memory.
Oh, come now. She's an ex-girlfriend of yours, too.
Yeah, her name does ring a slight bell. Tall, rather slim.
Beautifully slim.
Fair hair, almost blonde, lovely complexion, blue eyes, long lashes. Yes, I do remember her vaguely. I haven't seen her for years. Oh, yes, I have, though. In the High Street about 6 months ago. Caught a glimpse of her disappearing in the distance.
Well, how on earth did you recognize her?
Oh, well, Fiona has a certain hypnotic quality.
But you only saw her from behind.
David, how does a hypnotist focus your attention?
By swinging something from side to side.
Same principle. Paul, what's she doing down here?
Her parents live here.
Oh, so that's who you're talking about. I don't know them to speak to, but I know them by sight.
Well, what about Fiona? Have you ever seen her?
Tall, you say?
Tall and slim, fair hair, almost blonde, blue eyes, lovely complexion.
Several times.
And you wanted reminding?
No. I wanted to hear the description again. You're right, she's quite a looker.
I know. That's what makes last night so tricky. It was all perfectly innocent.
Naturally.
Never convinced Lois of that.
You never convince anyone.
And that's why I told her I was with you. Look, I must be off. Jolly grateful.
Oh, sure you won't have one for the road?
No, I ought to get back. By the way, I told Lois I was going to the post office.
But I think you ought to have that drink if you said you were going to the post office. Get back quickly and she's bound to be suspicious.
You've talked me into it.
Good show.
Sherry, couldn't be nicer.
Tony? Yeah, might as well.
You must think I'm all sorts of a cad.
No, we don't think anything of the sort.
Lois has always been jealous, and I've never given her the slightest cause. Well, that proves I'm a cad talking behind her back. But it's true all the same. Now, take one point. We all have to work late sometimes.
Well, of course we do. As a matter of fact, I was pretty late myself last Thursday. Anne was infuriating about it.
Really?
Absolutely. It was as much as I could do to stop myself from telling her the truth. I had an important snooker match. But as I'd been late twice already... Oh, still, you don't want to hear my trouble.
I'm sure Anne's not like Lois. The moment thanks. The moment I set foot in the house, I'm in the dock. Literally cross-examined, oh boy. And boy, what a prosecuting counsel. I really am a cad.
No need to worry this time, Paul. The defense can rest. You've got a cast iron... Oh, thanks, Father. You've got a cast iron alibi, reliable witnesses, and with luck on your side, David won't be caught.
Well, I only hope you're right. I'd make a shocking witness. Oh, hello, that's Psyche in the front garden. I know she's out there because I saw her through... Oh, good heavens.
What?
Coming through the gate.
Who?
Mrs. Harvey.
Oh, no, not Trish.
You're positive.
Oh, well, that's that. Never say died. Did you come in the car?
No, walked. Splendid. She needn't know you were here.
Quickly, out through the French window.
No, look, there we are.
I'll go and warn Mother and Nan not to say anything.
It's no good, Tony. I can't do this. It's too much like a French farce.
Well, better a French farce than the guillotine.
Oh, heavens. There she is. How do I get out of the garden?
Gate in the fence. Go and answer it, David.
All right.
Oh, and David.
Yes?
Shut the door.
Right.
There's the gate. Look, far corner. Pass at the back, leads right round.
You're a friend indeed.
My dear fellow.
You know I'd do the same for you.
I'll let you know when.
Here you. Oh, Tony's in here. No, after you.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Tony.
Lois, what a nice surprise. Is Paul with you?
No, I've only popped in to see Anne for a second. When did you come down, Tony? This morning?
No, yesterday evening. Didn't Paul tell you?
Oh, yes, of course. You bumped into him.
At the tennis club.
You're round about 7.
Oh, were you there too, David?
Well, yes.
Yes, David was there.
Only Paul forgot to mention it.
You're right, he must. But how did you know he had?
Well, I didn't know.
You seem to.
Well, you seem surprised.
I was, rather.
Well, that's how I knew.
Ah. That explains it.
Oh, jolly good. Next witness?
David, old boy, would you go and tell Anne Lois is here?
Oh, she already knows.
Does she? How?
Well, Father went to warn her. Father, he was there as well, you know.
Where?
At the tennis club.
Oh, Lois, I'm terribly sorry. Would you have a sherry?
Sounds lovely. You must have got down here fairly early, Tony.
When, this evening? Yes, we did for once.
And you made the most of it.
Thoroughly enjoyed ourselves.
As only golfers can.
Golfers?
Oh, only tennis players can. You know, lost their tempers, mussed their service, blamed the racket, and cursed the caddy. The umpire. Cursed the umpire.
In that case, I can guess who the players were. Tony and Paul. Am I right?
Oh, no. Wrong. You're Tony and Father.
And a fellow at the club. Actually, this was earlier on. There we are, one sherry.
Thank you. Why were you left out, David?
Left out?
Out of the game. Wouldn't they let you play?
Oh, good gracious, no. I was only caddying.
Umpiring.
Umpiring.
I can't say I envy you. It's such a thankless job.
Oh, it is rather.
Tiring, too. You have to walk so far.
Oh, miles.
As a tennis umpire?
Oh, up and down the steps.
I'm sorry I shouldn't tease you, but I couldn't be more mystified.
That's not unusual when you're talking to David.
That's very unkind.
But absolutely true.
Just to clear up the mystery, which was it, tennis or golf?
Tennis.
You're sure?
Positive. And I was the caddy.
Hello, Mrs. Harvey.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bliss.
I'll be with you in a second.
Oh, good. We were just talking about last night.
Oh, wonderful evening.
Here's your drink, Father.
Oh, thanks.
Yours is here, David.
Mine?
Your sherry. Hardly touched.
Oh, no, that's not mine. That was Paul.
Poured out by mistake. A silly mistake, too.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't be more suspicious. You know what I think?
What?
I think Paul's been here this morning.
here?
Here.
Whatever makes you think that? Did he say he was coming?
No, but that doesn't prove anything. You men have a habit of not going where you say you're going.
Well, I'm sure he has gone there.
Where?
Wherever he said he was going.
Where was that?
No. You don't trip me up that easily. He didn't say. I couldn't say. I mean, he hasn't been here, so how would I know?
He's only gone to the post office. He's probably back by now.
Probably. It doesn't take long from here. You're even nearer.
Hello, Louis. Anne, darling. Sorry I was coping with Alexander. That's all right. How is he?
Wonderful baby.
I'd love to go and see him, may I? Yes, if you like. Oh, that reminds me. Would you go and get the pram over the car for me, Tony?
Oh, dear, must I feel a bit stiff after my tennis?
After you...
Tennis. Last night at class.
Oh, yes, I was forgetting. I shall need it soon. Coming, Louis? Yes. I'll have to be going, so I'll say goodbye now.
There you go.
Regards to Paul.
Thank you for the sharing.
Oh, pleasure. Teddy, fantastic. Utterly fantastic.
Oh, so it was you, Daisy. Why, I told you I wouldn't make a good witness.
A good witness? My dear boy, you could get an innocent man convicted for a murder that had never been committed.
I can't see myself getting involved in a murder case.
I can. What's more, they'd let the fellow off.
I couldn't help it.
That's all he'd have to say to get off.
How much do you think Lois gets?
Not a thing. She didn't have to.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Tony.
it's all right, old boy. It's all right. It wasn't your fault. Sorry I blew up. I'm worried for Paul's sake.
Well, you never know. Perhaps Lois didn't cotton on.
Oh, not much chance of that. Oh, yes, there is, though. Just a vague chance. How did the muddle start? Do you remember, David?
Well, no.
No. Nor do I. One minute we were bumping into Paul. Next minute you were umpiring a match between me and a complete stranger.
I don't follow.
That's what I mean. I doubt if Lois did either. We'll have to wait for Anne to get a final verdict.
Well, verdict's right. You know, it was exactly like being in the witness box. And yet, you know, she's an awfully nice person.
Awfully silly.
Well, let's be fair. He had been rather deceitful.
Only proves my point. Remember what I said about husbands? Check on their every move, and the movement goes underground.
You said?
Oh, well, one of us.
Why, I still don't agree. I mean, supposing it had been you, Tony. So supposing you'd met, what was her name?
Fiona Tempest?
Well, I'm sure you'd have told Anne.
Well, naturally.
You would?
Well, of course. But then Anne's not like Lois. I could afford to tell her.
You didn't tell her you were playing snooker last Thursday.
Oh, that was different. Not so much deceitful as tactful.
Did you tell her you caught sight of Fiona in the High Street?
Well, that was 6 months ago.
So?
Well, I've got a shocking memory.
Did you tell her?
Well, it was hardly worth mentioning.
That's what I thought.
Would you have told Mother?
Oh, she doesn't even know the girl.
So?
She wouldn't have been interested.
That's what I thought. Anyway, there may not have been her. I haven't seen her for years.
That's not what you said before. Not that I'm blaming you. Women have only got themselves to blame.
Honestly, Father, I've never known anything so biased.
Well, what do you know about it? It's true, isn't it, Tony?
Yes, partly. They're suspicious to a degree.
Yes, third degree.
Well, some are worse than others. There's a hard and better than most.
No, perhaps you'll explain.
Oh, hello, dear. I was just talking about you. Saying what a trusting wife you are.
Why? What have you been up to?
Ah, see? Implicit trust.
Has Lois gone?
Yes.
How did she sound?
I really wouldn't know. I was too busy trying to sound convincing. What's Paul been up to?
Nothing.
Oh, no, that won't do. You enlisted me as a conspirator. I've got a right to know the cause.
Well, he just happened to meet an ex-girlfriend at the club.
Accidentally?
Obviously.
Then why couldn't he tell Louis?
Well, because he's not as lucky as me, that's why.
Meaning what?
Well, if it happened to me, I could afford to tell you.
Has it happened to you?
Oh, implicit trust. Bless your heart, you're wonderful.
Have you got something on your conscience?
I'll go get the pram.
Alexander's getting
Oh, hello, Mother.
he's getting a little restless. I think it's time.
Yes, going to get it now.
I'll come and give you a hand.
Won't take us a second.
I must say Carol's awfully good with her baby brother.
I wonder if he has been up to something.
Who, dear? Alexander?
No, Paul.
Tony.
Tony?
I say, got a guilty conscience.
Oh, nonsense. I'm surprised at
I'm
you.
sure Anne's not serious.
Oh, I wish I'd never borrowed that wretched book.
What book's this, dear?
The Problems of Married Life. By the time I'd finished reading it, we'd got all of them.
That proves you're not serious.
I have been worried recently.
Not about Tony.
Hmm.
I can't imagine why. You've never had the slightest reason to suspect him.
Not in the past, no. But you know what they say? Husbands are most likely to stray when you've been married 7 years.
Well, you've been married 10.
I know, that's why I'm worried. It's long overdue. Oh, I suppose I'm being silly.
Very. Has anything happened to make you feel like this?
Little things.
Such as?
Last Thursday. He didn't come home till 10:30.
Ah, but that was different. Not so much deceit. That was completely different.
Why?
Well, you know why. He was playing late at the office.
Playing?
You were working late.
Now, why should you have said that?
Well, it's not all that surprising. After that session with Lois, I've got games on the mind.
Fun and games?
I say, steady on.
I've obviously missed something. How does Lois come into it?
Well, I got into the most terrible muddle.
Over what?
Tennis and snooker. Yeah, snooker and golf. No, golf and tennis.
Oh, so that's where he was on Thursday. Why couldn't he say so? He's as bad as Paul.
Oh, they're all the same, dear.
Oh, well, I suppose it could have been worse.
Well, how do you mean?
Tony might have accidentally met an ex-girlfriend.
Oh, good gracious, no. He hasn't seen her for years. Fiona Tempest. Except once, and then... he hasn't seen any of them.
Oh, no. No, too late.
I've heard that name before.
Who is she, David?
Look, I'd rather not say.
Would you rather I suspected the worst?
Oh, gosh. Look, you're not going to believe this.
On the contrary, I'd believe you. Well, I wouldn't believe Tony.
She's the girl Paul met last night.
I don't believe a word of it.
There you are. What did I tell you?
Anything but the truth.
It is the truth, honestly. She's an ex-girlfriend of Paul's, too.
What an odd coincidence.
Well, coincidences do happen, you know.
So they say, but they're mostly men.
And that's all there is to it.
That's all.
You've got nothing to add.
Nothing. May I stand down now? I mean...
I know what you mean. And you may.
Oh, jolly good.
What did Tony say when he heard about it?
Gosh, I'm soon back.
I'm not cross-examining you now.
No?
Purely conversational, I promise. Did Tony remember Miss Tempest? Tempest?
Well, not at first, no. And even when he did, only vaguely.
Oh, of course they live on the other side of the village.
Who?
Her parents, I suppose.
Have you seen the daughter?
There, I think so.
Attractive?
Very. Tall girl, rather slim, fair hair.
Almost blonde. Blue eyes, long lashes, lovely complexion.
Your description or Tony's?
Tony's. Good for Tony. Tony's memory is not that good. I told you, he only remembered her vaguely.
Naturally. He's only seen her once since we were married.
Yes, and even then he only saw... How did you know?
You told me.
I did?
Started to.
Tony's right. I could get an innocent man convicted for a murder that was never committed.
Well, there's no chance in you being involved in a murder case, surely.
Every chance. And I'm sure they'll let Tony off.
That's more than I'm going to do. When did he... Oh, dear, there's Alexander.
I'll go.
Oh, thank you, Mother.
That's all right. I'm sure you want to talk to David.
Now then, when did Tony meet her?
About 6 months ago in the High Street. He caught a glimpse of her disappearing in the distance.
Disappearing in the distance. You're sure about that?
Quite sure.
In other words, he was able to recognize her at a distance from behind, and yet you say he only remembered her vaguely. Well, the prosecution rests. Until Tony comes in, I shall need all my strength then.
Why, I'm glad you're taking it as a joke.
I'm not. Not for a second. I suppose he was covering up for Paul. It wasn't the other way around.
The other way around?
It wasn't by any chance Tony who met her last night.
No, for goodness sake, not by any chance.
I wonder.
Well, I ought to know. I was with him.
All evening?
Yes, all evening.
You were in the house by 9. I opened the door for you.
Look, you've got me in such a state, I don't know what I'm saying.
You've only got yourself to blame for that.
Yes, and you'll only have yourself to blame if you start badgering Tony like otherwise.
David.
I'm sorry, Anne, but it's a fatal mistake, you know. And I'm sure it would be fatal if you went on about it.
About what?
Tony and Fiona. Check on their every move, and the movement will go underground.
Oh, so he's planning to see her again?
No, I didn't mean that.
What did you mean?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I do know one thing. I've told you nothing that Tony wouldn't tell you himself.
I'll be in a second. I know.
All right, then, we'll see. Not a word. Not a word from you, though. Understand?
The baby carriage awaits without.
Oh, thank you, darling. Tony.
What?
I've been thinking. I've got a feeling Lois does suspect something.
Oh, dear, does she?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, I say, poor old Paul.
She asked about somebody called Fiona Tempest.
Did she indeed?
I suppose that's the girl he met last night.
Yes.
Have you ever met her?
Well, yes, years ago.
What's she like?
Oh, I've got a shocking memory.
Perhaps I can help.
Can you?
Yes, Mother happens to have seen her. She's tall and slim.
Tall and slim. Yes, I do remember her vaguely.
Fair hair, almost blonde, blue eyes, long lashes, lovely complexion. She's an ex-girlfriend of yours. You saw her in the High Street couldn't be angrier.
Have you any last words? I couldn't help it. That's all I'll have to say to get out. You've really surpassed yourself. I've heard of home breakers before, but you must be the first to break 2 in one morning. Why, good heavens, you only need your mother and father to make it a hat trick.
No, just a second, Tony. I'm sorry, really sorry, but if you told Anne in the first place, it could never have happened.
Oh, hitting back, eh? Well, good for you. And good for me, too, just what I needed.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, I deserve every word of it. I'd better go and apologize to Anne while I'm in a penitent mood. I take it that's all you told her?
Yes.
Splendid.
Oh, no.
Snooker last Thursday?
Yes.
Oh, well, never mind.
Why, I seem to have spoiled the whole weekend.
No, don't be silly. Tomorrow's another day. Jill will be here and everything in the woods will be lovely. It'll all have blown over by then. Hello, you. You're just in time. Go on, in you go. Your master needs cheering up.
Nothing, really. It's just been one of those mornings. Well, no wonder people talk to their dogs. It's so much safer.
Well, tomorrow's another day.
Well, that's what you said yesterday.
Yes.
I see. So you and Anne haven't made it up after all?
Afraid not.
Did you try and explain?
Oh, yes, I'd try.
But she wouldn't listen.
That we shall never know.
Why?
She never paused for breath.
And since then, silence?
Deathly. Are you and Jill going out?
Oh, yes. She's gone to change her shoes.
I'll go and have another shot at breaking the silence. Where is Anne, do you know?
Oh, there you are, Johnny.
Oh, come on, Psyche. We'll wait in the garden. What? Yeah, no, this way. Through the fence window.
I wonder why he's in such a hurry.
I wonder. Look,
Johnny,
Anne, Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. What were you going to say?
Oh, just that I'm sorry.
You?
And a little ashamed.
Oh, don't be silly, Anne. I'm the one to be sorry.
Oh, I agree.
Yes, I thought you would.
I shouldn't have asked all those stupid questions.
Well, I should tell you things without asking, and that's what I intend to do in the future. Tell you everything, every detail.
Oh, no, don't do that. It'll make me even more suspicious.
It would?
Well, of course. I feel sure you've got something on your conscience.
Oh, I see.
You don't, but it doesn't matter. Now, I have a confession to make.
What?
Well, just recently, only recently, mind you, for the first time in our married life, I've been haunted by a quite ridiculous fear.
Of what?
The other woman.
The other woman?
A figment of my imagination.
But I don't understand. Oh, no, you can't seriously have imagined there was anything between Fiona and me.
Fiona's facts, not figment.
And?
Faced with the fact, I found I couldn't believe it, not for a second.
Oh, that's all right, then.
Why? Is there anything between you?
Oh, you're wonderful. And I haven't got anything on my conscience.
I must go and find Carol. We're going down to the village.
Oh, I'll come with you.
Oh, will you? Good.
I'll be with you in a second. Just want to have a word with David. David! Ollie!
Come on, then. Yes?
It's all over, old boy.
Oh, jolly good.
There you are. We're back where we started. You're off on safari and we're out of the jungle.
Oh, I couldn't be more pleased. Oh, in here, Jill.
Oh, you ready, darling?
Yes.
And I just off down to the village. See you later. Enjoy yourself.
Oh, don't worry, we will. Well, that's funny. It was here a moment ago.
What?
Psyche's lead. I know you don't, but we're taking it all the same.
Where shall we go?
Oh, through the jungle. Where else? Here, through the woods.
Better.
Oh, I don't know. I think it'd be jolly exciting in the jungle.
I'd hate it.
Why?
Why do you think? I might get mauled.
Oh, you wouldn't, you know. Not till I got the fire going.
David, I'm surprised at you.
Why, what did I say?
You know what you said.
Yes, but I don't understand it.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Quite the reverse, in fact. I thought it was going to be a terrible weekend. It certainly started badly, but it's different now.
Different?
Completely. A pretty girl, a romantic setting. Why, good gracious, it's
the perfect combination?
The perfect ending.
That was A Life of Bliss. The artist taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, Mrs. Bliss, Gladys Young, Mr. Bliss, Carlton Hobbs, Lois Harvey, Harriet Johns, Paul Harvey, Godfrey Harrison, Jill Leslie, Denise Breyer. This recorded program was written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
Dear, whose is that new car outside?
David.
My new office car.
I say.
Like it?
Very much. Bit different from that other old crock.
Oh, good gracious, yes. Even starting was a problem with that one.
Also on occasions with A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of a bachelor with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Denise Fryer, and Percy Edwards. A motoring episode in the life of that dry young shaver, shy young driver, David Alexander Bliss, better known to us as George Cole.
I can't tell you how thrilled I felt when I first saw it.
Cars are always huge.
I wonder why.
The two most important things in a man's life.
Well, there may be something in that.
Believe me, there is. I remember what Tony was like when we were courting. The dreamy look in his eyes, the loving attention, standing at the door with flowers in one hand and chocolates in the other.
Sorry to interrupt, but is there a connection?
Came the day when you bought your first new car.
And?
I remember how you were then. The dreamy look in your eyes, the loving attention, standing outside with a duster in one hand and polish in the other.
Love at first sight, in fact.
Exactly. Of course, it's a different story later on.
Different?
Entirely. You'll treat them like wives.
Meaning?
Neglect them, lose all interest in how they look, and spend your time looking at all the others.
Oh, I see.
And you see the connection?
Between wives and cars? Oh, yes, I see it all right. But there's one important difference.
What's that?
You can trade your old car in. No, not that I want a new wife.
No?
No, not for a second.
That's all right.
I prefer the vintage model.
Tony.
Joking, I promise. Talking about neglected wives reminds me. I thought we'd go out for the day tomorrow.
What a lovely idea.
Oh, we could go in my car.
That's an even better idea. I'm sure we could squeeze the children in somewhere, and we can always tie the pram on the back.
Tie it on the back?
And, do you remember Alexander with that bar of chocolate?
Oh, dear, yes. Wasn't that terrible?
Why? What happened?
Oh, nothing really. What color's your upholstery?
Beige.
They'd go rather well together.
Yes, that's settled then. We'll go in David's car.
Well, I'm not really allowed to use it for pleasure.
What's that, an excuse?
Yes, that's all right.
We're only pulling your leg.
Perhaps we could leave the children with Mother.
Yeah, that's the thought.
I'll give her a ring this evening.
Oh, jolly good.
Now I must get on. Supper's not ready yet, so you will have time.
Time?
You'll find a duster in the kitchen.
Polish in the garage.
Oh, gosh, how did you guess?
My dear chap, the dreamy look in your eyes. Warm and sunny with occasional thunderstorms.
Well, let's hope we miss them.
Let's hope. All set to move off. All set. Car ready.
All polished and correct. I filled up with petrol.
We've jettisoned the children.
Where? Just now?
Yes, Mother and Father came fetch them. Nature's answer to the problem of parents being tied.
What?
Fond grandparents.
What's that you've got there? No, I bought it this morning.
Touring round Britain.
Yeah, it should be jolly useful. He's got maps and suggested routes and a brief description of each place. See? Abbeydale, Dorset, Pop 401, picturesque village set in a valley, Roman remains nearby, delightfully secluded.
Obviously the place to take a girlfriend.
Well, there'd be no use taking Jill there. She's not all that interested.
In what?
Archaeology.
Surprising, considering what it implies.
What it implies?
The study of inanimate objects. David, old boy, the place is secluded.
Oh, gosh, so that's what you meant. Oh, even so, it must be 100 miles from here.
Yes, it's a long way to go for nothing.
So in here, Anne.
David, where are you planning to take us today?
Well, you know, I haven't thought.
I have. I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of Blessington.
Blessington?
Does that bring back memories, darling?
Huh? Oh, yes, it does.
What a wonderful day it was.
Yeah, unforgettable day.
Do you remember the cave?
Cave?
Cave.
Oh, the cave, yes, of course I do. Yes, I can still see it now.
What can you see?
Nothing, it's too dark.
That's what I thought.
No, don't be silly, I'm only joking. It's a charming place.
Enchanting.
All right, then, that's where we'll go.
Of course, it may have changed.
Oh, not all that much.
I know Tony has. He was quite romantic then.
Do you remember the way, Tony?
Good gracious, yes, I haven't changed that much.
I wonder if you do remember.
The way?
Blessington.
Well, how could I possibly forget?
I don't know, but you always do.
No, not this time, bless your heart.
Oh, dear, you have changed. I'll go and finish getting ready. Are we calling for Jill?
No, she's coming here.
Oh, good.
Blessington?
What's that? Have you forgotten how to get there?
Forgot I'd ever been there.
But I thought it brought back memories.
It does. And birthdays and wedding anniversaries. Unpleasant memories. Unpleasant? Yeah, I didn't remember them either. I've got to think quickly.
Why, it's not all that important, surely.
My dear chap, you don't understand. This could mean the end of a perfect day.
The end? It hasn't started yet.
No, but any minute now. Wives expect you to remember these things, and believe me, there are no excuses.
Well, what happens if you're an absent-minded professor?
Wouldn't make any difference, old boy. Now, let me think. I know, where's the family album?
Why, well, what are you going to do?
I've always enjoyed... here it is. Enjoyed a good detective story. It may stand me in good stead.
Well, what on earth's that got to do with the photograph album?
What were we doing in Blessington on that particular day? That's the mystery, and I've got to solve it.
So?
I'm looking for clues. Snaps taken while we were there.
Oh, gosh, I see. So then you might be able to
reconstruct the scene of the crime.
Except that there's been no crime.
No, but there has. A lapse of memory. And that's particularly serious in my case.
Why?
I hold the lapse record.
So?
No, sorry. I'm terribly sorry. It was one of those nervous jokes. Oh, if only I had something to go on.
Oh. Blessington, Sussex. Pop 864. Small but historic seaside resort with...
I say, yes, that's an idea.
Oh, I told you to be useful.
Yes, very. Read on.
Historic seaside resort with fine stretch of sands. Quaint old 14th century inn, the Mermaid, recently restored, was once the haunt of smugglers, as were the many caves found...
Of course, it all comes back to me now.
Oh, jolly good.
Anne's right. It was a wonderful day. One of those lovely September days, warm, not a cloud in the sky. It must be, 7 years ago now, and yet I can picture it all quite clearly. The secluded cave, the sea shimmering in the brilliant sunshine, Anne looking quite lovely in a white dress with some sort of floral design, strolling along the beach together, hand in hand, clambering over the rocks. Oh, a beautiful day, not a cloud in our sky.
Oh, gosh.
How did I sound? Convincing?
Well, yes.
Splendid.
Why, how much do you really remember?
I think I remember the inn.
And all the rest was...
Pure deduction from this. Look, a snap of Anne taken at Blessington.
Oh, yes. I say, she does look lovely. Hey, but I still don't understand.
Oh, my dear chap, it's simple if you know how. Look, now study it carefully. Note the date underneath. September 1950. The fact that Anne's not wearing a coat. The brightness of the print itself. Obvious clues indicating what?
A lovely, warm September day.
The mystery solved.
Yeah, no, not quite,
What?
How about strolling along the beach together, hand in hand?
I was romantic then, remember?
Clambering over the rocks.
You can see them. There, in the background.
Good gracious. It's as simple as dialing 999.
That's quick, too. Under a minute.
Amazing. It had me completely fooled.
Oh, sorry about that, but I thought I'd try it out on you first.
Oh, that's all right. It's a pity Psyche wasn't here. You could have tried it on the... No, perhaps not. Honestly, it sounded terrific. Oh, you described it so jolly well. I got a complete picture.
Oh, so did I, oddly enough.
Yeah, mind you, I'm a little shocked.
Why? I mean, would you rather Anne was hurt? The day ruined?
Well, no.
Well, there you are, then. Anyway, a lot of it does come back to me.
Does it?
Well, I'm pretty sure about that inn.
But not about the secluded cave.
Well, now, that's the one thing that baffles me. After all, this is 7 years ago, and that means we've been married 3. And, well, we weren't interested in geology.
Oh, Tony, I'm surprised at you. You of all people.
Surprised?
Oh, you're forgetting. It was secluded.
Yes, I had forgotten. A bit tricky, actually. I'll have to skirt round that.
You're round the cave?
I don't want to trip up.
Sorry, I don't follow.
In the dark. Look, better put this album away. That might give Anne a clue.
Well, I suppose I'd better hide my book, too.
Yes, might be safer.
All right, then. There we are. I'm jolly glad I bought it, you know. It's a wonderful guide.
Yes.
I mean, if you're... Oh, fine. Now we're only waiting for Joe.
I'm really looking forward to it, aren't you, darling?
Very much.
We can have tea in that lovely old inn.
Oh, yes. What was it called now?
As if you remember.
The Mermaid.
Good gracious.
You're 14th century, isn't it, Tony?
Yes, I believe it was.
Good gracious again.
14th century, recently restored, once the haunt of smugglers.
A veritable guidebook.
Oh, how did you guess?
Yes?
That's exactly what it is. Exactly what he is.
I was just telling David about it.
About our day at Blessing?
You all about it.
I'll believe that when I hear it.
I bet you will, too. It sounds terrific.
Really?
Yes, really. It had me completely completely foolproof.
Meaning what?
That he remembers everything.
Do you, darling?
Strange as it may seem.
It does.
Every detail, even to your dress.
Even that?
Yeah, I was saying how lovely you looked.
Yes, I must say you did. Jolly lovely.
Don't tell me you remember, too.
Oh, no. Of course not.
Then how do you know?
Well, from Tony's description. I've got a complete photograph.
Photograph?
You know, in my mind.
What are you talking about?
Well, it's obvious, surely. I've got a complete mental snap.
I've been expecting it for years.
A mental picture, I mean. And a wonderful picture at that.
Wonderful imagination.
You're not convinced?
No, or not likely to be.
A challenge?
If you like.
You lose?
Will I?
Oh, of course you will. I can picture it now. Strolling along the beach together.
Hand in hand, clambering over the background.
Over the rocks.
Skirting round the cave.
Skirting round?
Well, he didn't want to trip up in the dark.
David, for heaven's sake.
Oh, so that's it. You're in the dark about the cave.
Well, it was a joke.
Nonsense. You're
Determined not to believe me.
Did you expect me to? I doubt if you even remember when it was.
He does, you know.
Anne's talking to me.
I wouldn't count on that.
About 7 years ago. Am I right?
Mysteriously enough.
Oh, no. Look, Anne, I know I got muddled, but Tony could hardly have guessed.
He could.
Well, he didn't. Did you, Tony?
No.
Truthfully?
I can truthfully say I didn't guess.
So there you are.
All right.
Oh.
I'll believe you.
Gosh, that's a relief. I wonder what's happened to Jill.
What time did she say she should be here?
Well, she ought to be here now.
You think we ought to take Max, Tony?
Oh, might as well. There's a chance of thunder.
Oh, dear, is there?
Well, according to the papers. Still, we may be lucky.
You certainly were last time.
Lucky?
Oh, a lovely, warm September day.
Not a cloud in our sky.
It rained all the time we were there.
Rain?
That's why we sheltered in the cave.
Oh, yes. Yes, it all comes back to me now.
Don't be silly.
Yeah, but it can't have done. Not all the time.
Why?
Well, that snap of you was obviously taken when... Oh, dear.
I might have known.
I'm sorry, darling, but...
It's no good being sorry.
Well, I thought you'd be hurt.
Don't be ridiculous. I expect you to forget things, but I don't expect you to... That'll be Jill.
Well, I'm sure Tony meant it for the best.
You go and answer the door and leave Tony to fight his own battles.
It's fairer that way.
Yes, all right.
I don't think you can afford to be hard to David. You've ruined his day.
No, I'm sorry.
I don't know why husbands have to behave like this. I really don't. You couldn't be more furtive if you were an enemy agent.
No, it's a good job I'm not at the court every time. Forgive me?
I suppose so. For David's sake.
You know, Anne, it does come back to me.
Oh, come now, Tony.
No, it does, really. I can picture it.
Oh,
Now,
no, not again.
dashing for shelter, drenched to the skin.
Clambering over the background.
You lost a shoe in the sand.
Yes, so I see.
And I went back for it.
My, how you say.
Huddled together in that gloomy little cave.
Wondering if the rain was ever going to stop.
Huddling closer and not caring if it poured. You're right. I was romantic.
Then?
Yes. What happened? You protested, remember? Well, really, Tony, nobody would ever believe we were married.
I remember your reply. When in Rome, do what the Romans do.
What did I mean?
We were in a cave.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's best forgotten.
It made me giggle at the time, but then it was that sort of day.
That sort of day and this sort of huddle.
Oh, Tony, no. I'm all ready to go out.
Oh, you say I've changed.
Oh, I love your dress, Jill. You really like it? Most attractive and beautifully cool. You need it today. Don't you think it's attractive, David?
Yes, sir.
It's terribly close, isn't it?
Yes, but I don't think it matters.
Trust David. Are you ready to move off?
If you are.
I'll take the picnic out at the car. Oh, I'll come and help.
Go out the back way. I'll lock up after you.
All right.
What happened?
Happened? Oh, nothing.
Well, everything's all right again?
Not a cloud in our sky.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful. But how on earth?
Oh, I'll tell you later. We'll never get there at this rate.
I wonder how far it is.
About 50-odd miles.
As if you remember. I do. I suppose it's all come back to you.
Strange as it may seem.
It does.
Oh, now, look, I've had enough trouble with their hand. You'll have to take my word for it. Go on, off you go. I'll be with you in a second.
Yes, all right. Psyche's leaves here somewhere.
No.
What's Oh, here it is. What's Blessington really like?
Oh, it's no good asking me, old boy. Or Anne. We saw it through rose-tinted glasses. But then, come to think of it, so will you?
I will.
Obviously. You've got your new car. On the other hand, Jill may take rather a jaundiced view.
Why?
2 reasons. I doubt if she's all that interested in cars.
Oh, she's not, actually.
Or in geology.
We'll never get there at this rate. Ah, there he is now. And Psyche. David.
Yes.
The car's locked.
No, sorry.
Hello, then. Are you coming too? Where's Tony?
You're locking up. Oh, just a second. I'll open the back door. There we are. Yes, Psyche, get out. Anne wants to put the things in. You won't come if you're not careful. Psyche? Now, where's everybody going to sit? Will you come in front, Jill?
No, I'll go with Anne.
Oh, all right then. Men in the front, girls at the back. Dogs in the boot.
Come on, then. You can sit between us. What do you think of your rival, Jill? Not you, the car. I think it's absolutely beautiful.
Not you, the car.
Anne, I just noticed. Isn't that your new hat? Minus the feather. But why? It was a magnificent feather. I rather lost confidence after asking Tony how it looked. Why? What did he say? As if I'd been harpooned.
Oh, dear, did he? I'm sorry to laugh.
Laugh while you may. It may be your turn next.
My turn?
You've got a new car.
Oh, I don't see what he can say about that.
You know the Duncans, Lionel and Betty?
Yes?
They took us out in their new car the other day. I sat in the back with Betty, and I've never felt so uncomfortable.
Why, were you crushed?
Not in the least. Neither was Tony. Hard as they tried.
You don't mean he actually found fault with the car?
Fault? Really? 19 to the dozen. Well, at least 6 anyway.
Oh, gosh. How did Lionel take it?
Like a man, sulked all the way home.
Now, let's be fair. Tony was rather tactless.
He started by being nice about it.
Well, I should hope so.
Every time. Every time. Beautiful job, Lionel, old boy. But wonderful cars with the money. But they'll cruise all day at 50. But then it really started.
Honestly, I'm surprised at Tony.
Oh, I don't know. I think we're all the same if we have a pet subject. We like to air our knowledge. Exactly. And don't forget, he can be just as critical about his own car.
Well, I thought he was so pleased with it.
No, yes. But it was a complete nightmare at first. Even I was worried, and not without cause. There was always the chance of a breakdown.
Really?
Oh, good gracious, yes. His nerves were in a shocking state.
That doesn't sound like Tony.
Neither did he. Did he, David?
No, he was hardly on the verge of a breakdown.
Nobody was definitely hearing things.
Hearing things?
strange noises, rattles and squeaks that weren't really there.
Well, that can happen to... That can happen to anybody with a new car.
Even to you.
Well, I haven't heard any so far.
You will before the day's out.
Oh, now, look, Anne. I'm sure you're exaggerating.
You wouldn't say that if you'd seen how poor Lionel looked. There's only one way to describe it.
As if he'd been harpooned. Oh, sorry.
As if he'd been hypnotized.
Hypnotized?
Yes, and so he had in a way.
Oh, by Tony, I suppose.
Naturally.
Oh, I'd like to know how.
The power of suggestion. Annoying little rattle you've got there, Lionel, little boy. Nothing to worry about, of course. All these modern cars have them. There it is again. Hear it? Listen. There. Hear it that time? There. Hear it?
I say, steady on. I'm nearly under already. If that's the word I want. Do you go under?
Lionel certainly did.
Well, it's no use. You've gone too far. I almost believed you at first, but now I know you're pulling my leg.
Not entirely.
Of course you are. I'm sure Tony wouldn't...
Here he comes now.
Oh, jolly good.
I'm sure he will, Poppy.
Start finding fault.
19th of a dozen. I shouldn't let it get you down.
No, don't worry, I won't. Forewarned is... in the front, Tony. There you are.
Sorry to hold you up. Thought I'd bring the rug. We'll need it for the picnic. Would you take it, Anne?
Yes, of course.
And this. A bottle of wine to celebrate the occasion.
I say, how wonderful. We'll have to crack it across the bonnet and give her... What am I saying? I'm my own worst enemy. It's jolly nice of you, Tony.
That was silly. There we are. It ought to have been champagne, but we happen to be out at the moment.
She's worthy of champagne.
Yes, beautiful little job.
But what? I thought you were going to start something. You're going to say something.
No.
Oh, sorry. Now then, let's see. I keep forgetting where the self-start... Ah, here we are. No. Ticks over jolly quietly. Listen.
You know, it's amazing. I often wonder who designed these cars. Why put the self-starter over here? You've got to lean right across to reach it.
Yes. Yes, you have.
No need for it to be there.
None.
Ridiculous. Still, it's only a minor fault.
Oh, never mind. It's the beginning. They're beginning to get hot in here.
It'll be all right when we're moving.
No sooner said than done. Oh, picks up well, though I say it myself. Which way do I go?
Left at the top, then left again.
Oh, right. Comfortable at the back?
Very. How does she compare with your other car?
Oh, good gracious, there's no comparison. She's so much easier to drive.
Oh, David, old boy, stop at the next tobacconist, would you? I'm out of cigarettes.
Oh, yes, of course. She doesn't use a quarter of the petrol either.
Wonderful little cars for the money.
But what? Oh, well, they have their fault.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Where now? Straight on. Tony?
No, first left. I wonder what that is.
What?
That rattle.
Hello, here we go again. Here we go, left again.
That's right.
Sorry, you were saying?
You're bound to get the odd rattle with these mass production. There it is again. Get it? Listen. Behind the dashboard somewhere. There. Get it now?
No, but I'm beginning to.
I can't hear it. Can you do? Well, no, not at the moment.
That's often the case with these confounded rattles. They're not there all the time.
No, you just imagine they are.
That's not what I meant.
Sorry?
It's simple enough to cure if we could only locate it.
I gather you know absolutely everything about cars, Tony.
Sure, I wouldn't say that.
Don't be silly. Of course you do. You've always got the engine in pieces.
Not in pieces, dear. Down.
Oh, so there you are. You must know everything.
Well, I know a bit about my own car, but that's about all.
Oh, nonsense, Tony. I'm sure you'll get anybody down. Take anybody to pieces. Any engine. I've never known anybody like you.
Mutual.
No, seriously, it's true.
Let's forget it, shall we?
No, look, Tony, nobody could be more impressed.
Could you stop at that corner? There's a tobacconist there.
Yes, all right.
Thank you. I won't be a moment.
Oh, dear.
Hello, Frankie's woken up.
It's about time I did. Honestly, I seem to be caught in trouble all round.
Oh, come on, Poppy, cheer up. We've got the whole day in front of us.
I find that rather a depressing thought.
Don't be so gloomy. It'll all have blown over by the time we get to Blessington.
Well, let's hope so.
Have you ever been there, Jill? No, never. Is it pretty? Enchanting little place.
But
what?
Oh, I don't know, but there's bound to be something. It's that sort of day. So, this is Blessington.
Yes, this is it. Did you find somewhere to park the car?
Yes, up that little street over there.
Oh, yes.
Well, Anne and Joel gone?
They walked back to that antique shop there and saw on the way down to the front.
Oh, I see. No, are we expected to follow?
Probably. Hope springs eternal. They'll be back in a second.
I'm sorry about... about the misunderstanding in the car.
Gracious, don't give it another thought. I understood. Well, perhaps that's going too far. Let's say I understood you.
Oh, jolly good. Well, what are we going to do with ourselves now we're here?
I don't know about you and Jill, but our afternoon was planned before we started, down to the last detail.
It was?
Oh, naturally. Believe me, Anne didn't suggest coming here just for a breath of sea air.
For what, then?
A breath of the past. There's a strong air of sentiment, and that's something women can't resist.
Oh, so what will you do?
What do you think?
Stroll along the beach together?
Hand in hand. Bark our shins on those confounded rocks. Find that dreary little cave.
Well, you're obviously going to enjoy every minute of it.
Oh, I don't really mind. I'm quite happy to do it for Anne's sake, bless her heart. But it won't work, you know. These sentimental journeys never do.
Oh, I don't see why not.
For the reason I gave you this morning. The first time you're there, you're seeing them through rose-tinted glasses. You go back, and what do you find?
You've come without your specs.
Exactly.
Oh, but by the way, where's Psyche got to? Oh, there you are.
What were you two talking about?
Oh, hello, darling.
What were you talking about, Sir Ernest?
The past. Cars we have known. Did you see anything you liked?
There was nothing very exciting, was there, Jill? Not very. Well, what are we going to do?
As if you didn't know.
I thought it might be fun to retrace our steps, go for a stroll along the beach.
Hand in hand, bark your shins on...
David Elboy. We've had enough for one day. How do you feel, darling? You like to go for a stroll?
Along the beach?
Yes.
Not in these shoes.
Good gracious, you really come without your specs.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. It was a joke.
Didn't you bring any other shoes?
I meant to, but I forgot. You take Jill, David. I'm sure she'd like to go.
Would you?
Love to.
I know you would.
I shouldn't go too far, though. There's rather an ominous cloud over there.
Oh, gosh, you're right. Well, we better get started. Coming, Jill?
Yes.
Cheerio. We'll meet you back at the car in about half an hour.
All right, boy. All right. Well, what are we going to do?
Did you really want to, retrace our steps?
Yes, of course.
How much?
Very much.
Enough to buy me a pair of shoes?
Let's make for the Mermaid. 14th century, recently restored, fully licensed, and open at this moment. Oh, dear. Under.
Oh, dear. I hope they don't go too far.
Impossible with David. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I shouldn't. You coming?
Yes, all right. It is a charming little place, you know.
Warm and sunny with occasional thunderstorms. It never stopped.
Oh, I don't know. Did for a time.
Not for long.
You sound very morose. What's the matter? Feeling tired?
A bit.
It's the sea air.
Well, so Psyche, apparently. Look at her. Out to the world. At least she enjoyed her day out.
Why, at least. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, and so did Anne.
Ah, you're just saying that.
No, I'm not. We had a wonderful time. The odd drink and a nap in that lounge at the Mermaid. An excellent tea with homemade scones piping hot. Yes, it's a pity you were too late. And we couldn't have enjoyed ourselves more.
Well, it's certainly more than I can say. Dashing for shelter.
Clambering over the rocks.
Yes, how right you were. You ought to see my shins.
Oh, poor old lad.
What's more, I didn't find sheltering in a cave a bit romantic. And that's rather depressing in a way. After all, it can only mean that,
you're not in love?
Obviously.
Well, not necessarily. You were bound to have conflicting emotions, you know.
What on earth do you mean?
Your new car was out in the rain. I should wait till you've had it a few months, then take Jill there again.
I say, that's a thought. And then we can afford to go back.
Afford to?
After today.
Meaning what?
We went without our specs.
That was A Life of Bliss. The artists taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Psyche, the dog, Percy Edwards, Jill Leslie, Denise Brown. This program, which was recorded, was written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
want to ask you, Poppy. Something that's been puzzling me.
Concerning?
Our last weekend at Mother's. You met somebody down there.
Met somebody? Oh, Maxine Avery.
The girl of your dreams.
Well, let's face it, that's a failing of mine.
Meaning?
If I've met her once, I've met a dozen. You know me.
Yes, and I've never known you more enthusiastic. That's the puzzle.
What?
You've never mentioned her since?
And now for the solution, this week's edition of A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of a bachelor with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Sarah Lawson, Hugh Manning, and Percy Edwards. Another chapter in the life story of that shy young man, David Alexander Bliss, better known to us as George Cole.
The girl of your dreams. If you've neither mentioned her nor tried to see her from that day to this, it couldn't be more puzzling.
Honestly, you know, you've got completely the wrong impression. Maxine seemed a nice enough girl, but I wasn't all that interested.
Don't be silly.
I wasn't.
Oh, no. You'll have to do better than that. You're forgetting. She came round to tea that afternoon.
And?
You were in quite a fuss because she was a few minutes late.
But I wasn't all that interested, so why should I be in a fuss?
Why should I imagine you were?
Well, it's some time ago. You may not remember all that clearly.
Ah, but I do. Everything. Waiting for her to arrive, you sitting there looking anxious.
Gosh, that shows how much you remember.
You were there.
Yes, but not sitting down.
No.
No, I was standing at the window.
How helpful of you to remind me.
I don't see what that proves. I just happened to be looking out
when Maxine finally appeared.
Well, yes.
It's all right, I'm only teasing. What time was that?
9 minutes past 4. Roughly.
Having established your interest.
Have we?
Beyond all reasonable doubt.
Well, let's say I was impressed and leave it at that. Anyway, that's how I've got to leave it.
Why?
Well, she's a ship that passed in the night.
Only because you dropped anchor.
Yes, and I'm sure it's safer that way. After all, a rowing boat's no match for a luxury yacht. You're liable to get upset.
Well, really, there's only one way to answer that.
What?
Avast there. I take it you're the rowing boat.
Obviously.
Well, heave to and listen to me.
No, look, Anne, I wouldn't stand a chance. No, not with a girl like Maxine.
Nonsense. She's a trim little craft, I admit.
To say the least of it.
She's got nice lines.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, so even you notice.
Oh, good gracious, yes. Yes, if that's ship-shape, give me a life at sea.
Dave.
Sorry, I was carried away.
By a wave of enthusiasm. And what's wrong with that, pray?
Well, the whole idea's wrong, that's what. Maxine's got everything she could wish for. A lovely home, rich parents, looks, everything.
So?
Well, why should she be interested in me?
You've just got to cope with this inferiority complex. It's robbed you of one chance already.
It has?
About 2 or 3 months ago. Remember what happened when you were offered promotion?
I turned it down.
It's rather a cryptic comment about success, remember?
No point in joining the fire brigade if you've no head for heights.
Yes. And now look at you. You've got a chance of success with Maxine, and you're seasick at the thought of it.
Ah, but have I? That's the whole question.
Oh, for goodness sake, Poppy, belay there. And that's my last naval epithet.
Well, there's only one answer to that.
What?
A cure for seasickness.
That's more like it.
What would you prescribe?
Now, let me see. You might try autosuggestion.
Oh, yes, I know. Take a strong line, like,
David as good as the next.
You repeat to yourself until finally convinced.
Exactly. It's worth trying.
Is it?
Definitely.
All right, then. David's as good as the next.
Again?
David's as good as the next. David's as good as the next.
Now how do you feel?
Sorry for the next.
Never mind. Persevere.
Do you think it'll work?
It's bound if you say it often enough. You can believe the most incredible things.
Well, you're a great help, I must say.
Only joking, I promise. You know, there's one thing about it. You're no worse than the next.
So now you're just trying to flatter me.
I meant when it comes to lack of confidence. Tony's just the same, you know.
Tony? Lacks confidence?
He wouldn't be very pleased if he heard you sounding so surprised.
No, but seriously, he always sounds so...
Sure of himself?
Oh, yes.
Bluff. Complete bluff. The old story of the hearty man hiding a thinking heart.
Well, I still can't believe it.
Tell me, has he mentioned this big deal he's working on?
Yes, he has, actually. We're with T.C. Rowland and Company. I gather he's got to see the great T.C. Rowland himself.
He was supposed to be seeing him this morning.
And so he said.
And he was as nervous as a kitten. Did you notice them at breakfast?
Oh, now, just a second. No, I know you're not serious. Anyway, do you know what Tony told me? That he'd have the whole thing wrapped up by the end of the week.
Yes, but that's often one of the signs.
How do you mean?
It's obvious, surely. Blowing his own trumpet's only, well, a symbol of the blues.
Well, I say, that's rather good.
Ah. You can always tell when things are going badly.
How?
The blacker they look, the more uncertain he feels, the louder he blows.
Oh, gosh, I've never detected a false note myself. But then you obviously understand him better than I do.
Believe me, it pays a wife to try and understand. Otherwise, it'd be like,
Like what?
living next door to someone who's taking music lessons.
Dreadful thought. That's not the only reason, though. I mean, if marriage is going to work, a wife's got a part to play.
Yes, accompanist.
It's jolly important.
Yes, and highly skilled, too. Husbands take some following. What's more, you're expected to join in the chorus.
Expected to?
Tony's as good as the next. Tony's as good as the next. For he's a jolly good fellow.
And so say all of us.
Now, let's get back to you.
Oh, dear. Must we?
Definitely. I've got to go and see about the supper. We've got a special treat tonight.
Gosh, really?
Yes. But you've got to earn it first by ringing up Maxine.
Oh, so that's it. Well, it'll have to be something very special if I'm going to...
Oh, good gracious, there, Tony.
Yes, I know. I wonder what he's sounding now.
Sounding? Oh, I see. As far as I'm concerned, the retreat.
The retreat?
Back to the cookhouse. Still, I've got everything ready. It'll only take a few minutes to... Oh, hello, you. Your master's in here.
Hello, then.
Along, Davy.
Right now. Oh, where have you been, eh? Out in the garden?
Hello, David, old boy.
Oh, hello, Tony.
Hello to you, too.
How went the day?
Fine.
Did you see the great T.C. Rowland?
Went round to his office this afternoon.
Oh, gosh, rather you than me. He's pretty impressive.
Oh, didn't impress me, not for a second. Didn't let him. Not that I've got a big opinion of myself.
Oh, anything but.
I count myself as good as the next.
And so say all of us.
Sarcasm?
No, of course not.
What then?
Oh, joining in the chorus. The conversation. And that goes without saying, actually.
What the?
That you're a jolly good fellow. As jolly as the next fellow. The next man. As good as.
Thank you. I'd say the same for you, only I'd never get my tongue round it. Sorry. Now, don't be silly. Where's Anne, by the way?
Oh, she's out in the cookhouse getting supper. And guess what?
What?
We've got a special retreat.
Special?
Oh, special treat.
Retreat, cookhouse, retreat. No, you'll have to tell me.
No, I'd much rather you told me about your interview with Mr. Rowland. Now, how did it go? Well?
Exceptionally well. I don't want to boast, but it couldn't have been easier. And it couldn't have gone better. In fact, all highly satisfactory.
Oh, dear.
Why, oh, dear, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, I'm sure. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I'm sure you're wrong.
Wrong?
About the interview. It can't have gone that badly.
You know, I believe it's worse than usual.
Oh, nonsense, Tony. It'll all sort itself out in the end.
I wish I could share your confidence.
Oh, good gracious. There wouldn't be enough to go around.
Psyche, what have you been doing today?
No, but honestly, I'm sure things aren't as black as they seem.
Did I say they seem black?
Well, no, you didn't say so.
Well, I don't understand.
Ah, but I do.
Oh, well, for goodness sake, don't keep it to yourself. Tell me.
Perhaps I'm mistaken, but that's definitely what you were sounding.
What I was sounding?
Yeah, how you were sounding. And that's a pretty good symbol. Sign.
Look, David, oh boy, I'm terribly sorry. Perhaps I'm tired, but you'll just have to explain.
Well, the more uncertain you feel, the louder you blow. I mean...
Now, just a second. I'll take over now. There's an exit to every maze, and I'm beginning to see a glimmer of light. Blow, sounding, retreat. Sounding the retreat. Cookhouse. Anne. Blowing my own trumpet.
No.
Yes.
Not about you. She didn't say it. About trumpeters in general. People in general.
I must say I'm surprised at Anne.
Yes, and I'm surprised that...
Surprised at you. For taking any notice of me. I don't care what you think of me, but not about Anne. Especially when it's a question of loyalty.
For heaven's sake, I'm back in the maze again.
Now, look, Tony, you know jolly well she's the most wonderful accompanist.
The most wonderful?
Yeah, my most wonderful wife.
Psyche, what have you been doing today? Yes, me too.
Hello, darling. I'm so happy.
Hello, dear. And how's my little accompanist?
Fine. How went things at the accompanist?
I gather you've been having a musical evening. Come and sit down and join the chorus. No. Please don't try and explain. I've had enough for one evening. Besides, as David pointed out, there's a perfectly simple explanation to it all.
Oh, what's that?
David himself. What could be simpler? Sorry. Only pulling your leg.
I deserve it.
Tony, I'm dying to know. How did you get on with Mr. Rowland?
Well, I don't want to blow my own trumpet.
As if you would.
Ah, bless your heart. Very well, actually. I'm having dinner with him tomorrow to discuss final details.
Oh, God, that's
couldn't be
wonderful.
more pleased,
Oh, and
darling.
by the way, that reminds me, I hope it won't be long. I'm looking forward to it enormously.
What?
Our special retreat.
Special?
Supper. Will it be long?
No, it's almost ready. Oh, well, that reminds me. You'll just have time to ring Maxine, David.
Oh, dear. Will I?
Who's Maxine? Oh, yes, of course, down at your mother's.
That's right. She came round to tea. How did she strike you?
Well, speaking purely impersonally, wham. How did she strike you, David?
Dumb. A rowing boat's no match for a luxury yacht.
I couldn't agree more.
There you are, you see?
What does it mean?
Lack of confidence. He wouldn't stand a chance.
Oh, so that's what it's all been about. But you're on the wrong track. Surely you don't need auto-suggestion to persuade yourself to phone. Think of the girl and you'll find it's automatic.
All right, then, let's see it. I'm thinking.
And?
Wham.
Know the number?
Bracken, 264.
Dial-o and anchors away.
Yes, all right. Yeah, there's only one problem now.
There's no problem.
There is, you know. You're forgetting. I haven't seen her since that weekend, and it's...
Number, please.
Wham, 264.
What exchange?
Wham. Oh, Bracken, 264.
Hold the line.
Oh, typical.
Never mind. What was the problem?
Oh, an excuse for not ringing her before.
Oh, why did you have nothing to it? Just say that...
No, Tony.
What?
No advice. It'll only muddle him. Sorry, Poppy, but you know I'm right.
Oh, I do indeed.
Oh, dear.
What?
No, it's silly.
No, you might tell us.
No, I was just thinking of the luxury yacht and a dinghy called David.
Be careful, you'll destroy what little confidence I've got. Oh, hello? Is that you, Maxine? It's Dingy.
Oh, we're off.
David Dingy. Dingy Bliss.
I might have guessed, and I'm very angry. We meet, we get on well together, I come round to tea, you take me home. We part the best of friends, and from that date it is not a word. I don't know whether you're going to suggest meeting again, but I wouldn't dream of it now. You've left it too late. When and where?
Oh, gosh. Tomorrow evening?
Where?
Dinner at the Rothschild.
Wonderful.
Oh, I'll drive down and pick you up.
No, don't bother.
Oh, no bother. It only takes me a quarter of an hour.
Yes, but I may be coming in to do some shopping tomorrow, so I'll be there already. I'll meet you at the Rothschild.
Oh, jolly good.
Time?
7?
Fine. Nice of you to ring. Bye, Daisy.
Oh, goodbye. Wham. Boy, I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but it couldn't have been easier.
What did I tell you?
I only hope tomorrow goes as well.
Don't worry, I'll be there to give you moral support.
Where?
At the Rothschild. That's where I'm meeting Roland.
On the fifth?
Yes, 7:15.
Oh, jolly good.
Odd about tomorrow, you know. It's going to be a big night for us both.
Well, you're right, it is.
Not that you've got anything to worry about.
Nor have you. Not for a second.
And so say both of us.
Yes?
Have you seen the clothes brush?
Down here somewhere. I'll look for it.
Thanks. Oh, Anne?
Yes?
What time is it now?
20 to 7.
Oh, jolly good.
Clothes brush. Oh, yes, over there. Out of the way, Psyche.
Anne!
Yes?
Clean handkerchief.
Second drawer down.
All right.
Men. Helpless.
Anne?
Now what?
I'm ready. How do I look?
Now, let me see. Yes, but you're biased.
No, will I pass?
I'm sure she'll be most impressed. You look positively... oh, dear.
Well, what's the matter?
A sign of nerves, or are they being worn over the waistcoat this year?
What?
Braces.
Braces? Oh, gosh.
Off with your coat. I'll give it a brush for you.
Oh, thank you.
I'm ready.
Oh, good darling, time to spare, too.
Well, no, I've left some papers at the office. I've got to pick them up. How do I look?
Now, let me see. Positively handsome.
No, really.
Of course.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, hard. I shouldn't wear that for me.
No, I'm coming now, Tony.
Oh, right. Like a lift down?
No, thanks. I'll probably drive Maxine home. Cheerio, Anne.
Bye, darling.
Goodbye. Good luck.
Thanks. I'll leave you.
Phew. Exhausted. Oh, good gracious. Tony!
Yes?
You've left your cigarette case.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
There you are.
Bye, darling.
Good luck. Men. Hopeless. But nice.
May I take your order, sir? No, thank you, waiter. I'm waiting for a yacht. For a... No, waiting for a girl. Yeah, for a friend.
Hello there, boy.
Oh, hello, Tony.
Maxine not here yet?
Not yet, no. Still, it's only just gone 7.
Ah, keep her company till she comes. Nervous?
Me? Nervous? Yes.
As I thought. No need to be, you know. Well, I'm not just saying that. I can prove it here. I happen to be in the same position myself. Apprehensive about my meeting with Roland.
I'm sorry, I don't see the connection.
Oh, I'll tell you. Supposing I asked your advice on how to handle him, what would you say?
Nothing. I'd be too surprised.
Well, let's take it in easy stages. Supposing I asked you the best way to get round people in general, what would you say? You'd say flattery, wouldn't you? Well, but in that case, you'd add, there happens to be a snag. You can flatter a nobody by implying he's somebody. But T.C. Rowland's really somebody. A business giant, in fact. And that's much more difficult. As difficult as complimenting a particularly attractive girl on her looks. She's heard it all before, 1,000 times. Anyway, she knows it already, and so does he.
So what do you do?
I'd ask.
Oh, yes, I was forgetting. You'd ask, and I'd reply?
Simple, Tony, old boy. A question of strategy. First of all, you tell me, don't appear too impressed. Let him think you're used to meeting important people. But at the same time, subtly imply that of all the important people you've met, nobody's impressed you more. A giant amongst giants. That's the way to flatter him, and that, you'd conclude, is the answer.
Good gracious, I'm more intelligent than I thought. But I don't see what all that's got to do with Maxine.
Oh, for heaven's sake, David, same thing applies. She's a particularly attractive girl.
Oh, gosh, now I see.
And you must see I'm right. After all, that's your biggest weakness.
What?
Every time you meet a new girlfriend, you behave like a man who's struck oil.
Let's face it, this time I have.
Agreed, yes. But if you don't want to lose it, control the gush. I mean, it may sound a bit hard, but frankly...
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but here comes my well.
Huh?
Where? Just coming in.
Oh, yes. Wow. Good luck, old boy.
Hello, David.
Oh, hello, Maxine. You know Tony, don't you?
Yes, of course. I'm so sorry I'm late. I didn't realize what time it was.
No, that's all right. It's only 7:10 now, so you needn't have gushed.
Have I?
You rushed.
Look, I must leave you.
Oh, dear, must you?
Ask David. Actually, I'm meeting somebody myself. See you later on, perhaps.
Cheerio. Oh, it was sweet of you to ask me out, David.
Yeah, it was nice of you to come. What are you going to have? Here's the menu, look.
Oh, something very light. I have to watch my figure.
Oh, gosh, I don't believe that.
Why?
Well, you've got nothing to watch.
No figure, in fact.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. No, on the contrary, I meant that, that you... that is that...
It's sweet of you to say so. You order for me.
Right, huh? That's if I can find our waiter. He's probably trying to avoid me.
Avoid you?
Well, yes, he came across when I first arrived, and guess what I said?
What?
That I was waiting for waiting for a friend.
And?
That's all.
I see. It's amazing how easily some people are offended.
Yes. I wonder where on the... Oh, there he is now. Oh, wait up. Wait. Oh, dear.
He's gone again.
Don't take it to heart. He's probably busy. Do you come here often?
Oh, no, not really. Just not. Well, yes. Yes, I have been here fairly often. With other girlfriends.
Have you indeed?
No, good gracious, yes. And they were jolly attractive, too.
Do you think you're wise to tell me?
Well, there's no sense in denying it.
No, that's true.
And there's no denying they were quite something.
Did you tell them so?
Well, obviously, why?
Just wondering and waiting.
How do you mean?
Hopefully.
Oh, gosh, I see. Oh, but that happens to be the snag.
Snag?
Yeah, they were flattered when I said they were attractive. But I couldn't say that about you.
I admire your frankness.
Oh, no, you don't understand.
That's right.
They were quite something, but you're something different.
Ah, now that sounds more promising. What am I?
Yeah, a giant of a business.
That'll teach me to ask.
No, a giant of a girl.
I will have to watch my figure.
I'll put it another way.
I wish you would.
The others were quite... Oh, there's the waiter again. Waiter! Still busy.
You were saying the others were...
Oh, quite something. But you're really nothing. You... really nobody. You... Oh, God.
Now, don't give up. I'm sure it'll get better as it goes along. Now, what were you trying to say?
Well, that you're...
With you in a moment, sir.
Oh, right.
Now, I'm getting stubborn about this. Quickly, before he comes. They were quite something, but...
You're a real busybody. Honestly.
You are ready to order, sir.
Oh, there you are, waiter. Yes, my yacht's arrived now. my friend's arrived now. Now then, let me think. What shall we start with? Melon?
Couldn't be nicer.
Well, 2 melon and 2 follow.
I tell you what I'd adore. Lobster salad.
Lobster salad.
2, sir.
Please.
And 2 drinks.
Oh, would you like some wine, Maxine?
Sounds lovely.
Oh, let me see. Where's the wine list? Oh, yes. No, I don't drink myself, so I...
Oh, then I won't either.
Oh, nonsense.
If I may suggest, sir, number 33.
All right for you, Maxine?
I never drink anything else.
No, jolly good.
Half a bottle?
Please.
Very well, sir.
Well, now we can relax.
Oh, no, we can't. We've got a lot to clear up. Giant, nothing, nobody, busybody. What was it all about?
Well, it's a bit complicated, actually. It'll be easier to begin again.
Are you sure that'd be a good idea?
Positive. I can tell you what I really think in one word.
You can?
Hello, dear.
Oh, hello, darling.
Did I wake you up?
No, of course not. I only came to bed to read.
Yeah.
How did your dinner go?
Very well. Surprisingly well, actually. It's all over. Father signing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, it's good out, anyway.
Did you see David and Maxine?
Yes, he was still there when I left.
There's a hang of your suit there. Look.
Where?
Behind you.
Oh, yes. Astute businessman, you know, Roland. Had quite a tussle over the finance. Tried to shake me with all the old arguments, you know. Big firm, Mr. Fellows, reliable. Even tried the old one about...
Your pajamas are here on the end of the
Oh,
bed.
yeah, thank God.
About what?
Oh, lower tender from another firm.
Ah, how ridiculous.
You know what I told him?
What?
You'd better take it.
I should think that surprised him.
Surprised him? Oh, his eyebrows set up a new altitude record. Oh, not that I care what he thought. That sort of thing doesn't bother me.
I should think not, indeed.
Oh, not for a moment. Anyway, what else could I say?
Nothing. Tony, darling, the hanger is for your suit.
Yes, all right. I'll see to it in a second.
But you've put...
I'll see to it in a second, Anne.
Sorry.
Suppose it was a bit tactless.
It wasn't tactless in the least. Anyway, what else could you have said?
Nothing, really. Bit blunt, though.
Nonsense. You're worrying over nothing.
Worrying? I'm not worrying.
I know you're not, darling, and I'm sure you're right not to.
What the devil's happened to my pajamas?
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you. They're on the hanger.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I'm sure it will be all right, darling.
No, look, Anne, for the last time, I am not worrying. If he doesn't sign the confounded contract, he doesn't sign it, and that's all.
I certainly will.
But for goodness sake, so am I. It's what the dickens are we talking about? Oh, sorry, darling.
It was silly.
Bless you. Worried to death, ain't you? Sue will soon know the worst. Promise me a final decision within about 48 hours.
Yes, of course. Hello, Poppy.
Hello there.
I saw your light was on, so I...
There you go, Martin, welcome.
How went your evening?
Oh, jolly well. You wonderfully well, really. You couldn't have gone better.
When are you seeing her again?
Well, I may be seeing her tomorrow. She's going to ring me about it.
You're worrying over nothing, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm positive.
I'm not worrying.
Neither am I. Am I, darling?
Not for a moment. And now I think we'd all better get a good night's sleep.
Ready for tomorrow.
Ready for tomorrow?
Ready to face the worst.
Well, she ought to have phoned by now.
Stop worrying.
I'm not worried. I'll try. When's Tony expecting to hear about the contract?
Today or tomorrow. And I must stop worrying about my new dress.
What new dress?
The one Tony's going to buy me if all goes well.
I say, that's jolly nice of him.
Yes, it will be.
Will we?
He doesn't know about it yet. It's absolutely lovely.
Oh, so you've seen it?
Tried it on.
Oh, good gracious.
What's wrong with that? I've earned it, surely. You could call it my commission.
Well, you're right. You have earned it. And if all goes well with Maxine, I'll buy you a new hat to go with it.
Ah, I wouldn't dream of letting you. I know just the one. It'll go beautifully.
Oh, that'll be Maxine. At least I hope it will. Hello?
Tingy?
Yes?
Yup.
Good heavens. How on earth did you...
I worked it out for myself, and I worked out what it meant too. No confidence. Thank you for my lovely dinner, and I'd love to see you this evening.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful. I'll pick you up about 7.
I say, is that to me? No, David.
I mean, it's amazing what a difference one phone call can make. It's changed everything, even my name.
Your name?
David Liner.
Oh, I'm so glad. Bye.
Goodbye. Oh, it's all right. Everything's all right.
Oh, good.
Including your new hat.
New hat?
David promised to buy me one.
To go with her commission. Yes,
Oh, all right, I'll answer. Fellows.
Roland.
Oh, hello.
Thought you'd like to know I've signed the contract.
You have?
Putting it in the post today.
Oh, I couldn't be more pleased, sir.
Thought you'd like to know.
Yeah, of course.
I'll be contacting you later. Thanks for the dinner.
No, that's all.
Goodbye.
Bye. The contract signed.
Oh, jolly good. Oh, now everything's really all right, including Anne's new dress.
Oh, for goodness sake, Poppy.
Oh, bless your heart, you can have anything you want. And now it's all over, I want to tell you something, darling. You're better than the next.
Not much better. And so say all of us. That was A Life of Bliss. The artists taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, Maxine Avery, Sarah Lawson, Mr. T.C. Rowland, and other parts played by Hugh Manning. This recorded program was written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
David, old boy, have they gone yet?
Who?
Your tenants.
Oh, yes, they moved out of the flat this morning.
Ah, how do you feel about moving back? Pleased?
Well, yes, in a way. There's something to be said for having a place of your own.
But first, there's something else to be said. A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of a bachelor with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Sarah Lawson, and Percy Edwards. About to return to life in his bachelor flat is that shy young man, David Alexander Bliss, better known to us as George Cole.
There's one thing about it. I bet you and Anne are pleased I'm going back to the flat. I've been staying with you for a good many months now.
Yes, you have.
I just think you'll be jolly glad to get rid of me. After all this time. I'd hate to feel I've overstayed my welcome. If you think I'm waiting for you to say, you'll be sorry to see me go, you're right.
Bless your heart. You know, it's strange. You may think you know somebody pretty well, but that's the real test.
What, having them to stay with you?
For any length of time. And as often as not, you're in for a shock.
Oh, was that the case with me?
Oh, my dear chap, quite the contrary.
Oh, jolly good.
We knew what we were in for.
Well, that's the point.
I don't be silly, only pulling your leg. When are you planning to leave us?
Oh, not till I've had it redecorated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid you'll have to put up with me for at least another week.
Oh, good heavens, you don't think I really minded, did you?
No?
Not for a second.
Oh, that's all right, then.
After all, the end's in sight.
Well, I could let the flat again, you know.
A threat?
Definitely.
I take it all back.
I had a feeling you would. I've got the decorator chap coming in on Monday, so I'm going round to get everything ready.
When, this afternoon?
Yes.
I don't envy you the job. Still, shouldn't take you all that long.
Oh, that reminds me. I'll have to be going soon. I'm picking up Maxine first.
Maxine?
She's coming to help.
Oh, I see. That's different.
Different?
Oh, entirely. I do envy you the job, and you'll never get it finished.
I say, that's a bit hard. Anybody would think she was going to hinder me.
You'll only have yourself to blame if she does.
But that doesn't make sense, surely. Or is it me?
No, it's me. I was forgetting it was you.
That's not much help either.
It is when it comes to tidying up the flat.
Well, that's the whole idea.
Then you're the man for the job. Tell me, did Maxine volunteer?
Well, yes, she said she'd like to help. I can't think why.
Oh, you never know. She might have a personal interest.
In the flat?
Naturally. You might have to live there when you first get married.
Oh, gosh. Well, I've only known her a few weeks. It's a bit early to start thinking about marriage.
Not for you. It is not a bit. The sooner you get the thought into your head, the better. It's like putting a message into a bottle and throwing it out to sea. Bound to float around for weeks before anything happens.
I get your message, and it has been floating around.
Has it indeed?
Subconsciously.
Huh?
I know that because...
Because what?
I dreamt about it last night.
About what? Marrying Maxine?
Well, no, I didn't get as far as that.
Amazing, not even in a dream.
No, I proposed to her.
You did?
Yes.
You obviously had a long night's sleep.
I even got as far as asking her father's permission.
Overslept, too.
Oh, it is a wonderful dream. And it all seems so jolly real. Driving down to see him, swinging in through the big iron gates and up the long drive.
Look, while you're parking the car, have you ever met the father?
Oh, several times.
Pleasant?
Very.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Well, let me see. Oh, yes, the maid ushered me in. Maxine was there to give me a squeeze of encouragement. Then straight into the lounge to face her father.
You sure you weren't pushed?
No, but I stood outside the door for a second, and my knees definitely knocked.
Did he answer?
How do you mean?
It doesn't matter. Anyway, you finally went in. Then what?
I told him I'd like to marry his daughter.
And how did he react?
Favorably.
I thought you said it all seemed real.
Yes, and so it did. The beautiful oak paneling, the chandelier, absolutely sparkling with light, and the decanter, too, catching the light as her father poured himself a drink.
Yes, that sounds more likely.
And then the inevitable happened.
The alarm went off.
No. Her father asked me the inevitable question. Huh? You know, the one that starts, can you keep my daughter...
In the manner to which he's accustomed, yeah.
And I woke up in a cold sweat.
Poor old lad.
So there you are, you see. It is too early to think of marriage.
Rubbish. Frankly, we had enough of that last week.
Oh, no, you're wrong. Purely practical, I promise. Not lack of confidence. I've got to face facts before I can face her father. And let's face it, the manner to which she's accustomed is a complication. You as good as admitted that yourself when you said we might have to live in the flat.
Now, how do you make that out?
Well, look at her present home. A lovely Georgian house set in its own grounds. Then look at my flat. 2 rooms, kitchen, bath, and if you lean out far enough, a view of the garden.
An odious comparison, I agree. But if you're going to look for trouble, there's another, even worse.
What's that?
Think of lovely Georgian-styled Maxine.
Georgian-styled?
Describes her perfectly.
I'd like to know how.
Well, what's the most striking feature of Georgian architecture?
Beautiful proportions. I say, steady on. Mind you, you're right.
Of course I am.
And the comparison?
Well, look at yourself.
Odious.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I meant the comparison.
Oh, I see, sorry.
It's a point, though, and it only adds to the complication. After all, I've only got myself to offer.
Never mind. Take comfort. Remember the old saying, love knows no barriers.
Do you think it's true?
I didn't till now, but you prove it.
Well, that's encouraging.
And that's not all, either. You've got all the makings of a good husband.
I have?
Far more than most.
Well, it's jolly nice of you.
Well, my dear chap stands to reason.
I can't think why.
Well, the really important thing about marriage is that it should be built on a solid foundation. And that gives you a natural advantage.
Yes, well, I think you've encouraged me enough, huh? I don't want to get overconfident.
You won't, not while I'm around.
Stands to reason. No, but really, to be serious for a moment, just for a moment, and then I promise I won't mention it again. Are you sure, and I take your opinion on this, sure her parents being pretty well off doesn't make a difference?
We're being serious?
Yes.
Then no, I'm not sure. It might make for an extravagant wife, and that's rarely serious. There's no future in love in a garret.
Oh, now, just a second. I wouldn't have said the flat was all that bad.
Neither would I.
Well, there you are, then. We wouldn't be living in a garret.
No, but that's what you'd come to, and pretty quickly at that. What's more, you'd be behind with the rent even then.
And we're being serious?
I'm afraid we are. I'm not saying it's probable, but it's possible. Depends entirely how she's been brought up. You know, whether she's been taught the value of money, if any, nowadays.
Oh, I'm certain she has. But, supposing she hasn't.
It'd be fatal, and I'm not exaggerating. After all, the moment you get married, you're up against the old law of supply and demand. And if the demand exceeds the supply, trouble. Big trouble. Normally, it's not insurmountable, but in this case, completely, obviously. No money sense, no sense in talking it over. No answer. Look, let me explain.
Only too willing.
How can I put it now? Well, running the house is a wife's responsibility, but balancing the family budget is essentially a joint affair. And to explain why, we'll have to go into the underlying but inherent financial irresponsibility of the fairer sex.
Oh, gracious, will we?
You don't want to?
Well, I do.
All right, then. In plain English, wives have to watch their housekeeping, and their husbands have to watch them.
Watch them?
Keep an eye open for any sudden outbreak of extravagance. It's always there, you know, just below the surface. They're extravagant by nature.
Honestly?
My dear old boy, you've no idea. Ask any husband where the money goes. Why, good heavens, if wives had a slogan, do you know what it'd be?
No, what?
We want it, they've got it. And that's how it goes.
I suppose you're not exaggerating now.
Well, perhaps a little, but not entirely. And once you're married, there's no escaping it either.
What?
This problem of money. It enters into every home, usually on Friday. And then, if you've got any sense, you'll creep in the back way. Oh, good gracious, that reminds me. I came in the back way last night.
Sir?
Today's Saturday.
Oh, gosh, I see. You
forgot to give Anne the housekeeping.
Yeah, and I bet she hasn't even noticed.
We're not being serious, are we?
Oh, now, look, it's no good, Tony. You'll never get me to believe that problem enters this home.
Why ever not? Look, don't get confused. Whether you're happily married, neither here nor there. I've told you they're all the same.
Even Anne?
Oh, for goodness sake, even a month-old bride. From Monday to Thursday, they welcome you with open arms.
And on Friday?
The outstretched hand. Come to think of it, the young bride's even worse. Twice as bad, in fact.
Meaning what?
Friday and Tuesday.
Tony?
Oh, hello, darling.
Today's Saturday.
Today's Saturday. Oh, good heavens, yes, of course. So sorry. Just a second. Let's see, where did here we are.
Thank you, darling. Sorry to rush. Someone at the back door.
The outstretched hand.
Oh, gosh, so I noticed.
Nothing wrong with that, of course. We're the breadwinners. So long as they don't stretch it too far.
Well, according to you, they do.
Invariably. And to make it even more difficult, women find it quite impossible to differentiate between three things. We must have, we need, and, oh, I'd adore that. Hence the need for keeping a watchful eye. Then when the need arises, you can talk it over. Explain the position. Reason with them. In other words, argue with them. And believe me, in some homes, the argument becomes, well, almost political.
Political?
The outstretched hand and the clenched fist.
Honestly, Tony, what next?
I'm just trying to think. Oh, yes. 2 points you must remember. First of all, you've got to see the woman's angle.
Well, I'd like to.
Different, but quite understandable and valuable, too. United, you'll stand. Husband and wife are in much the same position as, well, a shopkeeper and a window dresser. A wife naturally wants everything to look nice. But you've got to be careful she doesn't put all the stock in the window.
All right, that's fair enough. What's the second thing to remember?
Most important of all, vitally important, in fact. Don't try and check this with Anne. She might not understand.
Oh, don't worry, I won't.
Splendid. Now then, having sketched in the general picture...
Sketched in?
Yes.
I say, some canvas.
Really?
Oh, no, sorry, I was joking, honestly. You were saying?
Well, we finally come back to Maxine.
Good gracious, I'd completely forgotten.
Yeah, I'm refreshing your memory. I said no money sense, no sense in talking it over. And there wouldn't be, you know, because she just wouldn't understand. Insurmountable and fatal. Appreciate it now?
Well, yes, but I wouldn't have thought it was all that serious.
Oh, for heaven's sake. No money sense, no money. No money, no happiness. Soon, no marriage.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry, old boy. That was tactless of me.
No, it's all right. I asked you to be honest.
Yeah, but even so. Come on, cheer up. Probably doesn't apply in her case. Besides, it could have been worse. She might have been an only child as well.
She is.
Oh. There's an American expression covering this situation. I should never have opened it in the first place. Still doesn't necessarily follow.
Oh, for goodness sake, Tony, of course it makes it worse. Even I know that.
I say again, not necessarily.
Well, I'm not a complete fool.
Well, that's splitting hairs, surely.
Well, I suppose so.
Oh, no, come, David, old man, you don't have to take that to heart. I was only joking.
No, it isn't that. It's just that, well, you may be right.
Yes, and I might be wrong easily. More than likely. True, I've only met her a couple of times, but from what I've seen, I'd say I was. Entirely wrong.
No, you've got to say that now.
No, but I'm not just saying it, I mean it.
Really?
I'll give you my word. Take comfort.
All right, I will.
No, not only in that, there's something else. We've known each other a good many years and had our ups and downs, even one or two scenes. But this is something new.
In what way?
This time, I made all the mistakes. All except one.
Oh, what was that?
You asked my opinion. If you'll take my advice, you'll never take it again.
Well, I'm certainly not going to make the mistake of replying to that.
See, you're a new man. Take double comfort.
Take it.
That's the spirit. What time did you say you'd pick her up?
About 3.
Oh, you have to be off in a second.
Oh, you're right, I will. I better go and get myself tidied up. I'll see you before I go.
Yes, right.
Oh, Tony.
I say, that didn't take long.
Yes, supposing you were facing this problem of money sense, how would you set about finding out, one way or the other?
Well, it's one of those things you'll find out anyway when you've known her a bit longer. I don't think there's any special way. Yes, there is, though. And it couldn't be more convenient. You can put it into operation this very afternoon.
What?
The matrimonial monetary test. It's quite scientific, actually. Rather like experimenting for acid or alkali.
Oh, what do I have to do?
Nothing to it. First, place girl in flat.
Flat what?
2 rooms, kitchen, bath, and if you lean out far enough...
Oh, a view of the garden.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry, with you now.
Yeah.
Now, carry on. Yeah. Place girl in bath, then what?
Blush.
Blush?
You've got the wrong place.
Well, I don't understand, but I can well believe it.
Believe what?
That I walk into the wrong flat.
Yes. Well, there's only one way out of that. Start again.
All right, then. Off we go. Bath girl in place. In. Then... Oh, gosh, oh. I'm sorry, I meant place girl in... Oh, I see. Oh. That's what I said last time.
Yes, but I shouldn't worry about that. Just let me start.
Right.
Place girl in bath. Oh, for the love of light. You know, if you stayed here another week, we'd both be in a place. Sorry, old boy, I didn't mean it.
No, didn't take offense. Now, place girl in flat.
Thank you. Gently stir up conversation. Wait till she's bubbling on, then carefully note all the verbal gas. And study all reactions. Continue for 5 to 10 minutes, and the solution's ready. How's that, eh?
Distinctly cloudy. I mean, well, what do I have to watch for?
A natural effervescence, but no heavy cash deposit.
It's funny, I used to be pretty good at chemistry.
Yeah, that's it may be, but in the laboratory of life...
All right, I know. A slow reaction.
Yes.
Heavy cash deposit?
A little or no reference to things financial.
Ah, now that's clearer.
Yeah.
But it'd be even better if you tell me what sort of things she might say.
Well, David, darling, you really must get a bigger flat.
Oh, good gracious, now I see. So that's the test?
That's the test.
And a reaction like that's obviously a complete fizz.
Yes.
I can't imagine Maxine saying it.
No, nor can I, not for a second. To tell you the truth, if I hadn't thought the result would be positive, I'd never have brought her... Oh, dear, answer it for me, will you?
Oh, right.
If it's old Duncan, I'm out.
Right up. Hello?
Oh, hello. May I speak to David, please?
Testing now.
Oh, my nerves.
Testing?
Oh, testing the line. It's been out of order.
It's certainly all right now. I heard your fit perfectly. Maxine.
Oh, hello, darling. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, don't be silly. Only teasing. Fascinated to know what it meant.
Oh, it was just something Tony and I were talking about.
Is Tony there?
Yes.
Oh, say hello for me.
Maxine says hello.
Hello back.
Hello back.
What were you talking about?
When? Oh, just before you rang?
Yes.
Oh, the matrimonial... nothing.
They talk about the mystery of woman, but you must be unique.
Is that good?
I like it.
Well, that's all that matters.
Oh, that's very sweet. Now, what were you talking... No, I won't ask you again.
Thank goodness for that.
Why, was it something I shouldn't know?
No, of course not. It just wasn't interesting.
It couldn't be more intriguing. I said I wouldn't ask you again, so I won't. So let me think. What could it possibly be? Testing, matrimonial, monetary?
It wasn't anything, honestly, and anyway, it wouldn't work.
Meaning?
Well, the two might just as well stop gassing.
All right, I can take a hint.
Oh, stop guessing.
Add gassing to the list. Draw blank, give up. Now, look, about this afternoon.
This afternoon? Oh gosh, don't tell me you can't come.
No.
You can't?
I can.
Oh, gosh, that's a relief.
Would you have been so disappointed?
Oh, naturally.
Why so particularly?
Oh, I'm not so particular. Not more than usual. I always look forward to our experiments.
Look, we better get on now. I've got a full list already.
Oh, I'm sorry, really, I am. I don't know what you...
Teasing again, that's all.
Well, I don't know what you must think of me.
A lot. All of it nice. So stop fussing and let me get on with my gassing.
Oh, you're wonderful.
Now, look about this afternoon. You needn't pick me up after all. Daddy's coming in so he can drop me there.
Oh, right.
Starting out more or less now. Arriving in about a quarter of an hour. Is that all right for you?
Yes, fine. You've got the address, haven't you?
Yes, and Daddy knows exactly where it is.
Oh, jolly good.
Oh, one last try. Experimenting, gassing, testing.
Oh, no, look, please don't start that again. I'll meet you at the laboratory.
At the what?
No, I'm sorry. I'll place you in the bath. I'll see you at the flat.
Well, I can't be in two places at once, so let's settle for the flat.
Oh, let's.
Bye, darling.
Goodbye.
Oh, and David.
Yes?
A lot. All of it's nice. Stop fussing.
Well, I've stopped.
I must go. Bye.
Goodbye. Oh, gosh.
David, old boy, I'm going to tell you something.
Advice?
Good advice. Any girl who can go through the ordeal of that phone call and still emerge with her sense of humor, not to mention her charm, as I gather she did.
Oh, at least.
Any girl like that, David, old boy, is worth marrying whatever the outcome. Come wind, come rain, storm, tempest, thunder, lightning, thunderbolt.
I say, you're really making heavy weather of it.
Come what may. Forget about the means test. Never mind about the garret. If you had to pawn all your clothes and take to the hills, you'd still be getting the best of the bargain. She's pure gold. And now I think of it, that's quite a partnership.
Why?
Solid gold.
I get your message. Agree every word.
My dear chap, you don't have to tell me. I can see it for myself. Only shows how right I am.
Does it?
Of course. I don't want to rub it in, but only a moment ago, there you were on the phone. A long, uninterrupted buzz of confusion. And yet to look at you now, glowing with happiness, bless your heart. Anybody'd think you'd been on the beam.
Oh, jolly good.
George, Psyche, here you go.
Oh, hello then.
Poppy.
Yes?
Poppy. That packing case right in the middle of the hall, yours?
Yes, why? Is it in the way?
That's putting it mildly.
Oh, I'll go and see to it.
It's all right. I moved it into the corner.
Oh, thanks.
After I stumbled into it.
Oh, jolly nice of you. Oh, she stumbled into it. Oh, dear, I'm sorry. Any damage?
No, not to me.
Oh, that's all right, then.
Oh, no, it isn't. You know what it's going to cost you for a new pair of stockings?
Well, no. Still, I don't need any, really.
Oh. Not for you. Anne needs them.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and you can see the ladder, too. Made when I stumbled into it.
Well, you can hardly blame me for that. I don't know anything about it, and it obviously isn't mine.
What is it?
The ladder.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Floating in a mist of love.
Maxine?
On the phone a moment ago.
Oh, I'll have to be going. She said she'd be there in a quarter of an hour.
Where? At the flat?
Yes, her father's driving her in. You know, it's going to be a bit tricky getting that packing case round there. Back seat of the car's no good. Won't go through the door.
What about the boot?
Well, tried that, too. Sticks over the top.
Well, leave the boot open and lash a bit of rope round it.
Not likely.
Forgetting his car's still new.
Oh, yes, I was forgetting, actually. Like me to run it round in mine?
Oh, no, don't bother.
Oh, might as well. I've got nothing else to do.
Well, I'd be jolly grateful.
My dear chap.
What's it for, anyway?
Oh, I stored a whole pile of stuff in that bedroom cupboard when I left the flat, and it's been there ever since. I've got to clear it all out.
Good heavens.
What?
A sudden, terrible thought. What sort of things?
How do you mean?
In the cupboard.
Well, nothing important. Papers, a lot of old books.
Old letters?
Stacks.
From ex-girlfriends?
Yes.
And Maxine's going to be there to help.
Oh, dear, I see.
Nothing important, he said.
Well, there isn't. No, nothing of value, certainly. A few odd photographs.
Of ex-girlfriends?
Some of them. I suppose the frames might come in useful, but apart from that, nothing. Would you believe it?
Yes, but then I'm his sister.
Oh, now, just a second. I ought to know what's in there, surely.
Even Psyche.
Yes, all right. I'm taking you with me.
David, old boy, listen carefully. Maxine at the flat, helping.
Letters from ex-girlfriends.
Photographs of ex-girlfriends. Are we getting through yet?
Oh, gosh. We better get moving. Get rid of them before she arrives.
Right. That's better.
I say, it's a jolly good thing you thought of it. Only just in time, too. A couple of minutes might make all the difference.
I thought about it at least 5 minutes ago.
Honestly?
Honestly.
Well, why on earth didn't you say so?
David!
What's the matter?
Never mind. We mustn't be too hard on him. Put it down to love.
That's true. We're all the same.
Same?
When we're in love.
In a dream.
No, that's also his natural state, of course. Add the two together, and what do you get?
A coma.
Look, I haven't the vaguest idea what you're all talking about, but I've got to get round to the flat, and quickly, too.
Good heavens, this is something entirely new. Trust David to be different.
Different?
You fall in love, and for the first time in years, you wake up.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Psyche, no.
Definitely no. That's the third time she's put that confounded photograph of your ex-girlfriend, whoever she was, back in the cupboard.
Seriously?
Yes.
I see. Sabotage. Yes, well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Dogs are supposed to be loyal.
David, smell of burning coming from the kitchen.
Yes, I know. I've just burned a whole stack of evidence.
Evidence?
Ex-girlfriends.
Oh? Oh, well, there's nothing like being thorough.
Letters.
Oh, wait. We've cleared most of it now, anyway.
Yes, and the rest doesn't matter. All the clues to my past have gone already.
Never imagined you had a past.
Oh, good gracious. I lived in this flat a good many years. Seems strange coming back somehow. So much happened here.
I'm surprised at you.
Surprised? Why?
Nothing. It's me again, forgetting it's you.
You know, I obviously agree with you about scrapping the matrimonial
monetary test, yes.
But it'll be jolly interesting to see what she does say.
At a guess? Darling David, you really do... Are you sure everything's all right in the kitchen?
Yes, why?
Smoke, look.
Oh, it'll soon die down. I've opened a window. Go on about Maxine. Darling David, what?
You really do need some new curtains? I can easily run some up for you.
Gosh, now, that's what I call a positive reaction.
Yeah. I won't be far out, you'll find. I've got confidence in that girl. There's that girl now. Don't worry. I'll make a tactful exit. Must get back. Promised to take Anne shopping.
Did you?
Idiot, that's my tactful exit.
Oh.
Now, go on, off you go. Your future's at the door.
My future?
Go on.
Oh, going. Come on, then. Coming.
Hello, David.
Oh, hello, future.
Back.
Hello, Maxine. Sorry, I was just talking to Tony about...
No need to explain. It's much more fun trying to work it out. So Tony's helping too, is he?
Well, no, he can't stay, actually. He's got to make a tactful exit. He's got to...
Get back to Anne.
Oh, how on earth did you guess?
No guess. Just helping.
Well, I say it's jolly nice. Oh, in here. No, after you.
Thank you. Oh, good gracious.
What?
The smoke, look. Are we on fire?
No, I've been burning some evidence, that's all.
extraordinary amounts of rubbish. You know, piles of old books.
Oh, but surely you didn't burn them.
Oh, no, just the clues, that's all.
Clues and evidence. Oh, that's quite a good start. So I'll leave them for the moment. I want to look round the flat. Now, this room is very...
Oh, hello, Maxine.
Hello. This is a charming room.
Yes, not bad at all. Look, forgive me, won't you, but I must get back.
Yes, I know. David told me about your tax collection.
Yes, I promised Anne. Did he?
Yes, he did.
Oh, well, I must be off anyway. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Cheerio, Tony. Thank you. Do you really like this room?
I think it's charming. But I know what would make it even more so. New curtains. I could easily make them for you.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful. Tony was right.
Tony?
That's how he said you'd react. those very words.
Tony?
Really? Mind you, there was never any doubt about your passing.
The test, you mean?
Yes, you know, the matrimonial monetary... Oh, dear.
Matrimonial test. Oh, I think we'd better leave that for the moment, too.
I'd much rather you did. Look, would you like to see the rest of it? Oh, good heavens.
Now what?
I just realized we're completely alone in the... It never occurred to me. I only just realized at this moment, honestly. I hope you don't think that is that... I mean, that I...
David.
Yes?
Kiss me.
Kiss you?
Then we can get on with the clearing up.
Did you say...
Kiss me.
Oh, good gracious. Oh, darling Maxine. Oh, gosh.
Now, what does that mean exactly?
What does it mean? I'll tell you what it means.
Well, tell me.
A positive reaction. That was A Life of Bliss. The artists taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, Maxine Avery, Sarah Lawson. This recorded program was written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgman.
David, oh boy, where's Anne? Do you know?
Out shopping.
Oh.
And she's not going to be very pleased with herself.
Oh, why?
She's forgotten Thick Grow the Weeds.
Forgotten what?
That's the title of a book.
Reviewed in this week's edition of A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of a bachelor with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Petula Clark, Sarah Lawson, Nan Kenway, Gladys Henson, and Percy Edwards. Yet another episode in the life story of that shy young man, David Alexander Bliss, better known to us as George Cole.
The title of Anne's library book, in fact.
Oh, I see. Did you want to change it?
Well, apparently.
Ah.
No, it's here, look. Thick Grow the Weeds.
A human story of tangled emotions.
You know something? That's the trouble with these modern novels.
Trouble?
Too much of a tangle. Not true to life. Well, what's more, they're all rather the same.
All stick to the same formula.
Exactly. Rather like,
a cinema program.
Well, how do you make that out?
I'll tell you. To start with, they mostly have a foreign setting, right?
Oh, yes.
That's the travelogue. Second feature, a grim picture of life, slow-moving and heavily psychological. And so to the big feature of any novel, the part that really keeps us in our chairs.
Oh, what's that?
Well, not to put too fine a point on it, a passionate love story vividly told. And there, of course, books have the advantage over films, the advantage of punctuation and all that implies.
Punctuation?
The inevitable row of dots and an exclamation mark. Come to think of it, that's probably why these continental films are so popular.
Why?
The subtitles also leave a lot to the imagination.
Well, I'm sorry, but I couldn't be more in the dark.
My dear chap, no need to apologize. My fault for mentioning it in the first place. You were saying?
About what?
Modern novels, not true to life.
Oh, no, and that's not all either. Huh? The characters aren't real. They get their lives so jolly involved.
You take my breath away.
Why?
How can you, of all people, possibly say that? When it comes to getting involved, you're a real character.
Well, not to that extent.
Oh, now, come now, David, there's no denying it, surely. Why, good heavens, if the future can really be foretold by reading palms, your lines must be a series of knots.
All right, then, I admit it, but I certainly don't get involved in the same way. I mean, take Thick Grow the Weeds, for instance.
Oh, you read it, then?
Yes, and you're absolutely right. It's definitely a bit, rather... Well,
Amazing. I'd never thought of it before, but you talk like a novel.
Meaning?
Row upon row of dots and exclamation marks. I take it that's what you meant.
Well, that's exactly what I meant. And as for the mess Henry Blythe got himself into...
Who's Henry Blythe?
A character in the book.
Oh.
There were 3 women in his life altogether.
Ah, that's the life.
Well, I say, tell me. Estelle, the girl he thought he loved but wasn't sure. Blanche, the girl he met on the ship. And Laura, the American nurse he met in Hong Kong. He thought he was in love with her, too, until he got the letter from Estelle.
Then he didn't know what to think.
No, but he still went on seeing her. Seeing Laura, that is. Oh, and in the end, of course, the inevitable happened.
You don't mean ... exclamation mark.
No. Of course not.
No, sorry, my mistake.
No, Estelle arrived on the scene. She got a job in a shipping office. And Henry began seeing her again, unbeknown to Laura.
Oh, very professional.
What?
Unbeknown. Carry on, if you must.
Well, I might as well, now I've got this far. Anyway, after a time, Henry realized he wasn't really in love with her at all. Well, with Estelle, that is, not Laura. But she was desperately in love with him. And he didn't know how to break it to her. Now, do you see what I mean about getting involved?
Yes, but I'm sure it must have been clearer in the book.
I should have thought that was clear enough. Henry wasn't in love with Estelle.
No, please, David, please. It was clarity itself. Yes. But there is something you might explain. What have I done to deserve this?
You suggested a comparison.
With what?
My life and the way I get involved.
Oh, yes, and I don't retract, not for a second.
In the past, perhaps, but not anymore. I've found the answer.
Maxine?
Maxine. No more complications, not in my life.
Oh, my dear old boy, don't tempt fate. Nobody in this world can be that sure.
No?
Good heavens, no. It's all very well to think of love as a jolly little Cupid, but let's face it, there's some pretty indiscriminate shooting. Quite a few spare arrows flying around, too. Misguided missiles, in fact. Believe me, anything can happen then.
Such as?
2 on the same target. You know that little poem, I shot an arrow into the air.
It fell to earth, I know not where.
Cupid on an off day. That's love for you, and it can hit you in the back. Oh, there's Anne.
Tony!
In here, darling.
All right. Tony?
Yeah?
Guess what I saw while I was... Oh, hello, Poppy. I didn't notice you.
That's all right.
Who did you see?
Who did I see?
Yes, you were just going to tell me.
Betty Duncan.
Really? What did she have to say?
Nothing.
What's your other news?
David, would you be very sweet and do me a favor? Go and get my cardigan for me.
Yes, of course. Where is it? Upstairs?
Chest of drawers, second drawer down.
I know.
Interesting about your meeting Betty Duncan.
I didn't meet her.
I know, that's what's so interesting. And the cardigan, too, obviously an excuse.
Oh, dear, so you guessed.
Bless you, darling, it wasn't all that difficult.
You think David realized?
Oh, it was difficult enough for that. Who did you really meet?
Penny Gay.
Penny Gay? Oh, my goodness, of course.
She was just getting on a bus, so I didn't have a chance to speak to her.
I thought she was in America.
Apparently not.
I say, that really is a coincidence. Penny. The girl he thought he loved but wasn't sure.
Thought he loved? He was engaged to her twice.
Yes, I know.
What are we going to do?
About?
About David, of course. Do you think we ought to tell him?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, don't be silly. It's not that simple. How do you think he's going to feel when he knows Penny's back? You know how she's always affected him.
I know how Maxine's affected him.
So?
I doubt if he'll feel anything. Come to that, I doubt if he can.
Meaning?
People in a trance can't feel a thing.
You seem to forget. It was never really over. Penny suddenly got the chance of going to Hollywood, and David persuaded her to go. But he was heartbroken when she left. Of course it would affect him.
Oh, I'm sure you're wrong.
Oh, for goodness sake, how can you possibly be sure? You don't seem to realize how serious it is.
Well, that's the whole point. Surely I don't think it is, and I really don't. I could be wrong.
So could I suppose.
There you are, then. There's your cardigan.
Oh, thank you, Poppet.
I know it took me a long time, but that's what you wanted, wasn't it?
What? What?
The cardigan.
Oh. Oh, yes, this is the one.
Well, what have you been talking about?
Oh, nothing.
I say, you're obviously having a quiet morning. You know, first of all with, who did you say you met?
You know perfectly well who I said, and that's who it was.
Who?
Penny Duncan.
Penny?
Penny Duncan. Oh, look, you will excuse me, won't you? But I must get on.
I must give her a ring sometime.
Who?
You know who. And that's who you met.
Oh, for goodness sake, who did I meet?
Betty Gay.
Good for you. I'm sorry, darling, but as an impartial witness, I didn't give you a single round.
I'm sorry, Anna. I shouldn't have teased you. But you needn't have worried. I knew she might be coming over.
Really?
You did?
Well, yes. The company she works for are making a film over here, and Penny's designing all the costumes.
I don't understand. How do you know?
From her letter, of course.
Letter?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
No, you didn't. When was this?
Oh, about a month or so ago. Why so surprised? We parted friends, and we're still friends. I don't know how many times we wrote, but not more than 6 altogether. And I assure you, they were perfectly harmless.
I'm sure they were. But how did you feel when you got the letter saying she might be coming back?
Well, I didn't feel anything. Not at the time.
And now?
I feel guilty. I forgot to answer it.
But that's all. I mean, you don't feel anything, obviously.
Well, nobody can say you didn't try, darling. I'm sorry.
I really must get on. Where did I put my basket?
Oh, it's here, look. Oh, by the way, you forgot Thick Grow the Weed.
Ah, good gracious, so I did.
You left it on the table.
I know, I left it there so I wouldn't forget. I'm infuriated.
I'll take it back if you like. I can change mine at the same time.
Oh, would you, darling? I'd be forever in your debt.
Yes, of course.
That's very sweet of you and very generous.
Oh, nonsense. Forever in my debt.
It's 4 months overdue. Heavy grows the fine.
I might have known. Oh, well, better take it back now before it grows any heavier. How about strolling down with me? David?
Oh, sorry, I was miles away.
10, I guess.
10
miles. A lovely Georgian house set in its own grounds.
Oh, no, you're wrong. Huh? You're completely wrong, actually. I was miles away with Penny, not Maxine.
Were you indeed? You'll be in trouble.
That's just what I was thinking. I'd hate to get myself as involved as Henry Blythe.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I've got to pay the fine for Anne. I don't see why I should be plagued by him as well.
I'm sorry, but there is a connection.
I don't want to hurry you, but the fine's ticking up.
Remember in the book about Estelle? First the letter, then her suddenly arriving on the scene. One minute we were talking about that. Next minute, I hear Penny's arrived. You must admit it was an amazing coincidence.
I'll admit nothing of the sort. There's not the slightest connection, and I'll prove it to you. Let me see. Yes, here we are. There, look. Published 1953. That's when Estelle arrived on the scene. Penny arrived 4 years later. And just in passing, she didn't arrive in Hong Kong.
All right, you win.
I should think so, too. You weren't serious, were you?
Oh, good gracious, no. Not for a second. Not even vaguely. Only
Estelle was in love with Henry, and Henry wasn't in love with her, and that started you wondering about Penny.
No, I wouldn't say it started me wondering. It just made me, just...
Started you wondering?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Then, of course, I started thinking back. And that was your fault, in a way.
Oh, now, look, boy, there's no reason to drag me into it.
Ah, but there is.
I'd like to know what.
Cupid on an off day, indiscriminate shooting, misguided missiles, 2 on the same target.
But apart from that, nothing? To be fair, when I talked about indiscriminate shooting, I was generalizing. I'd never have said it about you because, well, it obviously couldn't apply.
Why, obviously?
Oh, my dear old boy, no missile could be that misguided.
Maxine's misguided?
Yes. Yeah, you'd never get another like her.
Well, there's something in that.
Never, not once in 1,000 years.
And I'd be too old to worry, then. So that's all right.
Yes, and while it's still all right, let's get that blasted book back to the library. We're on our way. I just tell Anne.
All right.
Anne,
Yes?
we're off to the library.
Oh, bless you, darling. I'll be forever in your debt.
Not after Friday, you won't. Cheerio, darling. Won't be long.
Just a second, Tony. You've got company.
Company? Oh, so you've decided to come, have you? Yes, all right. I only asked. Had enough arguments for one morning. Right, we're all set.
Tony?
Yes.
I'm going to ring Penny.
Going to?
Ring Penny. It's no good. I'm not going to make any bones about it.
No, it's a phrase. Never known what it meant either.
What? Making any bones?
Yeah. No, still no.
Well, if you say you're not going to make any bones about it.
No, for the love of life.
It means, that you're not going to beat about the bush.
In that case, I don't believe it.
Penny's big chance came out of the blue. Last-minute panic, and she was off to America. And everything was rather, left in the air. For all I know, she might still be...
Oh, unlikely, surely. And I'm not being unkind.
But possible.
Yes, but... supposing you're right. How's phoning her going to help? She'll immediately think you're still in love with her.
Well, that doesn't really follow, you know. But anyway, that's the whole point. If she does think that, I've got to tell her she's wrong.
Thick grew the weeds. How are you going to tell her? How are you going to find out in the first place? How are you going to start, to mention but a few?
Well, I'm going to start by saying I've still got the scarf she left behind. To answer but one.
All right, then. Where do you go from there?
Oh, I just have to feel my way.
I had a feeling that was coming. Now, I'm not going to make any bones about it. No! That way, David, my boy, that way lies chaos, and there's no need for it. The odds are that trouble doesn't even exist. But get on that phone, and believe me, it'll be horribly real. Far better to let sleeping dogs lie. Oh, shut up! Sorry, David, to put it so bluntly, but you've got to be cruel to be kind.
My point exactly.
Now, look. You'll only get yourself deeper and deeper into the mire.
I hate to mention this, but letting sleeping dogs lie...
Oh, shut up! Sorry, Psyche. Poor old Psyche. Psyche, dear, please be quiet. There's a good girl. Oh, yes, all right. You were hating to mention this, something or another.
Well, just letting things go wasn't much help to Henry Blythe.
I should ring her straight away.
I'm going to.
You're really determined, aren't you? There's one thing you never need wonder about, Maxine. She's the girl for you. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You're a changed man. A new spirit entirely. A new, I don't care whether I sink or swim attitude. And it's definitely a change for the better.
Is it?
Oh, bless your heart, of course it is.
Oh, jolly good.
You'll still sink, of course, but at least you go down fighting.
That's something.
Now then, back to this idea of yours. I'm not happy about it, you know, and for a pretty obvious reason. I stood by while you were on the phone to people far more times than I care to remember. And I've come to one conclusion.
What's that?
Edison Bell did you a disservice.
Edison Bell?
He invented the thing, remember?
Oh, well, that's already solved. I'm not going to try and discuss it over the phone. I don't see how you could, really. I'm merely going to tell her I've got the scarf and suggest I take it round.
Oh, no, just a second. Are you sure that... Still, it's up to you.
And my mind's made up. But don't think I don't realize what a risk I'm taking. Probably doing myself a disservice, in fact. Still, let's see. It's Vale... oh, gosh, that's a good start. I'll have to look it up. I don't mind admitting I'm feeling jolly nervous.
I'm terrified myself. Look, let me just give you the benefit
yes.
of something.
Here we are. Right. Sink or swim? Oh, I'm sorry. You were going to give me the benefit of...
Some fairly acute observation. One particular pitfall. Telephonic. Irregular. Names.
Names?
You always get them wrong, and I know how it happens. So let's get it straightened out. You're David Bliss, not Henry Blythe. She's Penny, not Estelle. I'm dubious, not happy. You're Psyche, not Cupid. Now, do be careful, quiet and calm.
Well, that's easier said than done.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, is that you, Penny?
Yes, who's that?
Edison, sunk in one.
David. David Bell. You... Blythe. You're Bliss.
Oh, hello, David. What a nice surprise.
It's nice of you to say so, but I can't believe it was. Not after that awful muddle. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Of course it was.
What, awful?
No, a nice surprise.
Was it?
Naturally. Did you just ring me up to say hello, or...
Oh, well, no, I didn't actually. I doubt if you'll remember. No, it's so long ago, but you left your Cupid here.
You've left your senses.
Oh, you've left your senses? Gosh, I've obviously left mine.
Scarf.
Oh, you left my scarf behind.
Your scarf?
Oh, no, yours, not mine. I was wondering if you could bring me round.
That's quite a question. Poor David. What were you trying to say?
That I've still got your scarf, and I wondered if you'd have me back. You have the... I wondered if you'd have the scarf back, my love. My...
If I wanted my scarf back?
Yes.
I shouldn't worry about it.
Well, that's easier said than... I could easily bring it round. Now, if you like.
All right, then, David.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll be round in about 10 minutes. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right. I know what you're going to say. I went down spluttering. Went down 3 times, and I'll never get off the bottom.
Wrong. I'll tell you what I was going to say. You've got a new spirit, a new sink-or-swim attitude. You've got Maxine. And given time, I'm sure you'll even conquer the foe. Conquer yourself and your shyness.
Well, that's a nice thought. But that's another day. I've got today's problem. And the sooner I get round there, the deeper I'll get into the mire. Well, yes, I suppose so, but...
Oh, I'll take her down to the library with me. That's if dogs are allowed.
Oh, she'll wait outside for you, won't you, eh?
Right. We're all set.
Have you got...
Yes, and I'm not going to let go of it until it's safely back.
You know, it's funny, but that's me in every way. My life. I make my own bed, and I have to lie on it.
Sorry, old boy, I'm not with you.
A bed of thistles.
Still in love with you?
I'm afraid so.
Penny, darling, are you sure? Sure you're not just imagining it?
Oh, I'm not sure of anything, Mummy. I've just got an awful feeling, that's all.
Yes, but why? What did David say to you on the phone?
I don't know.
Don't know?
Mummy, it was David.
Yes. I was forgetting.
He's the sweetest, kindest, and nicest person. I'd hate to hurt him.
I still think it's imagination, but cruel to be kind.
Yes, that's never easy. And anyway, you're right. I'm not sure, so I've got to find out first.
Well, that's easy enough. Don't say anything until you've heard what he's got to say.
I probably won't understand what he says.
That does make it more difficult, I agree. Don't worry, darling.
It'll all... Oh, there he is now. I'll take him in the front room.
Yes, all right.
Tommy! Hello, David.
Hello, Penny.
Come in.
Your scarf.
Oh, thank you.
It's jolly nice to see you.
It's nice to see you. In here.
Oh, right. After you.
Thank you.
How was America?
Oh, busy. Do sit down.
Oh, thank you. Look, Penny, what I came round to tell you was... What I wanted to say, explain, was that, well, you know what it was like when you left Estelle? All such a...
Left Estelle?
Penny. Sorry, I was thinking of a book, I know. But... You remember what it was like, Laura? All such a...
Laura?
Estelle. You're Penny. Call me Henry.
David, I've just got to ask you. I think it's the only way. Are you still in love with me?
Oh, gosh, that's what I was going to ask you.
Are you?
Are you?
Oh, dear.
No, David, I'm not.
Oh, neither am I.
You're not?
No, that's what I came round about.
Oh, that's what I was worried about.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, it is wonderful.
Absolutely.
Such a wonderful relief.
Wonderful. Absolutely. Well, that's really all I came round to say.
And now all that's left to be said is, well, goodbye.
Yes.
Darling David, I'll never forget you.
I'll never forget you.
And now I'm sure you've got a pressing engagement.
Honestly, I can hardly believe it even now. It certainly thinned them down a bit.
Thinned them down?
You were my thistles. That's the book I was telling you about. Thick grow the thistles. Weeds.
I don't understand. I don't understand a word of it, but that's how I shall always remember you.
Well, that's how I'll remember you. You not understanding and being so jolly nice about it.
Well, this is... Goodbye.
Yes, this is, goodbye. Goodbye and good luck. Always. Darling Maxine.
Darling.
Oh, gosh, no doubt about it. Babysitting's a wonderful job.
What time will Tony and Ann get back? Do you know?
Oh, pretty late, I hope.
Not too late, I hope. We've got a lot to do tomorrow.
Have we? Oh, yes, of course. I am moving back into my flat. And that'll be a jolly nice job, too, with you there to help me. Still, one job at once. Let's concentrate on babysitting. Darling Maxine.
Darling.
Honestly, I love my work.
You're silly, but silly sweet.
No, jolly good. Maxine, there's something I want to tell you.
What's that?
I'm not going to make any bones about it. Oh, gosh. I'd forgotten you were there. I want to tell you about, well, somebody I was once in love with. Somebody called Estelle. Dear Laura. Penny.
3 girls you were in love with?
No, just the one girl.
With 3 names?
No, you don't understand.
I never tried.
Why?
Because I understand you. And because I know you'd never say anything I'd mind your saying. If only I could understand.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Makes a change?
But it's all over with her. Penny, I mean. Completely over.
I'm glad.
Darling Maxine. Oh, for goodness sake. Who on earth? Oh, yes, of course, I know. It'll be Mrs. Griffin.
Who's Mrs. Griffin?
No, my daily help. She used to look after me before. And I'm one person who really needs her help daily. I won't be a second. Oh, hello, Mrs. Griffin.
Oh, hello. I've come for the key. Want to get an early start in the morning.
Oh, right. I've got one here somewhere. Oh, yes, here we are. I'd like to ask you in, only I've got a... Well, that is, I mean, it isn't awfully,
Nice.
Who?
Your young lady.
Oh, how on earth did you guess?
Oh, I didn't guess. I know you. You think she's the one?
Oh, I'm sure she's the one. You're the girl of my life. And I'm beginning to put my life in order, too. In fact, I've jolly nearly got rid of them already.
Rid of what?
The weeds. Oh, that's a thistle I've been reading. Book.
You get back to your young lady. I'm sure she's better than any book. Cheerio. See you in the morning.
No, cheerio, Mrs. Griffin. It was Mrs. Griffin. Honestly, you know, it's been the most wonderful day today. For me, I mean. It's been like a book. I feel I'm starting a completely new chapter.
Am I the new chapter?
Well, obviously.
But only a chapter?
Oh, a long chapter. Very long. It'll go on forever and ever. And it'll be the most wonderful story ever written.
What kind of story?
The best kind. The only kind.
The old kind. A simple love story.
That was A Life of Bliss. The artists taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Psyche the dog, Percy Edward, Maxine Avery, Sarah Lawson, Penny Gay, Petula Clark. Mrs. Gay was played by Nan Kenway, Mrs. Griffin, Gladys Henson. This recorded program was written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgemont. Leslie Bridgemont. Leslie Bridgemont. Leslie Bridgemont.
David, oh boy, how's life? Ordered. Ordered? Uncomplicated? Straightforward? Plain sailing? In other words, a life of bliss. Being the biography of a bachelor with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Eleanor Summerfield, Gladys Young, Carlton Hobbs, Barry K. Barnes, Sarah Lawson, Gladys Henson, Carol Allen, and Percy Edward. A final episode closing a chapter in the life of that shy young man, David Alexander Bliss, better known to us as George Cole. Bliss, that's my life now.
In other words, Maxine.
In a word.
Bless your heart. I expect you'll soon be getting engaged. Or is that too much to expect?
Well, I expect so.
What? That you'll soon be engaged?
No, that it's too much to expect.
Look, David. Careful. This is a dangerous period for you.
Dangerous?
Romantically speaking, judging by your past record. And believe me, record's the word.
Is it?
Oh, definitely. Highly topical, too. What with all this talk of 4-minute miles and the fastest man on 2 legs.
Oh, what on earth has that got to do with me?
And the slowest man with 2 arms.
I say, steady on.
I say the reverse. Get cracking, I say. Make hay while the sun shines. How long have you known Maxine?
Oh, quite a time, huh?
And you're obviously in a position to make hay, knowing you.
Meaning?
You let the grass go under your feet.
Tony.
Oh, I'm sorry. But the fact remains you still haven't proposed to her.
Well, not yet, no.
Then the danger's still there. That's another record you've held in the past.
What?
The slowest man on 1 knee. Safe enough with your other girlfriends, perhaps, but not this time. Maxine's a different proposition altogether.
In what way?
In what way? If you haven't noticed, I don't suppose it matters.
Well, I've noticed she's more attractive.
Ah.
Well, that's obvious to anyone.
Anyone and everyone. And they'd all be interested. Now, do you see what I mean?
Danger. Other men at work.
Yes, precisely. Believe me, if you don't want to lose her, you will have to shape a lot better than you did with the rest.
Oh, I've noticed that, too.
What?
Better shape.
Oh, good. You're absolutely right, though. Wonderful figure.
Well, that speaks for itself.
Eloquently, and I never miss a word.
Oh, I say.
Heaven's sakes, you know what I say. Now, before it's too late. A girl like that can afford to pick and choose.
Well, that's true enough. And yet she has to make the mistake of choosing me. Honestly, I'll never know why.
Oh, it's not all that surprising, surely.
Isn't it?
Good heavens, no.
Oh, try again.
Nobody's infallible.
True again.
Get cracking, I say.
Before she finds out?
All right.
I'll bear it in mind.
When are you seeing her? Later on this evening?
No, not till tomorrow.
I'll admit it. I envy you. No doubt about it. They're the best days of your life.
Courting days? They certainly were for you and Anne.
Indeed they were. How do you know?
Well, you told me.
Told you?
How you first met. Remember? Springtime in the park.
Park bench.
Swans on the lake. And jolly romantic it was. I envy you.
Me?
A lot. Your turn of phrase, your fluency. Exactly the right phrase at the right moment. In fact, your,
gift of the gab.
I wouldn't say that, but it only goes to show.
Show?
Exactly the right phrase at the right moment.
Oh, but I haven't got myself adjusted to it yet.
To what?
You, since Maxine. Quite staggering.
Oh, so was your first meeting with Anne. Quite impressive.
Oh,
well, it's true, honestly. It's a good many months since you told me, so I must have been impressed to remember. And I do. Every detail. Every word you said to her.
Such as?
Music in your heart. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter.
Forever wilt thou love, and she be fair. Still, I can't take all the credit. Keats had a hand in that.
Yes, but choosing that moment to quote him, that was a stroke of genius. then there was that rather subtle reference to the swans, remember?
So graceful, so beautiful, yet a little unfriendly.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, my dear chap.
So it was, and so it went on. It's just as true of you today.
Oh, I doubt if Anne had agreed.
Well, not romantically, perhaps. But you still go on.
Yes, well, I'll get used to it in time.
Seriously, though, I'm just no good at that sort of thing. What is it they call it? The language of love?
The universal language.
I must have come from another planet.
That might explain a lot.
I can never explain anything.
What's the matter with you? Feeling sorry for yourself?
Oh, quite the reverse. It's just a fact. You can't imagine how shyness complicates things.
Are you sure you're not feeling sorry for yourself?
Well, hardly. Not while Maxine's around. I may not speak the language, but I can still read the signs.
Then I can't think what you're worrying about.
I'm not. I'm merely saying it's...
There you are. In you go.
Oh. What's the matter, then? Did I leave you out in the hall?
Anna, darling.
Ah, dear.
I'm sorry I didn't appear before, but I was bedding the children down. Oh, David, before I forget, let me see. Now, where did I put it? Oh, yes, here we are. I rescued this from Carol.
What? Oh, that old exercise book.
Where did you find it?
Oh, I came across it the other day when I was sorting through my things.
David Alexander Bliss, upper fifth, English essay.
Good gracious. I see.
Yes, of course. When would you like to have supper, darling?
I'm ready now.
Pity. You're way ahead of supper. I've got it in the oven, but it won't be done yet. How about you, Poppy? Like to share our humble repast?
Oh, love to. Be it ever so humble.
It be. Well, what have you been talking about?
Oh, shyness and the frustrations thereof.
Yes, and I can tell you there are plenty thereof. Especially when you
have the soul of a poet.
The right phrase at the right moment. And when you're shy at the same time, it's like...
having a tin of sardines without the key.
You too. I always know what I want to say, of course, but the trouble is putting it into words.
It's the same as sardines. Try to get them out and you get yourself in a horrible mess.
Well, that's me, in a tin. No, seriously, though.
How man first discovered fire is a matter for history. This is the story of...
What on earth are you talking about?
This essay of David's, entitled The Fire.
Oh, do read it. That's if you don't mind, Poppy.
Not a bit. She'll be rather funny.
How man first discovered fire is a matter for history. This is the story of how one man rediscovered fire. The night was dark and bleak. The man was lost. No stranger to the moors, and often abroad at night, he had experienced all the changing moods, the spiteful driving rain, the insidious world-swallowing mist. But this night was somehow different, strangely silent, as silent as death.
Oh, gosh. Listen to Psyche.
I know just how she feels. It's enough to make anybody miserable. Sorry. Go on.
Silent as death. The man was lost in the silence, lost and strangely afraid. Suddenly, a shape loomed up out of the blackness. He reeled back, stumbled, fell, lay where he had fallen, silent with fear. There was scarcely a tree on this stretch of the moor.
Well, that's enough to make any dog feel miserable.
Do you want me to go on or not?
Oh, yes. Please.
On this stretch of the moors. And the one he had so nearly stumbled into was scarcely worthy of the name. Stunted, leafless, a ghost of a tree.
No, not a real one, just a story.
And odd as it may seem, they were linked by a common bond, man and tree.
Oh, no. Psyche. Carry on. All silent.
Both defeated by the desolation of the moors. Feverishly, he searched through his pockets. An empty cigarette packet, an envelope, another. Then, with feverish desperation, snapped off a handful of the sapless, lifeless twigs. A match flared in the darkness. The fire crackled into life. Color came back into the world. He collected more wood and piled it on.
Oh, gosh, so did I. Thick.
Oh, David, I want to...
Would you rather I stopped?
Sorry?
The fire blazed furiously. The man stared, fascinated. Fear was driven back into the shadows, and the dance of the flames was echoed in his heart. How often, he mused to himself, have I said, what a beautiful fire. But only now is it really true. This is really beautiful. Beautifully reassuring as an old friend. A warm, all-embracing friendliness. Comforting, comfortable. He even liked the crackling. Liked the crackling. Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Yes. The circle of light widened, and in this new light, the surroundings were suddenly familiar. The man was no longer lost. The night was still dark and bleak, the moors still desolate, but the man was back at his own fireside. What a beautiful world, he thought to himself. A world rediscovered.
David, that was wonderful.
Hot stuff in every sense.
Oh, you really think so?
Really?
You're really very clever. That's what I think.
Well, you'll be telling me you can read next. All right. Well, it's jolly flattering.
How old were you when you wrote it? Do you remember?
14, I suppose.
Good gracious, you must have been awfully clever for your age.
Very advanced. What happened to you? Happened? You were left behind a bit, weren't you? Sorry.
Seriously, I couldn't be more impressed.
No, could I? And yet you have the effrontery to say you find it difficult to play Romeo to Maxine's Juliet. Why, good heavens, twist it round a bit and you could use the essay.
I could?
Well, of course you could, every word of it. Except crackling, of course.
No, I certainly couldn't use that.
Not to her face, certainly.
How do you mean?
It's obvious.
She might disapprove.
Why, I don't see how it could possibly apply.
You don't?
Well, no, you don't talk about crackling faces.
No, you talk about lovely crackling.
Yeah, I'm playing Romeo, not Bacon.
Oh.
Come now, David, old boy, you can't be that naive. Lovely girls, lovely bits of stuff.
It's high time I disapprove.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just forget it.
Yes, all right, but what about the rest of the stuff? How can I use that?
Oh, for goodness sake, nothing to it. She's the most beautiful girl you've seen.
The most beautiful personality.
Warm, friendly. At last. Let's go on, shall we? so that I really get into the swing of it. Let me think. What else is there?
She lit a flame in your heart.
Oh, gosh, yes, that's jolly good.
The moment you saw her, your heart danced.
Oh, gosh, says that.
And ever since, you've seen the world in a new light.
I say, I'll never remember them all. World in a new light.
A wonderful new light. That reminds me, I must go and turn Carol's... Oh, hello, that's the front door. Who else can that be? Maxine.
Maxine?
She rang earlier on. I'm terribly sorry, but I completely forgot.
Oh, don't be silly.
I'll go and let her in while you tidy yourself up.
Oh, what did she say on the phone?
That she happens to be up here, so she'd pop round with your curtains.
Curtains?
Oh, she's making me some for the flat, remember?
Oh, yes. Look, David, old chap, I'm not awfully sure about...
About what?
With that essay idea.
Oh, dear, why? I think it's terrific myself.
Well, if you really feel that, you're probably right.
Only probably?
No, definitely. There's a new light in your eyes, so fire away.
Oh, I will, too. I only hope I...
Oh. Hello there.
Hello, Maxine.
Hello, darling.
You will excuse me, won't you? But I must go and cope with Carol.
Yes, of course.
And I'd better come and kiss her good night. Perhaps Maxine would like a sherry, David. Back in a second.
All right. Would you?
Not unless you would. Oh, but then I'm forgetting you don't drink. No, thank you. I don't really want one. There, look, your curtains.
Oh, that's jolly nice of you, Juliet. They'll make all the difference, you know.
Juliet?
To my room. Maxine. They'll brighten the flat up no end. Jolly grateful.
Well, I'm glad to be of help.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Let's sit down, shall we?
Well, I can't stay long.
Oh, it won't take long. It won't take too long to sit down.
Well, no, I suppose not. Well, there we are then.
And here we are. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Why suddenly?
Well, it is not sudden. I've always thought that.
I'm flattered.
Yes, and that's only the first. The first time we met, I thought it. And you are much lovelier.
Than I was?
No, than all my other cracklings.
All
all my other old girls. All the other dancing girls. Yep. All the flaming others. Oh. I've scored about 6 misses in a row.
Have another shot.
Well, there's just no comparison. You're a really hot bit of stuff.
David!
No. I didn't mean that, and I'm not going to let it beat me.
It's beaten me.
I'll reload. I've never met anybody even vaguely like you.
I echo that.
No, but honestly, the moment you came into my world, you had me absolutely blazing. Made my world.
If I didn't know otherwise, I'd say it was the sherry talking.
No, look, please, you must try and understand. I felt the same the moment I saw you, and I've been loaded ever since.
Then I was right.
No, I was wrong. I meant I'd never been so lit.
That's what I meant. It is the sherry.
No, it isn't, it's the fire.
It's too hot for you?
No, the fire in my heart. Fired by your personality. They're the most wonderful I've ever known.
Oh, gracious, really?
They're the friendliest of girls and the hottest. Oh, for goodness sake.
Look, David, darling David, for the first time since I've known you, I'm completely defeated, completely and utterly. And I really must go.
Must you?
Well, yes. Mummy's got some friends coming in, and I promised faithfully I'd be there.
Oh, well, that's that.
Oh, no. No, we can't leave it like that. I know. Could you drive me home?
Well, naturally.
Then you can explain on the way.
Oh, I won't even try. And then it wouldn't be any use.
I'm sure it would.
No, not the slightest. You don't know what it's like to be me.
What is it like?
Having a tin of sardines without the key.
Did you remember to lock the car, darling?
Yes. Why?
It's rather a lonely road, and cars do get stolen. We needn't walk up the drive. You'll go this way, through the wood. It's a lovely night.
Yes, very. What was the point of it, actually?
Leaving it there and walking up?
Yeah.
Well, it's better that way. I'm sure you'd find Mummy's friends awfully dull.
Oh, I see what you mean. If your mother saw the car...
She'd ask you in.
Well, I suppose it is better, then.
I know exactly what you're thinking, but I don't want you to meet her friends, but I'm afraid you might let me down.
No, I'm not thinking anything of the sort. Are you?
Oh, David, darling, I love you.
You do?
Of course I do.
Oh, gosh.
You love me.
Oh, good gracious. What do you think I've been trying to say all evening?
All that, just to say you love me.
I wanted to say so much more than that. I wanted to...
Play Romeo to my Juliet?
Yes. And then with the inevitable result. I fall straight off the balcony.
Was it all that important?
Oh, not important, no, but a bit frustrating.
Well, if you really want to be romantic, I'm sure you could.
Never.
I'll prove it to you. Relax completely. Take deep breaths.
Why?
I don't really know, but I believe it's a good thing to do.
All right, then.
Be careful, not too heavy. It sounds like passion.
Oh, dear. Does it? Sorry.
Only teasing. Have a few more for good measure. Relax now.
Well, as much as I'll ever be.
Right. Look around. Now then, what do you see?
See? What do I see?
Try the sky first.
Oh, yes, all right, I know. The moon. Right. Rather lovely moon, actually.
And the stars, too. They're all so clear tonight.
Yes, I know. They look exactly like,
Like what?
Sparkling diamonds scattered over a velvet cloth.
Beautiful.
Yes, they are. But not as beautiful as you.
No?
No, not by half.
I love you.
I love you.
There you are. You see, you've done it.
Oh, gracious, I have. I say, that's wonderful.
Here, let's go back over it again while I still remember.
Well, if you must.
What do I see?
The moon.
Rather lovely, too.
A lovely half moon.
Yes, it is. But believe me, you're not half as lovely. Half a moon.
Well, once through is enough at first. Besides, I must go in. Good night, darling.
Good night, darling. Maxine. Honestly, I'm not a bit frustrated now.
Well, it's just as well.
Not the slightest. Do you know what it's like to be me now?
A tin of sardines whisper cues.
Oh, gracious, we're both learning.
Gone to propose to her?
About an hour ago. Flushed with the success of yesterday evening.
Yesterday evening?
He took Maxine home in the car, remember?
Yes, but then what?
He only came in for a second. He was in such a hurry, he didn't have time to explain.
No, you'd need all evening for that.
He came round to leave Psyche, burbled something about playing a balcony scene in the middle of a wood, and then he was off again.
Off to buy the ring and down to pop the question.
Yes.
Good for him. Yes, and so's she. Very good for him.
Yes.
You don't sound sure.
It may sound silly, but it will, dreadfully.
Might as well tell me now.
I suppose I'm just being sentimental, but last week when Penny suddenly arrived on the scene...
Penny? Oh, Penny Gay.
I started thinking.
Thinking what?
But I've always thought in a way that...
Penny and David? Well, I've always fancied Maxine myself. For David, that is.
I like her, too.
But you fancy Penny. Still, let's face it, the real question is, who does David fancy?
And the answer's Maxine. So there we are. All we've got to do is wait for our answer.
I'll begin now.
Hello, David?
This is Vale Hospital.
Vale?
Mr. Nolan speaking. Miss Anne Fellows.
Yes.
I'm afraid I've got some rather bad news for you.
My brother?
David Bliss.
Yes.
I'm afraid he's had a nasty fall and broken his leg.
Oh, no.
Quite a simple break, and he seems very cheerful, but I thought you'd probably want to come and see him.
Yes, straight away. Thank you for ringing.
David?
In hospital with a broken leg.
Oh, dear, what rotten luck.
Everything happens to David.
Just when his life's ordered.
Ordered?
Uncomplicated, straightforward, plain sailing, and now this. Poor old lad.
Poor David.
Poor old lad.
No visitors this evening?
Not so far.
Of course, your sister and her husband were here last night, weren't they?
Yes, but they said they'd come again tonight.
Time's getting on. Still, never mind. You'll soon be up and about again. How's the leg feeling?
Quite comfortable, thank you, sister.
Oh, good. As soon as the swelling's gone down, you'll...
Hello, David, old boy.
Oh, hello,
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry we're a bit late. On purpose, actually.
We thought they were rather strict about too many visitors.
Well, I haven't had one.
No?
Haven't?
Not one. Not counting you.
But Maxine said she was coming, didn't she?
Yes, so did Mother and Father. I even rang your sexter this morning, what's her name?
Jennifer.
But everybody was coming.
Perhaps they've fallen down and broken their legs.
Bless your heart, that's a spirit. Brought you a magazine.
Oh, jolly nice.
We thought everybody else would be bringing your grapes, so we... What am I saying?
Hello, David.
Hello,
Mother.
Oh, where's Father, Mother?
Just outside in the corridor. We saw Anne and Tony were here, and they're rather strict about visitors sometimes. I've brought a few magazines.
Oh, jolly nice.
I had a feeling everybody else would be
bringing me
you
grapes.
grapes.
Here, Mother, you have the chat.
Oh, thank you, dear.
I'll go and have a chat with Father.
How's the leg feeling?
Oh, quite comfortable, actually.
Oh, good. Your father's longing to air his knowledge. He knows everything there is to know about broken bones.
Gosh, does he?
No.
Well, then I don't understand.
Well, you remember years ago when he was thrown off his horse?
Oh, yes, he broke his arm.
He's been an expert ever since. And if he'd gone on riding, he would have been too.
Time's getting short. I think I'd better go and fetch Father.
Yes, all right.
Well, I'd forgotten Father was a horseman.
He wasn't. That's the whole point. That's the last thing he was. That's why he was thrown.
Well, I say, that's a bit hard.
But true. It was the quietest horse in the stable, but even a horse has its pride.
Oh, so has Father.
That's why he gave it up, in disgust.
Hello there, David, my boy.
Oh, hello, Father.
How's it feeling?
Oh, quite comfortable, actually.
Simple fracture like that'll soon mend. I know a thing or two about these things, you know.
Yes. So Mother was telling me. I'd completely forgotten myself.
Forgotten what?
That your horse had given you up in disgust. Yeah, that you'd given yourself up in disgust. Yeah, that the horse had thrown you up.
Must be coming into the straight soon.
No, that you were thrown off your horse and broke your prize.
Oh. I was obviously wrong.
No, but broke your arm. Sorry.
Don't be silly. I'm only pulling your leg. The other one, of course.
Hello, David.
Jennifer. Oh, jolly nice of you to come and see me. My mother and father, Jennifer Cartwright.
How do you do?
Jennifer's my invaluable secretary.
Jolly well, I am now.
How have things gone today?
At the office, all fine.
No major snags?
Well, of course not. You're in hospital. I'm only joking. Oh, that reminds me. The major snag came in this morning.
Who?
His nib. He was quite upset when I told him the news.
Old Hood? Upset about me?
Yeah, secretly, he's rather fond of... Golly, look.
What?
The major snag himself just coming in.
Good gracious, so it is.
Hello, Bliss.
Oh, hello, sir. Oh, my mother and father, Major Snag. You are... Major Hood. Mr. Hood.
How do you do? How do you do?
Well, I think we'd better be going, David.
Oh,
well, bye-bye,
Mother.
David, my boy.
Thank you for coming to see me.
See you again, Phil.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Mother.
Major Snag, eh?
I think perhaps I'd better be going. Oh, magazines. I knew everybody else would be bringing grapes. Goodbye, David. Bye, sir. Bye.
Major Snag, eh?
I can explain that.
No, don't bother. I can work it out for myself. But you might explain how this happened.
My leg?
Yes. What did you do? Fall down a flight of steps?
One step.
One?
Small step. I came dashing out of the jeweler's.
Jeweler's?
I'd just been in to buy the engagement ring. I slipped, my leg folded up under me, and here I am.
Oh, dear, what rotten luck. It's a real twist of fate.
Yes, a real twist of fate.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that as a joke. But you do seem
Sorry,
to...
but visiting time's over.
Oh, right.
And that's another twist.
Well, they've got to stick to the rules.
No, I was thinking about Maxine. She was supposed to be coming to see me.
Hello, David. Oh, darling, everything's happened to me. Well, that's a factor thing to say to you, I must say.
Oh, Maxine Avery, Major Snag.
Good. Hello and goodbye. Goodbye, David. I'll see you again soon.
But good gracious, he wasn't a hurry.
Yeah, and so am I. Look, darling, I've only got a moment, so...
Hello. You're a fine one, you are.
Oh, Maxine Avery, Mrs. Griffin.
How do you do? I brought you some chocolate.
Oh, jolly nice one.
Well, you get so tired of grapes.
Look, Mrs. Griffin, I know this will sound awfully rude, but could you possibly...
I'll have to ask you to go. It's past time.
Oh, dear.
Oh, well, cheerio then. See you soon.
Goodbye, darling. Oh, David.
Yes?
Great. Bye, darling. I love you.
Goodbye. Honestly, no wonder I get everything twisted up. It's the only way I can get my own back on fate. Still, that's fate.
That was The Life of Bliss. The artists taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, with Eleanor Summerfield as Jennifer Cartwright and Sarah Lawson as Maxine Avery. Mrs. Bliss, Gladys Young, Mr. Bliss, Carlton Hobbs, Mrs. Griffin, Gladys Henson, a nurse, Carol Allen, Mr. Hood, Barry K. Barnes. This recorded program was written by Geoffrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgman. By Leslie Bridgman. By Leslie Bridgman. By Leslie Bridgman.
The BBC presents A Life of Bliss. Being another episode in the life of David Alexander Bliss, better known to us as George Cole. Helping him to tell the story are Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Gladys Young, Petula Clark, Gladys Henson, Ernest J., Percy Edwards, Ruth Trouncer, Elsa Palmer, and the BBC Variety Orchestra conducted by Paul Fenoulet. Although terribly shy and still a bachelor, David Bliss feels lost without a girlfriend, just as his daily help, Mrs. Griffin, would feel lost without a chat to her next-door neighbor.
Yeah. Has your Mr. Bliss found himself another girlfriend yet? Good gracious, no. Not that he's looking for one, really. He's just waiting and hoping. He's got hope. Pretty girls don't go on trees. It wouldn't make no difference to him if they did. After all, you know what he's like. How do you mean? He'd be too scared to pick one and end up with a windfall.
And so over to his flat to meet the man himself, David Alexander Bliss.
There we are. Home again. Go on, then. In you go.
I thought I heard the door.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Griffin. We've been for a walk in the park.
Whatever's come over you? You've been out early every morning this week.
Oh, I always take Psyche for a walk before I go to the office.
Of course you don't.
I do, you know.
You don't?
I do. You keep out of this.
There you are. You see, she knows I'm right.
Well, I always mean to go out anyway. Waking up's my trouble.
My trouble's waking up my old man. Honestly, our married life's one long row. It's nothing but trouble morning and night.
Well, why morning and night?
Getting him up to go to work and waking him up to go to bed.
Well, I can't see how your life can be one long row, then.
Well, it is.
But he's asleep most of the time.
Yes, and you should hear the row. Mind you, it's always the same. When you're caught and he's so much in love he can't sleep, and you think he's the man of your dreams.
And afterwards?
Marriage opens your eyes and closes his.
Well, I'm jolly glad I'm a bachelor.
I was only joking.
I know you were, really.
It's time you found yourself a wife.
Well, I don't see why. I sleep like a top.
It's a mistake to leave it too late.
Why is it?
A young bachelor marries his choice. An old bachelor marries his housekeeper.
Well, I've got plenty of time yet.
Yes, of course you have. I suppose you haven't found yourself a young lady.
No, I'm afraid not.
There's only one thing for it. You'll have to fall back on one of your old flames.
Oh, no, look, we've been through this before.
Through what?
Old flames are out. I mean...
It'd be better than not having a young lady.
No, not for me, it wouldn't.
Why?
Well, I'm just not interested in old ladies. In old flames. Besides, the right person will come along sooner or later. I'm in no hurry.
Neither she, by the look of it. You might not meet her for ages.
Oh, I might have met her already, for all you know. For all I know, come to that. That's the awful thing.
What on earth are you talking about?
It's all a matter of fate. I mean, you know that somewhere in the world there's somebody who's absolutely right for you. But you can't be sure when you'll meet her, or how, or where, or anything. You might never meet. On the other hand, you might meet her and then, well, never see her again.
What's she like?
Who?
The girl you met in the park Monday.
Oh, how on earth did you know?
You've been out early every morning this week. Besides, you as good as told me. Was it love at first sight?
First and last. I haven't seen her again. I doubt if I ever will.
Oh, you never know. Did you speak to her?
Only for a second. She was so wonderfully gay. Even her eyes seemed to be dancing.
In step, I hope.
No, but... Seriously, she was.
Blonde or brunette?
Well, auburn.
Short or tall?
Just right.
Nice figure?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
You're not sure?
Well, of course I'm sure, only... Well, I didn't notice all that much.
A bit on the skinny side, eh?
Well, I say, steady on.
What was she doing in the park?
I'm taking her dog for a walk.
What's the matter with her?
Love at first sight. Oh, well, I must be on my way. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, all right. Have a nice time tonight.
Tonight?
You're going round to your sister's.
Oh, yes, so I am.
I don't know what you'd do without them now you haven't got a young lady.
I know. Still, never mind. Something's bound to turn up before long.
Something or somebody?
When my somebody turns up, she'll really be something. I wonder if I will see her again. Anne?
Who's that?
Oh, it's all right. It's only me.
Oh, hello, Poppet. How did you get in?
Oh, Tony gave me his key.
Leave the door, then.
He's just putting the car away for the night.
I've just been putting the children away.
Well, it sounds as if you murdered them.
Believe me, it was touch and go with Carol. Oh, there's Tony now.
Darling,
Yes?
will you go and kiss Carol goodnight?
Oh, all right.
Oh, and Tony.
What?
Alexander's asleep, so don't make a noise.
Oh, no, I've had a hard day's work.
That's what I mean. Take it quietly.
I've never known a baby cry less than Alexander.
I've never known a baby cry louder.
Well, I've never heard him.
Well, no, you wouldn't where you live. They do say the reception's quite good 3 doors away. You know, it's time you settled down and had a family, Poppet. We must think of some nice girl for you.
Oh, gosh, don't you start. I've had enough of that with Mrs. Griffin.
Don't worry, I wasn't serious.
I know you weren't.
I know who'd be perfect for you. Pauline Massey.
Pauline Massey?
You must have met her, Helen Massey's sister. About 24, awfully pretty. She's the perfect wife for you.
Oh, will I be allowed to see her before I decide?
Yes, of course. I I know. I'll give her a ring now.
Oh, no, please, no, I was only joking.
Only joking about what?
He's terrified I'm going to marry him off to Pauline Massey.
He's quite right to be terrified. It's a hobby with women.
What is?
Marrying people off.
Now, don't be so silly. Why should we bother about other people? We have enough trouble getting ourselves married.
Ah, now that's very interesting. So you admit you had trouble in finding a husband?
No, in choosing one out of the many.
Oh.
I'm not sure I made the right choice even now.
Women love to have a hand in arranging a marriage.
Well, I can't think why we do.
For the very same reasons you keep shifting the furniture around just for the fun of arranging it.
Now, you'll have David taking you seriously. Did you put Carol's light out?
Oh, no. She wants a drink of water.
All right, I'll see to it. You sit down. You must be tired.
Yes, I am, rather. I've had a pretty tiring. Where's my chair?
Over there.
What you doing over there?
I had to arrange something, and I haven't arranged a marriage in months.
Have you ever met her, Tony?
Who, Pauline Massey? Once, twice.
What's she like?
I can't remember her clearly, so she's obviously not attractive, not to me anyway. You may disagree when you meet her.
If I ever do.
Oh, you'll meet her all right. Anne'll arrange that.
Well, she wasn't serious. No, not that there'd be any harm in just meeting her.
Oh, my dear chap. Famous last words.
Oh, gracious, Tony, but she can't marry me without my consent. After all, Anne's my sister. I mean, she wouldn't want me to marry unless I was going to be happy.
My dear fellow, women don't tackle it from that angle at all. You've only got to listen to them talking at a wedding to know that. They don't say, I think she'll make him awfully happy.
No?
No. They say, I think she'll be awfully good for him.
What would you do if you were me?
I'd stop it before it started. By saying she wasn't my type.
Oh, how can I say that when I haven't met her?
Well, pretend you have.
I told Anne I hadn't.
Well, you suddenly remembered you have met her after all.
Well, I suppose I could say that.
Yeah.
But mind you, I still think that...
No. Perhaps I can sit down for a few seconds. What were we talking about?
I have met her, actually.
Met who?
Pauline Massey.
Have you?
Yes, I suddenly remembered.
When?
Just now.
When did you meet her?
Oh, sorry, no, I don't remember exactly.
Where?
I don't remember that either. I've got a shocking memory.
It wasn't here, was it?
Yes, of course it was.
I don't remember.
It must run in the family.
Anyway, did you like her?
Oh, she's not really my type.
Not your type?
Well, no.
Why not?
Well, you can't explain why someone isn't your type.
Well, she just isn't, that's all. So you see, there wouldn't be any point in it.
In what?
In me marrying her. Meeting her. And me meeting her again, I mean.
You wouldn't by any chance be saying all this just... Oh, now, who on earth can that be? All right, I'll go.
Yeah, I'll go.
I'm up now.
Oh, good.
Oh, you're impossible.
Gosh, I jolly nearly gave myself away.
Yeah.
Still, even if I did it must be pretty obvious I don't want to meet Pauline Massey.
Pauline, darling.
Pauline.
Well, we all have to do things we don't want to do.
You don't think Anne planned all this, do you? I mean, her coming round and everything.
I haven't been a best man for ages.
Tony, what on earth do I say now? I mean, I'm supposed to have met her.
Stick to your story. She'll think she's got a bad memory.
In here, it's Pauline Massey, darling.
Hello there.
Hello.
This is my brother, David.
I think we've met, actually.
Yes, we have.
We have? When? Oh, I mean, I can't remember exactly when it was.
At my sister's party.
Oh, yes, of course. Gosh, you know, that's incredible.
What?
We have met after all. After all these years.
It was only last month.
We haven't, was it? Well, I have no idea of time.
Pauline wants to use the phone, darling.
Oh, right. It's in the other room. I'll show it where.
Thank you. I'm sorry to do this, but it happens to be awfully important.
Honestly, Anne, I'm surprised at you arranging for her to come round like this.
I hadn't the faintest idea she was coming.
Oh, you'll never convince me it was just a coincidence.
Do you know who she's phoning? Her fiancé.
Her fiancé?
That's why she came round, to tell me the glad news.
I'm convinced.
You know, you shouldn't listen to Tony, you know. All that nonsense about marrying people off, I'm not a bit like that.
Well, I'm sure you're not really. I say, fancy her getting engaged.
Yes, I know. We'll have to find somebody else for you.
Oh, no. I don't want anybody else. Well, at least I do, only, well,
What?
The right person will come along sooner or later. There we are. Home again. Go on, then. In you go.
I thought I heard the door.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Griffin. We've been for a walk in the park.
Any luck?
No.
Oh, dear, that's nearly a fortnight now. I should give it up as a bad job. I mean, you can't spend the rest of your life looking for her.
Oh, I don't know. It's a jolly healthy life. Oh, gracious, who can that be at this time in the morning? Oh, all right, I'll go.
I must get on.
Oh, take Psyche with you.
Yes, all right.
Okay, coming. Oh, hello, Tony. What brings you out so early?
I've got some bad news for you. Huh? Anne and your mother have joined forces and found you another girlfriend.
Oh, gosh, who is it this time?
Penny Day or Gay, something like that, anyway.
Do you know her?
No, but your mother practically admitted she was very dull. Not in those words, of course.
Oh, why? What did she say?
Very suitable. David, you doing anything on Sunday?
Well, I can't think of anything offhand.
I should think pretty quick, then. That's when you're going to meet her.
Well?
Down at your mother's.
No, look, this is ridiculous. I shall just say I don't want to meet her.
You can't say that. You're not supposed to know she's going to be there.
I just don't believe it. I mean, they wouldn't play a trick like that on me.
They would, you know, and without the slightest twinge of conscience. Women always have the perfect excuse.
What's that?
It's for your own good. If you'll take my advice, you'll play safe and say you've been invited away for the weekend.
No, I think perhaps I will. It's jolly nice of you to warn me, Tony.
Oh, my dear chap. Besides, it isn't entirely unselfish. If you get out of it, we probably won't have to go.
Oh, don't you want to?
Well, I just don't want it to become too much of a habit. Oh, I'm very fond of your old man, of course, but, well, we just don't speak the same language. He talks about horses and shooting and fishing. Oh, bless his old heart, he can be a bit of a bore, you know. He's the only man I know who can tell you about the one that got away and still not see the joke. Look, if that's Anne, for heaven's sake, don't say I'm here. She'd guess in a second.
Right. Hello?
Oh, hello, Poppet. Anne.
Oh, hello, Anne.
Are you rushing off to the office?
Not for a second.
I don't know what was the matter with Tony this morning. He went off terribly early.
I know.
You know?
No, I know how busy he is. I'll have to go fairly soon, actually.
All right, I won't keep you then. Now, are you doing anything on Sunday?
Oh, well, yes. I've been invited away for the weekend.
Oh, have you? Who by?
Who by?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, now, for goodness sake, David, you must remember who you're staying with.
Yes, I know. I'll think of someone in a minute. Don't... in a minute. Eric Holmes.
I see.
I'd love to have come otherwise.
Come where?
Down to Mother's.
Who said anything about going down to Mother's?
Well, you did.
I didn't.
I wonder where I got it from, then.
There were only 3 people, you know. Mother and I and Tony. It certainly wasn't me, and it can't have been Mother.
Why?
She asked me to ring you.
Oh, did she?
Yes, she did.
Oh, well, that's thinned it out a bit.
Oh, now, don't be silly, David. You might just as well admit it was Tony.
Oh, I could have guessed, you know. After all, we go down there fairly often.
That's true. I'm afraid Mother will be awfully disappointed. Still, I'll explain for you.
Well, thank you. Look, I must go now, Anne.
Yes, all right. Oh, David.
Yes?
Put Tony on for a second.
Yes, of course. Hold up.
I thought as much.
Oh, dear.
So he came round to warn you?
Well, shall I put him on?
No. I'll speak to him later. I couldn't be more angry, David.
Well, I'm sorry, but
I'll see you on Sunday. Goodbye.
Oh, gosh.
Of all the blithering idiots. I couldn't be more angry, David. Out of the kindness of my heart, I come round here to warn you, and all you do is to land me in trouble.
Sorry.
I should think so, too. I'd better go before I say something I'll regret. I'll say this, though. If you can't cope better than that, you deserve anything you get. Even a wife.
Who was that? Your brother-in-law?
Yes.
What's the matter? You look as if you'd lost something.
On the contrary, I've got something I don't want. Mother's found me a girlfriend.
Oh, I am pleased.
But I don't want anybody to find my girlfriends for me. I'll find my own.
Oh, I'll believe that when I see her.
Oh, hello, Father.
Hello, David. Come along in. I'm just telling Tony about a fish that got away the other afternoon.
Why? What happened?
Oh, I won't bore you with it. It's a long story.
About that long.
Longer than that.
Where is everybody?
Well, and your mother getting the tea ready, I think.
Well, what time's Penny Gay coming?
Any minute now, I expect.
Oh, do you know her, Father?
No, I've known her since she was no bigger than that. Used to bounce her on my knee. Haven't seen her lately, though.
One of the ones that got away.
What's she like now?
Oh, she's a pretty little thing. Your mother thinks a lot of her. She's always saying she'll make her somebody a good wife.
Dum, 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 dum,
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Tony's right. You don't want to let Mother choose your wife for you. Women haven't the foggiest notion what men find attractive.
I thought you said she was pretty.
Well, being pretty is not enough. A girl's got to have that spark, that fire, that... Oh, you can't put it into words, really.
No, you need exclamation marks. that indefinable something that makes the old heart thump.
Yes, and the old eyes pop.
Well, doesn't a pretty girl do all that?
Bless my heart, David. A pretty woman's like a beautiful meal. It's nice to have all the trimmings, but it's still no good if it's cold.
Far better to settle for something plain but hot.
Yes. Yes, or a continental dish. What?
No, I couldn't agree more.
I am surprised at you.
Why?
Well, for agreeing.
Well, of course I agree. I mean, there's nothing worse than cold food.
David, old boy, we were talking about women.
Yes, I know, but then you started talking about food. You said you liked it hot.
Yes. Hot, meaning, well,
Gosh, I see. No, but seriously, though, there's nothing worse than cold food.
On second thought, perhaps it's a good idea to let Mother find your wife.
Why?
Well, she's bound to choose a good cook.
I wish to goodness I'd got a girlfriend. It's caused nothing but trouble. Trouble with Anne, trouble with Tony.
Oh, that's all over and forgotten.
Yes, I know, but I still feel guilty about it. After all, it's my fault you had to come down here.
Had to come?
I had to come down here and make polite conversation to Penny instead of chatting to you.
Oh, well, of course, if it's causing all that trouble, and I do see your point, why not invent a girlfriend?
Well, how do you mean?
Well, say you found one after all. That'd keep Anne and Mother at bay.
Gosh, you know, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Oh, but then I had to have told Anne about her when she suggested meeting Penny.
Oh, but that was 3 or 4 days ago. Anything could have happened since then. Yes, well, wait a minute. You'll need to have a pretty complete picture of her, though.
Yes, I know.
Now, what sort of girl would she be? Now, let's think.
Well, it's no good you or me thinking. Let David think. Blonde or brunette, David?
Well, auburn, really.
Tall or short?
Just right.
Age?
About 20, I should think. Eyes, brown. Complexion, beautiful. With a wonderfully gay personality.
It's a nice figure to round it off, eh?
Well, yes. Yes, jolly nice, and not a bit skinny either.
I say, what an imagination.
I didn't know you had it in you. Right, now we'll give her a name. And where's the telephone directory?
What?
Oh, yes, there they are. You know, I'm enjoying this. Now, do you think she's an A to D?
Oh, it could be.
I tell you what, I'll open it at random and that'll be it. Ready?
Huh?
Right, from henceforth she shall be known as... I can't read it without my glasses. What's the first one, David?
African.
African?
Odd name?
All right, I'll have another shot. Now, there we are.
Alan.
What about a Christian name?
Monica.
I see, that was quick.
Why a terrible name like Monica?
I don't know. It just seems to fit. Monica Allen.
All right, she's your figment.
Why, what?
Figment of your imagination.
Oh, she's not, actually. She's real. I saw her in the park one morning.
And you let one like that get away? Why, you're worse than your father.
I've been there every day. Oh, hello, Mother.
Hello, dear. Tea'll be ready soon.
Good show.
What have you been talking about?
Well, David's been telling us about his latest. Haven't you, David?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
Latest what?
The Figment. Their latest girlfriend.
You haven't got a girlfriend.
Oh, I have. I met her about a fortnight, 4 days ago.
Yeah. She sounds a smasher.
Then I probably won't approve.
Whatever not. You were a smasher, you know.
Thank you, dear. And you were quite a stunner yourself. What's her name, David?
African. No. Allen. Monica Allen.
What on earth made you say African?
Oh, well,
She comes from South Africa.
Oh, Monica. Yes, she does.
Is she nice?
Wonderful.
You wait till you see Penny. You'll think she's even more wonderful.
I doubt if you will, you know. It's pretty serious, isn't it, David?
Oh, yes, it is.
But you've only known her a few days.
Oh, it was love at first sight.
Yes, well, I shouldn't do anything about it yet. It's a mistake to rush these things.
Nonsense. We were married 3 weeks after we met.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's a mistake. Where did you meet her, David?
In the park.
In the park?
Yes, I was out with Psyche, and she was taking her dog for a walk. She was absolutely wonderful.
When are you seeing her again?
I doubt if I ever will. Ever will meet anyone I could love as much.
You sure?
Oh, pretty sure.
David, my dear, how exciting. I couldn't be more pleased.
Hello, then.
What's she so excited about?
Oh, I haven't the vaguest idea. Psyche.
In here. Here's Penny, Mother.
Oh, hello, dear. I didn't
gosh.
hear the door.
No, it was open. I saw Anne in the garden.
I'll go and make the tea.
Thank you, dear. You know Father, of course.
Oh, yes.
Hello there.
Hello.
Anne's husband, Tony.
How do you do?
And my son, David.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm sure you won't remember, but we have met.
Yes, in the park about a fortnight ago.
Gosh, you do remember.
You must spend your life in the park, David.
Well, I have recently. I haven't seen you there, though.
Well, no, I always mean to take Tug out, but I never wake up.
What sort of dog have you got, Penny?
Well, he's a wire-haired terrier, too.
Yes, I know. You didn't bring him.
No, he's at home.
Psyche hasn't looked at another dog since.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. Come to that, neither have I.
What?
Looked at another dog. Looked at another girl since.
Since you met Monica.
No, since I met... Oh, yes. Since I met Monica.
David's got the most exciting news. He's getting engaged.
Oh, no, look, I didn't say that.
You did, David.
Well, I'm not, anyway. I mean, not now. I mean, not till I'm absolutely sure.
But you said you were sure.
Oh, but it's a mistake to rush these things.
Nonsense. Your father and I were married 3 weeks after we met.
Yes, I know, but, well, I might meet someone I liked even more.
Now, you said you never would.
Did I?
Yes.
I've been talking too much.
Oh, for goodness sake, David. Penny will wonder what's the matter with you. David's always been so terribly shy.
No, it isn't that, really.
Of course it is. Before Penny came, it was nothing but Monica. You know that's true.
Yes, that's true.
I must say, I'm not awfully fond of the name Monica.
Well, neither am I. I can't think why I chose it. No, why parents chose it. Well, mind you, they do go together quite well. Monica Allen.
Monica Allen?
Yes.
I thought she was married.
Who?
Monica.
Oh, good heavens.
What?
Well, don't tell me there is one. I mean, there is one person who knows her.
I went to school with her.
Oh, gosh, what a coincidence.
Tea's all ready, Mother.
Oh, right. Come along, everybody. It's in the other room.
Tony. What? It's her. It's the one I met in the park.
Yes, so I gathered.
What on earth can I do?
Well, there's not much you can do. You've got yourself in a real mess, haven't you?
But it was your idea.
Yes, I know, and look how well it worked.
Oh, come in. Oh. Good morning, Mrs. Griffin.
Sorry, I left my key behind.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, do you know what they're saying about you?
What?
They're saying you're going round with a married woman.
Going around with... I'm not going around with anyone.
That's what they're saying.
Well, you don't believe it.
Of course I don't believe it. I know you far too well for that. Besides, I got it from my next-door neighbour.
Oh, but it's fantastic.
She did tell me the name of the woman now, Monica Graham.
Well, there you are. I've never even heard of... Monica Allen.
No, Graham. Monica Allen's that girl you used to know years ago. You know, when I first came here with you.
Oh, gosh, no wonder it fitted. How on earth did your next-door neighbour hear about it?
From her next-door neighbour.
Yes, but where did she get it from?
Oh, do you really want me to go on? It's ever such a long street.
Honestly, you know, it's true. Troubles never do come singly.
I shouldn't worry about it if I was you. What's the matter with Psyche? She's left her breakfast.
She's one of my troubles. I don't know whether she's sulking because I haven't taken her for a walk, or whether it's love.
Oh, you are daft about that dog. There's the front door now.
No, all right, I'll go. Oh, hello, Mother. I didn't know you were coming up today.
Anne and I are going shopping.
Well, jolly early.
Yes, I know. I wanted to catch you before you left for the office.
Why?
I was wondering if you'd like to have lunch with us.
Well, it's jolly nice of you.
You and your fiancée.
My fiancée? Oh, Monica. Oh, no, I'm afraid Monica can't come. She's having lunch with somebody else.
Well, how about tea, then?
She's booked up all day.
Oh, dear, what a shame. Still, never mind. I'll be coming up again next week. I'm longing to see her, David.
Yes, I'm sure you are.
Father's coming up with me so we can all have lunch together.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Mother, but she's booked up that day, too.
Well, we're not sure which day we're coming.
She's not sure when she's booked up. I mean... not... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Bliss?
Oh, yes?
Graham here. Monica Graham's husband.
Oh, dear.
What's this ridiculous rumor about you seeing my wife?
Oh, that's just what it is. Ridiculous.
I know that, but I gather you started it.
You started what?
All this nonsense about her.
Oh, no, you're wrong. Honestly, you are. I haven't started any nonsense with her.
What?
About her.
You'd better stop anyway, otherwise there'll be trouble, understand?
Well, I'm terribly sorry, but I... Oh, gosh, she's gone. Oh, sorry, Mother. What were we talking about?
Your fiancé.
Oh, yes, of course.
Who was that?
Her husband.
Surprised at you, David.
No, there's nothing to it, honestly.
All right, I'll go.
I know what people are saying, but it's just...
Just a figment of their imagination.
Well, yes, that's exactly what... You know?
I've known all along, really.
It's your sister.
Hello, Poppy.
Oh, hello, Anne.
Look, how long before you have to go to the office?
Oh, about 10 minutes. Why?
If you rush along to the park, you'll see something to your advantage.
See something to my advantage?
I was on the phone to Penny a few moments ago. She said she was going to take Tug for a walk.
But how am I going to explain to her?
You don't have to explain anything. It's all been arranged.
What, by you?
You know what we women are.
Oh, gosh, thank you, Anne. Oh, come on, Psyche. Bless you both. Come along then, Psyche. Oh, look, there she is. Oh, and there's Tug. Go on then. Good morning.
Hello. Isn't it a lovely morning?
Oh, it's a perfect morning. Gosh, it's jolly nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you.
You know, I wouldn't dream of admitting I'd run after a girl, but, well, I don't mind admitting that as far as you're concerned,
You what?
I've put in a lot of walking.
You've been listening to A Life of Bliss. Those taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon. Mrs. Bliss, Gladys Young, Mr. Bliss, Ernest J., Mrs. Griffin, Gladys Henson, Penny Gay, Petula Clark, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, the neighbor, Elsa Palmer, Pauline Massey, Ruth Transer. With the BBC Variety Orchestra conducted by Paul Fenollet, with music scored by Bob Sharples. The script was written by Godfrey Harrison, and this recorded program was produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
The BBC presents A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of a bachelor with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Sheila Sweet, Una Venning, and Percy Edwards. Another chapter in the life of that shy young man, David Alexander Bliss, known to us as George Cole. David and his married sister Anne start a moving story.
Coming.
Hello, Anne.
Oh, so it's you, Poppet. Come along in.
You just popped in to say hello.
You're always welcome, and this evening, particularly welcome.
I say, that's jolly nice of you. Particularly?
Particularly?
Why, what do you want me to do?
Now, what makes you think I want you to do something for me? You have got a suspicious nature. In here, go on. In you go.
Oh, Tony home yet?
Not yet, no. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. I'll get you a cushion for your back. There you are. And here's the evening paper. Would you like something to drink? Orange squash? A nice cup of coffee? A sandwich, perhaps? I know. Have a chocolate.
There's no doubt about it. I have got a suspicious nature.
Terribly.
I know. I ought to be ashamed of myself. What do you want me to do?
When Tony comes in, just casually mention...
Ah, so I was right. You did want something.
Naturally. Why else would you be so welcome?
Silly of me.
Like another cushion? Another chocolate, then?
You casually mentioned?
That the Bainbridges are selling their house. And let me know how he reacts. I went round there to tea once, and it's the perfect house for us.
Well, what's to stop you mentioning it?
I remember the last time I spoke to him about moving.
Why? What happened?
It was the last time we spoke for a week.
I see.
But then he could hardly lose his temper with you. And anyway, all I want you to...
Anne.
What?
The evening paper, cushion, and I'll repay the chocolate later. In other words, no.
You went past there today, noticed the house was for sale, and happened to know how nice it is inside. Now, what could be easier?
Nothing. I suppose even I could manage. Inside? Why, I've never been near the place. I don't even know where it is.
Lawnville Avenue, and Tony's never been inside either.
Oh, now, look, Anne, what's the point? You'll have to tackle him yourself sooner or later.
Yes, I know. And that is the point.
What?
I want to choose my moment. Tackling a husband is rather like, well, like boiling an egg. Simple enough, but the timing's all important. Get that wrong and they can be perfectly horrid.
Well, I see. In moments, Tony can be like that.
Oh, gracious, yes. Anything from terribly sticky to plain hard-boiled.
Well, in that case, the solution's obvious. Note the time when he comes in and wait 3.5 minutes. What's more, in his case, that ought to be long enough, remembering the old expression.
Expression?
He's a good egg.
Not if you crack in the wrong way.
Well, I'd only get him addled.
I might catch him on the raw.
No use arguing with a woman.
Then you'll do it?
No alternative. That's if you're sure he's never been inside the house.
Never, I promise you.
Oh, jolly good. I'll have first crack.
Oh, David, I should ask him if he's had a good day at the office first. If he hasn't, forget the whole idea.
But if he has...
It's safe enough to carry on. I'm awfully grateful. I don't know how I can repay you.
I'll have another chocolate. Oh, and the cushion, and the evening paper. I wouldn't mind a cup of coffee. Oh, dear, joke over.
It's a beautiful house, spacious rooms, lovely and light, that sort of thing. But don't forget, make sure
He's had a good day at the office. If so, safe to carry on. Casually, of course.
Bless you. I must go and cope with the children. Oh, hello, darling.
Hello, dear.
I'm just going to cope with the young. David's here.
All right. Hello, David, old man.
Hello, Tony. Had a good carry-on at the office?
Had a what?
Had a good day at the house. At the office.
Yes, interesting. 3 bites at the cherry. Yes, I have. Excellent.
Oh, jolly safe. Jolly good. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got your chair. There you are.
Ah.
I'll get your cushion for your back. And the evening paper. Would you like one of Anne's chocolates?
No, thanks. Anything on your mind?
No, nothing. You sure you won't have a casual? Won't have a chocolate?
I never eat them.
Well, I think I will. It's delicious. Oh, by the way, Tony, I happened to pass there today, and guess what? The Bainbridges' house is for sale. I must say it's jolly nice inside.
The chocolate?
No, the house. Oh, it's in Lawnville Avenue.
Lawnville Avenue, eh? No, I was along that way yesterday. Let me see, the Bainbridges. Oh, yes, that's the house hidden behind all those trees, isn't it?
Yes, that's the one.
No.
No what?
No trees. Low shrubs.
Good gracious, no wonder I could see over the top. I mean, that is, I believe you're right. Of course, I've only been inside once.
But you were impressed?
Well, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't remember it all so clearly. Such beautiful rooms, large and spacious.
Especially the drawing.
Oh, yes. That's especially large and... How do you know?
I've been inside, too.
You have?
Once, yes. Why, did Anne tell you I hadn't?
She not only told me, she promised. Promised to tell you all about it.
Purely as a matter of interest, or because she has hopes of moving?
Purely interest, as far as I know. You must admit it's a lovely house, especially that drawing room.
It's rather an unusual shape, sort of, well, how would you describe it?
Well, to tell you the truth, I can't picture it now.
Oh, but surely you remember it all so clearly.
Remember it clearly? Me, with my memory? I wouldn't say that.
But you did say it.
I did?
A moment ago.
Well, it sure shows you what a shocking memory I've got. I mean, let me think. The shape of the drawing room. Ah, yes. It's sort of, how would you describe it?
I'm asking you.
L-shaped?
Describes it perfectly.
It does?
Perfectly.
Oh, gosh.
Lucky guess.
You're right, it was. Guess?
Had enough yet?
I don't know what you mean.
That you've never seen the place in your life and that Anne put you up to this.
Whatever makes you think that?
I'm wrong?
Well, yes.
All right, then. We'll press on. What did you think of the dining room?
I didn't go in there.
Ah, clever stuff, eh? How about the little sunroom at the back? Or didn't you go in there either?
Oh, yes, I went in there.
Clever again.
Why?
There isn't one.
Are you sure you're talking about the Bainbridges' house?
I'm positive.
I wonder what I'm talking about.
Anne's castle in the air, that's what. And I must confess, I don't understand her attitude at all, not at all. In fact, I find it rather wounding.
Oh, come now, tell me.
I don't know why she should be afraid to speak to me. I'm not an unreasonable man. I may occasionally get angry, but I'm no wife-beater.
Good heavens, no.
And quite apart from that, I don't see the point of it. She'll have to tackle me about it sooner or later.
Ah, yes, but then that is the point.
What?
Well, she wants to choose her moment. I mean, tackling a husband's rather like... There's no point in boiling your husband the moment he comes in.
Boiling him?
No point in bothering him. I mean, it's a perfectly sensible attitude. Your idea is just ridiculous.
My idea?
But Anne's afraid of you getting addled.
Afraid of me?
Of you getting angry. You may occasionally lose your temper, but nobody in their right mind would describe you as an egg beater.
Oh, no, I'm not made that way.
Oh, of course you're not. Why, what did I say?
Egg beater.
Oh, wife beater, I mean. And you're not unreasonable either.
Well, I'd like to think not.
Quite the reverse. I know some husbands are pretty hard-boiled, but that certainly doesn't apply to you. You couldn't be more cracked.
Odd you should say that. I thought it was you.
No, you couldn't be more reasonable. And I'm sure Anne would say exactly the same.
Oh, I do hope not. I couldn't stand it all over again. I'm bewildered enough already. I don't know whether to crow or creep back into my coop.
Why, I can't believe it was all that difficult to understand.
Oh, my dear chap, completely unintelligible to the uninitiated. One long stream of farmyard innuendos. But at least one part of it came to roost. You can tell Anne from me she can say goodbye to her dream. An Englishman's home is his castle. This is mine, and I'm not moving. Now I'm going upstairs.
Oh, hello, darling. Going somewhere?
Upstairs, to put a comb through my feathers.
Feathers?
I cracked him the wrong way.
Oh, dear. Sticky.
Plain hard-boiled. But it wasn't my fault this time, you know. He has been round there.
What? To the Bainbridges?
Yes.
Nonsense. He was just testing you out.
No trees, low shrubs, an L-shaped drawing room, and no little sunroom. Right?
Right. But I can't think when he was there.
I'm sorry, but there it is. I don't see what you can do about it.
Let him simmer for a few days, then have another crack.
And supposing they sell the house in the meantime?
I doubt if they will. They're asking too much money. And if they do, well...
Bang goes your dream.
Bang goes my dream. Still, I can hardly stop them Just a second, though. I've got an idea.
Honestly, you're about as bad as Zoe. She's always getting ideas.
A way to stop the sale of the house. Delay it anyway.
Well, I'd like to know how.
I'm going to tell you. They're asking £6,000.
Gosh.
They won't get it, of course. And I doubt if they expect to. But Mrs. Bainbridge is a proper Scrooge.
Would loves her money bag.
More than anything else in the world. And that brings me to the idea. Supposing somebody went round to see the house. Somebody she thought might be gullible enough to pay $6,000.
Now, who could you possibly have in mind?
She wouldn't think of selling to anybody else until you finally decided.
Now, I have decided. And I'm another dream you'll have to say goodbye to. In other words, no.
You look over it, enthuse over it, imply that you think the price is reasonable, and say that you'll bring your wife round later. Now, what could be simpler than that?
Nothing. I suppose even I couldn't... My wife? Oh, no. No, I'm not going to say I'm married. It's much too complicated.
All right, then. Say you're about to get married.
No, look, there's another snag. She'd never believe I wanted a place that size.
It's not all that large, only 4 bedrooms. You will do it, won't you? I'm so sick of this house. I've been sick of it for years. And given time, I'm sure I could persuade Tony.
No use arguing with a woman. Let me see. Tomorrow's Saturday. I'll ring up in the morning and fix it up.
A sister couldn't ask for a nicer brother. You know what to do.
Look over it, enthuse over it, look gormless, imply that I'm gullible enough to think the price reasonable.
And say that you'll bring your fiancé around in a few days' time. Oh, we'll have to think of another name for you.
Why?
There's always a chance of her mentioning it to Tony.
You're not only as bad as Zoe, your ideas are exactly the same. She's talked me into changing my name so often, I've almost forgotten what it is.
Blythe.
Blythe?
David Blythe. You couldn't get that muddled. Oh, while we're on the subject of muddling names, it's Mrs. Bainbridge.
Not Mrs. Scrooge.
Good morning.
Good morning. I phoned earlier on.
Oh, yes, of course.
You must be Mr. Blythe.
Yes, and you must be Mrs. Moneybags.
Mrs. who?
Bainbridge. It's awfully nice of you to show me around.
Not at all. Come in.
Thank you. I love your garden.
It's beautiful in summer.
Oh, I love your hall, too.
It is quite pleasant. Shall we start upstairs? Mr. Blythe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was still admiring your hall. By the way, Mrs. Bainbridge, I hope you won't mind my asking, only I'm a bit shy about this sort of thing, but I don't know the price.
£6,000.
6,000?
Yes.
Well, I must say that seems very gullible. 6,000?
Yes.
Well, having seen round it, I must admit I'm surprised. It's terribly reasonable.
When do you think you could bring your fiancée around?
No, that's a bit difficult. She's away at the moment, and she won't be back till sometime next week. I do hope it won't be sold by then.
I've got several other offers. Still, I'd like to feel I'd helped a young couple on the threshold of their life together.
Well, I say that's jolly kind of you.
Yes, but then that's my philosophy. I really believe one profits by kindness.
Yes, and what a profit. Prophetic remark.
May I ask the lucky girl's name?
Name? Oh, Zoe. Zoe Hunter.
Zoe Hunter. Now, where have I... the telephone. Excuse me. Hello? Would you hold on a moment? Mr. Blythe, I wonder if you'd mind letting yourself out?
No, not a bit.
Goodbye. Delighted to have met you. And I'll be hearing from you.
About the middle of next week. Goodbye, Mrs. Moneybags. Mrs. Bainbridge, I'll give you a ring.
Hello?
Mrs. Bainbridge?
Speaking.
This is Tony Fellows.
An Englishman's home is his castle. This is his, and what's his has got to be mine.
Is that what Tony said?
Last night, when I tackled him about it. And you know, when I likened it to the boiling of an egg, I was wrong.
Were you?
Hopelessly wrong. Husbands are about as unpredictable as, well, souffles. You can be successful with them 9 times out of 10. But when it comes to a special occasion, they're suddenly flat and heavy.
Well, I shouldn't give up hope yet.
When did you arrange to take your fiancée round?
The middle of this week.
Oh, and today's Thursday. Bang goes my dream. Oh, well, it can't be helped. I'll just go and put Carol to bed.
I'm sorry, Anne.
Not your fault. Oh, here's Tony. Hello, darling.
Hello, dear.
I'm just going to put Carol's light out.
You're right. Hello, David, old man.
Hello, Tony. Had a good day at the office?
Oh, not too bad, you know. David?
Yes?
Has Anne said anything more to you about the Bainbridges' house?
Well, no, not really.
I see. She has. Suppose she thinks I'm being hard-boiled about it.
Well, she couldn't possibly think that. As I said to you only the other day.
Said what?
That might apply to some husbands, but certainly not to you. You couldn't be a more easygoing souffle.
Made with the egg beater, I suppose.
No, you couldn't be a flatter husband. Couldn't be heavier going. Easier.
Oh, for heaven's sake, it's plain enough what Anne's been saying, and it's a bit unfair considering I made an offer for the... Oh, well. There's no harm in you knowing now. I tried to buy the confounded place.
You did?
Offered $4,500, intimated I'd go a little higher. It might have come off, too.
Oh, gosh, I see it all now. That's how you knew what the inside was like.
Yeah, I'd been round there the day before.
But why on earth didn't you tell Anne?
I didn't want to build up her hopes. And anyway, I wanted to keep it as a surprise. I nearly told her last night. Well, I thought I'd hang on a bit longer. Do you know what happened?
No, what?
Mrs. Bainbridge has found some buffoon who's willing to pay $6,000, believe it.
I believe it.
It's more than I did at first. But she mentioned the chap's name, Blythe or something like that.
That's right, David Blythe.
Why, do you know him?
Oh, yes. Yes, I know him.
Is he a friend of yours?
In a way, yes.
Amazing coincidence, you know him. Well, what's he like?
What's he like? Oh, he's quite a charming chap and terribly good looking. But a bit of a clot. Serves me right. Oh, you may be right. I know some people think so.
Oh, me for one.
Oh, definitely. Definitely bad luck on you. But then you never know. He might not bite after all.
No, that's my only chance.
A jolly good one, though.
What makes you say that? Have you seen him lately?
Frequently.
And you talked to him about the house?
Oh, yes. We had quite a long chat with myself. I had quite a long chat, and do you know what? Huh? He's practically decided against it.
He has?
Yes.
Oh, David, old boy. Look, I know I've criticized you in the past, and I make no promises for the future. But at this moment, oh, you're a splendid fellow. That's the best news I've had in ages. It's terrific news. But look, not a word to Anne. He might change his mind again.
I doubt it.
Oh, well.
Carol says, would Daddy please read her a fairy story?
Daddy'll be only too delighted to read her as many as she likes.
For goodness sake, don't tell her that. One and only one.
Righto.
If Daddy wants to read any more, he can bring the book in here.
I might do that.
Daddy's in a very good mood.
Well, Daddy's just heard some news about the house he's buying.
News about?
The Bainbridges house. He's been trying to buy it all the time.
You're joking.
I'm not, you know.
Why didn't he tell me?
Well, he wanted to be a surprise. Well, I suppose I shouldn't have said anything, really.
That's all right, but he mustn't know you told me.
Well, no, of course not. Yeah, apparently, there's only one thing in the way.
What's that?
Some buffoon who's willing to pay the full price.
You.
Me? but don't worry, I'll get out of the way first thing tomorrow morning.
Do you know, I still don't believe it. Not even now.
Believe what?
That my dream house has come true. Coming.
Hello, Anne.
Oh, so it's you, Poppet. Come along in.
I thought I'd pop round and see if there was any news about the house.
You're always welcome. And this morning, particularly welcome.
I say, that's jolly nice. Particularly?
Particularly?
Oh, no. What this time?
Go on, in you go. Tony's gone down to the office.
What, on Saturday?
Just to look through the letters, that's all. You've just got to help me.
I know I have, but what?
I'm expecting Tony back at any minute. I'm also expecting a delivery van. And the twain must never meet.
Why? What's the van delivering? Something you bought that Tony doesn't know about?
A whole host of things he doesn't know about. Things for the new house.
Oh, gosh, so he has bought it then?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, no, not officially. He still hasn't said a word to me.
Yet you've bought a whole host of things?
Yes.
And whatever possessed you?
I'd never get a man to understand. I could explain it to a woman in 5 short words.
Well, try them on me.
There was a sale on.
Come now, that's no excuse. You must have had a brainstorm.
You've got to get Tony out of the house and keep him out till lunchtime. I'll hide the things. They won't send the bill until the end of the month, and by that time, we'll know one way or the other.
Well, how am I going to get him out?
Suggest a game of golf. Anything.
I don't play golf.
You could caddy for him.
Oh, no, never again. Not after what happened last time at the 18th hole. He took a terrific swing with his club.
And missed the ball altogether?
He wasn't aiming at the ball. Golf's out.
I know. Did you come in your car?
The office car, yes.
Take him out for a drive. You're not too happy about the engine, so you want his expert advice. He'll be terribly flattered.
But there's nothing wrong with the engine.
Never mind. You'll soon find something.
That's true enough. Now tell me about your brainstorm. I take it you bought some really lovely things.
But of course not. I've told you it was a sale.
No bargains?
I did get a roll of carpet, but I'm not too happy about it. I've got an awful feeling the color's going to clash. Still, it was awfully cheap and... Oh, there's Tony now. Bustle him out as quickly as possible. The delivery van's likely to arrive at any moment.
He's as good as bustled.
In here, darling.
I only hope he doesn't start tinkering about with it. After all, it's the office car, not mine.
And, darling, I've got... Oh, hello there, David.
Hello, Tony.
I shouldn't take your coat off, darling. David wants to take you out, don't you, David?
Well, yes, that's if you can spare the time. I'd like your advice on the office van.
Office van?
On the delivery office.
Office car.
Yes, on the office car. I'm not too happy about the carpet. About the noise under the carpet in front.
Carpet in that car?
Well, under the matting, then. It sounds very odd to me.
How do you think it sounds to me?
You haven't heard it yet?
You missed the point, but never mind. You were saying?
Well, I'd like to drive you out of the house. to take you out for a quick drive. I'm sure there's something wrong with the old bustle. Old bus.
I'm sure you're feeling all right.
Perfectly. Why?
Why, I thought perhaps you'd had a brainstorm.
Oh, no, that was Anne. That was another thing. I keep on getting a terrible knocking noise.
I'm not surprised. Still, I think I can diagnose your trouble. Let me see. Office van, delivery office, delivery van, carpet.
I must go and get on with my work.
Anne.
Yes, dear?
Come back.
Yes, dear?
Carpet for the new house.
New house? What new house?
Very good, darling. The one I paid the deposit on this morning. It's ours.
Gosh, really?
It is?
Yes, it's ours.
Oh, Tony, darling, you're the most wonderful husband in the world.
A good egg, in fact.
Double yolk.
And about as nice a souffle as you could hope to meet.
Can we afford to buy it?
Good heavens, no, but it's a nice house.
Beautiful. That kitchen.
The shape of the hall.
The L-shaped drawing room. And I got it for $4,750.
Really?
Yes, really.
I must say, that seems very gullible.
Gullible?
Oh, it's all right. I'm only joking.
I think I did rather well over the price.
Oh, good gracious, yes. Terribly gormless.
The removal van's due here at 2:30.
Well, only 10 minutes to go.
And chaos reigns supreme. I thought you were going to tie up that packing case for me. I gave you a piece of rope for it.
Yes, I know, but Psyche mistook it for a lead.
So?
Well, she keeps on taking it to the front door.
Look, David, old boy, there's a lot to be done.
Oh, all right, I'll see to it. Do you think we'll be ready in time?
Not a dog's chance.
No, not you.
Look, I'm going upstairs to start bringing some of the... Oh, for the love of Mike, don't tell me they're here already.
Tony!
Yes.
Front door!
Yes, all right.
It's probably Zoe, Tony. Yeah, now then, Psyche, come on. Give it to me. I've got to tie this box up. Psyche, come back.
Hello, then. Where are you off to, eh?
Yeah, take it away from her, would you, Zoe?
Come on, then. Give it to me. That's a good girl. Here you are, darling.
Oh, thanks. I've been trying to get this thing tied up for the last...
What, no kiss to your future bride?
Oh, sorry, darling. There. If I don't get it done soon, Tony's going to be... future bride?
I've heard all about it.
All about what?
Well, our engagement. Mummy heard it from a friend of Mrs. Bainbridge's.
Oh, good gracious. I'd forgotten. I didn't tell you about that, did I?
No, you didn't. But it's all right. You don't have to explain. I understand.
Understand what?
That you were too shy to propose to me. And there's no need to now. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I accept.
Oh, no. Just a second, Zoe.
I know just what you're going to ask me to name the day.
Yeah, Zoe, there has been a terrible misunderstanding.
No, there hasn't.
But there has.
I was teasing.
David, old man, could you give me a hand? Oh, good heavens, haven't you done that yet?
Oh, you won't take me a second. Where did I put that rope? Here, Psyche, come back here.
It's all right, I've got another piece here. I'll do it myself.
Tony?
Yes?
I can't do any more upstairs until you... Oh, hello, Zoe. Hello.
Until I've what?
Brought some of the things down.
Oh, I'll go and bring them down.
Well, I'll come and help you.
I wouldn't want to move every day, would you?
I wish we weren't moving.
Devil of a job getting everything packed up. Wish we weren't.
I know it's silly, but so much has happened here. The house is so full of memories. Happy memories, too. This is our home, Tony.
Yes, and the other one's our new home.
I hate the thought of leaving here.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Anne, it's a bit late to say that now, isn't it?
There's no need to lose your temper. I know it's silly. I said it was silly.
Darling. Now, don't cry.
I'm not crying.
Anne, is it all right to bring those cases down?
Yes.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, she's a bit upset about going.
I've been so happy in this house.
Please, Anne, don't cry. Think of that kitchen.
The shape of the hall.
The L-shaped drawing room.
The little sunroom at the back. Oh, no.
I can't help it. I feel...
Oh, come on, darling. Here, have my handkerchief.
Yeah, have mine, too.
Oh, dear, that'll be the confounded removal van. It's all right, I'll go.
Oh, come on, Anne, buck up. I don't want to be selfish about this, but I've been through quite a lot recently. I'd hate to feel I'd done it all for nothing.
I deserve that. It's not like me to cry. Ah, I'm sorry.
Well, don't be silly. It's natural enough. After all, when you've lived in a house for years, moving's bound to be...
What?
Well, moving.
In The Life of Bliss this week, the artists taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, Zoe Hunter, Sheila Sweet, Mrs. Bainbridge, Una Venning. This recorded program was written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgemont. A Life of Bliss was presented by the BBC. The BBC presents A Life of Bliss.
Being the biography of a bachelor, with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Barry K. Barnes, Gwen Cherrill, Terence Alexander, Nan Kenway, and Percy Edwards. Another chapter in the life of that shy young man, David Alexander Bliss, known to us as George Cole. Scene: the house of his sister Anne and brother-in-law Tony. Chapter entitled United They Stay.
Maynard Phillimore.
Maynard Phillimore? Sounds very impressive. Who is he, David?
Well, for the next few weeks, my general manager. He's been sent down by head office to take over till old Hood gets back.
Oh, yes, of course, you told us he's ill at the moment, isn't he?
Yes, with jaundice.
Poor old lad. How is he now?
Well, according to Mrs. Hood on the phone yesterday, making excellent progress.
Oh, good.
Temperature almost normal, but he was complaining of a terrible headache.
Why, what was he saying about you?
I might have guessed that was coming.
Poppet, I seem to remember last time he was ill, they made you general manager.
That's right, for a whole month.
What stopped them doing the same thing this time?
At a guess last time.
Actually, I know the reason. I had a letter about it.
What, from head office?
Yes, jolly nice one, too. They feel I've got enough to do running the branch office because, and here I quote from memory, the volume of business has increased substantially since your inception. A fact noted here with some satisfaction.
Good for you.
Very good. But you know, I can never understand why you businessmen can't use simple words.
People might get the idea that our job was simple.
At least that's honest. Who's going to finish up my nice apple pie?
No more for me.
Or me. I've had a wonderful lunch.
Shall I give it to Psyche?
Well, dogs shouldn't have sweet things, really. Still, just this once.
You think she'll like it?
Oh, good gracious, yes. She'll eat anything.
That's not very complimentary to my cooking. Psyche. I've got something for you. There. I'll go and get the coffee. You're in a hurry to get back, aren't you, Poppy? David?
No, I'm sorry. Yes, I am, but not enough to miss coffee.
Oh, right.
You know, I was just thinking, it's odd how one's attitude towards people changes.
Good gracious, what prompted that?
Well, talking about the last time old Hood was ill. It's only a year or so ago, yet I remember being, well, almost glad in a way.
Of the respite?
Exactly. I was terrified of him in those days, and I didn't understand him at all.
But now?
I'm still terrified, but I understand him better. I've got a feeling he understands me a little better, too.
Oh, that goes without saying.
You really think so?
Definitely.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Study it for long enough, and even Greek becomes intelligible.
Seriously, though, having started off so badly, it does seem odd that we've, well, grown together.
Oh, not really, you know. time mellows.
Well, that's true enough.
And despite what they say, familiarity breeds content.
I say, that's rather neat.
Yes, I thought so.
That goes without saying.
Oh, getting your own back, eh?
Well, definitely. Mind you, you're right.
That goes without saying.
Oh, for instance...
Let's get away from the table and sit in comfort.
Oh, all right. No, but take Zoe, for instance.
Zoe?
Well, let's face it, I've known her for quite a time now.
So?
I'm familiar with her.
Well, I doubt it, knowing you.
Doubt what?
If you're familiar.
Well, that doesn't make sense, surely.
Why?
Well, how can you possibly know someone for a long time without getting familiar?
I don't know, but you've managed it for years.
Well, I haven't known her that long.
Look, David, old boy, when you talk about being... Oh, never mind, I know what you meant. And I know what you were going to say.
What?
That you enjoyed going out with each other before, but now you have the added pleasure of feeling, well, at home together.
Oh, I couldn't have put it better myself.
That goes without saying.
It sounds a bit dull, I suppose, but that's exactly how I feel. At home with her.
Dull, perhaps, but there's nothing more comforting or human. On a bitter winter's day, we turn up our overcoat collars and clutch them to our throats.
And the connection?
Well, in a cold, hard world, we cling to the familiar.
Quite a speech.
No, it comes of having a heavy lunch.
I shouldn't let Anne hear you say that. Mind you, you're right again. It's true in so many ways. Not only of the old familiar faces.
Old places, too.
Old things.
Even of wives.
Wives?
And husbands. The secret, in fact, of a successful marriage.
What, familiarity?
Or companionship, call it what you will.
No, I suppose love doesn't come into it at all.
Oh, yes, love comes into it. But I'm talking about, well, after it's left.
Oh, come now, Tony. That hardly applies to you and Anne. You're as much in love now as you ever were.
Yes. But you go through various stages, you know. After all, marriage is like, well, how can I put it? Well, like making a fire. It's bound to burst into flames the moment it's lit, but that's the dangerous stage. If it's not made properly, it goes out. On the other hand, if it stays alight, it soon roars into life and burns brightly on. Until finally, and perhaps most pleasant of all, you're left with a nice, warm glow.
Beautifully put. Now tell me what it meant.
Put it down to the lunch.
Here we are, darling.
Yeah.
I'll need that small table.
Oh, right, I'll bring it over for you. Now.
Thank you. What have you been talking about?
Familiarity breeding content. Old faces and places.
Old things, and even old Anne.
Oh.
Old Anne?
Even an old wife. Even old wives.
Tony?
Yes, dear.
What have you been saying?
Well, if you must know that marriage is like making a fire.
If it's not made properly, it soon goes out.
Now, but once alight, as in our case, it burns brightly on.
Until finally you're left with a dying ember.
So Tony said I was a dying ember.
Tony said nothing of the sort. There's one thing about it, our marriage must be successful.
Why?
To have withstood the ravages of David.
There's something in that.
How did you come to be talking about it?
Well, it started with old Hood, oddly enough.
What's this new chap like? Maynard...
Fillimore. I haven't seen him yet. He only turned up yesterday.
I thought Hood had been away for a week.
Yes, but the general manager's chair's been vacant.
You'll have to be going soon.
Your bags of time yet.
Why the hurry?
I've been summoned to meet him.
Who, Fillimore?
Yes. Still, judging by what I've heard, he's a fairly decent chap. So's old Hood, of course, but he's the old-fashioned disciplinarian. I gather Fillimore's quite the reverse.
In what way?
Oh, hates any formalities. Proved that the moment he arrived, apparently.
How?
Called his secretary by a Christian name. Invented a nickname for the office boy. Stopped to have a chat with old Potter. Told him
Potter?
One of the clerks.
Oh.
Told him a joke and ended up by slapping him on the back.
Oh, dear.
Why, oh, dear?
Well, take my tip. Tread warily. You get the type of boss who acts like one of the boys, but just let one of the boys get out of line.
And then?
One less boy. Believe me, a treacherous character.
You wouldn't by any chance be jumping to conclusions?
No, I could be wrong, easily, but I know the type only too well, or rather the species. At first sight appears friendly, but that ready smile has much in common with the laugh of the hyena. Liable to pounce at any moment and found quite extensively in the business jungle. Beware, this animal is dangerous.
Well, not only a heavy lunch, indigestible as well.
What was that?
No, I was only joking.
I should jolly well hope so.
I'm sure you're wrong about him, Tony. What do you think, Anne?
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Don't worry, we're only teasing. I've just noticed, isn't that a new suit?
Tailor-made.
I picked the cloth out myself. Do you like it?
Very much. Don't you, Tony?
Let's have a look. Nice bit of stuff. Good cut, too.
It seems a bit on the big side, but then I don't mind that myself. I like them loose.
I think you look very smart.
I think I look like a tailor's dummy.
Yes, but the suit's smart.
That's something.
I'm sure Mr. Fillmore will be most impressed.
Well, according to you and Tony, I ought to be in tropical kit.
Tropical kit?
Well, I'm off to the business jungle. I must be off now, too.
I thought you said you had bags of time.
Yes, but let's face it. If you're right, if, like the hyena, he's likely to pounce...
You're the most likely victim.
That goes without saying.
Come in.
Good afternoon, sir.
Bliss?
Yes.
Maynard Phillimore.
How do you do?
Now, don't stand on ceremony, old boy. Park yourself down and help yourself to a cigarette.
No, thank you, sir. I don't smoke.
And you can cut out all that sir nonsense, too. My name's Maynard. Yours?
Bliss.
Christian name.
Maynard. Oh, David.
Oh, yes. So it says here. Don't hold with all this card indexing stuff myself. Still, let's have a deco. Now, David Bliss. So far, so good. Manager, Farley Road Branch. Secretary, Marcia Hammond. Oh, any good?
Who? Marcia? Oh, very good.
Not too good, I hope.
Well, excellent.
From what angle?
Well, every angle.
Oh, I see what you mean. Nice bit of stuff, eh?
Nice bit of... Oh, well, yes, I picked it out myself.
Yes, I bet you did.
Tailor-made.
All the right measurements, eh?
Well, a bit on the big side, actually. Then I don't mind that myself. I like them loose.
There's nothing like admitting it.
Well, not as loose as all that, but I like to feel free to move.
Oh. I mean, don't we all?
I must say, I think it's well cut.
Well cut?
Well, I don't think it's as bad as all that.
I think we're at cross purposes. I'm talking about your secretary.
About my secretary?
What were you talking about?
My tropical kit.
Suit. Well, how did your tropical kit get into it?
I must be feeling the heat.
Well, don't tell me you're nervous.
Well, naturally.
Naturally, why?
Well, meeting you for the first time. After all, you are the jungle manager. the business hyena. Laughing general. General manager.
Have you been drinking, old boy?
I don't drink.
You don't?
No.
Well, I should start. You never know. It might help. Right, now down to work. I've got a file of yours here. A bloke called Jarvis owes us a lot of lolly. To be precise, £3,000.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, it's been owing for 6 months. Won't do, old boy, won't do. You'd better send him the usual little chitty. Our money or your life. Give him till the end of the month.
Well, I doubt if he'll be able to manage it by then. He's having rather a difficult time at the moment.
Yes, well, if he doesn't cough up, we'll have to go for him.
Well, I'm sure he'll pay as soon as he can. He's never let us down before.
There's a first time for everything.
Look, sir, I've already had a word with Mr. Hood about it.
No, Hood's away at the moment, Bliss.
Sorry.
Well, only pulling your leg, of course. You leave old Hood to me. Used to work with him years ago, at head office. Do you know what we christened him? The old growler, aptly named, eh?
I get on rather well with him myself.
There's a first time for everything.
Yeah, about Mr. Jarvis.
Well, we've settled all that. Here, take the file. Afraid I'll have to put you out now, boy. Cheerio, boy. Nice to meet you.
Goodbye, sir.
Oh, David.
Yes, sir?
You must let me know the name of your tailor.
Hello, Marcia.
Oh, hello, boss. Did you see the GM?
GM?
General manager.
Oh, yes, I did. I never get used to this awful initial habit. Any messages?
Nothing important. What did you think?
About what?
The new GM.
The real M-E.
M-E?
Man-eater. There can't be a law of the jungle, otherwise he'd have been shot years ago.
That awful?
Unspeakable.
Oh, dear. What's that, the Jarvis file?
Yes. Oh, well, might as well get it over. Come into my office, will you?
Get what over?
Phillimore's orders. I've got to send him the usual little chitty.
The usual little chitty?
Yes, stand and deliver. Your money or your life. His money or I'll... Oh, never mind.
Whatever's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
Nonsense. Of course there is. You're not normally as bad as this. Only teasing.
Well, let's go into my office. You'll switch the phone through.
Already switched.
And bring your shorthand book.
Already in hand. Literally. See?
Sit down, Marcia.
Yes, all right.
Take a letter to...
David.
What?
There is something wrong.
Well, I'm naturally sorry for the old boy.
What old boy?
Oh, Jarvis boy. Oh, Dick Jarvis.
What about him?
Oh, for heaven's sake, I told you, I've got to send him the usual little chitty.
Look, I don't want to be difficult, but you'll still have to explain. I didn't follow after that.
Follow what?
Oh, I don't really know. Dick Turpin.
What are you talking about?
Stand and deliver. I don't see what that's got to do with the... Oh, not dear sir, unless...
By the end of the month.
But why? He's such a sweet old man. Besides, he's owed us money before lots of times. He's always paid up in the end.
Well, it's Phillimore's idea, not mine. I tried to argue with him, but he just wouldn't listen. I'm as fond of old Jarvis as you are, but what can I do about it?
Put up a fight.
Well, that's just ridiculous.
Is it?
Well, completely, and for a pretty obvious reason.
He's the GM, and you're DW.
DW?
Dead windy.
Honestly, I wish you'd stop using all the... Dead windy?
Well, aren't you?
Oh, now, look, Marcia, you're going too far, much too far. Take a chitty. Take a letter. To Richard Turpin, Esquire. You can get the address from Richard Jarvis. You can get the address from the file.
I know it.
All right, let me see. Dear sir. Dear sir.
Unless?
Marcia, there's nothing I can do about it. I'd only be tilting at windmills. And I'm not cut out to be a Don Quixote.
Dear sir.
All right, you win.
You'll fight?
I'll tilt.
I knew you would. Oh, phone. Try answering.
No, it's all right, I will. Hello? Don Quixote here.
Hello?
David Bliss.
Maynard Phillimore.
Oh, hello, sir.
About that Jarvis letter. No hurry, of course, but I'd like you to get it off as soon as possible.
Oh, yes, of course, sir. As a matter of fact, I'm just tilting it now. You're just dictating it now.
I see. Well, when you do send it off, send me a copy too, will you? By the way, how did Don Quixote get into it?
I can't understand why I said that.
Neither can I. I take it you understood what I said.
Oh, yes, perfectly. Get the letter off as soon as possible, and when I do, send you a windmill.
Windmill?
Copy.
Listen, old boy, a friendly warning. I don't like using the big stick, but I can if pressed. Cheerio.
Goodbye.
Dear sir.
All right, I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. I wasn't DW. I was just unprepared. You don't go into battle without a plan.
I thought of one without the battle.
Oh, what's that?
It's simple. Don't send the letter. Just tell him you have.
Well, that's not a plan. That's plain stupid. This is business, not some sort of a game.
Can you think of a better one?
Yes, much better. I'm going round to see the OG.
OG?
The old growler. In other words, old Hood. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I was forgetting.
Forgetting what? That he's my uncle? Oh, it doesn't matter. I think the plan's excellent.
Oh, jolly good. Let me see. What time is it? Well, I might as well knock off and go round early. Cheerio, Marcia.
Bye, boss. Oh, boss.
Yes?
Give my love to the old growler.
All right. Just coming.
Hello, Mrs. Hood.
Oh, hello, David. Come in.
Thank you. Now, how's the invalid today?
Better.
Oh, good. Yeah, has he still got a temperature?
Oh, only slight. It's down to 99 now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, but believe me, if nuisance value could be measured in degrees, he'd be at least 109.
I'm sure you don't mean that.
David, if you knew how many times today he's had me running up and down those stairs, you'd know I was in no condition to make jokes. I'm expected to be housewife, wet nurse, nursing sister, and escalator all rolled into one.
It must be tiring.
I'm sorry if I sounded a little distraught, but he's such a baby when he's ill.
I think most men are.
For some babies are more difficult than others. Some are little demons, and I've got a full-size edition up there.
Well, I still think we're all about as bad.
I'll see you when you come down.
Yes, all right. This one?
Yes.
Who is it?
David Bliss.
Oh, good heavens. Come in.
Oh, hello, sir. And how's the demon today? How's the baby today? How's the little invalid? How are you feeling?
Much worse now.
Seriously, how are you feeling?
Oh, not too bad, apart from headache. Slight temperature, that's all.
Yes, I know. It's wonderful.
Wonderful?
But your temperature's 109.
109?
99. If you go on at this rate, you'll soon be your normal nuisance. Your normal self.
I take it Mrs. Hood told you it was all right to come up here.
Well, yes.
That's grounds for divorce. Mental cruelty. Ah, well, it's nice to see you, David.
Well, it's nice to see you, sir.
And how are things at the office?
Well, to tell you the truth, there's something I want to talk to you about. I know this is hardly a moment, but it happens to be urgent.
Go ahead.
Well, it's about old Dick Jarvis. I don't know if you remember the position, but I mentioned it once before.
Jarvis, £3,000, company investment, repayable August the 16th last year. About 6 months ago.
Oh, you do remember it.
Vaguely. And the trouble?
Mr. Phillimore says I'm only to give him till the end of the month to pay up.
Oh, does he indeed?
Yes, and I'm not only supposed to be sending off a letter, I've got to send him a copy as well.
I see.
I'm quite prepared to do battle, but I don't really see where it would get us.
Out on our ears, the pair of us.
Well, me perhaps, but not you.
That's just where you're wrong. He's more interested in my job than yours. And this is his first move, a cunning one at that. It wouldn't look too good at head office.
Why?
Oh, for the love of Mike, why do you think? Use your head, man.
Well, I still don't see...
Oh, never mind. We'll use mine. It's quicker. If Jarvis goes broke, I've made an error of judgment in trusting him.
Oh, dear, yes, I see it now. Well, what on earth can we do?
Simple. Send him his copy. Don't send the letter, but tell him you have.
Good gracious.
What?
Well, that was Marcia's game. Yeah, Marcia's idea.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, she had the same stupid plan. Oh, not that it is stupid, but it does seem...
More like a game than business.
Yes.
Well, that's where you're wrong again. Business is a game. And in all games, you get the type of person who's determined to win at all costs, even if it costs somebody else's job.
Oh, gosh, I think that's a terrible trick.
And it's not going to be easy to trump it. He's holding all the cards. Only one thing to do, play for time.
Send him his copy, don't send the letter, but tell him I have.
And don't tell anybody else anything. Not a soul, not even Marcia. Keep it entirely to yourself. You understand?
Understood. I know exactly what she'll think, that I'm D.W. again.
D.W.?
You're dead windy. She started this awful initial habit, and it seems to be catching. Oh, by the way, she sent her love to the O.G.
O.G.?
The old... I forget what the G stood for now. Let me think.
I can only think of growler.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something else. I know it wasn't that.
Well, I know it was, and I know who you got it from.
Who?
Old Full of Gas. What else did he tell you about it?
Nothing, really. Only that you worked... Full of Gas?
That's what we used to call him.
Aptly named.
Aye, very. He's a real WB.
WB?
A windbag.
Want your medicine, dear?
Oh, is it?
Well, time I was going, too.
Well, it was nice of you to come round and see me. Cheerio, David.
Cheerio, sir. Morning, Marcia.
Oh, morning, boss. I'm dying to know. What did Mr. Hood say last night?
Look, Marcia, I know what you're going to think, but I didn't go round and see him after all. I changed my mind. And my mind about the letter. I'm going to send it.
Oh.
I know how you feel about it, but there's just one thing you're forgetting. I've got to look after number one, and I'm not going to lose my job for anybody. I'll take a letter to Richard Jarvis. Copy to Mr. Phillimore.
Yes, all right. And as soon as I type them, as they're rather important, would you like me to go out and post them for you?
No, I don't think that'll be necessary.
I thought not. So my plan's been accepted after all.
Oh, gosh, how on earth did you guess? What did I do to give myself away?
Nothing. In fact, you did rather well. You sounded completely selfish and really rather nasty. That's what gave you away.
What?
It didn't sound a bit like you. Top copy into the waste paper basket.
Bottom copy to old Full of Gas. That's what they used to call him at head office.
No.
Mr. Hood told me.
Oh, I wish he hadn't. Now you know it, I can see what's going to happen.
I can see the danger, but I think I can avert it better than most. But then I have the advantage of being unpopular.
Meaning?
I'm allowed to call him Sir, and that's what I'm going to stick to. Sir, plain Sir. Safer. Right, now to the letter. Dear Plain.
Dear Sir.
Unless.
Come in.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, hello, Bliss. I suppose you know why I've sent for you?
Yes, sir. No reply, sir. From Mr. Jarvis, sir.
Yes, and the letter went off 12 days ago. Always provided you sent it.
Well, definitely, sir.
Then it seems odd not to have had a reply. Of course, it might have got lost in the post.
Ah, it's funny you saying that, sir. I was just going to suggest it myself. And I'm sure you're right.
How the devil can you be sure?
Oh, no, not absolutely sure, but I think it's a distinct possibility. I mean, letters do get lost in the basket. Do get wasted in the paper. Get thrown away in the post.
Lost?
Yeah, lost in the post. So why not this one?
I think it's a distinct possibility.
Oh, gracious, dear.
Yes, and for that reason, I'm not taking any more risks. From now on, we'll rely on the telephone.
Well, I've lost numbers before now. Joking.
I want Jarvis in your office at 11:30 tomorrow morning, Bliss, that's all.
But
No buts, 11:30, or I put the matter in the hands of our solicitors, that's all, Bliss.
Yes, sir.
Bliss.
Yes, sir?
Call me sir if you must, but not after every confounded comma. Clear?
Perfectly. Bye, Mr. Fullergas. Out of work.
David, not sacked.
Sacked.
When did it happen?
At 11:30 tomorrow morning.
Then it hasn't happened.
No, but it's inevitable.
Why?
I told Phillimore I'd sent a letter, but I hadn't. Now I've got to produce the man who never got it so that they can discuss it. If you see what I mean.
Just, and I'm proud of myself.
He's such a jolly nice old boy, too.
The man who never got the letter?
Yes.
Wouldn't it help to have a name?
Richard Jarvis. Old Dick Jarvis to his friends. Quite a character. 70-odd and still as lively as a cricket.
Couldn't you explain the story to him?
Well, there's much too involved. And I can't ask old Hood's advice either. He's away convalescing. 11:30 tomorrow, out of work.
Unless you could produce another Richard Jarvis.
Oh, that's a very good idea. I'll go through the phone book and pick one out at random.
I've got a better idea. Persuading somebody to change his name.
I'd like to know who. Nobody'd be silly enough.
You've changed yours often enough.
Yes, but I'm silly enough.
And now it's Tony's turn to change.
Tony? He'd never do it.
He might. There he is. We'll soon see. We're in here, Richard.
Hi-ho.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Richard. Jarvis.
And you're such a nice old boy.
You certainly look young for your age.
My age?
70-odd.
Would somebody mind explaining?
It may take quite a time, so I should go and take your coat off first.
All right.
Oh, Richard?
Yes?
Just testing.
And you passed with flying colours.
Tony?
Due here at 11:30 under the assumed name of Richard Jarvis.
Wow.
I never thought he'd do it, but he seemed to think it might be fun. We've arranged what he's going to say. In fact, everything's fixed.
Ah, except that he doesn't look 70.
Oh, near enough. Yeah. Phillimore's never seen Jarvis, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, he doesn't think of him as a person, just a file. Time now? 11:25. Somebody in the outer office.
Morning, Bliss.
No, morning, sir. I won't be needing you, Marcia.
Oh, right, sir.
Did you ring Jarvis yesterday morning and arrange this meeting?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Positive. Why?
I was introduced to him last night.
You were?
Discovered we were members of the same club, and he'd heard nothing of this meeting.
Mr. Jarvis.
Morning. Morning, Des. Now, you must be Maynard Phillimore, eh? David here gave me a tinkle yesterday and suggested meeting so we could thrash this thing out.
I'll be in touch with you later on, Bliss.
Yes, sir. Something go wrong? Everything. And I know what's going to happen when he gets in touch with me, too.
What?
The inevitable. A cheque for £3,000, signed Richard Jarvis.
I don't believe it.
Seeing is believing, in this morning's post. And you know what that means?
What?
I lost my job for nothing. Absolutely nothing. And to make it even more bitter, it has to arrive on my last day here.
Oh, that reminds me. The GM's on his way round.
And to make sure I don't take the filing cabinet with me. Oh, if only old Hood hadn't been away.
Morning, Bliss.
Mr. Hood, you're back.
Uh-huh. Marcia managed to keep a secret at last, eh?
You knew?
He was back. I'm back out.
Did you have a nice holiday, sir?
I haven't been on holiday. I've been up in London, contacting a few of my friends at head office, pulling strings here, there, and everywhere. I won't bother you with details, Bliss, but I'll tell you the result. with one. The battle's over. We stay, and he's being moved to a branch office that makes this one look like the Albert Hall.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful news, sir. You know something? If business is a game, I'm glad I'm on your side.
I like you on my side.
Oh, honestly, I can hardly believe it. The battle's over.
Over.
And united we stay.
In A Life of Bliss this week, the artists taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, Mr. Hood, Barry K. Barnes, Mrs. Hood, Nan Kenway, Maynard Phillimore, Terence Alexander, and Marcia Hammond, Gwen Cherrill. This recorded program was written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
A Life of Bliss was presented by the BBC.
A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of a bachelor with Diana Churchill, Colin Gordon, Frederick Treves, Sheila Sweet, Judith Stott, Sheila Manahan, and Percy Edwards. Another chapter in the life of that shy young man, David Alexander Bliss, known to us as George Cole. David and his married sister Anne begin a chapter which for them ends with an exclamation. Oh, brother.
A visitor?
Tony's younger brother, Robin.
Oh, gosh, I'd forgotten Tony had a brother.
Well, you've met him, surely.
Yes, but only once and years ago. Actually, I don't remember much about him, except that he has fair hair.
Blue eyes and a boyish charm.
How long is he going to be staying with you?
A week at the outside. Poor Robin. He never lasts very long. You can almost say he comes in cycles. Arrives out of the blue, stays a few days, departs under a cloud.
Well, you don't mean he gets into trouble?
Invariably.
I say, that should give us a fellow feeling.
I don't mean to be unkind, and I'm genuinely fond of him.
But?
A shallow character.
Really?
Terribly. Even allowing for the fact that girls mature faster than boys.
Well, do they?
Yes, we do. What's more, we make the most of our advantage.
Well, how?
Men's immaturity makes them vulnerable.
So?
We grab our chance and marry them.
Oh, I see.
Hence the old saying, catch them while they're young.
If I remember rightly, you didn't catch Tony while he was young. He was at least 26.
Yes, I know. Terribly backward for his age.
It's a good job I don't take you seriously.
I'm not joking about Brother Robin. That is serious. After all, he's rising 35.
Good gracious, I didn't realize he was as old as that.
Neither does he, apparently. Of course, you meet hundreds of men like him, but he's such a typical case.
Is case the word you wanted?
Definitely. And there's only one way to describe it.
What's that?
Arrested development.
Well, I'd say that's a bit hard.
But true.
But he's never grown up.
A veritable Peter Pan. Manner, outlook, even his vocabulary.
Well, why? What sort of things does he say?
Oh, let me think. Parties are bang on. He has a wizard time, but likes a few snifters first, a few drinks. Also known as snorters. Girls are absolute smashers, stunners, corkers, or scorchers.
Scorchers?
Sizzling. And though I hate the word myself, for him, no party's complete without snogging. Without that, there's no joy.
Snogging?
Smooching.
Smooching?
Oh. Come now, Poppet, you can't be that innocent.
Well, I've never heard them before in my life. Well, what on earth do they mean?
Oh, dear. How can I put it without shocking you? Remember Wednesday evening?
Wednesday evening?
Tony and I went out.
Oh, yes, and Zoe and I babysat for you.
That's right. Now then, what else did you do?
What did we do? Sat and watched television.
I might have known. Well, believe me, smooching's more fun.
You still haven't explained.
I made it to feel almost embarrassed. Petting. No?
No.
Oh, for goodness sake, kissing, cuddling and such.
Oh, I say, steady on. Well, let's get back to Robin.
Yes, all right, but there's something I must ask you first, for Zoe's sake, not mine. I take it Wednesday was the exception, not the rule.
In what way?
Television's already killed the art of conversation. I'd hate to think it was spreading.
Oh, gosh, I see what you mean.
Oh, I'm so glad you do. I'm feeling quite flushed. And the answer?
Well, if you must know, yes.
Thank goodness for that.
Zoe's an absolute corker, and we have a scorching time.
I'm sure you've got the wrong word.
Oh, have a wizard time.
Bang on.
Well, I'm not surprised I got it wrong. Corkers, scorchers.
Stunners and smashers. You'll find it comes quite naturally.
Not to me. I've never been good at languages, and that's double Dutch.
That's what I meant. It should come naturally.
I interpret your point. Now, let's get back to Robin.
I forget where we were.
A veritable Peter Pan.
Ah, yes.
Where is he, by the way?
Upstairs changing. I hope Tony's not going to be late. He's supposed to be picking him up at 6:30.
Why? Where are they off to?
Some show or other. But I expect they'll have a few snifters first.
Oh, naturally. Enjoy the show all the more after a few snorters.
See? You're speaking it like a native.
Yes, and that's exactly how it sounds. Like some strange tribal chant.
Hello, here comes the chief of the tribe. In here, Robin.
Righto.
At a guess, this will be a familiar chant.
Meaning?
He wants to borrow something.
Like it as I've forgotten to... Oh, sorry.
You remember my brother, David?
Remember your brother? Of course I remember him. Met you when I was here last year.
4 years ago, at least.
How tempers Fugits. Greetings, brother.
Hail, Chief.
Did you want something, Robin?
Couplings. Forgot to pack mine. Wondered if I could bag a pair of Tony's.
He has got another pair, but I'm not sure where I put them. I'll go and have a look.
Oh, good show.
The drinks are on the sideboard if you'd like one.
Never been known to refuse. Hope Tony's not going to be late.
I'm sure he won't.
We're off to a show together.
Yes, I know. So Anne was chanting.
Chanting?
You're saying.
Join me in a tot.
In a tot?
A drink.
Oh, I see. That's another word for it. No, thanks. I don't sniff. I never snort. Never drink. I take it you're on holiday.
Started yesterday. 2 carefree weeks. Oh, well, first this evening, down the hatch.
Spit in your eye. Mud.
Started with a bang, too.
What, your holiday?
Yes, went to a party last night.
A good party?
Oh, bang on.
I bet you met some snorting wizards.
Met some...
some absolutely native girls.
Some of them were a bit wild. Well, come to that, it was a wild party. Didn't finish till crack of dawn.
I bet I know how it finished, too.
How?
Smogging.
Smogging?
Snooching.
Snooching?
Oh, come now, you can't be that innocent.
Haven't the foggiest notion what you mean.
Oh, for goodness sake. Kissing and scorching and such. Cuddling and such.
I think I need another snifter. You sure you won't join me?
No, really, thanks, Peter. What show are you going to see?
East End Story. It's a musical. And the name's Robin, not Peter.
Oh, gosh, is that what I said?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of another character called Peter.
Oh, that's all right. Mud in your eye.
Down the pan. Down the hatch. Yeah, who's starring in it? Anybody well known?
No, it's a touring version, that's all. It's a good cast, though. The leading lady's a girlfriend of mine.
I say, is she?
Amanda Lee.
Is she good in the show?
Oh, bang on. Sings like a dream, and when she dances, she makes you sit up and watch. Smashing little number.
Oh, really? What's it called?
Called?
The number.
I think I'll have another snifter.
One pair of cufflinks.
Ah, wizard.
You'll have to hurry.
You're right, I will. Tempest Fugits. Well, see you before we go, old man.
Righto, Chief.
How did you get on together?
I don't think we spoke the same language.
Apart from that, what did you think?
Well, he seems quite a pleasant chap.
But?
A veritable Peter Pan.
Oh, he's a nice enough boy and harmless enough, except when he and Tony get together.
And then?
Chaos. Robin looks up to him as the big brother. Tony puts on a big act and ends up by aping Robin. Not that I mind for myself, but it's so wrong for him, obviously.
Well, I don't know about that, but I certainly don't believe it.
Believe what?
Well, that Tony starts aping his brother.
Gets up to all sorts of monkey tricks.
Well, for example?
Well, the last time Robin came to stay was about a year ago.
So I gathered.
They went out together the night he arrived. Came reeling home at 4, singing at the tops of their voices at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, gracious. Still, there's a perfectly simple explanation.
Tell me.
Their watches had stopped.
Their explanation wasn't much better.
Where on earth had they been?
I never found out the real story. The only definite sign I had was of their visit to the White Hart. And Tony had that tucked under his arm.
What?
The White Hart sign.
Well, you don't mean he
brought it home with him. We had the wretched thing in the house for about 3 days. I couldn't pass a policeman without feeling guilty.
What happened to it in the end?
I made them take it back, and then it wasn't a very good idea either.
Why?
They came back with 3 others.
Friends?
Signs. Saloon bar, public bar, and one unmentionable. And if you ever see any man outside the White Hart looking lost, that's the reason why.
Why, I must say, it doesn't sound like Tony.
Well, of course not. He was aping his brother. Believe it now?
He gets up to all sorts of monkey tricks. Whatever did you say to him?
Nothing, really. He said he was sorry, and I forgave him.
Just like that?
Just like that. Surprised?
Very.
Never hit a man when he's down. That's what you talk about, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Same applies to a wife with her husband.
Never nag him when he's down?
Precisely. Never then and only when you must.
Well, I doubt if there are many wives who'd be so understanding.
They should if they want to go on being wives. Nagging a husband's like knowing how much jewelry to wear. A little helps, but you can so easily overdo it.
There's something in that.
Anyway, you've got to make allowances, and I make 3. Christmas, his reunion dinner, his brother Robin.
Bang on. Oh, by the way, I take it he doesn't ape that, too.
Oh, yes, chance away, quite happily.
Oh, gosh. Not so much one of the chaps as one of the tribe.
Big white brother has returned. In here, darling.
Hello there.
Hello, Tony.
Hello, dear. Where's Junior?
Upstairs changing.
Hope he's not going to be long. Tempest fugits.
Spoken like a native. Joking.
I'm tempted to ask you to explain.
I shouldn't, if I were you, take up too much tempest. Doesn't he look smart, David?
Terribly. When did you change?
Lunchtime. Are you staying to supper?
Yes, to keep Anne company.
Good show.
Oh, good heavens, I'd forgotten. It's been in the oven for hours.
Befitting the occasion.
How?
A burnt offering.
Yes, but we've got to eat it.
Burnt offering, native. I'm tempted again. Still, Anne's right. I haven't time to get involved.
Oh, it was only a joke.
Only pulling a leg. You've met Robin before, haven't you?
Once, yes, years ago.
Seen him this evening?
Oh, yes, well, we had quite a long powwow.
Now, don't tempt me too far.
I had quite a long chat.
Yeah, go on. Think I'll have a quick snifter.
I had a feeling you would.
Anything wrong in it?
Or on the contrary. Enjoy the show all the better if you've had a few corkers.
Corkers?
Snorters. It's no use. It doesn't come naturally, and it never will. Not that I ever thought it would.
David, old boy, what are you talking about?
The tribal chant. I mean,
the temptation's too great.
No, I've told you, it was a joke.
Yours or Anne's?
Mine.
Sure?
Positive.
All right, then, perhaps you'd explain. The tribal chant.
Robin's vocabulary. Corkers, scorchers, stunners, smashers, snifters, to mention but a few.
Ah, so that's all it was.
That's all.
Anne thinks he sounds a joke.
Definitely. And I must admit, I agree. Anne hasn't mentioned it.
Too late. Fact is, Anne doesn't like Robin and never has.
Oh, no, that just isn't true, Tony. She's very fond of him. I know, because she said so to me. If you think for a moment, you'll see you're wrong.
Will I? Why?
Well, he's such a pleasant chap. Nobody could possibly dislike him.
Ah, that's true enough.
And that includes Anne.
All right, you've made your point. I'm fond of the boy myself.
Well, I'm sure it's mutual. He looks up to you, too.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I do.
Why, did he tell you so?
Well, not himself, no. But that's something else Anne said.
What?
That Robin looks up to his great white brother.
Looks up to his
looks up to the big ape. Up to you as a big act. A brother.
I'm not going to lose my temper while he's in the house. He's under the impression I'm happily married. I'll have another drink instead. Snifter.
Oh, no, look, Tony, you ought to know me by now. I'm always mixing things up.
Yes, but the ingredients always come from Anne.
Hello, Tony.
Hello there.
All ready and correct.
Good show. Join me in a tot?
I've been known to refuse.
Coming up now. There you are.
Ah, thanks. Down the hatch.
Mud in your eye.
Bang ho.
Bang ho.
Bung on.
Foreigner.
The offering wasn't as burnt as I thought. You boys ought to be going. Temper's fugit.
On our way now. Bye, darling. Now, don't wait up for us. Cheerio, David. Sorry, but, sorry.
No, it's all right. I hope you enjoy the show.
Oh, sure I will. But I've already seen it 17 times, and I like it more every time, even getting the hang of the plot now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I wonder what they'll bring home this time.
You never know. They might not get up to any monkey tricks.
Oh, yes, they will. Tony's as good as admitted it.
Why? What did he say?
Don't wait up for us.
Stage door, but no stage door keeper. Probably turn up in a second. Enjoy the show.
First rate.
How about my little number?
Amanda?
Yes.
Oh, eye-riveting.
Ah, here's the old boy now. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Miss Lee's dressing room?
Long near first door.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Look, you don't have to answer this unless you want to, but about Amanda, is it serious?
I've seen the show 18 times. By the way, she calls me Cherub.
Thanks for the warning.
There's worse to come, old man. I call her Tiddles.
Tiddles?
Yes.
It is serious.
Oh, here we are. We'd better knock.
Come in.
Hello, Tiddles.
Cherub, darling. Sweetie.
I'm Cherub's brother.
Sorry.
Tony.
Amanda.
Hello.
Hello. Cherub, guess what? You know Leonie?
Leonie?
Leonie Francis in the show.
Oh, yes, of course.
We're sharing digs this week, adjoining rooms, so we've decided to throw a party.
When, tonight?
Would you both like to come?
Oh, try and stop us.
No, I think you'd better count me out.
Why?
I ought to be getting
Oh,
there.
come on now. That doesn't sound like you. Don't tell me you're shy.
It won't be a big party, about 6 of us, that's all.
There you are, you see. A nice, intimate little affair.
I know. That's what's worrying me. Well, I mean, that is...
Oh, you must come. Wouldn't be the same without you. You don't have to stay late.
Yes,
but... I'm sure you'll enjoy yourself. I know Tiddles' parties. Now, what do you say?
Oh, well, bang on.
Absolutely wizard.
I'll make a dance review yet. So try it again. You're still too slow on the turn.
Not fast enough for you, eh?
Just your feet.
Right, here we go. Oh, we're all scrumptious.
Will you keep your mind on your feet?
Drink, anybody? Anybody without a drink? Oh, how about you? Cherub's brother.
Oh, sorry, I was miles away.
I've forgotten your name, I'm afraid.
Tony, and you're...
Leonie.
Oh, yes, of course.
You've got an empty glass.
Oh, no more for me, thanks, really.
You are a wallflower, sitting here on the sofa all on your own. Don't you want to dance?
Oh, a bit out of practice.
Practice with me.
I couldn't ask you to take that risk.
All right, then. I'll sit down and talk to you.
Oh.
Move over.
Oh, sorry. Yes, right.
You don't seem to be enjoying yourself.
Oh, wizard time.
Well, really? I asked you to move over. But there's no need to pin yourself against the other side. You might come a little closer. Friendlier. Besides, you look terribly uncomfortable perched on the edge.
No, I'm fine.
I must say, I confess I'm a little surprised. It's terribly bad for my ego.
Oh, it isn't that. It's just that...
What?
Well, I'm a married man.
That makes it even more surprising.
And happily married.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, luckily I've experienced this before, so I know exactly what to do. What's her name?
Whose?
Your wife's.
Anne.
Children?
One of each.
How old?
Oh, Alexander's just...
Hello there, Tony. Tiddles has been giving me a dancing lesson.
How are you getting on?
Oh, hot stuff. I mean my dancing, not Tiddles.
Cherub.
Go and get me a drink lined up. There's an angel.
Yes, all right.
Got a spare handkerchief, Tony? Seem to have lost mine.
Yeah, you can borrow this one.
Oh, good show.
You'd better wipe your mouth.
Have I,
Coated. And your ear, oddly enough.
Nothing odd about that, old man. You must be getting old. There you are. You can hurry back in.
Thank you.
Was I right or wasn't I? smashing party, eh?
Oh, smashing.
Yeah, no,
I
where
think
was
it's
that
time
big
we were
bar?
going, really, I do.
You were saying Alexander's only...
Only a baby. Carol's 7 now.
She's at school then?
Oh, yes. I gather she's fairly bright. Gets that from me, of course, you know. Draws rather well, too, and paints. She gets that from Anne. She's always had an artistic flair, you know. No, not that she has any time for it now, what with the children and house and everything. You know. She's artistic about that. You know, the way she arranges the flowers and that sort of thing.
4:25.
Oh, good gracious. Even worse than last year.
No, better.
Well, how do you make that out?
They went to great pains not to wake me up.
But you did, even so.
Well, yes. That's what woke me up.
What?
All the shushing.
Oh, God. I see.
And needless to say, when Tony came to bed, I went to great pains to pretend I was asleep.
Well, sorry, I don't follow.
I didn't want him to think I was waiting up for him in any sense.
Well, strictly no nagging.
Exactly.
Were they reeling?
Oh, yes. I crept out onto the landing and watched their progress up the stairs.
Tony as well?
It was rather difficult to tell.
Difficult?
To tell whether he was really reeling or whether Robin was making him reel.
Terribly difficult. Where on earth have they been?
I haven't heard yet.
You don't mean he's still in bed?
They both are.
What, at 11:15?
Why so surprised? Gay dogs like Robin never get up till noon, and after his gay evening, Tony's obviously a tired old dog.
Oh, hello. Psyche's woken up. Yes, no, I know you weren't really. I was joking. I wonder what the explanation's going to be this time.
About the same as last time.
Well, their watches had stopped.
Oh, something equally Oh,
What's the matter?
movement on the stairs.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Yes, but don't forget, I'm not supposed to know about it. The time they came in or anything.
My mind's a blank. I don't even remember you mentioning the time was 4:25.
Oh, hello there.
Morning, Tony.
Hello, darling.
Oh, shut up, Psyche.
Well, she's only saying good morning.
Well, she doesn't need to say it at the top of her voice.
Headache, darling?
No, slight.
Well, did you enjoy the show?
First rate.
A gay evening altogether?
Oh, all right, you know.
What time did you get back?
Didn't you hear us come in?
Not a sound.
Oh, good.
Anne's just been telling me about it, actually.
About what?
Oh, telling me she didn't hear you come in. You must have come in terribly shushing. Terribly quietly.
Were you very late?
Well, no, not really, you know.
What time was it?
I don't know. You're just gone 1, I suppose.
1?
Right about that.
I should take it back to the makers. Must take my watch back to the makers.
Would you like some breakfast?
No, thanks.
Coffee?
Yes, I'd love some.
Then you shall have some. I'll go and make it straight away.
Thank you, dear.
It's the least I can do. After all, you are taking me down in the car.
Taking you where?
Shopping. You promised me yesterday, remember?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I'd forgotten about that. That really does it. Look, David, old boy, you've got to do something for me, and believe me, it's urgent. I left my scarf round there last night, and you've got to go and fetch it.
Round where?
No, well, I suppose you've got to know. But let this secret out, and it'll be the last you'll ever let out. You understand?
Well, only too clearly. I'm going to die young.
Now, listen, this is no joking matter. I'm in a devil of a fix.
Why? What's happened?
I'd better tell you the whole story. The leading lady in the show happens to be
the
one...
girlfriend of Robin's. Yes, I know. He told me.
Well, she threw a party in her digs last night. A nice little intimate affair. 3 girls and 3 men. Robin and I and one other.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it?
Well, I can't see anything wrong.
No, but Anne would. It was all perfectly innocent, of course, but I can hardly expect her to believe that.
Oh, nonsense. Of course she would.
Look, there's no time to argue. It's in Marlow Road. I don't know the number, but it's a big house standing on its own. Off you go. There's a good chap. Every second counts.
What does the scarf look like?
Oh, for the love of Mike, I don't suppose there were many left there last night. It's one Anne knitted for me, and she must be getting absent-minded.
Why?
It's about 1.5 miles long. Sure to know I was wearing it last night, and she's bound to notice it's missing.
Bound to?
One of those odd twists of fate. Women expect us to notice what they're wearing, but we never do. On the other hand, we couldn't care less whether they notice, but they never miss a thing. And at times like this, it's deucedly inconvenient. Off you go, old boy. I'll tell Anne you certainly remembered you've got a business appointment.
What, Saturday morning?
That's why you'd forgotten it.
Are you sure it wouldn't be better to confess the whole thing?
Oh, my dear chap, I've never been so sure of anything in my life. If Anne ever found out, she'd knit me another scarf, specially. And we'd both die young.
And the connection?
Specially to strangle me with.
Darling Cherub, just to say how wonderful it was to see you again, but then...
Hey, that's private.
Well, you shouldn't leave it lying around. But then, darling Cherub, it's always
Give it to me.
Not until I've seen how you've ended it. I love you, I love you, I love you. Your own Tiddles. Oh, dear. I didn't realize it was that serious. Here you are. Sorry.
That's all right. You haven't got an envelope, have you?
I may have one in my room. I'll go and see. I've got a feeling I used the last one. Wonder who that can be.
Coming.
Miss Lee?
Yes?
I'm sorry to bother you, but my brother-in-law, Tony, left his scarf here last night.
Oh, so that's who you are. Cherub's brother's brother-in-law.
Cherub?
Robin. Come along in. They should have brought you along to see the show.
Well, I only wish they had. I gather it's awfully good, and you're absolutely wonderful.
Is that what Cherub said?
Yes.
What else did he say?
That you sing like a dream, and when you dance, he sits up and sleeps.
Sleep?
Nods off as he watches. Sits up and watches.
Well, that's more like it.
He said something about a smashing little number, too, but he didn't tell me which one he meant.
Knowing Cherub, he probably meant me.
Meant that you were what?
A smashing little number.
Yes, I know, but he didn't say what it was called.
The scarf's here, look.
Oh, jolly good.
Would you like some coffee or something?
Yeah, no, thanks. I've got to rush back. It's jolly nice to have met you. But...
No luck, darling.
Oh, dear. Oh, David Leone. Hello. What am I worrying about? I've got my own special messenger. You don't mind, do you, taking this letter to Cherub?
Not a bit.
I haven't got an envelope, so I'll have to trust you not to read it.
Well, I wouldn't dream of reading it.
Oh, and you might give him a message. Say that Tiddles is glad to hear she's a smashing little number.
Tiddles?
Me.
Oh, I see. That Tiddles is glad to hear she's a smashing little... Oh, gosh, I see.
See what?
That it was you in tribal chant. Hello, Tony.
Oh, hello.
Came in the back way. Hello, then. Hello. One scarf, 1.5 miles long.
You'll have to hide it.
Hide it?
Anne noticed it was missing and started asking awkward questions. I had to think fast.
Well, what did you do?
Pretended to phone the theatre and told it had been found there. Where the dickens can we hide that...
Tony!
Stuff it in your pocket, quickly.
Yes, all right. That's if I can get it all in.
I'll be ready to go in. Oh, hello, Pop. It's back already. Have you seen him?
Seen who?
Your business appointment.
Oh, yes, I saw him.
It must have been somebody very important to get you to the office on Saturday.
Well, yes, he's a pretty important scarf, actually. A pretty important chap.
What have you got in your pocket? It's bulging right out.
That's my scarf. And it's a bit on the long side.
Oh, somebody at the door. Would you answer it, Anne?
I think perhaps I'd better. I'll be ready to go in 5 minutes.
Righto. Oof, close shave.
Sorry.
Oh, not your fault. Better give it to me and I'll try and...
In here. I'll see you in a minute.
Oh, yes, all right. Hello?
Hello there.
Hello, Zoe.
I've only popped in for a moment.
You'll have to excuse me, Zoe. I've got to go and get tidied up. Hang on to that scarf for a moment, would you, David?
If you like.
Grateful.
You're going to lose your scarf. Look, it's hanging out of your pocket.
Where? Hey, Psyche, let go. Let go of it. Psyche, bring it back. Drop it down. Psyche.
Now, this is very interesting.
What?
Darling Cherub, just to say how wonderful it was to see you again.
Oh, you mustn't read that. It's somebody's letter.
It dropped out of your pocket, Cherub.
Why, I don't know what you're implying, but you're absolutely wrong. I met her for the first time this morning.
Who?
Tiddles.
Tiddles?
Yeah, that's her nickname.
And you met her for the first time this morning?
Oh, no, look, it isn't for me. It's
Zoe, if you'd like to lift down to town, we're going... Tony's scarf.
Oh, gosh.
How did that get back here? How did this letter get in your pocket?
How do I always get into these messes?
Bye, Anne. Where's the time?
Come on, Robin. You're going to miss that train.
Goodbye, David. Bang on meeting you. Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Robin.
Only lasted 3 days this time.
Yes, but for a different reason. The show's moved on to another town, and he's off to see his darling Tiddles.
Oh, gosh, I see. Do you think they'll get married?
I think they might. And if they do, Peter Pan might grow up after all.
Oh, by the way, I haven't had a chance to say it before, but it was jolly nice of you not to say anything to Tony about the scarf.
Strictly no nagging.
Well, you're a wizard, wife.
He's a bang-on husband. Poor Robin. I always feel rather sad when he goes. But when he's here...
I know exactly what you're going to say.
What?
Oh, brother.
In A Life of Bliss this week, the artists taking part were David Bliss, George Cole, Anne Fellows, Diana Churchill, Tony Fellows, Colin Gordon, Robin Fellows, Frederick Treves, Psyche the dog, Percy Edwards, Zoe Hunter, Sheila Sweet, Amanda Lee, Judith Stott, Leonie Francis, Sheila Manahan. This recorded program was written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
This is London Airport. Will the good-looking but shy young bachelor who just arrived on Flight 217 please come to the information desk, where he will find me more than interested.
Yes, he's back, and with him, A Life of Bliss. Being the first episode in a brand new biographical series about Bachelor Bliss, with Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Percy Edwards as Psyche the dog, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and George Cole as the man himself, David Alexander Bliss. First, a quick word with David's old headmaster. I gather, sir, that being shy, David was slow to speak out.
Yes, and it once led me to cane the wrong boy. Timkins, I said, you've been reported to me for cheating. Gave the boy 6 of the best. Halfway out of the door, he turned back and said...
Sorry to mention it, sir, but my name's Bliss.
Another brief insight to his character from an ex-girlfriend.
David's quite passionate secretly. I know because he kept it from me for over 6 months.
Turning to you, Mrs. Fellows, would you tell us what David's really like?
I wouldn't dream of telling you. After all, he is my brother.
Mr. Fellows, would you tell us what he's like?
Not likely. I'm happily married to his sister.
Mr. Hood, as David's boss, would you tell us what he's...
I'm not in the habit of using that kind of language in public.
And with that, back to London Airport to join Anne and Tony Fellows for The Homecoming.
Passengers traveling to Beirut on Flight 730 should now proceed to gate number 5.
Masses of people seem to be leaving the country.
Yes, I can't believe they've all heard David's back.
Do you think he'll have changed after 3 years out east?
No, but I doubt if the East will ever be the same again.
Well, his firm wouldn't have sent him out there if they hadn't thought something about him.
Yes, that it was either him or them. I say Psyche's getting restive. Look.
Well, she's excited at the thought of seeing her master again, aren't you? I can't understand what's holding him up.
Ah, there he is now.
Oh, yes, looking round for us.
Over here, David.
David! We're here. Now, what's he doing?
Heading for that couple over there.
Tapping the woman on the shoulder.
Swinging his arms round her.
Kissing her.
Turning red on realizing it isn't you.
Apologizing for his mistake.
Now flinging an arm round the man's shoulder and hugging him.
Apologizing for that mistake.
Hurriedly starting away.
Forgetting he's put his bag down at his feet. Oh, dear.
Picking himself up again. Trying to look as if he didn't care.
Failing miserably.
Looking round for us again. Oh, he hasn't changed a bit. David!
David, we're here. I think he's spotted us now. Yes, here he comes. Hello, Poppy.
Hello, Anne.
Hello there. Lovely to see you.
Hello, Psyche. Have you missed me then? Psyche? I don't believe she recognizes me. Psyche! It's me, David. Well, of course it's me. Well, I ought to know. If you don't believe me, here's my passport. Look. Well, my fault for showing it to her. I do look like a criminal.
David, there's something worth a glance if you've never seen one before. Straight ahead there. A girl in a miniskirt.
Oh, gosh. I say. Good gracious. Now I've seen everything.
No, it's not that short.
Well, that's not what I meant. And it's no good trying to shock me because those days are over.
It's different when you're young with lovely long legs, but miniskirts are not for me.
I should jolly well think not.
I've got very nice legs.
Yes, I know, but I still prefer the skirt you've got on, even if your legs are a different length. Even if you have got mini legs. Yeah, no, never mind. I'll start again. You look jolly nice in the skirt you're wearing, even if you are getting...
Now she recognizes you.
Come on, then. Up you come. Yes, I know. I love you, too. All right. That's enough, Psyche.
She's saying it for us, Poppet.
You're saying what?
Welcome home.
Well, it's jolly nice of you and Tony to let me stay here till I find a flat hand.
Well, it's lovely having you here. I've got your old phone book out so that you can let all your girlfriends know you're back.
Oh, for goodness sake, I've only been back a day.
Yes, but you must let them know.
Well, I'm going to take my time before I do anything.
That's all right. They must know that already.
I doubt if they'd even remember me after 3 years.
On the contrary, you're not the sort of person people forget easily.
Even so, I'm in no hurry to get involved.
You will be when you've spent an evening or two with Tony and me. We're in a terrible rut at the moment.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Believe me, it's true. We haven't had a good row for ages.
Well, that's bad.
No rows, and you miss all the fun of making up afterwards.
Oh, yes, I see.
Tony and I need livening up, and you're just the person to do it.
Yeah, I say that's very flattering.
Well, after all, you're bound to cause a row before long.
That's very true. But no. Tony's made me very welcome, and I want it to stay that way.
Then I shouldn't say anything about his suit.
His suit?
Tailor-made. I was afraid you were going to mention it at breakfast this morning, and that might have started him off again.
Well, why on earth should mentioning his suit start a row?
Because when he first told me what it was going to cost, I lightheartedly remarked that for that money he could have bought me 5 dresses and a couple of handbags into the bargain.
Well, what did he say?
That he only had 2 suits to his name, that he was ashamed to be seen in either of them, that he had to have something decent to wear for business, that I had a wardrobe full of dresses, that I was never satisfied, that he'd sacrificed everything to give me and the children a lovely home, not to mention a car to drive us around in, that he'd never spent a penny on himself, that he could have been a rich man if he hadn't married, and that there were times when he wished that he hadn't, and this was one of them, and that I made him late for the office, that it wasn't the first time either, and that if I was going to make a habit of it, there'd soon be no money, no car, and no home.
Yes, but what did he say that started the row? No, seriously, though, I'm surprised at Tony.
Don't be silly. It was only because he felt guilty about it, and there's no reason to. I couldn't wish for a more generous husband. At least I could, but only because I'm even more selfish than he is. Oh, good gracious, that'll be him now, and I haven't even started supper. You'll have to keep him happy for me.
Yes, righto. I'll start off by complimenting him on his suit.
Don't say that, not even in fun.
Hello there.
Hello, darling.
Hello then, Psyche.
Sorry to rush away, darling. I've got nothing in the oven.
Oh, let's hope it's something good. Well, David, old boy, what? Nothing in the oven?
No, we were so busy talking, she forgot the time. How went your day at the office, Tony?
Oh, all right, you know. By the way, what do you think of the suit?
Oh, I wish you hadn't mentioned that.
Huh? I mean... I didn't mention what? What on earth's all that about?
Well, she thinks I'm going to cause a row.
Well, now, that's very interesting. Why should she think that?
Oh, you don't want to take any notice of her. After all, she's only a dog. Psyche, shut up. I've got enough trouble on my hands.
What trouble, exactly?
Well, none at the moment, but you know what I'm like.
Yeah, you've been away so long, I'd rather forgotten, but you're helping to bring it back. You also reminded me that you said you and Anne had been busy talking.
Yes, but if you think we were talking about that, you're wrong.
About what?
Whatever it was you think we were talking about. Did you know, that is about the nicest suit I've ever seen. And that, by the way, was what I meant.
What?
That I wish you hadn't mentioned it, because it makes me feel such a tramp. It does, too.
Oh, yeah, it's not too bad, is it?
Well, it's perfect.
Oh, it ought to be. It was expensive enough.
So I gather.
From Anne?
No, from the material. Honestly, Tony, you have got a suspicious mind. Expensive, perhaps, but still value for money.
Quite a bargain by Savile Row standards. Guess what it costs?
I haven't the foggiest idea.
No, have a guess.
Well, if it cost anything less than 50 handbags, it was a bargain. Anything less than 50 dresses.
Now it all comes back to me. The human crossword puzzle with built-in clues.
Yes, slips, yes, Tony, but not clues. Anne was telling me what a lovely lot of clothes you buy her.
Oh, you don't think I'm fool enough to believe that?
Well, that's up to you. But I'll tell you something else she said, if you like.
Oh, what?
That she couldn't wish for a more selfish husband. Couldn't have...
I thought as much. So she's been moaning on to you about
She has not been moaning on to me. She said she couldn't wish for a more generous husband.
Oh, fighting back, eh? Oh. All right, good for you. It's a change for the better.
Oh, jolly good. You know, I think I'll give one of my girlfriends a ring.
Why the sudden change of mind?
I think it'll be safer. I mean, not to leave it too long.
I'm sure you're right. Your phone book.
Oh, thanks, Anne. Do you really believe they'll remember me after 3 whole years?
I'm sure they've been sitting by the phone just waiting for you to ring.
Well, in that case, they'll be in no state to answer it.
Why?
Cramp. Now, the problem is which one to pick out of 5, 10, 23, 24, 26 possibles.
Oh, that's all right. Tony met most of them, so he can help you choose, can't you, darling?
Oh, good heavens, what little I remember about them isn't going to help him.
Right, we're off. Maxine Avery.
Tallish auburn hair, greeny blue eyes, perfect complexion with a figure to match. If that's any help, of course.
Well, no need to look any further. Vale 1014. No doubt about it, she's the girl for me.
Providing you can come to some agreement with her husband.
Hmm? Oh, yes, that goes without... Married?
About 6 months ago.
Well, she must have slipped away from the phone for a few minutes then. Still, never mind. Plenty more where she came from. 25 more, in fact. Of course, Bunty Blythe. Now, she's very pretty.
And very married.
Oh, gosh, yes. One of the most married... Her, too? Oh, well, I've still got another 24 to go, so who's worried? Jean Impey.
She's gone.
I'm worried. Of course! Eleanor J.
I don't remember her.
Don't remember Eleanor?
No. What does she look like?
No good asking me. I don't remember either. But if she's still single, I'm going to propose now.
No. Wait a moment.
Married, eh?
Not as far as I know, but you know who she is. Louis J.'s daughter. Rich industrialist and local celebrity.
Well, I couldn't have picked myself a better father-in-law. Now, tell me about Eleanor. Is she attractive?
I can't say I remember all that clearly.
But she's sound in wind and limb.
Oh, yes.
Well, that's good enough for me.
No. Now, wait.
All right, so she has a bit of trouble with her breathing, but nobody's perfect.
Joking aside, I've been buttering Louis J. up for the past 18 months in the hope that he'll put some business my way. Now, I gather I'm already in favor with him, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to change that.
Oh, gosh, nor would I.
Right, that's settled then. Eleanor J's out. So, who's next?
Oh, so that's what you meant. You may be right at that. Yeah, I say. Annabelle Linden. Now, she's jolly attractive.
Yeah, but hang on a second.
All right, I can guess. Her father could be important to you, too.
No, but this call could be important to you, and I've suddenly remembered a rather apt remark I made in the dim, distant past.
Oh, what was that?
That Edison Bell did you a disservice when he invented the telephone.
Oh, yes, so you did. Still, those days are over.
Famous last words, and you're famous for them.
Now, don't say that, Tony. It's enough to put anybody off.
Oh, don't worry. Takes a lot to put me off these days. The number's ringing out. I must say she's...
Hello?
Oh, it's her father. Hello? David Bliss here. Is that you, Mr... Who am I ringing?
What do you mean?
I've forgotten the girl's name. Quickly, my phone book.
All right, I'll look it up for you.
At least say hold on.
Hello? Could you hold on a second, darling?
I beg your pardon?
I said, could you hold on, darling? Could you hold on, Mr... you hold on, could you, sir? Have you found it yet? She's the one below Eleanor J.
The one below... Annabelle Linden.
Yes, of course. Hello? Sorry about that. Is that you, Annabelle? David here.
Idiot, her father.
Is that Annabelle's idiot father? Are you Mr. Linden's father?
That would make me her grandfather, and he's been dead these past 15 years.
Oh, dear. I am sorry to hear that. Who's speaking, then?
Annabelle's father.
Oh, so it is you, Mr. Linden. I didn't think you sounded dead enough to be her grandfather.
What was the name again?
Oh, my name, you mean? Oh, Edison Bell.
Oh, Crumbs.
David Crumbs. Bliss. No, I don't know what you must think of me.
It's fairly straightforward.
Who can blame you? Mr. Linden, is Annabelle there by any lucky chance?
No, she's gone abroad for 2 years.
She has?
I left here 2 days ago to take up a post out east.
Good gracious, that is a coincidence. I came back from there yesterday, so I only just missed her.
Then she's had a lucky escape. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Linden. Well, how was that? I told you I'd changed, and I have in a way.
Convince us.
Well, I faced up to the fact that I am what I am.
That must have taken great courage.
I never look back, and I press on regardless.
Yes, well, you can press on after supper. I've had a quick glance through your phone book. It's there, look.
Oh, right. Well, I've still got another 22 to go.
14, I found 8 more marrieds.
As many as that, eh? You know, I may have faced up to the fact that I am what I am, but my biggest problem still lies ahead.
Which is?
Finding somebody to face it with me. 48 hours either on the phone or waiting for it to ring, and out of the original 26 possibles, not one's found it possible to face it with me. You know, it's funny, but in a way, I've solved the problem of picking up the threads of my old life again. Back 3 days and I'm threadbare.
You're sounding cheerful enough about it.
I know, and don't think it isn't a strain.
Well, now, look. Why not give Eleanor J. a ring?
Well, you said you didn't want me to go out with her because...
No, because it might spoil my chances with her father, I know. But I didn't mean it seriously.
You didn't?
No, well, of course not. Bless your heart, the fact that I'm your brother-in-law would count in my favor if he ever got to know you really well.
Oh, that's jolly nice of you.
It put business my way out of sympathy. Go on, give her a ring. But take it steady. Know thine enemy.
The phone?
No.
Ah, no, my phone book. Ah, yes. I do remember Eleanor now, you know. Shortish, brunette.
Tallish, redhead.
Yes, that's her. I'm bound to know her when I see her. Vale 2113.
Now, don't let her know you've forgotten her, or you won't get the chance to see her.
You're forgetting. I've had 2 whole days to work out what I'm going to say.
Oh, so you'd already decided to ring her?
No, decided on a set routine to cover all of them. You're starting by recognizing her voice.
That's safe enough, then.
Remembering everything about her.
And if pressed for details?
Answering in general terms. The prettiest girl I've ever seen, the biggest personality, greatest charm, etc., etc.
Well, I should say the etceteras till you meet, otherwise you'll have nothing left to say.
Oh, that's the point. Anything else?
Not a thing. You're obviously learning.
Well, necessity's the mother of invention. And desperation's an even better mother.
Vale 2113.
Oh, hello, Mother. Hello. Eleanor. David here. How jolly nice to hear you.
Hold on while I bang the phone. There's an awful noise on the line.
Oh, right.
Ah, that's better. Now then, where were we?
I was just saying how lovely it was to hear you again.
I'm surprised you could hear me with all that crackling going on.
Ah, but it was all right at this end, and I recognized your voice the moment you spoke.
You did?
Yes, even after all this time. I remember everything about you, too.
What do you remember?
That you're the prettiest crackling I've ever seen. The prettiest girl I've ever crackled.
Prettiest girl you've ever seen?
Yes, and what's more, you've got the biggest etceteras I've ever known. Biggest personality. Greatest charm.
Compliments I can never have enough of. But I'll just have to interrupt because there's something I've simply got to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
Who are you?
Who am I?
If you don't know, we're lost.
Oh, it's me, David. David Bliss. I've just got back from out east.
Are you sure you remember me?
You're the very first person I rung up.
How awful. Because I don't remember you at all.
Oh, don't let that worry you. About 6 of the others I rang up didn't remember me either. I mean...
She's the first girlfriend you rang.
She's the first girlfriend I rang.
Who is?
You is.
What a fascinating conversation.
Yes, well, couldn't we continue it over dinner one night?
Now, you don't expect me to say yes. So I'll surprise you. Yes. When?
Tomorrow night?
Oh, hold on. I'll have to consult my flatmate. Sheila?
That's something else I don't remember. Her living in a flat. And I definitely haven't got the address.
Oh, meet outside.
Hello? Could we make it Thursday night?
Yes, could we meet outside your flat? Meet at the Rothschild at, say, 7:30?
All right, then. Should be fun. Bye, David.
Goodbye, Eleanor. Tony, if you ever see me pick up the phone again, chop my hand off.
Oh, what are you worrying about? You muddled through, heaven knows how, but you did.
Oh, it's a specialty of mine. You're right, though. All I've got to do when I get to the Rothschild is to look out for a shortish brunette.
Tallish redhead.
Tallish redhead. But apart from that, my troubles are over.
Except that she'll expect you to talk romantically about the wonderful times you spent together.
Hello, my troubles are back. I don't even remember her, let alone what we did together.
I know, but you can get round that easily enough.
Well, I'd like to know how.
By making full use of her inevitable feminine romanticism. Set the ball rolling with a nice negative bit of mush and leave the rest to her. Now, for example, I'll never forget that beautiful night when we went for a long walk in the moonlight.
Oh, yes, I get it. And you think she'll remember one for me?
Bound to, and in detail. There isn't a woman living who hasn't got every romantic moment and date engraved on her heart.
I say, that's a marvellous idea.
The vaguer the remark, the better.
I know, that's the beauty of it. Now, let's see, there must be thousands of them I could use. I'll never forget that glorious night I drove you down to the coast.
Fine. Then she'll remember you didn't have a car when you knew her.
All right. Then, That glorious night we walked down... No, don't you remember it's 50 miles from here? Flounce out, tell her father, and bang goes your chance of getting any business from him. I'll ring her up and cancel
No,
it.
I don't think that'd be necessary. After all, you've got 2 whole days to work a few out.
Yes, but come to think of it, it might be better not to work them out and leave it to the inspiration of the moment. Remembering what I said earlier on.
Meaning what?
Desperation's an even better mother.
Sheila, coming. Yes, dear, sweet, generous Sheila.
Now what?
A few dabs of your new French perfume.
All right, if you'll tell me where you're going tonight.
I've told you. David Bliss rang me the other evening and asked me out to dinner. What a gorgeous smell.
Yes, but who is he?
Afraid I can't tell you that.
Why? Is it a secret?
No, but it was quite a mystery until he called me Eleanor.
Eleanor?
Yes, you know, Eleanor J., the girl who used to have this flat. And you know what that means.
What?
That he's never met me in his life.
In other words, you're going on a blind date.
Yes, but he doesn't know that yet.
You're taking a terrible risk, Tina. After all, for all you know, he might be some awful...
Having talked to him on the phone, I've never felt safer. Besides, I couldn't resist it after what he said.
What was that?
That he recognized my voice the moment I spoke and that he remembers everything about me.
Good evening, waiter. My name's Bliss. I booked a table for...
Yes, monsieur. Your lady French is sitting now at your table.
Yes, but which table?
One where your lady French is sitting, monsieur.
Well, that's a great help. Let's see now. Ah, yes. There she is. Hello, Eleanor. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. I couldn't get a taxi. Now then, let me look at you. Yes, you're exactly as I remember you.
My name's Ursula, and my husband's standing right behind you.
Oh, good gracious, is he? Oh, yes. Good evening, sir. I say you are a size. I'm dreadfully sorry I've taken your place with your wife. I'm terribly sorry. Your wife's such a dreadful mistake. I didn't realize. Ah, there you are. Oh, hello, Eleanor.
I knew it must be you.
Ah, so you did recognize me when you saw me?
No, when I heard you.
Now then, let me look at you. Yes. Yes, you're exactly as I remember you.
I am?
Yeah, except that you've changed the color of your hair.
But it's always been blonde.
It has?
Always.
Well, that's Tony's fault.
Who's Tony?
My brother-in-law.
And why is it his fault?
Well, he said he remembered you as a redhead.
And what did you say?
Shortish brunette. Blonde.
And tallish.
No, Tony got that wrong, too.
Tony got it right. I am fairly tall.
I say, are you really? Well, you certainly don't look it.
Probably because I'm sitting down.
Probably.
When you rang up, you said you remembered me.
I know, and that's how I remembered you.
How?
Sitting down. No, to be honest, I had forgotten you were tall. But I was right about you being the prettiest girl I've ever seen.
But wrong about the et ceteras?
Oh, I haven't got around to them yet. But don't worry, I'll cover them before the night's out. I do remember you, though, and all the wonderful times we had together.
Well, that is clever of you.
Well, I have got a good memory.
Not to mention an inventive mind.
Well, you know what necessity is the mother of. Not that I need mother here when I'm out with you. You don't need to invent anything about you.
You picture it all so clearly?
Yes, and especially that glorious night we walked down to the coast together. That glorious night we went for a long walk in the moonlight.
Which night was that?
Ah, no, that's for you to remember. I want to see if you remember.
You say we went for a long walk?
Yes.
In the moonlight?
Yes.
But that's so vague.
I know, that's the beauty of it. The beauty of that night I'll never forget.
Then you'd better tell me about it, because I'll never remember.
Well, I'm sure it'll come back to you if you think for a moment.
Yes, I'm sure it would. But you know, the memory I treasure most is the very first day we met.
Now, which day was that?
Ah, no, that's for you to remember.
Well, it was a lovely day.
Oh, no, that won't do. I want details. Where, when, the lot.
Well, let me see it.
Monsieur, you would wish...
Ah, there you are at last, waiter.
So you're ready to order?
No, but you couldn't have turned up at a better moment.
What's the matter, then? Did you hear...
I take it David's kept his date with Eleanor.
Well, of course they're halfway through dinner by now. Why?
I had a drink with a chap called Clifton Royston on the way home, casually mentioned that David was going out with Louis J.'s daughter tonight and found myself skating on ice. You see, it turns out Eleanor's married.
She can't be.
Royston ought to know. He works for Louis, one of his top men at that.
Oh, dear, that's awful. Do you think he'll tell her father about it?
Well, he made a great point of assuring me he wouldn't. Don't you worry, Tony, old chap, he said. You can trust me to be discreet, won't breathe a word to Louis, so the chances are he will.
Yes, and even if he doesn't, there's always the chance of someone who knows her father spotting them together.
I know, so the quicker we ring him at the Rothschild, the sooner he can get her out of there. I've got the number somewhere.
I'm afraid you won't find it easy breaking the news that she's married.
No, I'm afraid you won't.
Me?
You're his sister, and while you're about it, you may as well tell him the whole story.
There's more?
An 18-month-old baby son.
Monsieur, you will also wish for coffee, madame?
He's been called away to the phone, but I expect he'll... Ah, there you are, darling.
Yes, here I am. Yeah, no coffee for me, waiter, and that'll be all, thanks.
Bad news on the phone?
A shock, certainly. But before we go any further, is there anything you'd like to tell me?
No, not that I can think of.
Well, it's hardly the sort of thing you could forget. You see, it was my sister on the phone, and she had some rather interesting information for me.
Is it something you can tell me?
I can give you her exact words. Eleanor J., she said, is now Mrs. Newcomb and has an 18-month-old baby.
Oh, dear. I see. No wonder you're in a state.
You don't deny it, then?
I'm not in a position to deny it.
Don't you think it might have been fairer to have told me when I rang up?
I wasn't in a position to.
Have you told your husband you're out with me?
I'm not in that happy position.
No, look, Eleanor. You may find it all very amusing, but I'm afraid I don't. In fact, I take a very poor view of it. Not that I'm a prude, at least I hope I'm not, but I haven't got any time for a wife who not only blatantly deceives her husband, but apparently hasn't the slightest conscience about it. Well, haven't you got anything to say?
Only that I agree with you. But I think there's just one little thing to be said in my defense.
Oh? And what's that?
I don't happen to be Eleanor J.
And I couldn't care less what you think. I resent you ringing me up at home at this time of night. I resent your attitude. I'd rather have the receivers in than do business with you, and you can go to the devil.
Who on earth was that?
Louis J. He not only had the gall to deny David was out with Eleanor, but also accused me of spreading malicious rumors about her. And I don't need 3 guesses to realize how he came to hear about it either.
No, nor do I. From the you can trust me to be discreet, Mr. Whatever his name
Yes.
is. Oh, I'm sorry about it, darling. Only, well, it's gone 11:30, and I'm beginning to get worried about David. I could tell it was an awful shock when I told him, and you know what he's like when he gets really depressed.
Yes, well, I'll give him a few more minutes and get the car out and drive along by the river.
Hello, everybody. Oh, hope you haven't waited up for me.
Well, naturally we have. I know you're putting a brave face on it, old lad, but it must have been a bit of a shock.
What?
Eleanor J. being married.
Oh, you don't want to worry about that. We had a marvellous evening together. She's marvellous.
Don't want to worry about it?
Oh, of course. You don't know, do you? It wasn't Eleanor at all. It's a girl called Tina Holliday.
And you didn't think to ring us up and let us know?
Oh, no, I knew it could wait till...
Of all the stupid, moronic, bone-headed, bird-brained...
Oh, come now, darling. It wasn't really David's fault.
Oh, of course you would take his side, wouldn't you? You always do. That's why you like having him stay here, so you can gang up on me. And you know, come to think of it, you're right. It isn't his fault. It's yours for inviting him to stay here.
No. Wait a moment, Tony. I'm terribly sorry about it, but you can't possibly blame Anne.
Oh, yes, I can.
Yes, I'm sure you can.
Yes, I know. I blame you for everything, don't I? I'm a tyrant. A little Hitler. You know, it's amazing. I've sacrificed everything to give you and the children a lovely home, not to mention a car to run you around in. And you repay me by implying that I'm a bullying browbeat.
No, just a second, Adolf. I'm sure that... Just a second, tyrant. Tony.
You keep out of it.
Now, darling, we mustn't quarrel in front of David.
All right, then. All right. We'll save it up for later.
Do you know something, David? I think it's safe to say that Tony and I are out of our rut. Your master's late this morning, isn't he, Psyche?
Morning, Anne. Sorry I didn't come down to breakfast, but after last night I thought I'd better keep out of the way until Tony had gone.
I don't go to the office on Saturdays.
Oh, gosh, I didn't see you standing there. I'm terribly sorry about last night.
No. I'm the one to say sorry.
Yes, well, I think it's about time everybody stopped saying sorry. I said it to Tony said it to me, also to Louis J., and he said it to Tony, so there you are. There's nothing else to be sorry about. It's a beautiful day after the storm. Everything's back to normal. And David's even found himself a new girlfriend.
I say, that reminds me. I said I'd give her a ring this morning.
Remember thine enemy.
Well, don't worry, I will. Not that I get into a muddle with her. I felt completely relaxed last night. Well, once I got over the ghastly shock of discovering she wasn't Eleanor J. after all, I said such diabolical things to her. Still, after that, I talked my head off. And she's obviously a glutton for punishment because she encouraged me to talk. So, you see, I'm not likely to get muddled, even on the phone.
Tina Holiday.
Oh, hello, glutton. Punishment here. Hello, ghastly. Enemy here. Hello, diabolical. This is Eleanor. No.
That was A Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, and Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holiday. Psyche and Percy Edwards are synonymous. Other parts were played by Peter Hawkins and Geraldine Moffat. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by John Browell.
Of Bliss.
Being a brand new biographical series about Bachelor Bliss, recently back after 3 years abroad. Well, featured in the present edition are Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holiday, and George Cole as the shy young man himself, David Alexander Bliss. For the benefit of the thousands of people who suffer from shyness, we begin by asking David for his expert opinion as a fellow sufferer.
Oh, gosh, I wouldn't claim to be an expert.
Oh, you wouldn't?
Well, no, because it affects people in different ways. And it comes in so many guises.
Yes, and creates a good deal of misunderstanding when, for example, it takes the form of an aggressive manner.
Ah, and on that I would claim to be an expert on.
An aggressive manner?
No, creating a good deal of misunderstanding.
Only, I take it, when you're under pressure.
You're tense or embarrassed.
Oh, one last question. Would it be fair to say that you're, well, how can I put it, somewhat slow in the romantic field?
No, look. Don't think I'm taking offense, but that is rather an intimate matter. And I doubt if you'd be keen to answer it yourself.
Well, I happen to be married, so the question doesn't arise.
No, but there must have been times when you did take a girlfriend in that field. Times when you did have romantic moments. Even if you're not keen on your wife. Times when you have your intimate moments, even if they're not with her. No.
With the threat of divorce staring me in the face, hurriedly over to the house of David's married sister Anne to discover how he faces up to the problem of winter and love in a deep freeze.
Old Hood seemed jolly pleased with my report on our overseas branches.
Old Hood being?
My general manager. He seemed quite glad to...
Psyche, take your nose out of that. You're a very naughty dog.
Why? What's she done?
Scoffed about half my box of chocolates, that's what.
Well, honestly, you know, she's almost human.
Plain greedy.
I know, and what could be more human than that? Which reminds me, Old Hood thought I'd change for the better. Guess what he said?
That you seemed almost human?
He seemed closer to it than usual himself. He gave me a cuppa, asked me whether I liked it out east, everything.
What did you tell him?
I said I liked India best of all, because there was so much to see. The Taj Mahal by...
What's the matter? Did you hear something?
No, that's all he waited to hear before telling me all about the years he spent on the continent. To cut a long story short, I talked to 3 other people there and never once got past the Taj Mahal.
People are only interested in their own lives.
Well, some people, yes. But you're not like that, Anne. And I've been out so much since I came back, we haven't had a chance of a good chat.
Oh, no, you're not going to tell me about it.
All right, then, if you insist. The Taj Mahal by moonlight, Old Delhi with its...
I must just go and see how the joint's getting on.
As I was saying, Psyche, Old Delhi with its historic...
You won't get far with her. She's just back from spending a weekend with us on the Isle of Wight.
Yes, I know, but you won't get far with me. I happen to have been there.
I'll stay and listen if you like.
What's the catch?
Well, your new girlfriend's coming to dinner. It might be spoiled.
On second thoughts, India's a terribly dull country. It is, too. Compared with Tina. There's so much more to her.
She must be a big girl.
So much more of her I'd be interested to see. No, she's more interesting than India.
Knowing you of old, I'm more interested in hearing how far you've got with her.
Oh, for goodness sake, Anne. I admit I'm going to be slow to make any progress, but I'm sure it's the same with all young couples.
I hate to disillusion you.
Well, you won't, because the problem's obviously universal.
What problem?
Where to go in an English winter. Or how to be romantic when you're frozen stiff.
Nonsense. Tony and I met in the middle of one of the coldest spells on record, and it certainly didn't bother him.
Well, of course it didn't. When he came round, Mother and Father tactfully left you alone in the other room.
Yes. But, you know, there was something strange about that house that often drove us out into the cold again.
Oh, what was that?
You.
My fault for asking.
David, as this is Tina's first time here, we don't want an atmosphere, so when Tony comes home, try not to upset him.
Now, what possible reason can you give me for suggesting I might?
It's the habit you have.
Yeah, I know, but apart from that. Don't worry, I won't.
Strangely enough, that's something that's always worried me.
What?
You saying, don't worry, I won't. But just remember, a lot could depend on tonight being a success. Might even help you to face the winter.
How?
Well, Tina would always be welcome here, and we've got another room.
Oh, gosh, yes, I never thought of that. You're right, a lot could... Oh, wait. No, wait a second, though. Didn't you say something about having that room enlarged?
Yes, but it may be months before I can get the builder to start on the job.
Well, meanwhile, I can get down to the job of making Tina larger.
Steady there.
Of making some progress. I say, a lot could depend on tonight. Still, I'm sure Tony will find her interesting.
I don't doubt that.
To talk to, I mean. She works on a magazine. And I'm sure you'll like her.
And I'm sure the evening will be a success. Except that, well, Tony has been known to launch into the odd, controversial subjects.
Such as?
Politics, pop groups, pedestrians, women drivers, modern sculpture, and needless to say, modern art. Discusses that very knowledgeably.
I say, really? Oh, what's his view on it?
Well, he belongs to the... My 4.5-year-old son could do better. So-called experts have been fooled by the daubings of chimpanzees. Give me the old master's school.
Oh, yes. And I must say, for my money, he's right.
That might have been better left unsaid. You did ask Tina to be here by 7, didn't you?
Well, I said 6:30 to 7. Yes, I think I did. Or did I say 7 to 7:30? Yeah, I'll ring her and check.
Now, be careful. Remember the muddle you got into the first time you rang her and what Tony said to you afterwards?
Know thine enemy. Now, I admit I'm not at my best on the phone, but he's got a terrible habit of talking to me at the same time.
Oh, he does it to me when I'm on the phone, and I could cheerfully murder him.
Tina Holiday?
Oh, hello, darling. It's David. I did say 6:30 to 7, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did.
And I'm almost ready. Hold on, darling. Can't reach my nail varnish.
I must get on. Tell her I'm dying to meet her.
Okay, got the nail varnish.
Yeah, Anne says she's dying to meet you.
Say the same for me. Oh, drop the brush.
Oh, David.
Tina says you can drop dead, too. She's dying to meet you.
Did you remember to ask her whether she has any dislikes?
What? Food, you mean? Yes, I did.
Back with you now.
Ah, good.
And what did she say?
Wonder what your sister will think of me.
You're nothing special.
At least that's honest.
You what?
She won't mind it being plain home cooking, will she, David?
So you don't think she'll like me?
Oh, good gracious, of course she won't.
Well, really?
What makes you so sure?
Why won't she?
Because I happen to know she doesn't like anything fancy.
Oh, so you think of me as the fancy type?
You what, darling? No, I was talking to Anne. All right, I certainly wouldn't...
Any vegetable she's particularly fond of?
No. I certainly wouldn't call you fancy, darling.
What would you call me then?
The vegetable type. Beautiful. That's what I'd call you.
A long time coming, but worth the wait.
Here, give me the phone. Hello, Tina? Anne. It was my fault. I'm leaving him in peace now and looking forward to seeing you.
Me too.
There you are. Pop it.
Hello, Tina. Sorry about the muddle.
Oh, it's cheered me up no end. Needed it too. It's been one of those days.
What? When everything went wrong?
Including a pitched battle with one of the country's leading barristers.
Ah, yes. You were telling me about him last night. You were doing an article on him.
Was doing. Only we got onto the subject of modern art. And before you could say palette knife, we were at daggers drawn. Turns out he's one of the... My 6-year-old daughter could do better. Chimpanzees already have.
have. Symbolistic nothing. Plain rubbish school. Oh, and it makes me so mad. I mean, it's so prejudiced. Still, I mustn't be late, so I better ring off, hadn't I? Hello? David?
Yes, I'm still here.
Hope I'll be a success with Anne and Tony, isn't it?
Yes, it's Tony.
Must fly, darling. I'm catching the 6:15 bus. See you then. Bye.
Yes, I know, you're right. Looks as if I'm in for a long, hard winter.
Why does it? Suppose I left this door open.
Tina clashed with an eminent barrister today. Do you know what about?
What?
Modern art. You see, like Tony, he's one of the children and chimpanzees could do better school.
Oh, dear, I see.
Yes, and you can see what it could mean. Clash with Tony, bang goes our chance of the other room, and I'm faced with two alternatives. Pneumonia or no progress.
Oh, I don't know. The subject may never come up, and even if it does...
Well, we can always dive madly in and change it.
But it makes it all the more important for you not to... Oh, that'll be Tony now.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. More important for me not to say anything to put him in a bad mood. Oh, don't worry, I won't. And don't worry about me saying don't worry, I won't, because I won't, don't worry. Yeah, no, don't worry about that, don't worry either. After all, Tina will be here in, well, let's see, exactly 17 minutes. And even I can hold out that long, especially with so much depending on it.
Oh, hello,
Tony.
darling.
Hello, Psyche. Please see me then.
We're all pleased to see you, aren't we, Anne?
Yes.
Now, why particularly?
Well, we're not particular, are we, Anne? It didn't say we were particularly pleased to see you, and we're not. But at least we are, but not particularly. I mean...
Hello. What's going on that I'm not supposed to find out about, but eventually will from David?
Well, nothing's going on except David, and he's excited because Tina's coming to dinner.
Then I mustn't let you down. I'll just pop upstairs and spruce myself up. Won't be long.
Go, no hurry.
Don't worry, I won't, he says. And don't worry about me saying don't worry. Well, you don't have to be sorry about saying it again, because I'm worried already.
Well, I can't think what about. Tina will be here by the time he comes down again, and then he couldn't be in a better mood.
I know, positively gay. And in a way, you can take the credit for that.
Well, don't bother to explain why. I'll take it anyway.
Because you brought a breath of romance into the house, that's why.
Oh, come now, Anne, you must be joking. As if a breath of romance is likely to have any effect on Tony.
It is. It has. I can give you an example of how it can help. About 2 years ago, Tony and I were going through a particularly bad patch. Nothing was going right for him at the office, and when he got home, nothing I did was right. He really was impossible to live with. I even toyed with the idea of going back to Mother.
Oh, gosh, Mother adores Tony.
I know, that's why I decided against it. I knew she'd have sent me straight back. And then suddenly a nice, fat, lucrative contract, and the crisis was over. Now, that day, Tony bought me, of all things, an enormous teddy bear about 4 feet high. Crept into the house with it, sat it in that chair over there, and then waited for my reaction. And that must have been a tense period for him, too.
Why?
I came in here 3 times without noticing it. But when I did, I found a note tied round its neck saying, "My name is Mr. Groucho, and your husband's instructed me to tell you that he's very sorry and that he loves you very much indeed."
Oh, gosh. Now, that is romantic.
That's dead sloppy, that is. And money down the drain. It's up in our bedroom now. Not only completely useless, it collects the dust. It was a gorgeous moment. And you see, it's something to remember when I have my own little kitchen sink dramas. It reminds me of the joints.
Well, here I am, the masher himself.
Good gracious, you have been quick.
Too quick. I mean, there was no need to rush. You've still got a good 10 minutes mood to go before Tina gets here. It's still got to be good for 10 more minutes before you can get at Tina.
Now, you have gone too far.
There's still another 10 minutes left. I must be more in love than I thought.
Yes, and I've probably made you worse by telling you about Mr. Groucho. Oh, you do look handsome, darling.
Oh, good heavens. So she's got around to telling you about Mr. Groucho. You must think I was a bit soft in the head to get it for her, but... Well, you know what women are like.
Men.
Men?
Yeah, have to pander to women.
Well, believe me, I regretted it on that occasion. Have you seen it yet? It's about 4 feet high.
Is that like Gala?
Yes, well, you can imagine what a noddy I felt when I went into the shop to buy it.
What's more, I had to park the car about a quarter of a mile away, so that made it even worse.
Why?
Well, I had to carry the confounded thing through the streets. But what hurt most was the price. I mean, do you know how much it set me back? £8. Now, that's what I call money down the drain.
I know, that's what Anne called it. She called it Mr. Groucho, I believe.
Oh, yes, she had to give it a name. Adores the thing, of course. Heaven knows why. It's not only completely useless...
It collects the dust?
Collects the dust?
I presume.
Now, why should you presume that?
Well, it stands to reason, doesn't it? I mean, if it's 4 feet high, it's bound to.
I'm 5'11", and I don't.
No, but I bet you would if you were stuck up in the bedroom all the time.
It isn't by any chance what Anne said to you?
Now, why on earth should she say you're stuck up in the bedroom all the time?
Now, don't be an idiot. Was it her who said it collected the dust?
No, on the contrary. She said she adored the dusty old thing. Adored the sloppy dead thing. Adored.
No. Don't bother to go on. It's quite plain she didn't appreciate it. Pity she didn't appreciate it.
Oh, no. Wait a moment, Groucho. Mr. Tony, you know me.
Yes, and I know you well enough to realize that behind every muddle lies the truth.
Well, the truth is she was absolutely thrilled with it. And you're wrong about the muddle, because I can explain the lies. Explain it, if you like.
I'd like.
Well, she happened to say that she was dead sloppy about Mr. Groucho, that he was gorgeous, and that you weren't too dusty yourself.
After which I'll give you the benefit of the doubt you've earned it.
Jolly good. Did anything interesting happen at the office today?
Not a thing.
Oh, jolly good. Is there something you can tell me about?
I said nothing happened.
Oh, dear, did you? I don't know what's the matter with me tonight. At least I do. Oh, all right, I know. Stop looking at my watch.
I was going to ask you how you got on this afternoon.
This afternoon? Oh, with old Hood, you mean? Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. I got on very well, actually. He gave me a cuppa, asked me whether I liked it out east, everything. And I said of all the countries I visited, I liked India best, because there's so much to see. And there is, too. The Taj Mahal.
Oh, that reminds me. I suppose Anne wrote and told you I made a business trip right across America last year.
Yes, she did.
Fascinating country.
Yeah, so's India.
Oh, you can't help getting a kick out of your first glimpse of the Statue of Liberty.
You should see the Taj Mahal.
Especially on a sunny day.
No, by moonlight.
I must say, New York's a fantastic city.
So's old Delhi.
It's got an atmosphere all of its own.
Yeah, it's got an atmosphere all of its own.
Completely, yes. One mass of skyscrapers.
No, but a good many temples.
Dwarfing the roads below.
Narrow little streets.
No, great wide roads jammed with traffic.
You're thronging with people.
Yes, cars tail to tail.
Making way for the bullock carts.
Bullock carts?
Yes. And lots of stalls with the Indian shopkeepers squatting.
What the dickens has all this got to do with New York?
Nothing. I was talking about old Delhi.
When?
When? Oh, come on, you're pulling my leg.
I'm trying to find out what you're blithering on about, and I ought to know better. You haven't spoken a word of sense since I came home. Well, I've had enough of it. I've had a tiring day at the office, and I don't want to know any more.
In you go, Tina. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Anne. Hello, darling.
Hello. Tina, my brother-in-law, Tony.
Hello.
How do you do?
Tony, would you be an angel and pop up and turn Alexander's light off and make sure he's asleep?
Yes, right. Excuse me, won't you?
Yes, of course. You don't seem very pleased to see me, darling. And I was dead on time.
But just too late.
Meaning?
Well, I'm afraid there's a bit of an atmosphere.
Oh, no.
Yes, and I know just how Tony felt. There he was, delighted at the chance to tell somebody about his trip right across America, and I had to insist on talking about India. Honestly, I could kick myself.
I was about to save you the trouble. Still, never mind. I expect you'll soon get over it. Do sit down, Tina.
He's asleep.
Ah, good.
Anne was just telling me you've been to America, Tony. Can't tell you how I envy you. And I insist on hearing all about it.
Oh, I'm sure you're not really interested.
Oh, but I am. Fascinated. Must be a fascinating country.
You believe me, it is, yes. It's funny, but you can't help getting a kick out of your first glimpse of the Statue of Liberty, you know. As for New York, it's a fantastic, it's the only word for it. Massive skyscrapers dwarfing the roads below. Great wide roads, you know, jammed with cars, tail to tail.
Making way for the bullock carts.
Shut up, David. I want to listen to Tony.
Well, of course, New York isn't America. I visited 10 major cities and all, you know. First stop was Detroit. Now, that's another fantastic city. It's the center of the Mississippi. And no doubt about it, San Francisco's a beautiful city. What have I done with my matches? Oh, here they are.
David, is that clock right?
Nearly midnight.
Yes, beautiful city, San Francisco. Quite a cultural place as well, you know. I know because an American colleague of mine took...
I'm ready for bed. Are you?
No, fresh as a daisy. Slept all the way from Oklahoma to Los Angeles.
Yes, indeed. Yes, we had a slight fracas about that art gallery. He was all for this modern stuff, you know, surrealism or whatever you call it. I'll tell you what I call it.
Tony, I've just realized it's nearly midnight.
Oh, good gracious, is it? Yes, modern rubbish. That's what I call it, you know.
I so agree. After all, even chimpanzees can do as well.
I must say, you're doing pretty well yourself.
Your coat's upstairs, Tina. Yes, right. Don't want to drag you out of this nice warm room, Tony, so I'll say goodnight now.
Oh, yes, well, night, Tina. Do you live far away?
Oh, about 10 minutes walk.
Oh, fine. Then David can walk home with you. I'd offer to take you in the car.
Oh, that's jolly nice of you,
only the confounded thing's packed up on me.
Never mind. It's the thought that counts.
Oh, it's freezing out here.
Nice girl, that David. Attractive, too. I only wish I was walking home with her.
I wish you were, too. It'd serve you right for pretending the car's broken down.
Oh, so you did tumble to it?
Yes. But I don't fancy the idea of trying to be romantic with an icy wind whistling round.
Well, I shouldn't tell her so. You'll get an icy blast.
Well, I wouldn't dream of telling Tina. Only, it is a problem in winter.
Well, what would you do if you were an Eskimo?
Well, emigrate and do it somewhere else.
David!
Ah, romance calls.
Yes, and the Iceman goeth.
Well, here we are, darling. We'd better stand in the doorway out of the wind.
Wind? What wind? Can't say I even blasted it. Whistled it. No, noticed it.
So you're not feeling cold?
Who, me? Good gracious, no. Not a bit.
I've got a feeling you are.
Well, I say I'm not.
Your teeth are chattering.
Yes, but you don't want to take any notice of what they say. I feel as warm as toast.
You look absolutely frozen.
Well, believe me, I'm not. And if you think for a moment, you'll realize I couldn't be. Obviously.
Why, obviously?
Well, how could I possibly feel frozen when I'm out with a stiff like you? Feel romantic. Romantic when I'm out with a solid block like you. I'm not cold. That's my last word on the subject. Darling, Tina.
Darling.
I say, that's thawed me out. Oh, no, not that I was.
I'm going in now, darling. It's very unromantic of me, I know, but my feet are like ice. I simply can't stay out here any longer.
Well, don't worry about that. The Iceman will go it. It might interest you to know, Anne, that Tina agrees with me about the problems of winter romance.
So where do you go from there?
Where do you think?
Well, you're forgetting. We're having the other room made larger.
Yes, but the builders haven't started on that yet.
Made a start on it this morning.
They would, wouldn't they? Still, I don't suppose it will take them all that long.
It isn't them, it's him. And he's only doing it in his spare time.
Which puts us back in the deep freeze. Ah, well, if winter comes, can spring... Yes, it jolly well can.
I know, but there is a way round it, and it would help me with my problem.
You've got one, too?
Tony. Remember when you first got back from abroad and I said we were in a rut?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid there's more to it than I told you. Like so many wives these days, I find I've got a rival.
What, you don't mean...
No, not another woman, something far more serious.
What?
Television.
Television?
Tony's a complete addict.
Well, I'd love to know why that's more serious than another woman.
Well, he'd have to meet her in secret, wouldn't he? So he could hardly spend every evening gazing at her. Even if he could, he'd be sick to death of her in a week. And our new telly's a portable model.
So?
He certainly couldn't bring her up to bed with him.
Well, no, that's reasonable. Yeah, but what's all this got to do with my problem?
surprise Tony away from the telly for an evening. Then he'd take me out, and you...
And Tina and I would have the house to ourselves. I say, that's an idea. Yeah, but how do I do the prizing?
Play on his romantic side. You know, lightheartedly. If you ever want anyone to babysit, Tony...
Tina and I would love to volunteer. I'll have a crack at it the moment he comes in.
I've got to get Alexander to bed. Have my rival on, if you like.
Well, I might have a look at the news.
Oh, David, for goodness sake, don't tell Tony I said he was an addict. He's a television snob into the bargain.
Well, you don't mean he actually...
That'll be him now.
He actually pretends he's not keen on it?
Believe it or not.
Which is the on-off switch, Anne? This one here?
Hello there.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Tony.
Hello, Psyche. Pleased to see me, eh?
We're all pleased to see you, aren't we, Anne?
Now, don't start that again. I'm sorry to rush off, darling. Alexander's bedtime.
Oh, David, old boy, what... Oh, you're not going to turn the telly on, are you?
Well, only for the news.
Well, another 10 minutes, yes?
All right. I'll wait till then.
Oh, have it on if you like, but I'd be glad of a rest from it.
I should think you need one. No, you need a rest after a tiring day.
No, from the telly, I mean.
We're not keen on it, eh?
Oh, I'd rather read a book any time. One or two of the programs are all right, but you don't have it on more than, say, a couple of nights a week.
Oh, I agree with you there. I certainly wouldn't want to sit here and gaze at her every night.
Gaze at who?
The portable woman. Portable rival.
No. Let's not play the word game tonight.
Well, don't worry, I won't. Yeah, and don't worry about me saying don't worry, I won't, because I won't. Don't worry. Don't worry. No, I do agree with you. I mean, like so many things, television's all right in moderation.
Well, we should tell Anne that.
Why?
Well, she's a complete addict.
Anne is?
Yeah, watch it 24 hours a day if she could.
No, that's amazing.
Why, do you find it difficult to believe?
No, difficult to know who to believe. I mean...
That Anne says I'm the one who wants to watch it.
Darling, Alexander wants you to tell him a story.
Then he'll have to wait. I'm too busy listening to the story you've been telling David.
About what?
Me being a television addict.
Oh, dear. Trust David to get it wrong. I said that I was the addict.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't believe you.
Well, I'm sorry, too, because I can tell you Anne's exact words. I never thought I'd become a telly addict, David, she said. But I must admit he has. I have.
If you must know what I said...
I know already. And I can guess how it went. Tony neglects me, thinks more of the telly than he does of me, never takes me out. The same old bleating fact.
Oh, no, just a second, Tony.
I did not bleat.
You never stop bleating.
There is no need to shout at me.
I'll shout if I like.
No, wait a minute. Listen, please. There is only one big problem in this house, and I'll look for digs in the morning. This is the second big row I've caused in a week. You know what they say? Never come between husband and wife. And as far as that's concerned, I'm the original sandwich man. Come on, Psyche. I'll take you for a walk.
David, come. David, back you come.
Well, what's the use? You must admit what I said is true.
Oh, who's denying it? But you see, the trouble with most husbands and wives is that they keep things from each other, you know. Keep them bottled up inside, and that can be dangerous, but that's where Anne and I have the advantage.
Well, how do you mean?
We can never keep anything from each other. Not when you're around, bless you. By the way, would you and Tina be free to babysit for us on Friday night?
Oh, gosh, you must be psychic. No, psychic. Yes, we would. And it's jolly nice of you, Tony.
My dear chap, you'll be doing us a favor. It's high time we hardened old telly addicts had a night out. We do a show and then dinner afterwards, which should give you and Tina ample time to, get to know each other, eh?
Yes, and that's not all. It'll be the first time we've been alone together when the temperature wasn't below zero. And you know what that'll mean?
No, tell us.
Tina will melt in my arms.
Anne, come on, darling. We're going to be late.
You're wasting your time calling upstairs. I was in the sitting room with David. Jim, I feel quite excited. First time we've been out together for... What's the matter?
I was just thinking what an attractive wife I've got.
Ah, Tony. Now, that's made my evening, even without the show and dinner.
All right, then, let's get back to the telly. Oh, that'll be Tina.
Hello?
Hello, Tina. Come along in. David's in the sitting room.
He's been trying to ring you, but I'll leave him to explain why. Forgive us, won't you? We're rushing off to the theatre. Bye.
Bye. Enjoy yourselves. Hello, David, darling. Why have you been trying to ring me?
I didn't think there was much point in your coming round.
That was A Life of Bliss with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, and Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday. Psyche and Percy Edwards are synonymous. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by John Browell.
A Life of Bliss.
Being a biographical series about Bachelor Bliss, with Brenda Bruce as his married sister Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as brother-in-law Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as girlfriend Tina Holliday, and George Cole as the shy young man himself, David Alexander Bliss. How does Bliss find Britain after working abroad for 3 years? I spoke to him earlier in the week and put the question to him.
Well, if you mean, how do I find the new swinging, switched-on, all-systems-go Britain? I haven't yet.
But there have been exciting new trends. I mean, for example, with it women's fashion.
Oh, yes, I'm with them.
Very tight trousers for men.
I'm without them.
And it doesn't worry you that you're not moving with the times?
Well, if I wore them, I'd be worried every time I moved.
Knowing you tend to get muddled when embarrassed, I hesitate to mention a rather more significant trend.
Oh, I'll take a risk on it if you will.
Freer and franker discussion about sex.
Oh, better for it to be talked about openly than in furtive whispers. After all, evil is in the eye of the man who's holding her.
In the eye of the beholder, yes. But supposing you were discussing the subject with, let's say, your girlfriend.
Oh, let's not.
I meant in purely general terms.
Oh, in that case, I should try to talk about it naturally and make as free with her as possible. Talk about it as freely as possible and naturally try to make her. Ooh.
Bliss's subsequent attempts at explaining what he meant were considered unsuitable for broadcasting. And believe me, you've missed a treat. Back to the present and over to his brother-in-law's house where the plot thickens.
Subtitle, It's All Happening. Oh, and what about Tina?
By far the nicest girlfriend you ever had, and as bright as she's attractive.
I wonder what on earth she sees in me.
Don't start wondering that. You'll drive yourself mad.
Well, just be thankful, eh?
If all's well between you.
Oh, very well, thanks.
Splendid. Only I gather you haven't got a date with her again tonight.
You know, she's washing her hair.
And that's the 4th night running, isn't it?
Oh, 5th, actually. But then there hasn't been much chance. Monday was out because I didn't want her to catch my cold. Tuesday and Wednesday, Tina had to work late. Last night, she promised to go out with her flatmate, Sheila.
And tonight, when you could have met, she decides to wash her hair.
Yes.
When are you seeing her next?
No, she said she'd ring me and let me know.
Don't call us, we'll call you.
You know, if I wasn't determined to ignore it, I get the feeling you were trying to tell me something.
Sounds as if she may have started taking you for granted. I'm not saying she has.
But you're right. It sounds it.
And you know what that's the beginning of.
Yeah.
I haven't depressed you.
Oh, good heavens, no. If I shoot myself, I want you to know you weren't to blame.
You could soon put an end to her taking you for granted if you wanted it to.
Well, how could I?
Play a little hard to get.
Oh, come now, Tony. What chance would I stand of convincing her I was hard to get?
Every chance.
I find that rather encouraging.
After all, it's only a confidence trick.
Yes, well, I don't intend to resort to tricks. Call it sentimental if you like, but I want Tina to love me for myself alone.
Oh, I wouldn't call that sentimental.
You wouldn't?
No.
Oh, jolly good.
I'd call it wanting something for nothing.
You may have a point there.
Anyway, what's wrong with playing hard to get? The idea's older than the hills.
Yes, nearly as old as the Dales.
It still works, though.
Do you really think it'll work in my case?
Worked in mine?
Yours?
Well, why do you think Anne married me instead of one of my rivals?
Well, you don't mean it was because...
Because I played hard to get.
Good gracious. I thought it was just a case of love being blinder than usual.
Thank you.
How did you set about it?
Made it plain that much as I loved her, I had other interests in life. The mistake you've made with all your girlfriends.
Is being too available.
Fatal.
Well, I don't see why it should be.
Well, how would you react if you rang up a theatre and they said they'd got seats in all parts of the house for any night of the week?
Well, I begin to wonder if there was something wrong with the show.
Same principle.
But not that I'm suggesting Tina's started to wonder if there's something wrong with you.
Well, I should hope not.
She's obviously wondered that from the start. No. My worry is that she may have stopped caring one way or another.
Well, you can stop worrying, because I've suddenly come to my senses. She couldn't have been nicer when I talked to her last night, and I'm quite sure all's well between us.
Then there's no point in me telling you what to say to her when she phones.
No point whatsoever.
Go on, Psyche. Go in and see your master.
Oh, hello, then. Has Anne given you your supper?
The last of the joint with hot gravy over it. So what on earth did all that mean?
Compliments to the chef, and do you serve second helpings?
Not if I've got to feed her master too, and I take it I have.
Oh, I'm in for supper, yes.
Not seeing Tina this evening?
No, she's washing her hair.
When are you seeing her again?
Well, she said she'd ring me and let me know.
Don't call us, we'll call you. Just waiting for the potatoes to boil.
What do I say to her when she phones?
That's better. Well, now, work it out for yourself. Supposing she suggests meeting tomorrow night.
I say I'm not available.
Yes, but not that bluntly. We'll have to sweeten the pill, you know. I'd love to have seen you, darling, but that sort of thing.
Yes, I'm not much good at that sort of thing. I suppose we couldn't, well, sort of rehearse it.
Not with me, as Tina.
Well, it was you who described the phone as my greatest enemy.
And not without reason. You're the only person I know who could safely use an ordinary phone to discuss something top secret.
Why?
It'd be automatically scrambled. All right. Now, off we go. Ring.
Hello, Tina.
No. Two mistakes already. Answer it that quickly, and it looks as if...
As if I'd been hanging around the phone just waiting for her to call.
Yeah.
Let it ring for a bit first.
Yes, and when you do answer it, don't say, hello, Tina, straight away. It gives the impression...
Nobody else ever calls me up. Yes, I see that. Okay, I'll start again.
What are you waiting for?
Well, you to ring for a bit.
Oh, thanks. Ring.
I only hope you're better as Tina than you are as the phone. Right, I've answered it. Hello?
Hello, darling, it's Tina.
Oh, worse if anything.
Just ringing up to say I can see you tomorrow night.
Oh, gosh, I'm terribly sorry, Tina. I'm afraid I can't manage it. I'd love to have sweetened your pill, darling, you know that. Love to have seen you, darling, you know that. Only I've got a date with another girlfriend.
Have you indeed? Bang.
Bang?
Her slamming the phone down.
Well, what can I say, then?
Keep in the I'd love to have seen you preamble. Say you fixed up to do something else, then hurry on.
Before she has a chance to start asking awkward questions. It's simple when you know... Oh, gosh, that'll be her. Dead on cue.
Yes, but now be careful.
Hello, Tina.
Oh.
Hello, darling.
Oh, jolly good. It is you, then.
Well, who else could it have been?
No, nobody in particular, but I do sometimes get phoned by other call girls.
Beg pardon?
You will get calls from other girlfriends. Washed your hair yet, darling?
No, thought I'd ring you first and tell you when I can see you.
Oh, gosh, I'm terribly sorry, Tina. I'm afraid I can't manage it.
Can't manage it?
No.
I haven't told you what night I'm free yet.
Well, I haven't told you what night I can't manage.
Thought she meant tomorrow night.
Yeah, thought you meant tomorrow night.
Oh, and you can't manage that?
No, I'm afraid not. I'd love to have seen your preamble, darling. You know that.
See my what?
Preamble.
Sounds vaguely rude.
What on earth rude about seeing you... What on earth am I talking about?
What are you up to?
Oh, nothing. And I'd love to have seen you, obviously. Only you see, I've fixed up to do somebody else.
To do what?
Oh, gosh, you're too quick for me.
Too quick?
Yeah, I was hoping to hurry on before you had a chance. Hurrying on to hope I had a chance of seeing you on Saturday.
Yes, all right. What have you fixed up to do tomorrow night, darling? I hope I don't sound suspicious.
No, not in the least.
Oh, good. I hate to think it shows.
I'm having a night out with a chum of mine.
Anybody I know?
No.
You never know. I might know him. Or is it her?
No, I said chum.
Chums can be of either sex.
Yes, well, you can take it from me. He's definitely a her. He's definitely either sex. He's definitely a him.
Mop our brows and carry on. What's him's name?
His name?
Don't tell me you forgot.
No, it's not.
What is it then?
Oh, give me a chance. I'll think of one. Think of it. Nigel Cooper.
Oh, good gracious, really? Oh, do give him my love.
You know him?
Ex-boyfriend of Sheila's. Still see him quite often, though. Works near me. I must go wash my hair. See you Saturday. Bye, darling.
Goodbye.
She knows him. Yes, I heard. One of fate's unkinder twists. Still, I take it you've got his phone number.
No, but I can get it first thing in the morning.
Give him a ring and tell him to cover up for you.
Yes, but supposing she rings him up now to check up on me.
She suspected I was up to something. Well, what was there for her to be suspicious about? You sounded normal enough to me. But I never stopped making mistakes. That's what I mean, perfectly normal. Same message, yes. Ask Nigel to ring David Bliss the moment he comes in and say it's urgent. So sorry to have bothered you yet again. Goodbye.
Still no luck with your friend Nigel Cooper?
Oh, hello, Anne. Sorry I didn't hear you come in. Well, no, but it may be too late now. Tina may have bumped into him today.
You still haven't told me what possessed you to tell her that you were going out with him tonight.
I was playing hard to get.
You?
I don't like the way you said that.
But you're just not the type, Poppet. And if you were, you wouldn't be Tina's type.
Why?
Because as often as not, people who play hard to get are hard, insensitive, cold, conceited, calculating, and not worth getting.
No, I won't have you talking about Tony like that.
About Tony?
Well, why do you think you married him?
Many's the night I've lain awake wondering.
He played hard to get.
Oh, good gracious, I might have known it was his idea. Do tell me what he said.
Well, that he made it plain that much as he loved you, he had other interests.
Ah. Yes, I suppose in a sense he did show a rather limited interest in architecture every time I said I couldn't see him.
In what sense?
Hung around outside our house and studied it all evening.
Well, I don't believe you.
Oh, yes, and bridges seemed to fascinate him.
Bridges?
Threatened to throw himself off one.
I just don't understand it. I mean, why should he tell me he played hard to get?
Because he loves to talk, and you're silly enough to listen.
Ah, now be fair, Annie. Let's face it, he's jolly clever.
Yes, but with one definite blind spot. Women to Tony are what the works of Sigmund Freud are to others. Something he doesn't know the first thing about, but loves to discuss. You listen to him at your peril.
Well, I can't tell him to shut up, can I? So I don't see what I can say to him.
Yes, of course, Tony. Couldn't agree more. Oh, what a brilliant idea. And I've got to admit it, Tony, you think of everything. And then ignore everything he said. Do you know something? 3 years abroad's changed you in a good many ways. And one of them's the way you tried to hide your feelings.
Oh, I don't know.
I do. And it's a change for the better. You were terribly wet before. Tina's important to you, isn't she?
Well, if you mean am I in love with her, it's too early to say. Anyway, there are plenty more fish in the... Yes, she's important to me.
Don't worry. It'll all turn out all right. As long as you shut your ears... Ah, there's Tony now.
As long as I shut my ears to his advice. All right, if you say so.
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Tony.
Hello, Psyche.
Hello, darling. Have you seen Alexander anywhere? It's his bedtime.
Well, I'm afraid I've been sworn to secrecy, so I can't tell you he's hiding in the cupboard under the stairs.
Well, never mind. I expect I'll find him.
Good day at the office, Tony?
Oh, average. And you?
Oh, I've started my month's leave.
Yes, I was beginning. Well, now, did you manage to get hold of, your chump?
Nigel Cooper? No, but I'm expecting him to ring back at any minute.
Fine.
Except that Tina could have bumped into him today.
Oh, unlikely.
But possible.
All right, then. Let's see. Supposing she did. What would I advise you to tell her?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, Tony. Couldn't agree more.
I haven't suggested anything yet.
No, but I'm sure I agree with it when you do. I mean, that is, I agree. I ought to have my story ready, just in case.
Well, if they did meet today, it follows Tina now knows.
I was lying about having a night out with him tonight.
So let's think. Where do we go from there?
Oh, yes, of course. What a brilliant idea.
What? You thought of something?
No, I thought you had.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Have you the vaguest idea what you can say to her to cover up?
No.
Then shut up and let me think. Difficult enough problem with that. Wait a second. Cooper's a fairly common name, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Then that's the answer. The local phone director.
You're behind you there. What's the answer?
The Nigel Cooper you know isn't the one she knows.
I say, really? Oh, how on earth did you find out?
No, you don't understand, and who's surprised? That's what you can tell her if they happen to have met today.
What?
That it's not the Nigel Cooper she knows.
Oh, come now, Tony, you must be slipping. I mean, if she met him, he must be the one she knows.
But not Birdbrain, the one you know.
Oh, gosh, I get it now. Yeah. Well, that is a brilliant idea.
Conway, Cooks, and Cool.
Well, what are you looking up?
I thought it might be worth checking to see how many Coopers there are.
Gosh, you know, I've got to ignore it, everything you think of. I've got to admit, I ignore everything you say. I must admit, you think of everything. You've found the Coopers yet?
Yes, a couple of pages on them.
I say, that sounds promising.
How many Coopers N?
4, 5, 6. No less than 7.
7. Good gracious. Not only a brilliant idea, completely foolproof.
I'd hardly suggest it to you if it wasn't.
Now, seriously, though, you really do think of everything, Tony. I'm now, as they say, prepared for my eventuality. I'd never have known. Ah, that'll be Nigel. So we'll soon know. David Bliss?
Tina?
Oh, hello, darling.
I'm glad I caught you.
Caught me?
Aren't you going out with Nigel tonight?
Yes.
Well, then.
Oh, gosh, I see. You meant caught me in.
What did you think I meant?
Caught me out. Caught me on my way out. But I don't have to leave for another 10 minutes yet.
I saw him today.
Who?
Nigel.
Oh, that's all right. I'm prepared for that. Prepared to explain that. You see, he's not the Nigel you know.
What are you talking about? Of course I know him.
Yeah, but not Birdbrain, the one... But not... Darling, the bird I'm going out with tonight.
Oh, so you're going out with a bird?
No, that was just me getting mixed up.
Oh, same mix-up as last night.
How do you mean?
On the phone. You didn't seem sure whether it was a girlfriend you were going out with or not.
Not, I promise you.
Carry on explaining.
Oh, it's perfectly straightforward. The Cooper N, you know, isn't the Nigel C. Isn't the...
Isn't the one I know? I see. I described what my Nigel looked like last night, didn't I?
No.
Then how do you know it's not the same one?
That's something he didn't think of. I've suddenly realized it can't be the same Cooper N. Same Nigel.
Why?
Because I spoke to mine on the phone today, mentioned you, and he didn't know you. My Nigel and your Nigel aren't the same Nigel, and that's Nigel. Final.
I wouldn't count on that. I'm seeing you tomorrow night. That's why I rang. We didn't fix where and when.
Well, Tony and Anne are going out, so I thought perhaps you would...
Come round and help you babysit? Around 7?
Wonderful.
I'll interrogate you then. Bye, darling.
Goodbye. Go on. Tell me she's not really suspicious this time. Please.
I'm not even sure a parting shot about the interrogation was all that playful. Sorry about it, chum. Oh, before I forget, are you taking Psyche for a walk after supper?
Apparently. Why?
Well, it's 1,000,000 to 1 shot, I know, but if anybody saw you, it might just get back to Tina. Keep to the shadows and steer clear of the street lighting.
Now, that's not one of your brighter ideas, Tony. There's an obvious flaw.
No, what?
Give me another word for a street light.
Lamppost?
There's your flaw. Honestly, you know, it's amazing.
What?
I start by playing hard to get and end up as a fugitive. For goodness sake, Psyche, I believe you're doing it on purpose. You haven't missed one so far. Come on, there's a dark passage there. Look, we can slip down that. Oh, no, not the bus stop, too. Because it's near a lamppost, that's why. Oh, fool that I am, you might not have noticed it. Come on, Psyche. If I'm seen and it gets back to Tina, the fat really will be in the pot.
Hello!
Oh, gosh.
David.
Hello, Joy. Oh, you gave me quite a shock. Don't be stupid, Psyche. You remember Joy? She used to be a girlfriend of mine.
I'm not sure I like the past tense, but never mind. When did you get back from abroad?
Oh, about 3 lampposts ago. About 3 weeks ago.
What do you keep on looking round for?
To see if there's a bus coming.
Why? Are you going to catch it?
I might if somebody spotted me. No, but that is, I'm...
Same old David. Still talking in riddles. Have you still got your flat?
No, I haven't.
Where are you staying?
Not under this light, that's for sure. Oh, where am I staying? With Anne and Tony.
Oh, I haven't seen them for ages. How are you?
Look, Joy, don't think I don't want to chat, but would you mind coming down that dark passage with me?
You have changed.
Have I?
Obviously. All right, then, come on. But don't get any ideas. At least, not too many.
I'm sorry, I don't follow you.
Oh, yes, you do. And you have. Dark enough for you here?
Yes, fine. Now then, what were we talking about?
I can't believe we came down here to talk.
Well, why else would we come down here?
Why do you think?
Back into the light. Look, Joy, you will forgive me if I rush off now, won't you? I'm in a terrible hurry. Nice to have seen you.
Where are you rushing off to?
Nowhere in particular.
Nowhere?
Yeah, but I don't want to be late getting there. I don't want to be late getting back.
You don't want to be seen talking to me in case it gets back to your girlfriend. Am I right?
Well, yes.
What's her name?
Tina Holiday.
Tina Holiday?
Oh, no, don't tell me you know her.
Never heard of her. But you're right, though. You better not stand here talking to me. Go on, off you go.
Oh, jolly nice of you to be so understanding, Joy.
Don't be silly. Oh, David, give me a ring one day, for old time's sake.
Yes, of course.
I'll jot down my new number for you. It's not in the book. Oh, got a pencil?
No, but I should have. Yes, my pen.
Thanks. You weren't really going to catch the bus, were you?
Who? Me? No? Why?
That's why. Was she waving at you?
Who?
That girl on the bus.
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't... Somebody waved at me?
Go ahead, girl. Ron.
Tina's flatmate, Sheila.
You can't be sure.
Oh, fate plays some unfunny tricks.
There you are, my phone number. Not that I think there's much chance that you'll ring me.
No, on the contrary. I think you stand a much better chance than you did.
Now, listen, David, we've been working on this since last night, and Tina will be here at any minute. So are you quite sure you got your story straight? Casually ask Tina if flatmate Sheila stayed in last night. If she did...
Operate Plan A. The fictitious Nigel and I went 10-pin bowling.
But if, on the other hand, Sheila went out...
Safer to presume she was girl on bus. Plan B. Fictitious Nigel brought along his fictitious wife, Phyllis.
And if at any stage Tina reveals it was Sheila on the bus and that she did see you...
I was standing there talking to fictitious wife, Phyllis, waiting for fictitious husband, Nigel, who popped into fictitious shop. No. Correction. Shop was genuine.
I couldn't agree with David more. If I were you, David, I should forget all about plans A and B and tell Tina the truth. That you got into a tangle playing hard to get and ended up by concocting the whole story about going out with another Nigel Cooper.
I take it you know he may have been seen out with a girlfriend last night?
I should stick to plans A and B.
You too?
I say we must be off to the house.
Oh, no, wait a second. Tina's suspicious now. So do you really think I stand a dog's chance? No, not you. Stand the slightest chance of getting her to believe me?
You can't fail with plan C.
Well, I'm glad you're confident because... Plan C? We haven't got a plan C.
I have, though. If the second Nigel rang up while Tina was here and confirmed your story, she'd have to believe you, wouldn't she?
Ah, now that is a clever idea. Particularly as he doesn't exist.
No, but Tony does.
Oh, no. No, I'm sorry.
Well, you put him up to playing hard to get.
Yes, I know, but...
You could do it from the Howards.
But I'm not
Well,
going...
if you'd rather not do it, darling, now's the time to say so. Oh, how sweet of you to offer. I knew you wouldn't let David down. Well, that'll be Tina now. All right, I'll let her in.
Oh, well. Your worries are over. Anne's right, it can't fail.
Foolproof. Except that I haven't the foggiest idea what plan C is.
Oh, for the love of Mike, when we get to the Howards, and it won't take us more than, 3 or 4 minutes in the car, I ring you up and pretend to be the fictitious Nigel.
Oh, gosh, I see. Well, can't fail.
But I shouldn't mention the Howards to Tina. They've got a daughter about the same age, and they might just know each other.
Honestly, I'd take notes if I hadn't lost my pen. And on second thoughts, I've got a feeling it can fail.
On the contrary, if you can just survive her grilling you for, say, 5 minutes, you're home and dry.
What's the word you wanted? You don't answer that, I'd rather...
There's nothing to it, old lad. After all, you can fill in the first couple of minutes or so with a few sweet nothings.
Well, what sweet nothings, for example?
Oh, you know, the usual guff. You look absolutely stunning, darling. What a lovely dress, and so unusual, too. That always does have a big... No, notice her hair. Say you've never seen it looking nicer, and so on. Ad infinitum. Why, good heavens, with luck, you could string it out till I phone. And if you do get onto the subject of last night, don't forget to start by finding out whether Sheila stayed in or...
In you go, Tina. Hello.
No, hello, darling.
Hello there. You have to excuse us, Sheila, but we're late as it is.
No, it's all right, I've explained. Oh, David, I met Mrs. Gosling this morning, and she warned me that she's coming round this evening selling flags or something or other. Buy some, but don't let her set foot through the door. You'll never get it out again. Bye.
Goodbye.
Well, now, pleased to see me, darling?
Well, yes. Of course I'm pleased to see you.
You don't sound it.
Well, I don't care how I sound. Believe me, I'm far more than that.
Meaning what?
I'm grilled to bits. Grilled to bits.
Good. Now, about last night...
Oh, gosh, darling, I must say you look absolutely sweet nothing. You're absolutely stunned.
Can you blame me?
No, honestly, darling, you look lovely. And it's so unusual.
For me to look lovely?
I'm sorry, I don't... Oh, gosh, no wonder you're looking blank. I missed out your dress, didn't I? And that's where the unusual comes in. And that's what I meant, of course.
What?
That I've never seen you looking lovelier, and I'd love to see you undressed. Mop my brow and start again. I've never seen you looking lovelier, and what a lovely dress.
Nervous about something?
No?
I think you are, you know.
Well, I can't imagine why you think that.
I'm wearing a skirt and a polo neck sweater.
Yes, well, I'm afraid they're all one to me. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Did Sheila enjoy her evening out last night?
She didn't move out of the flat.
Oh, didn't she? Oh, jolly good. Plan A. Plan a night in, did she? Nigel C. and I went 10-pin bowling, and I must admit...
Oh, wait a minute. What am I talking about? Sheila did go out last night. With some boyfriend of hers. Had themselves a ball, too.
Oh, jolly good.
Plan B?
Definitely. You definitely don't understand what you mean.
Never mind, it doesn't matter. So, you and Nigel went 10-pin bowling?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, he brought along his wife, fictitious. suspicious, you may think. But he turned up with his girlfriend, Joy. His wife, Phyllis. Phyllis Joy.
And you say you're not nervous about anything?
Nothing to be nervous about.
Not even the thought that Sheila may have seen you together?
No, because I can explain that. I was waiting outside with wife Phyllis while husband Nigel was in genuine shop. In the shop. And that's genuine. Oh, yes, of course. And I remember now. We saw Sheila on the bus.
Sheila didn't move out of the flat last night.
Yeah, but you said...
I know. I was playing you at your own game. I don't often flip my lid, David. Not often, but I'm about to now. Truth is, you were out with a girlfriend.
No.
You're still going to stick to the two Nigels bit?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, he may give me a tinkle tonight. So you see... Oh, thank goodness, that'll be him. Maybe him. David Bliss?
Tony, alias Nigel.
Oh, hello, alias. He was just talking about you, Nigel.
Fathead. Tell Tina she can listen and I'll disguise my voice a bit.
Well, of course I enjoyed myself, chum. Yeah, hold on, Nigel. Fathead. I've got my hand over the receiver, look, so he can't hear what I'm saying. It's Nigel, my Nigel, and you can come and listen if you want to.
I'm as good as there.
Hello, chum. Sorry about that. I had a ball last night, really. But then I would, wouldn't I? 10-pin bowling.
You didn't mind me bringing Phyllis along?
I thought she was jolly nice.
Well, she thought you were a gas. Told me to catch you on the blow and ask you around for a knock-off on Monday night. That's if you're free.
Oh, just a second. I'll check with my girlfriend. Well, darling, are you free on Monday night? And convinced?
Yes. And yes.
Hello? Sorry, chum, but I'm going out with Tina on Monday.
Oh, yeah, no, that's the bird you were nattering on about us. Is this how quite this? Okay, then, better leave you to it. And don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Don't worry, I won't. Cheerio, Tony. See you later on.
Tony, so that's who it was.
No, I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I said see you later on either. But then you know me. You know what I'm like.
I ought to by now. Yes. Yes, I ought to by now. All right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll be back in a second, darling. Want to get my bag.
Oh, hello. That'll be Mrs. Gosling with her flags. Go on, darling, after you. Oh, come to think of it, I could have got your bag for you. Where is it? Upstairs?
No, on the table by the front door. Look, David, sorry I, suspected you were out with a girlfriend.
Oh, we all make mistakes.
Hello, David.
Joy!
I forgot to give you your pen back last night.
Still moping round the house?
Well, it was you who said Tina was important to me, Anne. And after slamming out last night, stands to reason I'll never see her again.
You'll see her in approximately 60 seconds. You see, I secretly fixed up to have coffee with her this morning, tried a highly dangerous experiment, telling her the truth about the Cooper N saga, and surprise, surprise, it came off. She just popped across the road to the shops, but I've left the front door on the latch, and she'll be sailing through it at any minute. Any questions?
Oh, gosh, Anne. I just don't know what to say. I'd better go meet her. Thanks, Anne. Thanks.
Hello, David.
Joy!
Door's on the latch. I popped in to say sorry for turning up.
Never mind about that. Quickly, in here. Please, Joy. It's important, terribly. A matter of life and death. But I'll explain later.
All right, but you'll have to buy me an enormous box of chocolates for this. Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Tina.
You don't have to say a word. Anne explained all. But, David, from now on, just be yourself. Because you see, honey, that's what I like about you. A lot.
Well, there's only one thing I can say after that.
Oh? What's that?
I've got a girl hidden in the cupboard under the stairs.
That was A Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, and Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday. Psyche and Percy Edwards are synonymous, and the part of Joy was played by Catherine Feller. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by John Browell. A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of Bachelor Bliss, with Brenda Bruce as his married sister Anne, Colin Gordon as brother-in-law Tony, Muriel Pavlo as girlfriend Tina, and George Cole as the shy young man himself, David Alexander Bliss.
How does Bliss react to the modern and often controversial attitude surrounding marriage? Despite, or perhaps prompted by, the fascinating confusion of our previous conversations, I spoke to him earlier in the week.
Well, it seems odd asking a bachelor about marriage.
I know, but I was hoping to bring up the rather delicate question of, how can I put it without upsetting you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Embarrassment himself.
The question of that complete premarital relationship, sometimes referred to
as a trial marriage.
There's been a great deal of talk about the subject, so would it be too much if I asked you your views?
No, because you could say that is my view.
What?
That there's been a great deal too much talk about the subject.
Turning to marriage itself, would you consider there's any situation in which a husband might be forgiven for being unfaithful?
No, because I feel it's vital for anyone in my situation to consider getting married first.
And are you considering that now?
No, wait a second. I'm sorry. That's a personal matter.
Yeah, but if I may take the liberty of saying so, you do seem particularly drawn to your present girlfriend.
Oh, yes, you can take the liberty of saying that.
And of suggesting the feeling's mutual?
Well, I like to think so, but look, as I'm in the dark about that myself, I really feel that's all we can say.
What?
Well, that I'd like to draw her to me and make suggestions in the dark. I like the feeling when we're close and look forward to taking liberties. I wish you'd stop asking these questions.
I wish I could resist the temptation. It could lead to me getting a push. Back to the present and over to his married sister's house for Rogue Husband.
No, Psyche, you keep still till I finish drying you. Anne doesn't want muddy paw marks all over the kitchen.
I don't want muddy paw marks all over the kitchen, David.
Yeah, no, that's just what I said.
And I don't want you traipsing around in those muddy shoes, either.
Well, I get the feeling something's upset you.
I can't imagine why you feel that.
I'm traipsing around in my stocking feet. Oh, what are you making?
Lemon meringue pie.
Oh, jolly good. If I've got a favorite... No, I know something's wrong. You'd never find that in a cookery book.
What?
Crack 3 eggs against the basin, throw away, and stir shells vigorously into mixture.
Oh, blast. Oh, come on. Come and help me lay the table in the other room.
Yes, okay, you can come too.
Shut the door, Poppet. It's cold in here. Tablecloth in the top drawer there.
Yes, righto. As soon as I've put my other shoes on. And they should be... Oh, yes, here they are. Oh, Tony working late again tonight?
No. No, not tonight. You do the table, Max. I'll do the knives.
Yeah, and what's upset you? Is it, anything to do with me?
No, of course not.
Tony? Tony. I could tell he wasn't exactly in favor by the way you've laid his place. You put 2 knives for him.
Well, what's wrong with that?
On each side. And 2 more at the top. Highly symbolic.
Yes, it is, Tony.
You going to tell me about it?
No point.
Well, sometimes helps to confide in someone.
Yes, but I'd better not.
Oh, come now, I'm your brother. Surely you must know you can trust me not to say anything. Ask a silly question, I'm lucky I didn't get a rude answer. Only remember, Tony had to work late last Thursday night. And what you told me about Mrs. Gosling.
What did I tell you?
Well, she said that a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend of hers, 10 times removed, and a friend whose friend saw Tony in that restaurant in his office.
The fatted calf.
Having dinner with the girl who started working for him a month or so ago, Beverly...
Miss Watson.
Yes. Well, I just hope you're not secretly worrying about that. Because at the time you said Mrs. Gosling was a compulsive gossip and you didn't believe a word of it.
Tony was also supposed to be working late last night, and I do believe Deborah Howard.
But you don't mean...
She saw Tony feeding Miss Watson's face in the fatted calf last night.
I see. So at least I don't see. I mean, that doesn't prove anything. Perhaps they were working hard at the office and popped across there for a quick bite to eat.
They were in there for 2 hours.
Well, perhaps Beverly's a slow eater.
Well, it would be nice to think she was slow at something.
No, listen, Anne, don't jump to conclusions. I'm sure there's a perfectly simple explanation.
Oh, yes, there is. Ever see a film called The 7-Year Itch?
No, but I know what it was about.
That's the explanation.
But you and Tony have been married for 16 years.
I know, so you can imagine what a state he's in by now. Twice as bad and 2 years over. It's true, too.
Oh, not of Tony.
Of Tony or anybody else.
I'm sure you've got nothing to worry about.
I'm sure you're right. Come on, let's finish laying the table.
What are you going to do about it, Anne? I mean, are you going to...
Tell Tony I know about Beverly? Not likely. Fatal. Why?
I've had a sudden, terrifying thought.
I've told you about it.
That's the thought.
Now, listen, Poppet, you've let things slip out before, but this could be serious. You mustn't even mention Beverly's name.
Oh, don't worry. Don't you worry. I won't even ask him if he's had a good day at the office.
I'm afraid it won't be easy. Know the expression, conscience talking?
Yes?
Tony shouts. He was first seen feeding Miss Watson's face last Thursday night. Friday evening, brings me home a box of chocolates. Conscience.
Well, not necessarily. He has been known to buy you a box before.
Yes, but not one with drawers of chocolates and big enough to be used as a dressing table.
You're right, it was a sign. What's that got to do
Come to
with...
think of it, he was seen out with her again last night. My bet for this evening would be flowers. Enough to start a florist.
Yes, but what's all this got to do with me? I mean, why should it make it more complicated?
He's got a guilt complex about dear little Beverly. Can't stop himself talking about her. Best receptionist I've ever had. Nice girl, too. Completely.
Yeah, okay, I get the point. He's bound to mention her. Yeah, well, what on earth do I say?
Anything to stop him. You're taking Tina to the pictures tonight. Took Psyche for a long walk. Could do with a drink if he's having one. Anything.
Well, except the last two. No walk, and I don't drink.
Well, then you better start. It'll steady your nerves. You've had a sherry before now?
Would it take more than that to steady them? Morphia's more the mark.
It's all gone. I had the last shot when Deborah told me about last night. I know. Look, here's the evening paper. If you're going to have to keep on changing the subject...
It might be an idea to have a few in reserve. Good thinking, Robin. Now then, let's see. Bank robbers get away with £20,000. Well, comes a day when there's no bank robbery and the front page will be blank.
Peer-to-wed fashion model, 25-year-old Shirley Summers, who announced her engagement today to 82-year-old millionaire Lord Paddock, said, "I don't think the difference in age matters." Bet she looks on it as a downright advantage. Now, what else is there?
Prime Minister speaks.
Whoever heard of a Prime Minister who didn't?
Film Park calls for starlet to appear...
To appear in nude. Now, that would interest Tony.
Yes, but let's face it, I'm not the man to handle her. Not the man to handle that sort of nude. The news.
Never mind, you've got enough subjects to be going on with. Do you know something? I'm glad I have told you all about it. And you know, I suppose it is just conceivable that there is a simple explanation. Or is it that...
Hello there. Oh, hello, Tony.
Hello, darling.
No, Psyche, get down. For you, darling.
Oh, Tony, how sweet of you. Look, David.
I say, what a lovely shop of flowers.
I'll just go put them in water straight away if I can find a bath big enough. Thank you, darling. They're gorgeous and they're such a surprise.
Well, David, old lad, how did you feel to be a gentleman of leisure?
Well, not much point in being on leave in this weather.
Something in that.
How went your... apart from the office?
Apart from?
I mean, did you... out at all?
Up to my eyes at the moment, can't get through the word in the time.
I know. You were feeding terribly hard last night. Facing terribly late. Working.
Hello, I must concentrate. Every slip tells its own story.
Oh, a simple enough story behind that. I was thinking about supper. You have been working hard lately, then?
Yes, at least I'm lucky with staff, particularly this new girl, Beverly.
There seems to be no end to these bank robberies.
Bank robberies?
They're in tonight's paper.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, apparently they got away with 20,000 receptionists. Here, look. Here. Headlines.
And the story behind that slip?
Simple again. You were talking about your receptionist.
Best I've ever had. Nice girl, too. Completely.
Yeah, and I say, what about 82-year-old Lord Paddock?
What about him?
The wed 25-year-old fashion model. Second column, middle of the page. No, I know the aristocracy needs new blood, but if you ask me, you should have thought of that before. Not that I think that age is all that important myself, but you've got to look ahead, haven't you? After all, a woman's still young and active, even at 50. And by that time, he'll be...
107.
Cold, too. Yesterday was the coldest day on record since 1924. Fourth column, small paragraph at the bottom. And don't forget, winter's not over yet either. So there you are. It could go on for another month.
So could you, by the sound of it.
No, honestly though, Tony, just imagine getting away with 20,000 Watsons.
20,000 pounds. There wouldn't by any chance be something on your mind?
You know me. Complete blank.
Nothing to do with Miss Watson?
No, I told you. It was just you happened to mention her.
I happen to be impressed with the girl's work. She's intelligent. She's got a stuff.
I say, what about the Prime Minister appearing in the news?
The Prime Minister?
Speaking to Beverly in the news. Speaking to her on top of a column. Prime Minister speaks. Top of first column.
All right. What's Anne been saying about Miss Watson?
Why should she say anything about her?
Several reasons. Beverly happens to be quite an attractive kid. I happen to have worked late a couple of nights. Anne happens to be even more suspicious than most wives.
No, wait, Tony. I can't go along with that.
Don't give a damn whether you go along with it or not. I know how Anne's mind works. It wouldn't surprise me if she was even suspicious because I brought her home a few chocolates the other evening.
Oh, come now. That doesn't even make sense. Obviously.
Why obviously?
Well, you have been known to buy her a box of chocolates before. So why on earth should she suspect that dressing table? There's a particular conscience. But, I can't say I see it at all.
See what?
What possible connection it can have with Beverly's drawers. No, what? Connection, I could do with a morphia if you're having one. Do with a drink.
You don't drink?
No, but it'll steady my nerves. I have had a shot before now.
Should have been shot before now. And as a matter of interest, why do your nerves need steadying? It wouldn't be because Anne's been poisoning your mind against young Beverly and you're afraid of letting the cat out of the bag.
Shut up, Psyche. No, it's just an expression. Anne's not in the habit of saying poisonous things about people, Tony. About dear little Beverly or anybody else.
You don't expect me to believe you?
I don't expect you to believe anything. Not a word I say. But you know, you admitted Beverly's attractive. What if I did? It's only natural for a wife to be a bit suspicious. Any wife. So I really don't see what the dickens you're kicking up such a fuss about.
Ever tried a vodka?
Who, me? No, sherry's my limit.
Well, be a devil and break the limit. You won't even taste it in tomato juice. I should have a bottle or two of that in. Yes. I don't mind admitting, you know. I can't get used to this new you hitting back.
Well, I'm sorry, Tony.
Oh, my dear old chap, don't apologize. You're right. It's only... say when.
When? Yeah, and plenty of tomato juice.
I don't want to kill it. Now, what was I saying? Oh, yes, you're right. It's only natural for Anne to be a bit suspicious about the girl. One Bloody Mary.
Oh, gosh, don't tell me you've been going out with her, too.
That's what the drink's called. And I couldn't be more interested in the two.
To what?
You said going out with her, too. Has Anne suggested I've been going out with Miss Watson?
No, of course not.
Are you suggesting it, then?
Well, I don't know what I'm suggesting, Tony. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. But I can guess. I'll go upstairs and pack.
No. Wait. Now, look, old lad, I've been under a bit of a strain lately, you know, at the office, but still, there's no excuse for blowing my top. I'm sorry, Dave.
Oh, don't be silly.
And here's to the new no-holds-barred you. Cheers.
Cheers, Tony. What did you say this drink was called?
A Bloody Mary.
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
What?
This is the last time I'll be going out with her. Hello, Tina.
Hello, honey. In you come. What time does the big picture start?
Oh, not till 8:10.
Oh, good. You needn't leave for another 10 minutes or so, and Sheila's just popped into the bar.
Sheila? Oh, I see. You mean she's coming with us?
No, I mean we're virtually alone in the flat. Overcoat off.
Well, I thought you wanted to go to the pictures.
Yes, but we don't have to go straight away, do we? And in case you missed it first time round, we're not likely to be disturbed. Here, I'll help you off.
With what?
Your overcoat. Terribly vague tonight.
No. It's quite dry out now, actually.
That's not what I said, but never mind. Sit down, darling. I'm not sure we've got anything in the flat, but would you like a drink?
Oh, no, thanks. Don't you start. I've had enough trouble with Bloody Mary.
That doesn't sound like you. And who's Mary?
Oh, she's just a drink, I know. Oh, you see, I don't drink.
Oh, no, of course not. That was my fault then. Hello. Looks as if I'm losing my hold over you.
How do you mean?
I hardly expected you to sit on that small armchair.
Oh, well, that's okay. Don't worry. It's fine for me.
How about the sofa, though?
Yes, I know. It's a jolly nice design.
Come and sit on the sofa, then I can sit beside you. Close beside you. See? Isn't that better?
Yes, jolly comfortable.
Something on your mind?
No, nothing.
Must be me, then. I know. I'm wearing a new perfume. Smell.
Yes, but not all that badly. Oh, your perfume.
Yes. Smell it. Tie my ear. Take a long, deep breath.
Very nice.
I shall take it back to the shop in the morning. The name promised far more than that. So, if at first you don't succeed, we're sitting here together on the sofa, not likely to be disturbed because Sheila's in the bath. So what do you see as the next move?
She'll get out of the bath and dry herself.
I'm still not getting through to you.
Getting what through to me?
The idea, that's what. And for about the 5th time, too. So here goes. Got it this time?
Yes, it's about 10 to 8.
What's on your mind, David? And don't say nothing, because for some vague, obtuse reason, I wouldn't believe you.
Well, it's a bit tricky, really.
Something you'd rather not tell me?
Oh, can't tell you. I'm sorry, Tina, but...
Oh, don't be silly. I don't mind. As long as it's got nothing to do with that ex-girlfriend of yours you bumped into last week.
Oh, no, honestly, it's got nothing to do with Beverly. With Joy.
Beverly?
So you wouldn't know her.
Tony's receptionist.
Well, how on earth?
He mentioned her when I was round there one evening. Is she pretty?
Oh, yes, she's pretty, all right.
Prettier than me?
Oh, good gracious, there's no comparison. I mean, it's like comparing, I don't know, Venus de Milo with the Albert Hall.
Which am I?
You know which. Beverly may be attractive, but, well, at the risk of repeating myself...
Please, feel free to.
You're the loveliest hall I've ever seen. You're the loveliest girl. And I mean that, Albert. Really, I do. Tina, really, I do. Gosh, aren't you wearing a new perfume?
Yes, I forgot to mention it.
Oh, gosh, it's certainly potent. Darling Tina.
Whoa there. I don't understand. I don't want to pry, only, oh dear, how can I put it? I'm not saying I wouldn't mind, because I would. But if you ever wanted to go out with someone else, darling, you're free to.
No, you've got it all wrong. It isn't me that's interested in Beverly. It's Tony. He's twice been spotted. Trust me, I've told you after all. Well, you may as well know the rest now. Tony's twice been spotted feeding Beverly's face at the fatted calf when he was supposed to be working late.
Columbus.
And his reaction exactly. Not mine, though. I'm sure there's a perfectly simple explanation. I've made up my mind what I'm going to do about it, too. I've got it all planned.
Planned?
Tony's got a business lunch appointment tomorrow. Now, I happen to know Beverly's alone in the office between 1:30 and 2. I'm going down there to have a little talk with her. And I'm going
no, darling, you mustn't. You can't do that. It's dynamite.
Oh, it's dynamite now.
But supposing she tells Tony, he'll accuse you of spying on him.
Well, there's a risk of that, I admit, but that's for me to worry about. You see, this could cause serious trouble between Tony and Anne.
That's the risk I'm worrying about. Anyway, you're far too shy a person to tackle...
No, it's no good, Tina. My mind's made up. Because I really do believe there's a simple explanation, and I intend to find out what it is. Now then, where were we? Oh, yes, the new perfume. Potent, all right. But wasted. After all, if I kiss you, Sheila's bound to come bounding in from the kitchen.
Except that she's in the bath.
I say, is she really? Well, you might have told me before. Darling Albert.
Oh, after that, I hardly have the heart to tell you.
Tell me what?
I'm not Albert.
I'm expecting Mr. Fellows back at any minute, and I'll tell him you rang the moment he comes in. Goodbye. Strangers in the night. Da-dee-da-da-dum.
Hello, Beverly.
Oh, hello, David. Afraid Mr. Fellows is not back from lunch yet, but...
I didn't come to see Tony, Beverly. I came to see you.
Me?
Yes, you.
Do take a seat. Behind you.
Well, thanks. Now, listen, Beating. I'm not going to Beverly about the bush. Listen, Beverly, I'm not going to beat about the bush. I'm not the type, and anyway...
Like a cup of coffee? I've got some left over from my lunch.
No, thanks.
It won't take me a sec to give it up.
No coffee. As I was saying, I am not going to beat about the bush. These things are far better...
Oh, God. I've just noticed, and it can't be very comfortable for
No, listen, Beverly. We're not going to get anywhere if you keep interrupting.
I know, but you're sitting on the waste paper basket.
Well, never mind what I'm sitting on, just... Oh, so I am. I thought it was a bit on the low side. Now, as I was saying, I'm not going to beat about the bush.
Just as well. You'd have flattened it by now.
No, look, Beverly, this is no joking matter. You know, in fact, it's a very serious matter, and it's far better for it to be brought out into the open. So I'll come straight to the point. The point is, what's going on between you and... is there anything going on between you and... Not that I think there is, for a moment, but to come to the point, I mean, I think perhaps... I'll change my mind after all and have that cup of morphia. Cup of coffee.
I think perhaps you'd better. I couldn't be more fascinated, though. What are you trying to say?
What's going on between you and Mr. Fellows?
Between me and... I'd like to know what you mean by that.
Now, it's no use, Beverly. I know all about it.
What do you know?
That Tony's twice been seen fattening your face in the spotted calf. Twice been seen in the fatted calf feeding your spotty face. You've been spotted together at feeding time.
I see what you mean now. And I'm livid. Livid, David. Not for myself, but Tony, Mr. Fellows. He couldn't have been kinder, and you had the cheek to suggest, even to think...
Then I'm right. There is a simple explanation.
Yes, there is.
I thought so all along, honestly. I thought you couldn't tell me what...
Last Thursday night, I'd had a row with my fiancé, broken off my engagement. Tony, Mr. Fellows, found me crying, took me across to the fatted calf, and, well, just talked to me like a father.
And the night before last, I suppose he...
Found me crying again.
Oh, gosh, I can't tell you how happy I am to hear that, Beverly. I mean, that is, I'm sorry about your fiancé, obviously. Only...
Oh, that's okay. We've made it up. Leaving here at the end of the month and getting married.
Oh, that's marvellous. Marvellous all round. And all my beating about the bush routine must have sounded completely foreign.
Double Dutch.
Look, Beverly, I hate asking you this, but I'd rather...
Mr. Fellows didn't know you'd been here. I shouldn't wonder. Okay, then, as it's you. Better hurry up and drink your coffee, though.
Well, it's a bit too hot at the moment. Anyway, don't worry. I know Tony's business lunches, and they always go on till about 3.
It was cancelled.
Oh, good gracious, yes, and sometimes even later. But cancelled? Thanks, Beverly. That's the nicest cup of scalded tongue I've ever had. Coffee. And Beverly, thanks for,
Tony, quickly, out that door, down the emergency stairs.
Right, goodbye.
Down.
Who's that who just went out, Beverly?
Oh, I don't know, sir. He got in the wrong office.
Why let him go out through the fire exit?
Gone before I could explain.
I only caught a glimpse of him, but from the back.
Oh, it wasn't anybody you know, Mr. Fellows. He sounded foreign.
Foreign?
Dutch, I think. But why, David? Why?
Well, I felt somebody had to find out the truth about Beverly. There was obviously a danger of it affecting your marriage, and there was just no telling where it might end.
Here and tonight, by the sound of it. What did Beverly say when she rang up this afternoon?
That she was pretty sure Tony suspected it was me who ran out through the emergency exit.
Oh, my sainted aunt. Don't you see what he's going to think? That I put you up to spying on him?
I'm sorry, Anne. I meant well.
That should be your epitaph, and soon. No, forget I said that. It was horrid. You'll have to deny you were there, that's all. Deny it through thick and thin, and you'll have to have an alibi.
Oh, I know. I thought of that. I can say I had lunch with Tina.
Yes, all right. But you'll have to stick to your story, whatever he says. Do you understand? So let's get down to details. Now, where can you say that you had lunch with Tina?
At the Fatted Calf.
Nincompoop.
Nincompoop's right. That's the last place. I know. At Il Natale. That's a little Italian restaurant near Tina's office. And I have had lunch with her there once.
Time you met, and how long you spent over your meal?
Oh, good gracious, it's so long ago now, I haven't the foggiest idea exactly what the... Oh, today, you mean? Nincompoop again. Let's see now. Picked her up at her office at 1 o'clock, walked along to Il Natale, sat at a corner table, had the luck to be served by a jovial, paunchy little waiter called Gino. Both had risotto alla Milanese, left about 2:15, and I walked her back to her office. Convincing enough?
Impressive.
Oh, jolly good. Especially as I made up paunchy little Gino. Nice touch, so I said. Well, that reminds me. I've started to tackle the problem of getting Tina to back me up. Left a message for her to contact me urgently. So there you are. We might just get it
for $1 million.
Home early, and I don't need 3 guesses to realize why. Now, don't forget what you said, that you're going to stay at my side all evening.
Hello there.
Hello, darling. You're home early.
Yes, but I brought some work back with me.
Well, how went your day, apart from the office, Tony? I mean...
Did I manage to get out at all? No. Apart from having a quick jar and a sandwich at the pub round the corner. And how about you, David?
I had lunch with a little Italian. With paunchy Tina. With Tina.
Good restaurant, then?
Yes, near Tina's office. First rate, actually.
What's it called?
Il Nincompoop.
And where did the nincompoop come in, present company accepted?
Well, I just called him back because he forgot to bring me something back from the shop.
What time did you meet her?
Picked her up at the office about 1 o'clock, walked along to Il Natale, sat at a corner table, and were both made up by a jovial little waiter called Gino.
I'm sure you both look very pretty.
Pretty?
You said made up.
No, I think you must have misheard me, Tony. I mean, why on earth should I say that when we hadn't even quarreled?
You said you were made up by a waiter called Gino. And I can't say I'm surprised. Because, David, I've got a pretty shrewd idea that you didn't have lunch with Tina today, that you weren't at an Italian restaurant, and that the whole story's a pack of lies.
Oh, now, Tony, darling, you really have got a suspicious mind.
Yes, and you're certainly wrong this time. I haven't been within miles of your office.
Did I say you had?
No, but you made it pretty clear you didn't believe I was where I was. So when it stands to reason, you must think you saw me somewhere else.
And as you never went further than the pub round the corner, darling, it follows it must have been somewhere near your office.
Somebody at the front door, Anne?
No, we'll answer it together. I'll answer it and leave you two together. I'm sure you've got lots to row about. Talk about.
Hello, darling.
Tina, I say, come along in.
What's your urgent message? So I thought
You couldn't have turned up at a better moment. Look, I haven't got time to explain, but we had lunch together at Il Natale. 1:30, corner table. Okay? Then here we go. In you go, darling. It's Tina.
Hello.
As a matter of fact, we were just talking about you, darling.
Oh, really?
Yes. I was just telling Tony what a delicious alibi we had together today. Delicious lunch.
Yes, well, why not take Tina into the other room, Poppet? The fire is on.
Yes. Righto.
See you both before I go.
So it was David snooping around the office at lunchtime.
Yes.
And it goes without saying that you put him up to it.
No, but I might be forgiven if I had.
You've been seen having dinner with Beverly Watson on 2 separate occasions, Tony.
So what if I have? The poor kid was upset about because
she quarrelled with her fiancé, I know, but why pretend you were working late?
Oh, for heaven's sake, I should have thought that was obvious enough. Would you believe me if I told you the truth?
I'd tried to, Tony. Really, I would, and I think you might have tried telling me.
Yes. Yes, I suppose I should. Sorry, Anne.
Oh, that's all right, I understand. Only, well, are you sure that's all there was to it?
Oh,
No. Don't get cross again, because I've just got to ask you. Are you sure you weren't attracted to Beverly, and that if the situation had been different, it might just conceivably have gone further?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you said that. I'm so very glad, because after all, you are only human. And yet saying that somehow makes you very special.
I've got a very special wife, my darling.
Tony, I must go and tell David that everything's all right. Be back in a second. Oh, and darling, whatever you do, hold on to that moon. David!
Darling. Yes, sir?
Happy ending, Poppet. Tony and I've never been closer. And guess what? We're going to arrange a lovely, friendly divorce. Go on. Back to Tina.
Yes, I know. And I couldn't be happier for you, Anne, honestly. Tina, guess what? A happy ending. Tony and Anne have never been closer.
Oh, that's great, honey. For me, too. But now you can concentrate on us.
Oh, yes, I can do that, all right. Darling, Tina.
Darling.
Oh, good heavens. I just realized what Anne said.
Oh, never mind about that. Did you realize you kissed me?
Yes, of course I did. And shall I tell you something?
What?
It's made me feel sick to the pit of my stomach.
That was A Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and Geraldine Moffat as Beverly Watson. Impersonations by Psyche and Percy Edwards. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by John Brower.
A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of Bachelor Bliss, with Brenda Bruce as his married sister Anne, Colin Gordon as brother-in-law Tony, Muriel Pavlo as girlfriend Tina, and George Cole as the young man himself, David Alexander Bliss. How does Bliss's shyness affect his social life? Fascinated by my encounters with him, I sought him out at a cocktail party a couple of nights ago.
Sorry, didn't catch the last bit. Does a party like this increase the possibility of me what?
Becoming tense and muddled and therefore offending somebody.
Decreases it.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Decreases the possibility of me offending anybody.
Oh, why?
Because at a party like this, nobody hears a blind word you say.
Perhaps we could go out into the hall and have a chat.
Yes, righto. Actually, I was looking round for Alison Waterhouse to say that the interesting selection of guests is a great tribute to her as a hostess.
You're really enjoying yourself, then?
No, but my girlfriend works on a magazine, and Alison Waterhouse is her editor.
What, then, David, is your honest opinion of cocktail parties?
Oh, I'm glad you asked me that, because I'd say they're civilization's answer to the weird tribal rites of savages. I mean, look round that room. What do you see? A mass of people hiding their real selves behind masks of artificiality, wearing grotesque fixed smiles and chanting shrill, meaningless incantations, with all the experienced partygoers leading the chant, like so many witch doctors. I say, who'd have thought I could work up that on orange juice? Honestly, though, I can't stand these sort of parties. And if Alison Waterhouse wasn't my girlfriend's boss, he wouldn't be able to see me.
Shh, behind you.
What? Oh, gosh. Oh, there you are, Miss Waterhouse. I was just looking for you, to compliment you on your behind. No, to compliment you on just being able to stand, on your party. And if I may say so, the interesting selection of savages is a tribute to your powers as a witch. No. The interesting panel of doctors.
As I crept away, he was still trying to explain what it was he meant. Back to the present, and over to his brother-in-law's garden for the Diplomat.
Yes, I know. It's your ball, isn't it? Ready? Right. There it goes. Oh, down there, look. Come on. Down here. Look. Come on. Behind this bush. This one. There you are. That wasn't too difficult, was it? Now then, I'll throw it again. And this time you run and fetch it. What is it? What? Do you hear something? What? What, here against the fence? Oh, it's probably a little field mouse or something. Yeah, hey, what the dickens is... What's going on?
David, coffee's up. Hello, what on earth do you think you're doing?
I was standing by the fence when somebody next door showered me with weeds and leaves and stuff.
Oh, so that's it. I thought perhaps you were playing soldiers.
Soldiers?
Yeah, you couldn't be better camouflaged. Let a recruiting sergeant catch out of you looking like that, and you'll be east of Suez before you can say Private Bliss. That's got most of it off. Come on. Oh, a lovely crisp morning. Then come to that like in this Saturday morning. Go on, in you go.
Yeah, but you don't seem to understand. What happened?
What happened when? Your coffee's there, darling. This is yours, David.
Oh, thanks, Anne.
Oh, yes, I like that. Grip it between your teeth, and you're all set for a Spanish flamenco.
What?
You've got a tulip behind your ear.
Gosh, I have. Well, it's dead, though.
Yes, but from your point of view, in keeping.
How?
Dead from the neck up.
But you still don't seem to realize somebody next door tipped about a barrel load of weeds and stuff over the fence into your garden.
Probably old Henry Leggett himself.
Well, that's all you've got to say?
Oh, of course, we haven't told you about us and the Leggetts, have we?
It's war, you know. Total war.
But you were terribly friendly with them before I went abroad.
I know, but hostilities broke out about, how long ago, Anne?
We haven't spoken to them for nearly a year.
Yeah, I don't mind admitting I've chucked a weed or two over into their garden before now.
Yes, and they've only got themselves to blame.
Definitely.
Well, why? Well, what did it all start over?
What did it start over? Well, Anne, what started?
Oh, well, it started because I can't for the life of me remember what it was now, but I know it was their fault.
Well, how can you possibly know it was when you don't even remember whatever it was?
Because whatever it was wasn't the sort of thing that we'd do. Was it, Tony?
I wouldn't dream of it.
But it was exactly what you would expect from the Leggett.
Yeah, typical.
So there you are. We just had to stop speaking to them.
Naturally, you can't go on speaking to people who do whatever it was they did.
I know, and it wasn't the first time they'd done it, either. Whatever it was.
Ever since then, of course, a state of war and a series of border incidents.
Honestly, I'm surprised at you two, really I am. You know, if you think about it, it goes much deeper than your little local fracas. I mean, if next-door neighbours can't get on without being at each other's throats, how can we expect neighbouring countries not to fight each other? Oh, so, I mean, after all, neighbours are people. People make up countries. Countries the world. So, you see, in a way, the fact that you can't coexist with the Leggets holds out precious little hope for the United Nations, or, for that matter, for world peace.
Darling, you didn't slip anything into his coffee, did you?
No, I only wish I could say I had.
No, but seriously.
Before you go any further, old lad, let me make it clear that I've never had time to take my seat at the United Nations. And nor, as far as I know, has Anne.
No, to be honest, I did set out to go once, only I got held up at the supermarket.
Okay, pull my leg as much as you like. All right, so you're only tossing weeds over into the enemy lines. But couldn't it just as easily be hand grenades?
Yes, and I wish you'd get hold of a couple for me. I could use them to blast old Henry's Russian vine to blazes.
What Russian vine?
At the bottom of our garden. That's Henry's Russian vine. Forced its way under the fence and took root there over a year or so ago. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Did you see that science fiction play on telly the other night where a form of vegetable life started taking over the country, twining its giant tendrils around everything in sight, cars, houses, the lot, crushing them to pieces?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to worry you, but old Henry's vines had me by the leg a couple of times.
Well, I must admit, it is a bit thick.
And it's growing. Thicker and thicker all the time. It's dead spooky. Oh, good heavens, where's Psyche? Ah, thank goodness, there you are. I thought for one awful moment.
Oh, don't be silly, Psyche. Come on, get out of the wastepaper basket. Anne was only joking.
Well, of course I was. Whatever did all that mean?
Some people have a twisted sense of humour.
Not half as twisted as old Henry's vine.
I suppose there's nothing sinister about it being Russian.
No, outer space had been nearer the mark. Let's face it, Henry's himself got all the pedantic characteristics of a robot.
The complete 9-to-5 suburban Dalek.
I leave house at 8:05. Press the I stay, catch the...
Careful, you'll set the Secretary-General off again.
Either me or Psyche. Oh, for goodness sake, come on, out of the wastepaper basket. Tony was joking.
What was she saying that time?
Unrepeatable. It makes it a bit tricky for me, you know. Julian's a pal of mine, and I wanted to know when he was going to be around.
Julian who? Old Henry's son, you mean? He's not around much now. Landed a good job up in London.
I know. He wrote to me saying he'd moved up there. He's quite clever.
He must have been to get away from Charlotte. As a mother, she has all the makings of a Russian vine.
A perfect match for Henry. He's a bit of a creeper.
Charlotte seems to be coming out of it best. She's only had the makings of a Russian vine.
Yes, but I haven't even started yet. She's stuck up, wears the trousers.
Oh, yes, she wears the trousers all right. Henry's not allowed in through the front door till he's taken off his shoes. I arrive home at 6:08 precisely. Take off shoe.
Yes, but Charlotte's house proud to the point of mania. Walk into their sitting room and you feel you've suddenly been transported to the Ideal Home exhibition. Then the whole house never looks lived in.
I know, but as we've already pointed out, it may not be in a human sense.
Psyche, get out of there. It's just a joke. Well, now, if nobody has any objections, I'm going to pop round next door and find out when Julian's likely to be coming down. Would you mind?
What, if you pop round next door? No, good heavens. I've got nothing against Henry. In fact, I'm quite fond of the old devil.
Well, I've certainly got nothing against Charlotte.
You could both have fooled me. I suppose you wouldn't be prepared to bury the hatchet.
Hello, he is hoping to be youth-earned. Yes, you are. Of course we wouldn't. Ask him round for a drink one evening if you like.
Okay, I'll do that.
Tell Henry to give me a tinkle and we'll fix it up.
I'll pop round straight away before you change your mind.
I know then, but don't forget to take your shoes off at the front door. It's not only a Japanese custom.
No, it's Charlotte's too. Oh, and youth aunt. Don't be surprised if you get a rather chilly reception.
Well, that's obvious, isn't it? All part of the Cold War.
All right, Henry. I'll answer it.
Hello, Mrs. Leggett.
Good gracious.
I thought you'd be surprised to see me.
Well, I must confess I am, in the circumstances. You'd better come inside, David. It's rather chilly.
Yeah, I know. It is rather a cold war today. No, it is rather a cold reception. Cold day, but a warm reception. And jolly nice and warm in your...
What are you doing exactly?
Well, taking my shoes off.
Is that customary?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry and absent-minded. Only I thought perhaps you were Japanese.
I beg your pardon.
I thought you liked me to take my shoes off in case they were Russian. They're muddy.
Your years abroad don't appear to have changed you at all. Shall we go into the front room?
Oh, after you, Mrs. Leggett. And how are you keeping after all this time?
I'm very well, thank you.
Oh, jolly good. And how's Mr. Dalek?
Dalek?
The delectable smell of furniture polish in this room. Is Mr. Ideal at home? Your husband at home?
Yes, he'll be in a moment. I take it there's a reason for your visit, David.
Oh, well, yes. I was wondering when Julian's likely to be down.
Well, I'm afraid he never lets us know until the last moment. He's a naughty boy in that way.
Well, you must be jolly proud of him, though. I mean, landing such a wonderful job.
I was none too happy about Julian moving up to London to live at first.
Well, it's only natural when a son leaves home. I think every vine feels the same.
Vine?
No, thanks, I don't drink.
You said every vine feels the same.
Yes, I bet they would to me. The few I've tasted certainly have.
No, you don't understand.
I say, did you say we had it? Good gracious.
Hello, Mr. Leggett. Nice to see you again after all this time.
Yeah, not nice to see you. Do you know, it's so long since we saw you, I quite forgotten your name.
You think? You think you've got a bad memory, but I bet mine's worse. I'm David.
Yes, I do realize now.
David wanted to know when Julian would be down, but as I explained, we really can't say because...
Yes, but that's not my only reason for popping in. Tony wondered if you and Mr. Leggett would like to come round for a drink one evening.
What? Tony Fellows?
Next door, yes. My brother-in-law.
I must confess I find that quite extraordinary, considering...
Yes, I know all about that, but Anne and Tony feel it's high time you buried the hatchet.
I venture to suggest it might be better if Tony dug it up and set to work on that fir tree of theirs.
What fir tree?
The one with branches overhanging our garden, which I believe in the strictest sense is illegal. But doubtless Tony would say that I was being characteristically pedantic.
Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't say anything of the sort.
Very diplomatic of you.
No, it is not a question of being diplomatic. I'm quite sure Tony wouldn't dream of describing you as pedantic, let alone as a robot. I mean, as for the fir tree, you could discuss that when you came round.
Doubtless I could. But as a matter of interest, how did the robot come up?
I leave house at 8:05 precisely. Cat. Oh, gosh, what am I doing?
Leaving, I trust.
No, wait a second. I made a mess of it, I know, but the fact is that Anne and Tony genuinely want to be friends again. And, you know, if you think about it, it goes much deeper than a little local feud between neighbours. I mean, if you can't manage to coexist, how can we expect it from neighbouring planets? I mean, neighbouring countries. After all, people are only neighbours. Neighbours only Martians. People make up countries. Countries the world. But I honestly believe each and every one of us should do our best to live together in outer space. In outer peace.
Charlotte, have you by any chance given him a glass of your Aunt Lucille's elderberry wine?
Yeah, no, but your wife was kind enough to offer me one.
I did no such thing. We were talking about Julian. And you said something about every wine feeling... I mean, every vine tasting... Oh, never mind. It's not important.
No, but it's important to me to know whether I can tell Anne and Tony you'll come round for a drink.
Well, there's no other way of getting rid of you. Yes.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful. Tony said if you'd like to give him a tinkle, you can fix it all up.
Forgive my saying so, but I really feel it's up to him to give me a tinkle.
Well, I can't see it makes much difference one way or the other.
Then it follows he won't object to telephoning me.
Well, no, of course he won't. I'll get him to ring you the moment I get back. I'd better be getting back now. Goodbye, Mrs. Leggett. I might try a sip of your Aunt Lucille's wine next time, if you're kind enough to offer it to me again.
I'll take you to the door.
Oh, thanks. Believe it or not, I've negotiated a peace.
You don't mean to tell me that Charlotte and Henry have agreed to come round one evening?
Yes, I do.
Then I take my hat off to you, old lad. How you managed to persuade them, I just wouldn't know.
No, and if you'd been there, you'd still have been none the wiser. But they've accepted, all right.
Splendid. So Henry's going to give me a tinkle and fix up wet.
Well, no, he wondered if you mind giving him a tinkle.
But why can't the devil give me a ring, for goodness sake?
Well, does it really make any difference one way or the other?
Well, not as far as I'm concerned.
I knew you'd take it like that.
So what's his objection in ringing me?
Well, he hasn't got any objection, only... Well, it's a small point, surely.
As small as Henry is minded.
All right, so perhaps he is, but I can't believe it's worth going on with the feud for the sake of a phone call. Why, come to that, Anne could call over the fence to Charlotte.
Yes, and I will. Gladly.
Well, that's the solution, then.
Providing she calls first.
I'm surprised at you two, really.
Now, don't start that again. We've invited them round, and you must see that the next move is up to them.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do know I'm beginning to feel sorry for the Secretary General.
I was going to consult my shopping list. Not that I ever remember to write anything down on it.
I say, Tony, I've got an idea. When would it be convenient for you to have them here?
Oh, I don't know. Tomorrow evening will be okay for us.
Time?
Around 6, where?
That's the next move. I'll act as an intermediary. Dash round there now and ask them if that's okay by them.
You are taking your role of peacemaker seriously. Okay, old lad, off you go. You have my blessing.
Oh, thanks, Tony.
Oh, my dear chap. Now, David, in lieu of an olive branch, you might take along a dozen or so yards of that Russian vine.
Tomorrow evening about 6, yes, David. I think that would suit us admirably.
Oh, wonderful.
So perhaps you'll be good enough to ask Tony to give me a tinkle to confirm it.
Well, I hellers like.
Well, I admit it was petty of him, Tony, but honestly, is that any excuse for you reacting in the same way?
It's all right, I'll go. I'm on my way out to the shops anyway. Won't be long.
You know, it's funny. As far as I was concerned, it all began as a joke. And now bringing you and the Leggets together, it's fast becoming a challenge.
In that case, the next move is up to you.
Well, I suppose it is in a way. I'm blurred if I can think of one, though.
If I may suggest.
By all means.
A wad of cotton wool soaked in chloroform, then carry them round here.
It may come to that. Joking apart, I mean, it ought to be possible to work out some way of...
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Tina. I'd completely forgotten you were coming round.
Oh, it's nice to feel wanted. Hello, Tony.
Hello there. Now, I'd hate you to think it was just an excuse to leave you two together, but a strange coincidence, I do have something to do in the garage. See you before you go.
Yes, all right. Well, darling?
No, fine, thanks. You?
Oh, no, not again. It's getting to be a habit.
What?
Every time we meet, you've got something else on your mind.
Well, I haven't got anything else on my mind now.
Sure.
Positive.
Well, then, isn't the next move yours?
Well, yes. I'm just trying to work it out.
How about a little show of affection?
Well, that's easy enough to say, but you've got to get them together first.
How about us getting together?
Well, no point in dragging you into it. You don't even know them.
No, but I know when I'm beaten. Know what's on your mind, too.
You do?
Yes, Mr. Secretary General. Anne filled me in.
Well, don't you think it's incredible there should be a deadlock over a silly thing like who phones who?
Not really. Happens all the time. We've got to solve the problem of how to bring the two sides together, and the quicker we solve it, the sooner I get kissed. So let's put our heads together.
Yes, close together, to correct the omission, darling.
And so, to the problem.
Problem? What problem?
Old Uncle Tom Cobley next door is insisting on protocol, right?
Old Henry Leggett, yes. And Tony's determined he's not going to be the one to phone, so?
So, we need a face-saver. Question is, what sort of... Of course, I know. Remember one night before I'd met Tony, I asked you about him and you impersonated him for me. Where was it now?
Well, in the coffee bar on the High Street.
That's it, yes. And you sounded exactly like him.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't have said it was that good.
I would.
So you see, Tony doesn't have to phone. You can stand in for him.
Oh, good heavens, I'm sorry, but that wouldn't work for a second. Old Henry's only going to be satisfied if Tony himself rings him.
I know, and for all he knows, Tony will be ringing him.
No, that's just where you're wrong. Nothing's going to make Tony pick up the phone now he's dug his heels in.
But he doesn't have to pick it up, does he? Not
Yeah,
when...
I know what you're going to say, but I'm afraid that won't work either.
Why?
Anne won't call over the fence.
Do you impersonate her?
Well, of course not.
But you do remember the night you impersonated Tony.
Well, yes, I said I did.
And I said, so he won't have to phone. You can stand in for him.
Yes, I know, darling, but I promise you it just wouldn't work. Tony ringing him personally is the... Oh, gosh, I see what you mean.
I knew you would in time. Only the length surprised me.
I say, that is an idea. I'm sure my impersonation of Tony is good enough.
Let's hear it again.
All right, let me think. Before you go any further, old lad, I've never had any time to take my seat at the United Nations. Bless your heart, of course he won't mind. I've got nothing against the old devil. Okay, old lad, off you go. You have my blessing. My dear chap. How's that?
It could have been him.
Honestly?
How long is it since he last spoke to Uncle Tom Cobley?
Well, I haven't spoken for nearly a year.
Now, given a fair wind and over the phone, it'll pass.
Do you think it's worth doing, or is it, well, just a touch of the Don Quixotes, tilting at windmills?
I'd go ahead and tilt.
I'll look up the number.
Risk of Tony walking in unexpectedly?
Negligible. Once he starts tinkering about with it... Vale 3015. Once Tony starts tinkering about with the car, nothing gets him out of the garage except the booming of a large dinner gong. And only about the third time, even then.
They have a dinner gong?
No, but Anne's pretty impressive when she's got a meal ready. No, number's ringing out.
Now, don't get tense. Just relax. Remember, you're Tony. Keep the impersonation up and the call as short as...
Henry Leggett.
Oh, hello, old uncle. Tony Quixote here.
Oh?
Don Cobley and all. Tony Confucius.
You must have got the wrong number.
No. Wrong name, actually, old lad. Something else on my mind. It's me, old lad. Tony Fellows.
What? Next door?
Next door, yes. My brother-in-law. David's brother-in-law. He mumbled something about confirming tomorrow night, so I decided to tilt you up. To give you a quick windmill. A quick tinkle, old lad. Around 6, okay for you?
Quite convenient, yes, and much appreciated.
My dear chap.
I take it it's a private get-together?
Oh, yes, just Anne and I and you and Charlotte.
And David, I presume?
Oh, yes, I'll be there, too. You will.
Will what?
Hold on, old lad. He will what?
No, you got it all mixed up. You said I'll be there when you should have said David.
Oh, right. Hello, old lad. Apparently I said Tina will be there when I should have said David.
Oh, Noddy.
Who's Tina?
My girlfriend, Noddy.
I beg your pardon?
Joking, old lad, joking.
I appreciate you pulling my leg about the girlfriend.
On the contrary, she's real enough.
Columbus.
Oh, yes, I'm sure she is, but I wouldn't advise inviting her along tomorrow evening.
Oh, bless your own heart. Why ever not?
Well, Anne might conceivably disapprove.
Oh, why on earth should she disapprove of me asking my... Oh, gosh, I see what you mean. I meant David will probably bring his girlfriend along. Sorry, old lad. Distracted. I got young Alexander tugging at my trousers to go and play with him.
Oh, that will explain it, yes. I hope you'll take this in the spirit it's meant, but for the past few minutes, you've sounded exactly like your brother-in-law.
I say, really? Oh, that is a compliment.
You're pleased at us all sounding like David?
Oh, gosh, I see. You meant like me. But like him. You couldn't pay anybody a worse insult. But you're right, old lad. Alexander, you know, tugging at my trousers. Better ring off now. See you tomorrow night, old lad.
At about 6 o'clock, yes. Regards to the wife, and your gesture in phoning me, much appreciated.
Ah, my dear chap. Cheerio, Henry. Regards to Mrs. Face. That was to the wife. Sorry, distracted again. Must go now. Girlfriend, you know. Just tugged my trousers off. Tina. Alexander. Sounding like David again, eh? Goodbye, Henry.
Bye, Tony.
Ooh, I'm sweating like a bull.
I'd lend you a tissue, but I'm mopping up myself.
I've stood outside this door like a mug for a full minute, coughing discreetly, then realized you were on the phone. Seen my tobacco pouch anywhere?
Yes, it's here, look. Yeah, guess what, Tony? That was old Henry.
What? Next door?
Yes, and he wanted to speak to you. Decided to waive protocol and to ring up and say they'd love to come tomorrow.
Well, why didn't you give me a shout?
Well, I didn't think you wanted to be interrupted.
And, to be honest, neither did we.
Oh, that's a cue for an exit if ever I heard one. See you both later.
Oh, I do believe we got away with it.
Oh, you're right. The battle's over. This is a moment for rejoicing.
Except that there's a snag.
What?
If, when he's round here tomorrow night, old Henry should again thank Tony for phoning him.
Oh, good heavens, yes. What a horrifying thought. And I can only think of two things that are likely to stop me worrying about it.
Oh, what?
A wad of cotton wool soaked in chloroform.
Or kissing you, darling. Oh, gosh. You know something? It could be chloroform. I say, Anne, I've never seen such a selection of sandwiches and snacks. And all done so decoratively, too.
Are you suggesting that I did it just because Charlotte and Henry are coming round?
No, of course not.
Well, you're quite wrong. I did. I gave the room an extra polish, too. I know what Charlotte's like. Look, these have got a sort of prawn mayonnaise filling. See what you think of them.
Psyche. Yes, delicious. No, I'll try one.
Oh, good heavens, that'll be them.
Okay, I'll go.
Just 5 too. More likely to be Tina. You're forgetting about Henry.
How do you mean?
Invited round for drinks at 6 o'clock. Arrive at...
Here you go.
Hello.
Oh, hello, darling.
Tina. Tony, you come with me. I want you to put some sticks in the sausages. David and Tina can put the glasses out.
Well, darling, peace talks are about to commence.
Yes, you're right. In, let's see, 4 minutes from now, the warring factions would at last meet round a table. Strange, you know, but I feel quite nervous.
Not so strange. Don't forget, there's still the possibility of old Henry Whatsit thanking Tony for phoning him yesterday.
No, I hadn't forgotten it, but not for want of trying. Still, there's only one answer. I'll have to... Oh, hello, that must be them. My watch must be slow. Yes, there's only one answer. For me to station myself beside Henry and Tony all evening and steer them off the subject. We'll both cling to them like...
Up to you, old man.
Oh, yes, thank you.
You do the introduction, David, while I pour one of my blockbuster cocktails.
No, Mr. Leggett, my girlfriend, Tina Holliday.
Hello.
I do know. As a matter of fact, Mr. Fellows mentioned we might have the pleasure of meeting you.
I mentioned it?
Yes, you remember. Over the...
Bridge roll with corn filling, Mr. Leggett.
I'll have one of each, if I may.
In here, Charlotte.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Leggett. Oh, meet my girlfriend, Tina Holliday.
Hello. Pleased to meet you.
Where would you like to sit, Charlotte? On the sofa? A cocktail?
Sounds lovely. I've got to pop up and put Alexander's light out, so would you look after Charlotte for me, Tina?
Yes, of course.
Now then, Henry, where were we? Ah, yes, you said something about me mentioning Tina would be here.
Yes, that's right.
A sausage on a stick, Mr. Leggett.
Oh, no, thank you.
You were saying, Henry, I mentioned it...
Oh, here you are, Tony. You can have the sausage.
Thanks. But you know, you've got nothing yourself, old lad. Here, have a sandwich and one of these bridge roll concoctions, too. And you must have a sausage on a stick yourself.
Both hands full, now.
Never mind. I'll pop one in your mouth. There. May as well make it 2 while I'm about it. There. So why not a hat trick? There you are. Now then, Henry. Sorry to go on about it, but I must clear up the mystery. When did I mention Tina might be here? David. Oh, chap, David, you know better than to speak with your mouth full, not to mention interrupting Henry. When I rang to what?
To invite us round officially.
Oh, yes, of course. Do you know, I'd completely forgotten I'd phoned you.
Oh, I can't say I'm surprised. You weren't at all yourself, as I made clear at the time.
Oh, why? What did you say?
Well, to be honest, that you sounded exactly...
Well, do write that picture, Mr. Leggett.
Come now, David. Still speaking with your mouth full?
No. It's empty now.
Oh, well, never mind. We'll soon put that right. Let's see. Is that plate of sausages still about? Oh, yes, right. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I know. Let's try for the jackpot. 4, 5, 6. There. Now then, Henry. You were saying?
Well, that you sounded exactly like...
I'm terribly sorry, but Alexander heard Henry and Charlotte arrive, and he wants them to go up and say goodnight.
Oh, delighted.
I'm so sorry to bother you, but you know what they're like at this age.
Apologize, delighted.
Oh, and darling, would you be an angel and take the pasties out of the oven for me?
Yes, right. Your lucky night, David. But for Anne, Henry might have finished the sentence.
Might have finished the sentence.
Never
Never mind. Forget I asked. I'm far more interested in the problem in hand.
Which one?
How are you going to finish those sausages? Hello, darling.
Hello, Tina. Come along in.
First thing I want to know is, was a peace treaty finally signed last night?
Yes, definitely. Anne told me all about it when I got back from taking you home. Tony's agreed to lop off the overhanging branches, and Henry to plant his legs in another part of the garden. Plant his vine. So there you are. The war's over, and I'm completely free to... Oh, here, let me help you off with your coat. Completely free to concentrate all my hostility on you. To concentrate on helping you to take everything off. And to give you my full attention.
Dizzy at the thought.
Oh, hello. Some man must be following you.
Ah, David, just the man I wanted.
Oh, hello, Mr. Leggett.
Look, Julian's appeared out of the blue, and we want you to come round.
Oh, well, that's jolly nice of you, only, I've got Tina here.
Then you must both come round. No, I won't take no for an answer. We're having a little celebration. I expect you both round in about, 5 minutes? So long now. See you then. Goodbye.
You know something, darling?
What?
I resign as Secretary General.
That was A Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, and Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday. Impersonations by Psyche and Percy Edwards. Henry and Charlotte Leggett were played by Geoffrey Sumner and Rose Hill. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by John Browell. A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of Bachelor Bliss, with Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and George Cole as the shy young man himself, David Alexander Bliss. How does Bliss feel about the teenage cult? Not the most original question, but as the delicious confusion of our previous conversations has made me something of an addict, it served as an excuse to speak to him again a couple of days ago.
Honestly, I can't think of anything more aging than being asked for my opinion on teenagers.
I gather you've got a 15-year-old niece, David.
Yeah, Anne's daughter, yes, Carol Fellows. But as she's away at school and I haven't seen her since I went abroad, it's no good asking me about her.
No, but some people seem to look upon the fact that boys and girls of her age have dates with each other as something new.
Yes, and some look on it with disapproval, too.
True, you had the limitations of being shy, but didn't you have romantic interests at that age?
Oh, good heavens, yes. I had a terrific crush on our art mistress at school.
Yes, but I can't believe your interests were that limited.
No, how do you mean?
Didn't you have any girlfriends? And even... Let's see, how can I put it?
Well, hello, here comes this week's catch question.
Even indulge in a mild form of snogging?
No, look, you will ask me these personal questions, and I can't believe anybody's interested in knowing.
Knowing what?
Well, that at that time I went the limit with 15 girlfriends. Even as a boy, I had 15 mistresses. What's the use? Try to evade the question, I land myself in worse trouble.
So what's the answer?
That apart from joining in the usual Christmas party games, I still hadn't kissed a single postman. But 15, I'd still got a single girl in trouble. You know.
No, indeed, not on sound radio. Hurriedly over to his married sister's house for Guardian Angel.
Well, Carol's arrived home for her half-term holiday then, Anne.
It's collected her off the school train this afternoon.
It's amazing to think that when I last saw her, she was only 12.
Yes, well, she's grown up a lot since then.
I must say, I'm dying to see her.
She went straight upstairs, muttering something about getting out of her school uniform and making herself look presentable.
Do you know, I doubt if I'll even recognize her.
I doubt if I will when she comes down again.
Why?
When a 15-year-old girl says she's going to make herself look presentable, it has an almost sinister ring.
Uncle David, how absolutely super to see you again.
Hello, Carol. Oh, now then, let's have a look at... Good gracious, you really have made up. Have grown up.
Well, of course. You haven't seen me since you went abroad. Don't you find England a drag after all those super tropical countries?
No, I'm happy to be back.
Must say you're looking great.
Well, you're looking pretty sinister yourself. You're looking very pretty.
She really is behind that mask.
Oh, now, Mummy, don't let's start that old argument. I always wear makeup when I'm at home.
Yes, and at first you always make the same mistake. The secret of makeup lies in how you put it on, not how much.
I haven't got all that much on.
If you had any more on, you'd topple forward under the weight. You don't need that mass of mascara and eyeshadow, Poppy. Now back upstairs and wipe it off.
I suppose it wouldn't be because Daddy disapproved.
No, it's because I don't want people to think I ill-treat my daughter.
Ill-treat me?
Two lovely black eyes. Come on, off you go, and then bring the makeup down, and I'll give you a free lesson in beauty culture.
Oh, gosh, would you? That would be great. Oh, but, Mum, could I ring Jeremy first?
A quick call, yes. The phone's here, look.
I'll make it in the other room, if that's okay. Super seeing you, David.
Well, what do you think of her?
Well, it's staggering. Well, I mean, she's not only shot up by about a foot since I last saw her, she's altogether... well, I mean, she's grown up in every... I mean, well, she's filled. Generally.
Would well-developed be the word you're looking for?
Oh, good heavens, now. I wouldn't dream of Yes, that's it.
Well, I was too at her age. It's lovely to see her, of course, but oh dear, I do find these short holidays a terrible wrench.
What, because you have to say goodbye to her again so quickly?
No, because she and Tony always engage in a rather grim game of tug-of-war, using me as the rope. The performance we get from Tony for the first few days of any holiday is quite incredible.
Performance?
Plays the heavy father.
Oh, I'll believe that when I see it.
Have you ever seen The Barretts of Wimpole Street?
What, the play? Yes, of course.
Well, imagine Papa Barrett, played by James Mason, and you've got Tony. Darkly warning me that we must beware of the dangers and face the facts.
Well, face what facts?
Oh, come now, Poppet, you saw her a moment ago.
Yes, I mean, it really is staggering. Oh, gosh, I see those facts. I see Tony's point.
Well, for goodness sake, do you think I don't? A pretty teenage daughter poses the most awful problems for any parent. And as often as not, her mother has the added problem of father.
Mum, can I go to the... Oh, mind out, Psyche, dozy old thing. Go to the cinema tonight. Jeremy says there's a super film at the Ritz.
Oh, not on your first evening home, darling.
Well, he may not be free tomorrow.
Well, come to think of it, your father has got a business dinner tonight. All right, then. But hurry up and get off the phone and then go and wipe all that makeup off.
Won't be a sec.
Who's Jeremy?
Her boyfriend.
A boyfriend at her age?
Oh, you're as bad as Tony. He still thinks of her as a little baby girl.
Oh, I'm sorry. It came as a surprise, that's all. Kissing games at parties were about my limit. But that's no reason why Carol shouldn't start it.
Start what?
Well, having babies by post. Having dates with the postman. And don't be silly. He's not here now. That was just me.
Oh, good gracious, quickly. The local paper. Ah, yes, here it is.
Well, what prompted that?
I want to find out what super film Jeremy's got. Ah, here we are. Entertainment's Ritz. Oh, good grief. Tony will never let Carol go to that.
What?
Pools of Desire.
Yes, but it's okay. Look, it's Certificate U.
I know. But even so, with that title, Tony's going to write it off as another, that famous American play. Some years ago. You know, they made it into a film. Streetcar Named Desire. Now, that was definitely Cert X.
Yes, but this film's Cert U. And unless I'm mistaken, that means it's been passed as suitable for children.
So?
Well, you're not going to tell me Tony's likely to quarrel with the censor.
If he can get hold of him, definitely. Now, let's see. They usually give a brief summary of the... yes. Pools of Desire. Shipwrecked on desert island. Plot brought up to date by psychological approach.
Well, so far, so good.
So far, so. Forfeit a point for psychological. Now, castaways...
Are a 19-year-old boy and 18-year-old girl.
Forfeit 5 points straight away.
Well, both products of the modern age, tough, cynical, suspicious. They learn to fend for themselves.
Pick up a couple of points.
Why?
That should keep them busy.
To live on pawpaws and passion fruit, and indirectly to strip off the veneer of civilization. Pick up 5 points for stripping off the veneer. To swim naked in the island.
Forfeit them again for stripping off too much.
In the island pools, to rejoice in the simple life. Pick up a couple of points for that. And falling in love, to discover the essential innocence. Pick up another 5. And purity, pick up 5 more of sex.
Take away every number you first thought of. Now, let's see. What's on at the plaza? Spice at a price. X.
That was a cert.
So we're stuck with the Pools of Desire.
Which, at the risk of repeating myself...
Has got a U certificate, I know. But if Tony reads this, I still think he'll stop Carol from... Do me a favour. Tell him that you and Tina have seen the film and that it's perfectly harmless.
Oh, yes, of course.
And conveniently forget the title.
Forgotten it already.
And if he asks you what it's about, could you tone the plot down a bit?
An adventure story about 2 castaways learning to fend for themselves and to live on pawpaws and passionless fruit. Okay?
Yes, but don't make it sound too pat. I think perhaps you'd better leave it to...
All fixed up. Jeremy's going to call for me at 8.
Never mind about that. Go and do something about your face before your father... Oh, good heavens, I believe I heard the car. Now, go on, darling, hurry. I'll be up in a second. David, tell him we popped upstairs for a moment, but not why.
Needless to say. I must confess it gave me quite a shock when she first walked in, plastered in makeup.
Well, I'll go and get her deplastered.
Well, fine watchdog you are, Psyche. You bark at a non-existent postman, then fail to hear the car.
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Tony. Carol's just this moment popped upstairs plastered. Plaster would fall down if she always made as much noise.
Yes, I know. I heard her prattling on about going out with her boyfriend, Jeremy.
Of course, this is the first time you've seen her, isn't it?
Oh, since I got back from abroad, yes. It's amazing. I mean, she's a young woman now.
No, David, no. Still a child, a sweet, innocent child. That's why it's so important for Anne and I to be aware
of the dangers and face the facts.
I see. So Anne's been talking about me?
No. Carol has grown up, though. I mean, she shot up by about a foot for a start.
How do you think she's developing?
Well. And apart from that, she's intelligent.
Get that from her father. Nice kid, though I say it myself, but strong-willed.
Probably gets that from her father, too.
Perhaps, yes.
Well, no perhaps about it, Papa. She's a typical Barrett. A typical...
fellow.
Yes, and before you start jumping to conclusions...
I already have. And Anne's right, I do play the heavy father, and a good job, too. Anne's far too... Oh, while I remember. When's Carol supposed to be going out with young Jeremy?
Well, tonight. He's taking her to the pictures.
What? Her first night home?
Well, yes, but Anne thought it'd be all right because you're going out to dinner on business, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
And the film's harmless enough. I know, because I saw it with Tina.
What's it called?
Let me think now. My memory. What the dickens is the title of the thing? No, it's no good. I've conveniently forgotten it.
Conveniently?
Completely. But it'll come back to me later on.
Yes, well, while we're waiting, you may as well tell me what it's about.
Well, it's an adventure story, really. About two streetcars who get shipwrecked on a... two castaways who get shipwrecked on a desert island.
I pride myself on being able usually to decipher your muddles, but I must confess I can't see where the streetcars come in.
Well, probably because they're not running anymore. Seriously, though, it couldn't be more harmless.
I'll decide that when I've heard more about it.
Well, a straightforward plot about two castaways who learn to tone it down. To tone down their cynical outlook on life.
Two men, I take it.
Well, I might have known I wouldn't get away with that. No, not that I was trying to. Teenage boy and girl. But they learn to fend for themselves. Pick up a couple of points for that. I mean, that's a point in the film's favour.
Why is it?
Well, it keeps them busy.
In other words, there's no monkey business in it.
Well, come now, Tony, what do you expect? On a desert island?
You mean love scenes?
No, I mean the island's alive with actual monkeys. But no monkey business between the boy and the girl. Obviously.
Why obviously?
Well, they're too busy fending each other off. They're too busy paw-pawing each other. Forfeit 5 points and start again. They're too busy learning to fend for themselves. And that's about all there is to it. I thought it was quite good myself. But Tina could have done with more action.
Naturally, she was sitting next to you. I could do with hearing the rest of the plot. They learn to fend for themselves. Then?
To live on pawpaws and passion fruit, and indirectly to strip off too much and get passionate in the pools. Forfeit 5 points and try to explain. That is, I promise you, it's quite suitable for a 15-year-old girl.
The way you tell it, I'd think twice before taking Anne.
Yes, but only because I got it all mixed up.
What should you have said then?
That they learn to strip off the veneer of civilization, to rejoice in the simple life, and falling in love with the street, live there happily ever after, on a diet of fruity desire.
Forfeit all chance of Carol seeing it. And that, of course, is where they come in.
What?
Streetcars named Desire. I should just tell Carol I'd rather she didn't see it, and that'll be the end of it.
In you go, darling.
Oh,
hello, Daddy.
Darling, marvelous to make up.
Well, only a touch. I've been showing you how to put it on.
I had to make myself beautiful for Jeremy. He's taking me to the cinema.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I've just discussed this film with Uncle David, and we've decided it's not suitable for you.
With Uncle David?
Then you're both square.
Yeah, well, perhaps, darling, but I'd rather you didn't see it.
You still think of me as a little girl. I'm 15 now.
Yes, but I'm still your father, Carol, and in my opinion...
I don't care about your opinion. You're still living in the Victorian era, disapproving of...
Now, Carol, you mustn't speak to your father like that.
Okay, then. I won't speak to him at all. Or to you, or to anybody. Roll on the day when I go back to school.
Well, shut up, Psyche. We've got enough atmosphere, thank you.
She's not to go and see it, Anne. And that's final. I must go upstairs and get changed.
Do you think there's any chance of him changing his mind at the same time?
No, but he might be persuaded to let her go tomorrow night instead. It'll only be possible on two conditions, though.
Oh? What are they?
That I talk to him myself and stop you talking to him altogether.
I hate to interrupt the great mind at work, but remember me? I'm your girlfriend, Tina.
Sorry, who did you say?
Unbelievable. Every single time we've met recently, your mind's wandered. Speeding up, too. I've only been here a couple of minutes.
Ah, yes, but don't worry. I'll be able to devote my full attention to you the moment Anne's put Alexander to bed.
I'm sorry, I don't see the connection.
Well, it's obvious, surely. If Carol did anything silly, it'd ruin Anne's chances of talking Tony into letting her go to the pictures tomorrow night. So there you are. She's left me on guard. No, I'm the watchdog tonight.
What do you mean, left you on guard?
We're expecting a breakout.
Where is Carol?
No, she said she wasn't very good company and went into the next room there. She'd been playing pop music for about the last hour.
No sound of music now.
No, she stopped just before you arrived.
And that doesn't worry you?
Well, quite the reverse. Not that I've got anything against pop music, but an hour of it's plenty for me.
Record player or radiogram?
What, in there? Radiogram.
In that case, all she'd have to do is put a few long players on and just leave them playing.
How do you mean?
But don't you see? The pop music could have been a way of escaping.
Well, more than likely.
And still doesn't worry you?
Good gracious, no. She'll soon get over it. Besides, you're right. Music is a form of escape. I know when I'm feeling...
Come on, darling. I'd love to meet her, and I've got an idea it may be too late.
Oh, nonsense. Girl of 15 doesn't have to go to bed this early. I'll call her in. Carol, there's somebody here who'd like to meet you. Carol? 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 Tina, you're not going to believe this, but I think she's escaped.
No.
Yes, out through the window. Oh, gosh, that's what you were trying to tell me.
What did all that mean?
Fine watchdog I am. What on earth can I say to Anne?
Alexander's bedded down, so I thought... Oh, hello, Tina. Have you met my grown-up daughter yet?
No.
She's gone, Anne. About an hour ago, I guess. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. It was all my fault.
Well, on the contrary, you left me to keep an eye on her.
That's why it's my fault. Ought to have known better.
Look, I know Carol shouldn't have done it, but Tony's not likely to be home until 10:30 or so, is he?
No, but he's quite likely to ring up at about 10 and say he'd like to say good night to her. Or, to put it another way...
Check up on her.
Well, then we've just got to get her back.
Yes. So how do you feel about taking Tina to the pictures?
No, listen, Anne. I was responsible. I wouldn't go to the pictures and leave you to comb the streets looking... Oh, hello, I'm off again. That's where Carol is, of course. At the Ritz with Jeremy.
Wearing a lightish coat. I noticed it was missing as I came through the hall.
8:05. Well, with luck, the big picture won't have started.
Interval before it. Better be on our way. Don't worry, Anne. We'll get her back.
Increasing popularity of yachting throughout the world.
It's one of those short documentary films, so it may be the interval next.
Yes, but we can't stand out here in the aisle, and they're almost bound to be in the back row, so that's where we'd better sit. 2 seats near the centre.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. Excuse me. What's the use? Oh, crikey. Sorry. Excuse me. Oh, gosh. Sorry, I fell into your lap by... No, you've got the wrong...
Excuse me, could I have my boyfriend back? Thanks. I come to help find Carol and nearly lose you.
I'd have been lost without you. You're obviously wrong about them being... Oh, here we are. Here are the seats. Wrong about them being in the back row. I mean, look at them all. It stands to reason Carol and Jeremy wouldn't be... Well, you know.
Canoodling? Why ever not?
All right, don't tell me. You did at that age.
Girl in lightish coat, your side, 3 seats along. Face is completely hidden, of course.
Behind what?
His, stupid. Lean forward and look along there.
Yes, righto.
Right forward.
Yes, all right.
You want to watch it, mate. There's a law against peeping toms.
Better wait till the interval.
Yachting in sunny California.
Besides, if Jeremy's anything like me, you could still be wrong.
I could?
Yes, honestly. I hadn't canoodled with a girl in the back row at that age.
Then belt up, mate, and make up for lost time.
It was so crude.
Yes.
But such good advice. No, I've looked everywhere. Down at the front, upstairs in the circle, back circle, everywhere. Not a sign of them.
Only 2 possibilities I can think of now. They're either at Jeremy's house, or much more likely, just out somewhere, wandering around, starry-eyed. Time?
9:25. We better be on our way. Oh, I got you a chalk ice from the first girl I saw.
Yes, but never mind. Open it at one end, and I'll drink it on the way out.
9:10 already. Next gate along, I think. Yes, this is Jeremy's house. Fool that I am, I've just realized we could have phoned up and asked if Carol was here.
Oh, we couldn't, you know. Jeremy's parents may think they're at the pictures, and we don't want them worried, too. You stay here, and I'll go and case the joint.
Case it?
Have a quick butcher's through a crack in the curtains.
Yeah, I'll go and have a quick look myself.
No, safer for you to be the lookout man. They don't know me, so I can always say I've got the wrong house. Now, keep your eyes skinned for Carol and Jeremy. And for the bogies.
Bogies?
Rozzers, blue bottles, bobbies, coppers, if you want to know the time.
Yeah, ask a policeman.
Back in a second.
Yes, righto.
Excuse me, old boy.
Oh, good heavens. I didn't see you swaying there. They were standing there. You were staggered. Oh, up you come.
Celebrating 32nd anniversary.
You've been married 32 years?
No, I'm 32 and I've managed to avoid it. Worth celebrating that, eh? Well, cheerio then. Do you happen to have a bottle of whiskey in one pocket and a bottle of gin in the other?
No.
That's okay then, only if you had, you'd be wearing my overcoat. It's darn cold without it.
Oh, perhaps you left it in the pub.
But which pub? Tell you what, could you direct me in the direction I came from, only I'm a stranger around here?
Yeah, that way.
Friend for life. Cheerio. Oh, happy birthday. Show me the way to go.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, good evening, Constable. I didn't see you swaying along. They're creeping up on me. They're coming along.
He's making a night of it, isn't he?
Who? Oh, the chap without the overcoat. Yes, he is.
Do you live here, sir?
Well, not all that far away.
But not in this house?
Oh, no, not in this house. Oh, I see. You're wondering why I'm standing outside it.
Just routine.
Oh, I'm just waiting for my accomplice. Waiting for my girlfriend.
Slip of the tongue, was it, the accomplice?
Yeah, yes, it was, Bogey. Got a blue bottle. Got a rosa. If you want to know the time, ask an officer. Sorry about that, only I got something else on my mind.
Your girlfriend, eh?
Yes.
And she lives here?
Oh, no, she's just casing the joint. Just having a quick go with the butcher. Forfeit 5 points and try to explain.
I'm all for the explaining part. Now, look, I've met jokers like you before, and I'm not going to stand here...
Go quietly, darling. You won't get more than 3 years, will he, officer?
Now, what's this all about, then?
His 15-year-old niece defied her father, went out with her boyfriend, who lives here. We had no idea where they were or what he told his parents.
So you had a quick butcher's through the curtains?
Not there, though. And if we don't find her soon...
Dad's going to blow his top, eh? Could you describe her?
No, I'll have to leave that to David.
Oh, pity. Description, sir.
No, I'm about 5'10". Oh, Carol, you mean? Carol Fellows. Quite tall for her age, brown hair down to her shoulders, pretty.
Wearing a lightish coat.
Right, if I spot her, I'll send her off home sharpish. Good night, miss.
Night. Come on, phone box across the road. We'd better report in to Anne.
Yes, 20 past now. 0 hours coming up fast. Sorry, Anne, I didn't catch that.
I said, are you speaking from a call box?
Yes, the one opposite Jeremy's house. That's how we know they're not there. We've been trying to ring you for 10 minutes or so, but there was somebody on the line. Still, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Except that it was Tony on the line, ringing up to say he'd be home by 10 and asking if he could speak to his dear little girl.
What on earth did you tell him?
Well, that you'd gone round to Tina's and taken Carol along with you.
I say, that was quick thinking.
Yes, I was rather pleased with it myself.
And Tony swallowed it?
No, not a word of it. So the first thing you want to do when he gets home is ring Tina's flat.
Sheila's out, so there'd be no reply.
Oh, Tina says her flatmate's out, so there'll be no reply.
I know, I heard. I wish I hadn't.
David, Tony doesn't know my phone number, does he?
No, of course not. Why?
Give Anne this number and let him ring us here.
Anne?
I heard. Tell Tina she's a clever girl and give me the number.
It's Vale 0115, Anne. One of us will stay in here all the time while the other continues the search for Carol. Okay?
Message gratefully received. Over and out. Bye.
Goodbye, Anne. Oh, good gracious. Only 17 minutes to 0 hour. Which one of us is going to...
David? About 75 yards or so down the road. 5th Street light along. A girl and a boy.
That's her. That's Carol.
Yes, well, you stay in here and I'll go. If they see you charging towards them, they might panic and run off. Oh, look at them. Not even canoodling, just starry-eyed. And love can seem as real at that age as it does to you. Come to think of it, you never told me you love me.
No, but I've got a reminder in my diary. I'll ring Anne and tell her the good news.
I'll bring Carol back here.
Well, it's only a couple of minutes' walk from Tony's house, so we're laughing. See you.
Anne Fellows?
Oh, hello. It's David. Listen.
I'm listening.
It's okay, Anne. We found Carol. Tony?
Yes, I'm on the extension. Where are you ringing from?
Tina's flat.
Oh, I was going to ring you there as soon as I got my coat off. You were saying you found Carol.
A positive delight.
Is she with you now?
Well, no. She's out in the kitchen having a cup of cocoa. But I expect you'd like a word with her, so I'll just signal to Tina to hurry things along.
Are there a lot of people there now?
No, just Carol, Tina, her flatmate Sheila, and myself, that's all.
My friend.
And Sheila's boyfriend. Hold on, Tony.
Found my coat, bottle of whiskey, gin in sacks.
Yes, well, I'm glad about that, but this is...
Oh!
Up you come. There we are. This is rather a private call, so...
Oh, enough said. Cue for exit.
Hello, Tony. Sorry about that, but somebody walked into the box. Walked into a box of stuff on the floor.
I hope you're not going to be too late getting back.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. We'll be leaving here the moment I've got Carol drunk. The moment she's drunk her cocoa.
I'd like a quick word with Carol, David. Would you get her to the phone?
Yes. Yes, righto. Hold on. Oh, dear.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, it's you again, officer.
I gather your girlfriend's found your niece.
Yeah, she's down there talking to them now, and I wish she'd stop. I've got Carol's father on the line.
Oh, best of British luck.
I'll need it. Hello?
I'm still waiting.
Yes, well, Tina's gone to tell Carol you want to speak to her, officer, so she won't be a second.
And what about the officer?
Well, you don't want to speak to him, too, surely? How on earth did you know about him?
Look, David, I'm getting more and more suspicious every moment, so put Carol on the line. But no buts, David. Put her on the line.
Oh, gosh. Hello, Daddy. I'm having a super time here.
Oh, for the love of Mike.
Okay, Uncle David, I'll take it.
Did you seriously expect to get away with that?
Get away with what, Dad?
Doing that impersonation. Carol?
Yes?
That wasn't you the first time, though, was it? That was David.
Well, when?
When you first came on the phone.
Oh, no. When I first came on the phone, it was definitely me.
Yes, but... Well, never mind, Pat. Are you all right, Angel?
Having a super time here.
Good, but don't be too late getting back, will you?
Leaving now.
Splendid. We'll see you when you get home.
Yes. All right. Bye, Dad. Now, Uncle, before you say a word, I shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry, and I won't do it again.
Oh, hello, Tina. Come along in. You couldn't have timed it better. I was just on my way down, having made myself look particularly smart for you, and I've got nothing else on my mind.
I'll need proof of that.
Any minute now. Anne and Tony are in there watching the telly, which leaves this room free for us. Oh, sorry, Carol.
Hello, Uncle. This is Jeremy.
Oh, hello, Jeremy. I thought Daddy said you were going to see that film tonight, Carol.
Well, yes, we were going, till we found out it was Certificate U. They're never any good.
No, I suppose not. Well, we won't, that is... Cheerio, Jeremy. Nice to have had this chat with you. See you later, Carol. Well, now, Tina, with Anne and Tony in there, and Carol and Jeremy in there, there's only one place left for us.
Where?
Pools of Desire.
That was A Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Deborah Watling as Carol Fellows, and Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday. Impersonations by Psyche and Percy Edwards. Other parts were played by Peter Hawkins and David Lander. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by John Brown.
A Life of Bliss. Being a brand new biographical series about bachelor bliss with Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as her husband Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and George Cole as the shy young bachelor himself, David Alexander Bliss. Does Bliss find his basic shyness a disadvantage in everyday life? I spoke to him a couple of days ago and put the question to him.
Well, of course it's a disadvantage. Only a fool would deny it. So why haven't I?
Tell me, David, how would you describe your particular type of shyness?
Paralysis of the mind with a mouth working overtime.
But you don't let it worry you.
Life's a challenge, obstacles made to be overcome.
You mean you still believe you'll overcome it one of these days?
I already have.
You have?
Yes. I forget which day it was. But I overcame it for a full 24 hours.
That long without getting into one of your muddles?
Yes, but to be fair, I think losing my voice helped.
Laryngitis?
About my only hope, to have it permanently.
Willpower doesn't work.
And the more I struggle to control myself, the tenser I become, the worse the mess I get into.
But you've known your girlfriend, Tina, quite a time.
No, look, I don't want to discuss my private life.
I know, but I take it that's an advantage.
Yes, and as I'm more relaxed with her and she puts up with me, you can take it it's different.
Meaning what?
Well, I don't have to control myself with her because she never puts up a struggle. I never have to struggle because she doesn't mind being taken advantage of. Doesn't mind me messing her around. Doesn't mind me doing my worst. Doing her wrong. You see, it is a disadvantage.
Yes, I do see.
But, as I said before, life's a challenge. Tina made to be overcome. No.
And with that vintage model back to the present, and over to the fellow's house to hear from David and his married sister Anne about the export man.
Know something, Anne? I am on the horns of a dilemma.
Then there's only one thing to do. Change chairs.
Do you want to hear about it or not?
If you eat your breakfast at the same time, it's getting cold.
Yes, okay. Somebody, I'd guess,
Now, don't speak with your mouth full.
You don't seem to realize I am at the crossroads.
You do get around. Only a moment ago, you were on the...
Somebody, at a guess, somebody I met during...
Psyche, go away.
You wouldn't be doing it on purpose.
No, it's this dog of yours. She's trying to hypnotize me into giving her some of my breakfast.
She never tries that on me at mealtimes. I've trained her not to.
You always give her tidbits.
I know, that's how I trained her. Here you are, Psyche. Piece of sausage. Now, that's something she's never learned.
What?
Where titbits end and fingertips start.
What did all that mean?
What do I expect when the titbits are so small? Where was I?
Somebody, at a guess, somebody you met during...
During the 3 years I worked abroad, has recommended me for a job with Marlowe and Ridgway Limited.
Marlowe and Ridgway?
Toy makers since 1897. Pioneered walkie-talkie dolls and now send them right round the world.
What, without rewinding?
They're forming a separate export department and want a bright, go-ahead young man to run it for them.
Who can you suggest?
I'd say I stood as good a chance as the next man.
Why, what's wrong with him?
The snag is, and I am ignoring you, that they're only offering a year's contract.
To start with, perhaps.
Yes, but I'm not only established in my present job, Anne. There's a pension at the end of it.
I know, and only about 40 years to go before you draw it.
You don't think security is important?
I'm not sure it even exists. Life's a gamble.
So you might just as well take risks.
Well, you do, every day, if you think about it. You could walk out of here now and be knocked down by a bus, pass a demolition site and be buried under falling debris, or even be struck by lightning.
That settles it. I'm not moving out of the house.
Risking the sack for not turning up at the office.
Okay, you've made your point. But, well, part of the job would be entertaining overseas buyers.
So?
Well, it comes down to whether or not I've got away with people.
When it comes to people, you get away with murder.
You think I ought to try for it?
The chance of a lifetime. Ask Tony and see if he doesn't agree with me.
No, I will when he comes down.
Do. It'll be a wonderful chance for him as well.
To do what?
Give you the full married man's lament, complete with sighs. David, old lad, he'll say, grab the chance while you can. While you're still, sigh. Single. Once you're married, heavy sigh. You can't afford to take risks. You're the breadwinner.
Sigh.
Only my family prefers cake. A dig at me for wanting more housekeeping. You've got kids to clothe and endless clothes to buy for your wife.
One last heartfelt heaving of the chest and end of lament.
You'll be lucky.
Well, there'll be more.
About all the golden opportunities he's had to miss through being married.
Well, has he missed all that many?
A man we met at a party did offer him a partnership in some big scheme guaranteed to make a cool $250,000.
And Tony turned it down because he had to play safe?
No, because he hadn't got the man's name, address, or phone number and never heard from him again. Apart from that, it was definite.
Oh, now, look, you're not trying to tell me they've all been like that.
All myths, all based on a germ of truth.
Oh, not complete myths, then. Not if they were based on...
Near enough, believe me. But then there's something of a Walter Mitty in every man.
Dreaming of fame and fortune?
Yes, and making marriage the excuse for them not coming through.
Oh, but Tony has done jolly well.
I know. That's what I'm always telling him.
Morning, David. How are you today?
Oh, fine, thanks, Walter. You? Fine, thanks, Tony. Sorry about that. We were just talking about Tony Mitty. Tony Tycoon.
Walter Mitty.
Walter Mitty.
I was about to say I'm sorry I'm late down, but perhaps it's just as well. And good morning to you, too.
I'll I'll pour out your coffee first, darling.
Anything in the paper this morning?
Yes, the bill from the paper shop.
That's what I call starting the day right.
Where? Stapled to the middle page.
Symbolic once you're married.
How?
Bills are your staple diet.
I say, ahead of schedule.
What?
The lament.
Lament?
Lamentable fact is that the cost of living has gone up.
What prompted that?
David's not his usual self this morning.
He has been so far.
He's got the chance of a wonderful new export job with...
Marlowe and Ridgway Limited, makers of Midge toys. Only, well, in a way, I'd be on 12 months' trial.
Then they want their money back.
No, seriously, though, Tony, what would you do if you were me?
Yeah, I won't depress you by saying what, but I'd have done it years ago. How about my breakfast?
On my way now. Talk some sense into him, darling. He's not sure it's worth the risk because they're only offering a year's contract.
Not worth the risk? My dear old lad, you must be out of your tiny mind.
Well, was that ever in doubt?
Oh, certainly not the size. What's the next move?
We'll ring up and arrange an interview with Mr. Marlowe.
Then phone today.
And let the future take care of itself.
Why not? You don't have to worry about the future, not yet, that is. Of course, once you're married, or...
there it is.
What?
First heartfelt heaving of the chest. Understandably. After all, it is...
What's Anne been saying about me?
What makes you think she said anything?
Long experience of deciphering your slips of the tongue.
Yes, well, you slipped up this time and interrupted me.
She hasn't said anything about me at all?
No, not a word. Well, as I was lying, Tony... as I was saying...
You were right the first time.
It is different when you're married. After all, you can't afford to take risks then, can you?
No, indeed.
You've got responsibilities.
You're the breadwinner.
Only your family prefers cake.
Yeah, my family. Now, how did you know about that?
I didn't know.
Know what?
That you'd made the same joke to Anne.
Did I say I had?
No.
Then how do you know that's what I meant?
You wouldn't accept telepathy as an answer. No, I thought not. Well, I somehow gave the impression...
Say, David, what do you take me for? It's quite plain Anne's been drearing on about me as usual, and I know exactly what she's been saying.
Well, I'm not surprised. I've told you most of it.
Ah, so you admit it was her?
Yes, but it was all light-hearted. I mean, Anne doesn't drear on behind your back, Tony. You ought to know that.
No, I do, oddly enough. More coffee?
Yeah, I think perhaps I will. Thanks, Tony.
I'll pour your own and one for me, 2 lumps.
Yes, righto.
Heaven knows, I don't regret getting married, but... right, you know, can't take the same risks. I missed a good few opportunities myself.
I know, so Anne was telling me. In passing.
What was she telling you?
About all the golden opportunities you had to miss. It was 2 lumps, wasn't it?
And how do you explain that flip?
What flip?
That flip? What flip?
Oh, the miss-flip. The miss-flip. I honestly can't say.
I know why you can't say, because Anne's told you I've never had any worthwhile offers. They're all complete myths, or put it another way, a pack of lies.
Oh, no, that's not true, Tony. She never mentioned the word pack. The word complete.
You've been living with us ever since you got back from abroad, haven't you?
Well, yes.
Seems to me there's a connection between the country's economic situation and my marriage to Anne.
There is?
We may have to export you to survive.
Here you are, darling. Bacon, 2 eggs, and 3 sausages. Bacon, 2 eggs, and 2 sausages. You're a bad dog.
You know something, Anne? Breakfasts like this make up for all the golden opportunities I've missed.
Do they?
Yes, and what's more, it's a great comfort to know that in my wife's eyes I can do no wrong.
David?
Don't worry. He didn't make a single flip.
Oh, that's all right, then. Single flip.
I'll ring up Mr. Marlowe's secretary and fix up the interview the moment I get to the office. I've decided.
Good for you.
Terribly sudden, though.
Yes, I wonder why. David, didn't you say your general manager was calling in on you this morning?
Between 9:30 and 10.
Of course, it's not Mr. Hood now, is it?
No, a chap called Gibson.
How are you getting on with him?
Not at all well. And he doesn't even know me yet.
Well, you don't see all that much of him, do you?
Well, hardly at all. Luckily, he's got 5 other branch offices to look after apart from...
Between 9:30 and 10?
Yes, so I'll have to be there prompt at past.
It's 25 past now.
I know, but it only takes me 20 minutes. 25 past now? Good gracious, so it is. Oh, well, at least I can stop worrying about the security of this job and about my pension.
Why?
Well, chances are I'll get the push. David Bliss?
Anne, were you in trouble?
What, for being late? No, old Gibson hasn't turned up yet.
Have you phoned?
Mr. Marlowe's secretary about the interview. Yes, I have, and I'm seeing him at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I'm sure you'll get the job.
I'd like to think so.
I know you will. But, David, I shouldn't say anything to Mr. Gibson until you've actually got it. After all, you never know.
Well, you just said you did know.
I know, but I could easily be wrong. You better make some excuse for not being there tomorrow morning, just in case.
Yes, but what can I tell him?
Anything. Except that your grandmother's died. That one's been done to death. How about the dentist's appointment? That's a reliable old standby.
Well, it's not a question of the excuse being reliable, Anne. It's me I'm worried about.
What's he like?
Gibson?
Yes.
Well, pally enough on the surface, puffed up with his own importance underneath.
A snake by any other name.
Definitely venomous.
Morning, Miss Latimer. Bliss in.
I'll have to hang up, Anne. He's just slithered in.
Good luck.
Goodbye.
Hello there, Bliss.
Hello there, pal. Poison. Sorry about that. I was thinking of something my sister said on the phone.
Private calls during office hours. I don't think we can stand for that,
I'll pull up a chair for you, sir.
No, not stopping. Just dropped in with the Williamson file. Want to have a natter about it, but I'm pushed for time today. Next time I'm in.
When will that be, sir?
Tomorrow morning.
I had a feeling. About what time?
Shall we say 10 o'clock?
Oh, no, let's not. I'm afraid I won't be here, sir.
All right, taking the day off?
No, I've got an appointment with my grandmother. My grandmother's dentist.
What the heck's your grandmother got to do with it?
We always talk about him as being her dentist.
Oh, why?
Oh, she was going to him long after she was dead. Long before we did. Actually, everybody I know goes to him.
A good man, is he?
Oh, yes, a very reliable old standby. Good old chap. Everybody stands by him. Swears by him.
What the heck's the matter with you this morning?
Nervous about tomorrow morning, sir. If there's one thing in the world I hate, it's interviews. With the dentist.
Well, I'll be here at 11:30. And you won't be back by then, or I might suspect the dentist is an excuse. I'm like that, Well, I see you then. Oh, what's his name?
The dentist, sir? Oh, Mr. Forbes.
Oh, I haven't bothered since I moved down here. It was high time I had a checkup. Jot down his phone number for me.
Oh, yes. Righto, sir.
If he's really that good.
Well, the best dentist for miles around.
I'll ring him today and mention your name.
You're the second best for miles around. There's somebody even better. In fact, there's no comparison.
No?
Well, everybody I know is changing to him.
But a minute ago you said everybody you knew went to your bloke.
Well, that just shows how quickly they're changing. I have heard the most glowing reports about this other bloke.
I should think he's booked up for months ahead then.
Well, bound to be.
In that case, I'll settle for the second best. You're Mr. Forbes. 994-3592. Thanks for recommending him.
Don't mention it, sir. And I wish I hadn't. Taken up so much of your time.
I had an interesting letter from head office the other day.
You did?
Asking me to submit recommendations for reducing the number of branch offices in this area. In other words, heads are going to roll. Ha, ha, ha. Goodbye, Bliss.
Chop, sir. Bye-bye. I start the day talking about my pension and end up under the guillotine.
I doubt if he'll check up on you, even if he does ring the dentist.
Well, that's what Tony said when I told him about it.
Well, I'm sure we're right. What's this?
A copy of the Toy Manufacturer's Trade Journal with an article about Marlowe and Ridgway in it. I've marked the page.
With pencil?
No, sweaty thumbprints.
You worried about the interview?
Well, it's bound to be more important to me now.
Right, I'm ready. What time are they expecting us?
7:30.
I'll ask Clive Howard if he knows anything about Marlowe, David. It'd be helpful to know what sort of man you're facing tomorrow.
I'll need all the help I can get.
On the contrary, I'd say you've got everything to look forward to. Money to spend and a chance to travel.
Well, meaning what? Occasional business trips abroad?
No, regular trips between here and the Labour Exchange.
He's in the state now without you making him worse.
Isn't Tina coming round?
Well, any minute now. Why?
Gaze into her eyes. Tell her you love her, and you'll soon forget about tomorrow.
Well, there's something in that.
I suppose you have told her you love her.
Well, no. Not in so many words.
It only takes 3.
Oh, I want to be absolutely sure first.
You told me you were weeks ago now.
Well, I think I am.
Well, then take a risk on it and tell her so.
Well, we're back to life's a gamble, eh?
Well, you never get anywhere unless you do tell her.
That's the story of David's life.
What?
More stalemate than soulmate.
Well, it hasn't reached the marrying stage, eh?
Nah, that's the biggest gamble of all.
You don't have to tell me that. I lost. Heavily. I'm just going to put my coat on and switch Alexander's light off. No, Psyche, you stay in there.
Does Tina know about the export job?
Yes, I rang her this afternoon.
What'd she say?
That she was sure I got a wonderful future ahead of me and couldn't be more pleased.
Naturally. She's hoping to share it with you.
Well, I'm certain the thought of marriage has never entered Tina's head.
Oh, my dear chap, it's been there since she was 12.
Well, whether or not I was successful definitely wouldn't enter it.
Don't you believe it? Women very practical. They pay lip service to the idea of love in a garret, then arrange for you to meet father.
Well, and the connection?
First thing he asks is, what are your prospects?
Well, Tina's got prospects of her own. Working on a magazine must pay well, too, so there you are.
Well...
Oh, that'll be her now.
All right, I'll go.
I believe I do love her, you know. What's more, I've had a terrific urge to tell her so.
Then why the dickens haven't you?
Well, because of the risk involved, I suppose. The risk of
being rebuffed?
Yes.
Oh, I can't believe there's the slightest reason for you to worry about that.
Well, that's very reassuring.
After all, you had so much experience on it.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Yes, but, David, not the moment you arrive.
You can't tell a girl you love her in cold blood. They take it very seriously.
Well, so do I.
Well, make sure you do a good warm-up.
Honestly, I really think you were talking about a comedy show.
Knowing you, I probably am. All the world's a stage, and all women love pretty speeches.
Well, they're my downfall.
Well, there you are. That's show business. Lead up to it slowly. Work up a nice romantic atmosphere.
Well, I've got nothing to lose by trying.
And everything to gain.
So, all right, I'll have a bash at him.
Hello, Tina.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Psyche.
Would you forgive us if we dashed off straight away?
They'd never forgive us if we didn't.
Bye. Goodbye.
Bad news, honey. I can't stay long.
Oh, no.
My editor sprang an interview on me at the last moment. Gerald Booth, the author.
Well, how long can you stay?
Say half an hour.
Oh, that's all right. We've still got time if we get down to it straight away.
Get down to what?
Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you yet.
Why not?
Well, I've got to get you warmed up first. Here, I'll help you off with your coat.
Warmed up?
Get you into the mood for it.
If I didn't know you so well, I'd suspect the worst. How about giving me a clue?
A clue?
Yes.
Well, it's something I've got a terrific urge to do.
Perhaps I don't know you as well as I thought.
You will by the time I finish.
Is it something serious?
Well, girls take it seriously, yes. And so do I. I mean, after all, it does involve a certain risk.
A risk?
Well, obviously.
You've just got to be talking about... No, you can't have changed that much.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do know we're wasting time. Come and sit on the sofa.
You've got me worried.
Well, why should you worry? You've got nothing to lose.
I don't like the sound of that.
You'll like it all right once I get going.
The suspense is terrible.
Oh, there you are. That's show business. Come what may, I'm determined to have a bash.
I should have listened to Mother.
Why? What did she say?
Never mind what she said. What are you trying to say?
That I love you.
Oh, so that's what it was all about. Oh, I'm sorry to laugh, honey, only it sounded as if you meant something very different.
Why? What did I say?
Well, for instance, that it was something you had a terrific urge to do.
Well, I can't see what possible double meaning that could... Oh, yes, I can. You didn't seriously imagine that I... Good heavens, it never crossed my mind. Well, it never would.
I know it wouldn't, really.
Actually, that's not strictly true. I mean, well, sitting beside you, close beside you, I'm not entirely unaware that... That is, I mean... Well, you know, I do. Not that I would, of course, but it does.
I'd be livid if it didn't.
I do love you, Tina, with all my heart. Yes. Yes, that's how I love you. With all my heart. I love you. Do you?
No, please don't ask me.
Then you don't?
Oh, it isn't that, darling. It's just that...
Just what?
That I don't want to say it until I'm absolutely sure.
Oh, go on. Take a risk on it. I did.
You're not sure either?
Yes, I am. Completely sure, I think.
Yes. Well, I won't say it now. The moment's past. Next time round, perhaps. Are you feeling more relaxed about tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Oh, about the interview, you mean? Oh, I wish you hadn't reminded me.
Now, don't start that again. You've got a wonderful future ahead of you, and, oh, I couldn't be more pleased.
Well, naturally. You're hoping to share it with me.
I've just told you. I'm not sure yet.
I know, but you women are very practical.
Are you suggesting that would make any difference?
Well, are you saying you'd spend the rest of your life in a garret?
If I had to, yes.
Enter your father.
My father?
And what young man are your prospects?
I'd better go before I blow my top.
Oh, come on, I was only joking.
If I was interested in money, I'd marry somebody like Gerald Booth. He's stinking rich.
Well, I see, so that's why you're rushing off in such a hurry.
I won't count up to 10. It wouldn't be enough. Goodbye.
Oh, no, look, Tina, we can't leave it like this.
There isn't time to sort it out now. Oh, besides, it just isn't our night. Night, darling. Don't bother to show me out. I'll give you a ring when I get back to the flat. Bye.
I couldn't agree more. If I'd known how things were going to turn out when I walked out of here this morning, I'd have settled for being knocked down by a bus.
David!
Just coming.
It's a big day for your master, isn't it, Psyche?
I was on the phone in the other room.
Couldn't you use the phone in here?
Not at the same time, no.
You're going to be late for your interview.
Apparently, Tina's in the bath.
Let's see how you look.
According to her flatmate Sheila, that is.
Yes, very smart.
I don't call it smart. I call it a barefaced lie. All right, so I said some pretty tactless things last night, but there's no excuse for her refusing to speak to me.
Oh, don't be silly. She'll ring back as soon as she gets out of the bath.
She promised to ring last night.
You know, I don't think that tie goes with that suit. Oh, and David, you can't wear those socks. Sit down and have your breakfast and out.
Morning, Donald, lad.
Morning.
Back in a second, darling.
Hello. Stroke of luck, old Clive Howard, knowing Marlowe personally, wasn't it? David?
Yes, it was.
Apparently Marlowe's highly intelligent, but essentially human. Now, that gives us a slant on the interview.
It does?
An uneven match, but you could win on sympathy. He's also got a complete bee in his bonnet about the export or die bit. He even talks about the country living in the past and of...
The need for us to think of ourselves not as a nation of shopkeepers, but as super salesmen in the markets of the world. The urgent need to adopt modern methods and to seek fresh techniques.
How on earth did you know?
From the article in the Trade Journal. It quotes from some speech he made.
Well, there you are then. You're laughing, aren't you?
Well, of course I am. What at?
The thought of running their export department. And the best way of landing the job is to convince Marlowe you're just as keen as he is.
In other words, that I've got to be in my bonnet.
Yes, and in your case, that should come naturally. Now, that's the way to handle the interview. Base it on that speech of his, without, of course, using his exact words.
Well, you really think I'd be that stupid?
Don't force me. Now, mind you, David, you will have to make it sound more...
Here you are, David. Another pair of socks.
Have to make it sound more conversational.
I picked out this tie for you.
Less flowery, in fact.
I don't know about flowery.
No, I was talking to Tony.
Yeah, a bit less, yes.
It does go better with your suit.
On the other hand...
So do these socks.
As he obviously enjoys a flowery phrase himself...
I put them beside you, look.
It might be an idea to...
think up one or two of my own, ready?
Yes. Then produce them like rabbits out of a hat. For example, let me think.
Well, shouldn't I be the one thinking?
Children are the same the world over. And I won't be content till each and every one of them is playing with Midge toys.
I say, that's rather good, isn't it, David?
Yes, it's a pity Tony can't go to the interview for me.
I know, but that would make for awful complications afterwards. Eat your breakfast.
Now, don't forget, David, bees in your bonnet keenness.
Yes, and David, another thing.
Oh, now, look, enough's enough. I know you both mean well, but this is something I've got to do on my own. On my own, understand? I'll think up my own phrases. And I'll stick to the tie I'm wearing. And I couldn't change into these socks because I've just spread them with butter and marmalade. I've had enough advice, thank you. All I want now is a little peace and quiet. Is that quite clear? What was one thing and... Oh, thank goodness, that'll be Tina now. Hello?
Gibson here.
Oh, good morning, sweetheart. Hello, good morning, sir.
I rang your dentist yesterday, but strange as it may seem, he's not expecting you this morning.
Yes, well, I can explain that.
At your office at 9:30 sharp.
But I won't be there.
And if you're not, there's really no point in turning up at all.
But you don't understand, sir. I've got an appointment for an important... Hello? Mr. Gibson? Sir? Oh, dear. That was sir to say that...
I know. We heard.
Whatever are you going to do, David?
Life's a gamble. But what odds? Sit down, Mr. Blitz. Thank you, Miss Marlowe.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Oh, that's all right, sir. I was quite happy toying with your secretary. Not that you have kept me waiting long.
Is toying the word you wanted?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Is toying the word you wanted?
I can't think of any particular use for it at the moment.
You used it in connection with my secretary.
Oh, good gracious, did I? Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I meant I was talking to the doll. Talking to the girl.
Well, you know what all this is about?
Yes, sir. And let me say straight away that I couldn't be keener to run the bee department. To run the export hive. A department. But then I've got a definite bee in my bonnet about the whole export situation. It seems to me, sir, that this country's bedded down in the past.
I couldn't agree more.
It's time we woke up, too, and thought of ourselves as, well, world salesmen.
I've said so myself before now. Not in those exact words, of course.
Well, of course not. I'm not that stupid. He was stupid enough to think I could put it as well as you, sir.
I'd say you put it very well. Care for a cup of coffee?
Oh, no, thank you. Your secretary gave me one while I was waiting.
Sounds as if she's taken quite a fancy to you.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, sir, but I really do feel it very strongly.
What?
That it's vital for each and every one of us to find new ways to deflower our secretaries.
Deflower them?
To seek new techniques when we're bedded down with them. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Sex on the brain by the sound of it.
It certainly isn't that, sir.
Nerves, then?
Yes, sir. But even so, confident that you can increase your overseas sex. Out of the sale of your products overseas. And for an obvious reason.
Which is?
Women are the same the world over, and I won't be satisfied till I've got them all producing like rabbits. Interviews are always nerve-wracking affairs. I suggest you try to be yourself. I have been myself. It stands to reason I'm not the right man for the job, so I'll save you the embarrassment and say it for you.
Say what, for goodness sake?
There are other applicants to be seen, Mr. Bliss, but you'll be hearing from us in due course. As a matter of interest, where is the Labour Exchange?
You can't be sure you haven't got the job yet.
Well, I can be pretty sure, considering I told him I wasn't right for it.
But he still went on with the interview, didn't he?
Well, only out of politeness or sadism. But I can be certain about my present job. Gibson's given me a month's notice.
Oh, dear.
Still, there's one thing about it. It's just as well.
No, okay, I'll answer.
Just as well Tina's disappeared out of my life. I couldn't afford a girlfriend now that I'm out of work.
David, it's for you. And I think you're in for a surprise.
You don't mean it's...
Yes.
Oh, that's marvelous. Hello, darling.
Marlowe here.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sweetheart. I didn't realize. Terribly sorry, sir. I didn't realize.
I thought I'd ring you and tell you I've decided to take a risk and give you the job. Not that I consider it all that much of a gamble. Not after this morning.
Well, how do you mean, sir?
I can't believe you could ever be worse. I'll be in touch. Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks for ringing. Yeah, I've got the job.
Oh, that's wonderful, Poppy. Oh, that'll be Mrs. Leggett. I'll go.
Funny, but now that I know it's all right, it feels flat somehow.
No, probably because you're not used to the idea yet.
No, it isn't that, Tony. It's, well...
Tina, eh?
Tina.
What about me?
Yeah.
Did ring you this morning, darling, just after you'd left, only Anne forgot to tell you.
Tony, would you come and give me a hand in the kitchen?
Oh, funny you should say that. I was going to ask you to give me a hand in the garage.
You've got the job, then.
Yes, but what's more important, I've got you. I do love you, Tina.
I love you.
Oh, good gracious, so you've decided to take a risk on it after all?
Yes. So where do we go from here? Meet father, wedding bells, and up the aisle?
Ah, no. Life may be a gamble, but you've got to stick to the rules.
Meaning what?
Let's stop while we're winning.
That was The Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and Percy Edwards as Psyche. Gibson was played by Frederick Treves and Marlowe by Lockwood West. The Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Edward Taylor. A Life of Bliss. Being a brand new biographical series about Bachelor Bliss with Brenda Bruce as his married sister Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and George Cole as the shy young bachelor himself, David Alexander Bliss. Last week, a new job for David Bliss with a firm of toy manufacturers. Hooked on his verbal contortions, I made it an excuse to see him a couple of days ago and asked how he felt about running their export department.
Well, excited, naturally. It's only a small firm, of course.
But an important job.
Yes, and I couldn't be more thrilled at the prospects.
Particularly of earning more lolly.
Oh, good heavens, it's not that thrills me. It's the chance of doing something worthwhile, seeing more of the world.
But you'll be based in England, surely?
Home-based, but with occasional trips overseas. Wonderful experience.
You believe travel does broaden the mind?
Yes, and fully realize mine's ripe for expansion. I'm not saying the extra cash doesn't interest me, but...
If only to spend on your girlfriend, Tina.
Now, look, if I've said it once...
You've said it a dozen times.
I do not want to discuss my private life.
Sorry. You were about to say?
That for my money, it's far more important to have experiences with broad-based girls. To get my thrills from experienced foreign broads, you know.
One more time.
More important for me to gain experience by getting oversexed. You know, honestly, Freud might have explained it, but I'd rather not try.
Nor me. I've a bank manager to keep happy. Back to the present, over to David and Tina at the fellow's house, and still on the subject of money with the profit motive.
Tina.
Hello, darling.
Now, this is what I call an unexpected pleasure.
I told you I might.
What?
Pop in on the way back from the hairdresser.
Ah, yes, but I wasn't absolutely sure you were expecting.
Pardon?
Wasn't absolutely sure I'd had the pleasure. Oh, hello.
Help me off with my coat instead. Not that I can stop long. How
come you opened the front door before I rang the bell?
I caught sight of you coming along the road.
Ah, I see. Sitting room?
Yes. Honestly, who'd be a dog owner? I've just been giving Psyche a bath.
I know. I should take your jacket off and hang it up to dry.
My trousers are soaking wet, too.
Yes. But we must draw the line somewhere.
No, what on earth do you mean by... Oh, I see what you mean. And the quicker we get off the trousers, the better.
Off the subject. Psyche in here?
Yes.
Hello, Psyche. My goodness, you do look beautiful. What was all that about?
She's just agreeing with you.
Is Anne at home?
No. Tony said it was time she had a new dress and sent her off to buy one.
You don't mean it was his idea?
Yes.
A husband volunteering to buy his wife a dress?
Yes. Was it that surprising?
Well, I shouldn't tell any other husbands. It could lead to a lynching.
As a matter of fact, Anne said she'd really got all the clothes she wanted.
Anne said that?
Yes.
Then there's only one answer. They've both become hippies.
Well, Tony's out in the garden somewhere.
I know. I can see him through the French window. Who's the man with him?
Oh, Mr. Bartlett. Works for a firm of civil engineers. Specialists in building motorways. I know, because I answered the door.
And?
He mistook me for Tony and handed me his card. Come on, let's sit down.
Now, what's he doing out there?
Well, giving Tony a few tips on the rockery he's planning to have out there.
Well, it's going to be quite a size, then.
Why?
If Tony's called in a firm of civil engineers.
Well, Bartlett happens to be a keen gardener.
Keen enough to give up his Saturday afternoon for a stranger?
No, apparently.
It's all very mysterious.
Look, if you come away from the window, I could kiss you.
Can't you kiss me here?
Well, not without going outside and breaking the glass.
I'd say there was some big plot afoot.
Tina, there is no mystery and no plot.
No?
No.
Then why's Tony giving an impression of a man marked down by the mafia?
Doing what?
Keeps on... Hey, careful, don't let him see you. He keeps on darting frightened glances round at the house.
No, you're just letting your imagination run away with you. Good heavens.
What?
Mine's just caught up. But what's he got to be frightened about?
You giving the game away to Anne.
Well, yet to establish that there's...
They've gone into a huddle, look.
Talking in lowered voices, too, by the look of it.
Like a couple of conspirators. Now, how would you explain that?
Rehearsing for an open-air production of Julius Caesar? No, perhaps not. But, well, Tony is an honourable man.
So is Brutus. He's hatching a plot, all right.
But what?
I can't imagine, but... Hey, wait a second. Maybe I can.
You can?
There's an awful lot of spare garden on that side, isn't there?
Yeah, they were lucky enough to move here before the road was properly developed.
Big enough to build another house on.
Yes, but I doubt if they need an annex.
But don't you see? That could be Tony's big plot.
Well, of course it is. He'd hardly be renting it from somebody else. I told you they bought... Oh, I see what you're getting at. You think he's going to...
To sell it to Mr. What's-it. What's more, Tony's just semaphored confirmation.
Semaphored it?
Well, as good as. Stretched out his arms to indicate where the fence would come.
Honestly, I've never known anybody as quick as you at jumping to conclusions.
He's doing it again.
Except me.
Then you agree?
No. Anne adores the garden. He wouldn't dream of selling it as a building plot.
What makes you so sure?
Because she wouldn't let him get away with it.
Which could explain...
Why he's got her out of the way. I'm definitely speeding up.
Where are they off to now?
No, heading for the...
Keep back out of sight. Tony'll think you're spying on him.
Oh, heading for the front gate, I guess. Yes, they're just... Oh, Columbus.
Oh, don't tell me Tony saw you.
There was something about him that gave me the impression he did.
What was that?
He gave me a wave.
And you didn't wave back?
No.
Then he'll know you're the man from Uncle.
But I can't understand what Tony's thinking about. He'll never be able to keep it a secret from Anne.
Why not?
Well, she's bound to get a bit suspicious when the builders arrive and start digging the foundations.
Well, he could be planning to present her with a fait accompli.
How?
Sell now, tell later.
Well, Anne will present him with much more than a fait accompli if he does that.
You think she'd feel that strongly about it?
Well, I think he'd stand a better chance with the mafia. Still, we can't be sure we're right.
Well, we'll soon know if we are.
How will we?
Tony will breeze in, matey as you like, and, surprise, surprise, ask you not to say anything to Anne about Mr. What's-It's visit. Or, surprise, surprise, about the rockery.
Well, the biggest surprise will be me managing not to give him away.
Then you'd be better off with the mafia.
Well, at least you'll be here to give me moral support.
Ah, but I won't. I'm off.
Why, suddenly?
2 reasons. I'm due back at the flat to have tea with Sheila's mother. Late now, in fact.
And the second reason?
Rather you than me.
Well, face Tony, you mean?
I hate to say it, honey, but you're in a tight spot.
My natural habitat.
Yes, but this situation needs handling as delicately as an unexploded bomb.
It does?
Explosive mixture. Man's lust for gold, for a start.
Is what?
Land's like gold dust these days.
Well, I suppose it is.
And if Tony's plotting to sell it, he's bound to have a sense of guilt.
And that's bad?
Oh, that's dynamite. One false move from you, and bloom!
Well, you frightened the life out of Psyche. And out of me. Particularly considering my potential.
As what?
A human detonator. Don't be daft. The bomb isn't here yet. Anyway, I still think there's a chance we may be wrong. In here, Tony.
Breathing mately in.
How can you possibly tell? I mean, he sounded friendly, I admit, but...
Oh, little lad. Operation Rock Garden. Oh, hello, Tina. I didn't know you were here.
Just going.
Oh, don't be silly. There's no reason for you to rush off.
Ah, but there is. I promised my flatmate I'd be back.
And rather me than her.
What?
Face you.
Face me?
No. That was a sneeze.
A sneeze? Face you.
That was another.
Probably got a chill coming on, darling. I shouldn't see me to the door. Bye-bye, Psyche. Bye, Tony.
Yeah, bye, Tina.
Bye, Tina.
And what was all that about? Face you.
Or what?
Okay, I'll drop the subject as a reward for quick thinking.
It wasn't too bad, was it? What wasn't too bad before, but it seems to have got worse.
That chap definitely knows his stuff.
Who? Mr. Bartlett?
How do you know his name?
I let him in.
Oh, yes, beginning, yes. Yes, he knows just about all there is to know about rock plants. I must say, I'm looking forward to starting on it.
Yes, well, if you'd like to go and get on with it now, don't let me detonate you. Detain you.
Now, what, I wonder, prompted that?
Oh, Tina was saying she read an article about them today.
About what?
Unexploded Tonys.
You seem very nervous.
Yes, because I made a slip, and I know you always think there's something behind them.
Well, there is 99 times out of 100.
I know, but that happened to be the 99. No, 100.
Okay, calm down, yes. Oh, by the way, David, you know Anne's going to your mother's next weekend.
Oh, yes.
Well, that's when I'm planning to get the rockery done, so I'd rather you didn't tell her about it, or about Bartlett. It's not all that important, only, well, I'm sure you understand.
Well, of course I do. You want it kept secret, so that, surprise, surprise, it comes as a surprise. I mean...
And what, I wonder, prompted that?
Well, you know what they say. Everything comes in threes. That is, I was thinking of something else Tina said.
Something about me?
Oh, good heavens, no, mate. It was long before you breezed in. Well, before you came in.
Which leaves me wondering why you should suddenly call me mate.
Oh, come now, Tony. What's so surprising about that? No, only one surprising. It's the in word nowadays. Everybody uses it. I'm always using it myself. And I can't believe it is the first time, either.
The first time what?
That I've called you Brutus.
Brutus?
Yes. Called you mate. Which leaves you wondering...
What the devil prompted all that? Something else Tina said, I suppose?
Oh, strange as it may seem.
What this time?
That she once saw an open-air garden of Julius Caesar.
Open-air garden?
No, I saw you in open-air production.
All right. Now, let's have it. What do you think you found out?
I haven't found out anything.
I caught sight of you at the window earlier on, didn't I?
I don't know. Did you?
Yes, I did.
Come to think of it, I did spy out on you once. And I did glance out of the window once. But I didn't catch sight of you.
You don't seriously expect me to believe that?
Well, it stands to reason I didn't see you, Tony.
Why does it?
Because if I had, I'd have waved back.
And how do you know I waved?
Well, sometimes you see something subconsciously.
Do me a favor. I don't know what the hell you suspect, but you can take it from me you're wrong.
Yes, I'm sure I am. No, not that I suspect anything. I really can't think of anything more straightforward.
Than what?
Well, planting a plottery. Rooking a gardenery.
Keep going.
Hatching a conspiracy.
Oh, now you're getting down to it.
You've got me in such a state, I don't know whether I'm on my head or my heels.
You're lucky you're not flat on your back.
No, wait, Tony. Before we come to blows, let's get this straight. If you say there's nothing to be suspicious about, I accept that.
Yes, all right. I wouldn't know about anything suspicious. I was concerned that you might blab it all out to Anne.
Well, who can blame you?
Well, so there you are. I may have given that impression.
Yes, it was a jolly good impression, too.
Of what?
A man marked down by mapping the whole thing out in his mafia. In his mind. I think it'll be all to the good myself.
I suppose you know what you mean, but I'm damned if I do.
Well, with a garden this size, you could do with another big housery. With a nice big...
That's it. That's what your ferrety little minds work.
Oh, no, listen, Tony, you can't have it both ways. And you've said it about me often enough.
Said what about you?
That my mind's strictly non-operative.
You think, don't you, that I'm planning to sell that side of the garden as a building plot?
No.
Well, supposing I was. Not that I'm saying I am.
Well, I'm not saying you am either. There you are.
It wouldn't be any of your business, would it?
None.
But if I was, do you know how much I'd get for it? £1,500. 1,500 quid. Now, that'd make a lot of things possible, wouldn't it?
Well, I suppose it will, yes. It would.
We could have a better holiday this year. Go to Portugal. Anne's always wanted to go there. She could have the dishwashing machine. She had the new suite of furniture.
Yes, but you know, if she had to choose, I think she'd want the garden.
Never mind what she wants. What about me? Aren't I entitled to anything?
Well, I'm sorry, only you didn't seem to feature on the list.
Are you trying to be funny?
No.
I've worked hard for Anne and the kids. Done without things for years. High time I thought of myself. Take that car of mine, expect it falling to bits.
Well, I thought it was going like a bomb, if you'll pardon the expression.
What do you know about it? You've never driven the confounded thing.
Well, you told me it was going well.
Then it serves me right for tempting fate. Ever since then, it's developed every fault in the book.
But it was only yesterday you told me.
Yes, and last night when I was driving home, it developed every fault in the book. And that's not all. I've had the same set of golf clubs for 10 years.
And this morning when you were driving off, they developed every fault in the...
I am not in the mood for jokes.
No.
Anyhow, what's all the fuss about? What are you getting so steamed up about?
Me?
Yes, you.
Naturally hot-tempered.
We'd still have as big a garden as anybody else in the road, wouldn't we?
Well, yes.
Well, then keep quiet about it. About the rockery. About Bartlett. About your miserable little theory. Not a word to Anne, understand? Or I'll be marking out another plot in the garden about 3 feet wide, and how tall are you?
5'10".
5'10" long. Heap the rockery on top, and it'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That'll be Anne now. Now, don't say I didn't warn you.
No, I won't say that, but I must say...
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, hello, Anne.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Psyche. My goodness, you do look different. Good news, darling. I couldn't see a dress I fancied. Herewith, money returned in full.
Oh, keep it by yourself, something else.
No, don't be silly. Here.
No, you keep
No,
it.
really.
No, you find something to spend it on.
There's nothing I need at the moment.
That doesn't sound like you.
I was wondering if I was in the right house myself. Here, take it. What have you been doing? Washing the car?
No. No, I'm just on my way to do that now.
I'll bring you out a cuppa.
Oh, good.
Oh, and Tony, you're a sweet, generous husband, and I'm really quite fond of you.
16 years I've had to wait for that.
I wanted to be sure before I said it. And I am very sure.
Bless her old darling.
What's she been up to while I was out?
No, look, don't you start. I mean...
That Tony's told you not to tell me about it?
There's nothing to tell.
There is, you know.
Well, if there is, I don't know about it.
Oh, yes, you do. It's written all over your face.
All right, then.
You'll tell me?
No, turn my head away. If you're so sure there's something going on, why not go and ask Tony? Okay, I know the answer, because I'm a better bet.
That's the right answer.
Except that I'm not this time. I was in here with Tina when Tony was out in the garden, so there you are. You see, it stands to reason.
What?
But it's no good asking me what they were up to out there.
They?
He was up to.
Too late.
It's a good job I'm not the man from Uncle. Thrush would have the world on a plate.
So Tony's had somebody here. A man, I take it?
Yes.
And they were out in the garden?
Yes, but it's no good asking me what they were talking about, because I obviously couldn't hear.
Then I'll go and ask Tony.
No, Anne, wait. Go out there and I'll end up as a rockery.
What can you mean?
No, it was just something Tony said as a joke.
About what?
Killing me if I told you about it.
Ah, so you do know.
Yes, but it's a secret, Anne. I'm sure you wouldn't want me to give it away.
You don't have to. I know.
Ah, no, you're not going to catch me like that.
But I do.
It's no good. You're wasting your time.
Selling off part of the garden.
Look, I've told you, you're just wasting... You do know.
Guessed. And you've been kind enough to confirm it. And now Tony's going to know about it.
Where are you going?
To have it out with him while I'm in the mood.
Anne, I don't want to be a rockery.
You're right. He'll think you told me everything.
Well, to be fair, I can't think of anything I missed out.
I have to leave it then.
No, thanks, Anne.
I have never been so angry in my life. Never. Hurt, too. He knows how much that garden means to me.
Yes, but I think it's different from a man's point of view. As Tina said, land's like gold dust nowadays.
So?
Well, you can't blame Tony for lusting after women. They're lusting after the money.
There's no good moping around. We've got to think of some way to stop him selling it. Ridiculous thing is he'd regret it himself bitterly.
Well, you may be right at that.
I know I'm right. He wouldn't be able to go out into the garden at all if we had a house on that side. It's bad enough being jammed up against the Leggetts.
Well, you've got a fair-sized fence in between.
Yes, and whenever we go out, there's Charlotte Leggett's ears jammed up against it.
Well, you don't mean she actually listens?
She hears every word we say, knows our every move.
Seriously?
A few more like her around, and there'd have been no point in inventing radar. Husband Henry's no better. Go out in a bikini to sunbathe, and I can feel his beady little eyes following me around.
You're joking.
He knows every crack in that fence. He probably made most of them. With his beady eyes.
Well, I think that's plain nasty. I mean, it'd be different if you were a gay young thing with a gorgeous... I thought better of it.
David?
What?
The man that was here, do you know his name?
Now, listen, Anne, don't you think I've told you enough?
Now, when you consider that I've just saved you from an early grave...
Even so.
And that with one word to Tony...
Bartlett. B-A-R-T-L-E-T-T, Bartlett.
Never heard of him. You don't know where he lives or anything?
Well, as a matter of fact, I really am dicing with death. He mistook me for Tony and gave me his card. It's here, look.
Oh, blast it. And he gives his business address. No, it's all right. He gives his home phone number as well.
And promise me something. Don't tell me what you're planning to do.
No alternative. You're part of it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I know your plans of old, and I'm not playing any part in them. I refuse. Completely point-blank, categorically.
With just one word to Tony.
What's my part?
All you've got to do...
Well, that's how they all begin.
...is to ring up Mr. Bartlett and say you've changed your mind about selling the land.
And what notice, I'd like to know, would he take of me? Tony's the only person who could... Oh, no, that's out. Tina talked me into impersonating him on the phone not so long ago. Catastrophe.
We only met Tony today.
So?
He wouldn't know his voice on the phone. You could talk normally.
And on the phone, I never talk normally.
Well, you've only got to say a few words.
But that's the point. There is no happy medium with me. You're on an avalanche to nothing.
I'll get the number for you.
No, and hold on a moment. Wait a second. Think for a minute. What about Tony? What if he finds out?
Well, how could he? He was going to tell him.
Well, don't look now, but I'm right beside you.
Oh, now listen, David. One word to Tony about this, and I'll poison your food.
Anne, even leaving me out of it, and you ought to have done, are you sure, absolutely sure you know what you're doing?
I told you Tony would regret selling it just as much as I would. You agreed with me, too.
I know I did.
Come to think of it, you could say I'm doing exactly what he wants me to do.
Yes, you could say that. But I like him now.
But don't you understand? I'm saving him from himself.
Oh, yes, I understand. It's him I'm not so sure about.
Yes, well, never mind about that. Look, I want to go through the call with you from the moment Bartlett answers the phone.
And I say, Tony Fellows speaking?
No, just Fellows. I doubt if you're on Christian names.
And then?
Well, you've had second thoughts about it, gone into it carefully, decided not to sell. You're sorry to have dragged him out on a wild goose chase, but felt you better let him know straight away. 1,000 apologies. Hope he finds something else equally suitable.
You said a few words, not a soliloquy.
Get dialing.
No, hang on. Supposing Tony comes walking in.
I'm going to keep KB in the hall.
I must say you're wonderful, the way you think of everything.
You've been wonderful training. 723-1429.
Yes, okay. He could have spoken to Tony over the phone, you know.
Once, perhaps.
Well, he might still recognize his voice.
Well, put your handkerchief over the mouthpiece to muffle it. You'll be safe enough then.
Well, I've got a better idea. Put it over my mouth and gag me with it. Okay, there it is.
Now, do you know what to say?
Second thoughts. Decided against it. Wild goose chase. Find something equally suitable. And I can speak in my normal voice?
With the handkerchief there, safe as houses. But be firm. The firmer you are, the quicker it'll be over. Right, I'll stand in the doorway so that I can signal to you.
No, I'm going to be busy enough without receiving...
Bartlett?
Oh, hello, Bartlett. Normal voice speaking. Muffled Tony here.
Is there something wrong with the line?
No, there's just Fellows here.
No girls?
No what?
You said there were just fellows there.
Yes, that's right. Here, look, Bartlett,
I still don't know who you are.
Oh, don't you? I'm sorry. It's Firm speaking. Fellows speaking. Tony Fellows.
Oh, good heavens, yes, I see. But you said you wouldn't be ringing till tomorrow at the earliest.
I did?
Yes.
Yes, well, I've had second thoughts about that.
I take it you're speaking from home.
Naturally.
Then I presume we'll have to be careful what we say.
Well, I certainly will.
But you're free to speak now.
Yes, and that's why I will.
Why?
I'm on an avalanche to nothing.
It's okay, oh boy. How can I put it? Understand your problem?
You don't mean you're saying?
In the sense that I'm a married man myself, yes. Besides, you made the position quite clear.
Why? What did I say?
That you were happy enough to let me have, you know what, but, how can I put it, anticipated trouble from another direction.
Well, I'm anticipating trouble from every direction.
You mentioned that, too, if you remember.
Oh, I've got a shocking memory.
Opposition from the people in the next house along.
Oh, yes. There'll be that all right. And frankly, Mr. Bartlett...
Well, why worry? There's nothing they can do about it legally. No, your main problem is on the home front.
Oh, no, you're right there, Mr. Bartlett. And having gone into it very carefully...
There is something wrong with this line, you know. Your voice sounds, I don't know, indistinct.
Oh, it does work, then.
What?
Oh, muffling it by putting a muffled a bit, it sounds, this end.
Yeah, sort of, woolly.
Linen, actually. Oh, that is, I'll give the receiver a bang. Hold on.
David, for goodness sake, hurry it up.
Yes, righto. Hello, Mr. Bartlett?
Still muffled, but I can hear you all right.
Look, you'll have to excuse me, but I've got to hurry it along.
Understood, old boy. Do I gather you've had a word with you-know-who?
No, and I haven't mentioned it to 007 either. just a joke. I'm afraid I don't follow you.
The better half.
No, not even a word of it.
The trouble and strife.
I know. I've never had an afternoon like it. Oh, gosh, I see what you mean. Oh, and yes, Mr. Bartlett, I have talked it over with you-know-who, and we've decided not to sell you-know-what. Sorry, and all you know that, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Nonsense. Never say die.
Well, it's been on the tip of my tongue all afternoon.
Why not let us sleep on it and tackle her again tomorrow?
It wouldn't make any difference if I slept on it for a week.
It wouldn't make any difference if I let you sleep with her for a week, Mr. Bartlett.
What?
I left her alone for a week. Her bed's made up, and that's all there is to it. But her mind.
In other words, you dragged me round there for nothing?
Well, I'm sorry about that, old goose, but, about that, old boy. But, you-know-who is, wild. Apologies again, and I hope you find somebody else to chase. Somebody else equally bettable. Somewhere else suitable. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tangled up.
I did notice. Odd about the line being muffled, too.
Yeah, probably something wrong at this end.
My thought exactly. Still, I suppose there's no point in prolonging the discussion.
None whatsoever.
Right. Well, thanks for letting me know. Bye.
Goodbye. Not so much an avalanche. What a landslide.
Yes, and you were right. You-know-who is wild. Well, it's over and done with now.
Well, except that you're forgetting something. Tony's promised to ring him.
But won't.
Well, I'd like to know how you're going to stop him.
You'll have to know tomorrow.
Why?
Because you're part of the plan.
Oh, no, not me, not again. I refuse. Completely, point-blank, categorically. And it's no use arguing, either. You wouldn't persuade me in 1,000 years.
You were in a bad enough position before, but one word to Tony now.
And for my next assignment?
Tony will be back from the pub at any minute now, so let's make sure that you know what to tell him.
Bartlett's just phoned. Luckily, you were in the kitchen. I answered it. He left a message saying he's decided not to buy the land after all.
Yes, and that's all there is to it. Now, only a half-wit would make a mess of that.
I know, and you don't have yourself to blame.
I'll get back to the kitchen straight away. Fail me this time, David, and today's lunch will be your last meal. Clear?
Painfully. No, Psyche, you stay in here. There's nothing in the kitchen for you. But you can have a taste of my lunch later on. I know, I don't blame you either. Oh, hello, Tony. I say, guess what? Mr. Bartlett's just phoned.
Oh, he has?
Yes, but luckily Anne was in the kitchen, so I answered it. He left a message to say he's decided against buying the the plot of land.
I'll ignore that slip and wait till I've got a few more to work on. What else did he say?
Nothing.
I may as well give him a ring and find out what it's all about.
Except that there was no point in you phoning him because he was on his way out.
Now, why, I wonder, should he say that?
I wouldn't know, but those were the very words he used. Tell fellows I'm on my way out, he said, so there's no point in him poisoning me.
Got to ring him. I'll take a risk on it and ring him anyway.
No, but you can't.
Can't?
I'm expecting a phone call from Tina.
Well, she's coming to lunch, isn't she?
Yes, but she should have been here half an hour ago. I'm worried something may have happened to her.
Oh, well, that'll be her now. So worries are over. Well, don't just stand there. Go and let the girl in.
Yes. Yes, righto. All right, then, come on, quickly. Quickly, darling, come on. Oh, good heavens, it's you, Mr. Bartlett.
Mr. Fellowes in?
No, and he won't be in all day.
Ah, well, never mind. I'll call round another time.
No, he won't be in at that time, either. I mean, that is, he's flying off on a business trip tomorrow, around the world. Now, if you'd like to try next year... forgive me, won't you? I'm just getting ready to go out myself. Goodbye.
Who is that, Davy?
Some door-to-door salesman.
On a Sunday?
Selling books by Billy Graham.
It looks as if he's come back again. No, it's okay. I'll talk to him.
Hello, Tony.
It's you, Tina. Go along here.
I've brought Anne some flowers.
I say, how jolly nice.
I should take them into her. She's in the kitchen.
Oh, all right, then I will. See you in a second, darling.
Yes, righto.
Lucky for you, it wasn't Bartlett again, eh, David?
To say the least of it.
You're not so. It was him. Now, look, I'm not going to warn you again. What I do about the garden's none of your business. No concern of yours whatsoever.
But a great concern to me, Tony.
Yes. Well, if you must know, Anne, I've already put a letter in the post to tell him I've decided not to sell it.
Nonsense.
Oh, you can ring him up on Monday morning and check if you like.
No, I believe you.
Fact is, there are more important things than money.
The garden, for example.
And for an even better example, you.
I'll give you an extra big helping of chicken for that. I'll even bring Psyche a slice.
Hear that, Psyche? Yes, safe as houses. Thanks to Tony.
Meaning what?
Just that everything in the garden's lovely. Tina.
Hello, darling.
Now, this is what I call an unexpected pleasure.
Careful now. We had enough trouble with that last Saturday.
Yes, but don't worry. I won't get you into trouble today. Help you off with your coat.
Safer.
There we are, then.
Sitting room?
Yes.
Anne's gone down to your parents for the weekend, hasn't she?
Yes, went off. In you go. Went off this morning.
Tony, too?
No, he's out in the garden somewhere. Darling Tina.
Good gracious, what was that for? Just to show how much you love me.
No, just to stop you seeing Tony's out there talking to another stranger.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And we mustn't jump to conclusions this time. So there's only one answer.
Which is?
Carry on kissing.
That was A Life of Bliss with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and Percy Edwards as Psyche. Bartlett was played by John Graham. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Edward Taylor. A Life of Bliss. Being a biographical series about bachelor bliss with Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and George Cole as the shy young bachelor himself, David Alexander Bliss. What does Bliss want out of life? A somewhat desperate excuse for having my usual chat with him a day or so ago.
You know something? Your excuses are getting weaker every week.
My,
excuses for calling round in the hope of tripping me up. I've known that's what you were up to all along.
I underestimated your intelligence.
I know, and that's not easy to do.
What do you want out of life, though, David?
I've got everything I want now.
You're happy, as they say, with your lot?
Good gracious, are they still saying that?
Your lot, of course, including...
Hello, here it comes. The inevitable question about my girlfriend calculated to embarrass.
You don't have to answer it if you...
No, it's okay. I'm getting used to it. Yes, my lot includes Tina. She's here now, in the kitchen, talking to my sister. She's a very positive character. She's got a wonderfully warm personality. She's strikingly attractive. And when I'm with her, my cup, as they also say, is full. All of which proves that I'm no longer embarrassed by that sort of question. And that from now on, you're going to find it very difficult. Difficult? If you want to make me trip up. I should throw in the towel and admit defeat.
Jamie, darling. Oh, sorry. Did I interrupt something?
Me raving on about you.
Oh, and what were you saying?
That you've got the sort of personality that makes me want to throw up. That you're a difficult character when you're in your cups. Positive embarrassment when you're raving drunk. Yeah, I'll start again.
But I slipped out before the resumption. Back to the present and over to the Fellows' house to join David and Anne for Better the Dog.
What time does the head of Marlowe and Ridgway's export department have to be at the office to sign Friday morning?
The head of the export department's not going to the office for the next 10 days.
A holiday?
Sort of.
But you've only been working there 2 weeks.
I know, but Mr. Marlowe himself suggested I took the time off.
To give him a chance to get over the strain.
The department's still non-operative.
I thought you'd settled on the secretary.
Yes, but she can't start till Monday week. And the only other people in my office are 2 decorators, neither of whom can type.
I see. So I'm going to have you under my feet for 10 days.
And evenings. Tina's away for the weekend, working late all next week. I don't know what I'll do with myself.
I may have a few suggestions.
I may take Mrs. Massey at her word and go down there.
Mrs. Massey?
Yes, you remember. You and Tony were great friends of theirs. Then they...
Moved down to the coast?
About, how long ago?
Oh, 10 years or more. Richard and Celia Massey.
No, she was up here visiting her mother. I bumped into her and she invited me down.
It's funny, but do you know there were times when I envied Celia?
Envied her what?
Richard as a husband.
Well, I shall forget you said that, I hope.
Richard was always so gay.
Well, Tony's been known to be gay in his time.
When was this?
No, but seriously.
Seriously, I wouldn't swap him for Richard.
You're sure now?
I'm sure.
Well, I'm glad.
Why? Is Richard available?
No, I think she's still quite attached to him.
I'm not surprised. He is terribly gay.
Yeah, we've established that.
Too much so for me sometimes.
How?
Used to make the odd pass at me.
He did what?
Forget I said that, too.
Made a pass at his best friend's wife?
Well, that's traditional, surely.
Well, not in my book.
Oh, come now. It can't still be Alice in Wonderland.
No, and it's not Tennessee Williams' country either.
It was harmless enough.
Honestly, Anne, I'm speechless.
Tony will be down in a second.
So?
See you stay that way.
Now you've got me worried.
Now, that was another thing about Richard. He never let anything worry him.
Well, neither does Tony.
You don't believe that?
Well, naturally.
Then it is still Alice in Wonderland. He's a born worrier.
He is?
It's a good job he doesn't bite his nails. He'd be down to his shoulder blades. Not that I mind, of course, only, well...
What?
It makes me feel so inadequate. I feel there ought to be some way of reassuring him, but I just can't win.
Why?
If I say I'm sure he's worrying about nothing, I get accused of calling him neurotic.
And if you don't say anything?
He gets neurotic and says that I might as well tell him that he's got nothing to worry about. Oh, it's a tough old world.
I live and learn.
That's debatable.
You're right. It's high time I left Alice in Wonderland and moved on to Freud.
Let me know if you find the answer.
Yeah, I have noticed Tony hasn't been himself just lately.
I know. But for once, he has got something to worry about.
Business bad?
Completely dead, I gather. He could do with a complete break, too.
Then I'd better go down and stay with the masses.
The connection?
Well, if a change is as good as a rest, a change from me ought to do him a power of good.
Nonsense. As far as Tony's concerned, letting fly at you is a form of therapy.
I found my niche at last, then.
When a man's edgy, he needs an Aunt Sally.
Odd, but I can't say I fancy the role.
It's either you or me, or kick the dog, of course.
Psyche heard that. And she doesn't fancy the idea of standing in for us. I say, I've just realized Tony's...
Shh, careful. I think I heard...
Morning, Dad. All right.
Morning, Tony.
Yeah, morning to you, too.
How would you like your eggs this morning, darling?
Surprise me.
Raw should do it. David will pour out your coffee.
I should get to the office in good time today.
Well, you're late now.
I know, and with things as they are, that's a good time to get there. Business is so quiet, my secretary's planted bulbs in the in tray.
Then it won't be long before everything's coming up tulips.
All very well for you to be so damn cheerful about it. I'm going through the worst period I've had in years.
Yes, I know you are, Tony. Aunt and I were just talking about it.
Aunt and you?
Oh, Sally and I.
I scarcely sat down. And you plunged straight into your well-known variation of name-dropping.
I can't imagine why I said that.
I'd have guessed because Anne said I use you as an Aunt Sally.
Now, why would she say that?
Then she hasn't.
She knows perfectly well you wouldn't. And Psyche doesn't fancy standing in for me either.
So I was right.
No. You like your coffee strong, don't you?
I need it when you're around.
I'm sure business will soon pick up.
Another 3 months, that's all I'm going to give it.
And then?
Sell up and emigrate.
You may think that now, Tony, but I wonderland if you really would. Got to wonder if you would.
Could you conceivably spare me the slips this morning? I've got enough trouble as it is.
Yes, I know you have, Alice.
Aunt Sally and Alice in Wonderland in 2 minutes flat. What next, I wonder?
So I should place a small bet on Tennessee Williams. No, seriously, though, Freud.
Freud?
Freud business is slow all round, but it's bound to...
Anne hasn't by any chance told you that I ought to see a psychiatrist.
Well, of course not.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Well, you can take it from me. That's the one thing she didn't say.
Ah, then she did say all the rest.
No.
I know what Anne thinks, what she's always thought. That I worry over nothing.
How about some more coffee?
You haven't handed me my first cup yet.
Oh, haven't I? Oh, sorry. Sorry, it's so full, too early. Oops. Oh, gosh.
Poached eggs on toast, darling. Has David poured out your coffee?
Yes, he has, as you can see.
Stand up and I'll mop you down.
I'll go upstairs and mop myself down. It'll give you a chance to think up an excuse for telling your half-wit brother that I'm in an advanced state of neurosis. I'd have every excuse if I was. I've got him living in the house.
I've got a feeling I've failed as a form of therapy.
I'm not going to say I could murder you.
Thanks.
Because I don't want to warn you in advance.
Well, the words ran away with me.
Not far enough. Oh, well, what's done's done. But in the circumstances...
I'll phone Celia Massey and say I'd love to go down there.
A breath of bracing sea air will tone you up.
Blow all the cobwebs away.
Not unless it's a gale force.
Might be at this time of year. Still, I'll be all right if I wrap up.
A good thought, generally. Did Celia say when you... Wait a minute. They've got a grown-up daughter.
Pauline.
4 years older than Carol, so she must be...
19.
Isn't that a trifle dangerous?
Lives in London, shares a flat with a girlfriend.
You're certain about that, only
Well, of course I am. Oh, why, good heavens, do you think I'd go down there if...
All right, just asking. There's no problem then.
No, and you're right. It would turn me up to trifle with her. Better to wrap myself round her. Better brace myself again.
Hurriedly interrupting before it gets worse. I'm quite certain you'll enjoy yourself. You will, too. Richard's enormous fun.
Well, now, don't start that again.
It'll also give you a chance to see how the other half lives. They're quite well off.
Yes, because Richard took over his father's business. Tony had to make his own way in the world.
Reproof duly noted. I was being unfair, and I deserved to be an Aunt Sally. See you say when you could go down?
Well, sometime this evening, if that's okay by you.
Yes. I've arranged therapeutic treatment for tonight. Ask the Hendersons round.
Oh, fine.
That's about the only method of weaning Tony away from what, at best, is a sedative. Taken in large doses, are downright depressive.
Yeah, you'll have to translate.
It's only when we have visitors that we switch off the telly.
door. Nobody home. Hold it. Over there, by the desk.
Richard?
Too late. The guy's dead.
Richard!
You mean here?
Leo Stern, drug pusher, worked for the big wheel.
You might answer when I call you.
Well, I happened to be watching the telly, old girl.
Okay, Tracy, search the joint.
He'll be here any moment now.
Who?
Oh, David, of course. What is it?
Yeah, what?
The program.
Oh, it's that detective series.
Which series?
Yes. David who?
Bliss.
Beats me why you asked him down, old girl.
Oh, I never for a second thought he'd come. Anyway, it's only for... Oh, that'll be him now. Oh, all right, I'll go. Not that you were likely to disturb yourself. Coming.
Hello, Mrs. Massey.
Hello, David. How lovely to see you. Come along in.
I hope you don't mind me bringing Psyche.
Not in the least. Isn't it an awful night?
Terrible.
Good gracious, what an enormous suitcase. Anybody think you'd come for a week?
I have.
Yeah.
You asked me for the week.
I did?
Yes.
Oh, well, it can't be helped. Oh, it doesn't sound very welcoming, does it? Teasing, really. I tell you who will be glad to see you. Pauline. You can say hello to her first, and then I'll take you into Richard.
Oh, I thought Pauline lived in London.
Well, she does mostly, but she's in here. Pauline, darling, look who's arrived. Pauline. Better leave it till later, David. That was her boyfriend with her.
I thought it must be.
He's not all that keen on television.
I'm not surprised.
Always say it. You're only young once, so make the most of it.
Yes, well, they've certainly taken you at your word.
I want to slip upstairs and shut the window in your room, so you go in and talk to Richard. That door there, look. He's dying to see you.
I'm looking forward to seeing him. Yes, come on, Psyche. You come with me.
Headquarters, Tracy, and step on it.
Hello, Mr. Massey.
Narcotics have picked up LSD Sam.
Hello, Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey? Good program.
Oh, yes, not bad, yes. Oh, hello, old boy. I didn't hear you come in. Take a poo.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, Sam. Start talking.
Did you, have a good journey down?
Oh, apart from the train being half an hour late.
Oh, yes, I say that for them. They do run to time.
Mine was half an hour late.
Oh, yes. Good show.
Taking you for a nice little ride, Sam.
How did you get up from the station?
I took a taxi.
Down to the morgue.
Yes, you should have taken a taxi.
Yeah, I did.
Did what?
I was just saying.
I was just saying he should have taken a taxi, you see.
We want you to identify the body, Sam.
You don't mean you walked all the way out from the station?
No.
Just routine.
Carrying that enormous suitcase, too.
I came by taxi.
Well, that's funny. There are usually plenty around.
I don't want to seem stubborn, but there were plenty around, and I did take one.
Who put the finger on him, Sam?
Yeah, I'd have met you in the car if I'd known you were going to walk.
That's all right. The exercise did me good.
Did you have a good journey down?
No, apart from the train being half an hour late.
Oh, yes, I know. They are very punctual.
I'm not by any chance interfering with your television.
Oh, no, that's caused by something electrical next door.
Want to talk now, Sam?
You might offer David a drink, darling.
What? Oh, yes, right. I could do with a snifter myself.
The doctor said you were drinking too much.
Ah, those days are over, old girl.
Well, I haven't noticed the change.
I know, but I've changed my doctor. Well, what's your tipple, old boy? Gin, whiskey, brandy, you name it, I've got it.
I'd just as soon have something soft.
I'll have to make mine a double to get over the shock.
Well, I've got some orange juice in the fridge, if you'd like that, David.
Yes, but don't you bother. Point me in the right direction and I'll get it myself.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of letting you get it. You've done enough walking for today.
No, I'm up now.
So you won't talk, huh?
Your kitchen through here?
Yes.
Good gracious, what on earth have you got in there?
Oh, that's Tim. Short and tiny Tim. You'd never have believed he could be that big if you'd seen him as a puppy.
I'd never have believed any dog could be that big.
But it's all right, he doesn't bite.
Well, that size, a wag of the tail could be lethal.
Just go in and pat him.
What with? Only joking. No, Psyche, you stay in here. Tim will have you for supper. Yeah. Yes, I know. I know all about that. But Tim's no ordinary dog. Look. Psyche, don't be silly. Psyche, get down. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Massey.
About what?
My dog.
Oh, you've got a dog with you, have you? Well?
Sitting on your lap.
Oh, yes, you're a nice little thing, aren't you?
Okay, Tracy, back to headquarters.
What sort of television have Anne and Tony got, David?
Well, actually, they've just changed their portable set for an ordinary one with a 23-inch screen.
What sort of television have Tony and Anne got, David?
An ordinary one with a 23-inch screen.
What size screen?
16 feet by 12 foot 6.
The man at the shop told us ours was the largest they made.
Can you get all 3 channels on it?
36 altogether. Including 4 from Japan.
Well, 3's enough for me.
He's got solid gold controls, a built-in fully stocked bar, and when there's a break in transmission, a man pops up and plays the organ.
What will they think of next? A man pops up.
Well, we must have lots to talk about after all these years, and I feel that, well...
You feel what?
Well, it might be easier if we switched off the telly.
Oh, yes, okay, then it's not up to much anyway.
Okay, Tracy, see if you can...
Well, now, old boy, what's new with you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I've got a new job.
Oh, so you told me when we met. Something to do with exports?
Yes.
But you haven't started it yet, have you?
Well, no, not yet, not properly. How's business with you, Mr. Massey?
Don't ask, old boy. I never do. And Tony?
Oh, pretty quiet.
Same with me.
Same all round, I think.
Yes, yes, same everywhere.
Yes, well, there's only one thing left to be said now.
Oh, what's that?
Well, let's see what's on the other channel.
He'd left a note saying he'd gone for a walk with his dog. Heaven knows what time he gets up. Do you think he'll want a cooked breakfast?
No, just coffee for me, thanks.
If you stopped reading your newspaper, you'd hear what I was saying.
Why do you think I'm reading it?
You'll have to take David out somewhere today.
Why can't you take him out? I fixed up to play golf.
Morning.
Morning, old boy.
David.
Is Tiny Tim around?
No, I've shut him in the kitchen.
Psyche. Yes, all clear.
I don't know whether you like a cooked breakfast, David, but Richard's only having coffee.
Well, then I'll have the same.
Yes, I have to watch my weight.
You can't have been looking lately.
You've thickened out a bit yourself since David first knew you, hasn't she, eh?
I've got a remarkably good figure for a woman of my age. I may be an inch or two bigger around the hips.
Oh, come now, old girl.
Well, you might come to my defense, David.
You didn't come to mine.
Well, I wouldn't have thought it applied either way round.
It's not in my case either, eh?
Well, not really, no.
What do you mean, not really?
Well, that I wouldn't have said you were all that round for a man of your fat. That you're not all that fat for an alcoholic your size. Not all that big for a man with your pot. But for a man of your build. Sorry, I'm afraid I've got a habit of putting my foot in it.
Don't apologize, old boy. Let's hear you have a crack at Celia.
Well, I honestly don't think how old you are comes into it, Mrs. Massey.
Meaning what?
Well, that you've got remarkably big hips for a woman of any age. Your hips are a foot or two bigger than most. Your figure's better than most.
Ah, no, old boy, you were right before. It's all those French patisseries she wolfs down.
Now, listen, Richard, I don't want to lose my temper in front of...
Yes, well, I just realized it's time I was off. Go for yourself, David.
No.
Oh, it's a pity I've taken you along. Well, see you this evening.
Richard, you can't go till you've written out checks for that pile of bills. They're nearly all final demands.
You worry too much, old girl.
Well, if I didn't worry, nobody would.
Sounds like a good idea. See you.
A complete Peter Pan, that's Richard's trouble. He's always spent money like water and won't face up to the fact that the spring's running dry. Well, you'll have to excuse me, David. I'm off to London to buy myself a few new clothes. I'm afraid I'll have to leave you in Pauline's hands for today.
Oh, now, look, Mrs. Massey, I'm sure she doesn't want to be bothered with me.
I'm sure she'll be delighted. She hasn't got anything on.
I know, but even so. I'm sure she doesn't want me with my hands on her all day. But don't want me on her hands.
Well, ask her yourself when she comes down. Bye for now.
Come on, Psyche. We're going for a walk. I know, and now we're going for another. Pity we haven't got weight problems. Because I've got a feeling it's going to turn into a walking holiday.
To control. On watch outside Weatherby's warehouse.
Mind if I turn it off, Anne?
Huh? No, not a bit.
Small van, license number XYE11.
I never in all my life imagined I'd find myself saying that, well...
That you miss having David around.
Incredibly enough.
Absence making the heart grow fonder.
With the backlog he had, it ought to have taken years.
Yet he's only been gone 2 days.
3 counting today.
Oh, so you're even counting the days.
I know. I better fix up to see a psychiatrist. There must be something wrong with me. I'm even beginning to hear things.
Psyche barking.
You heard it too?
Yes. It doesn't make sense. He's not...
Hello.
Oh, hello, lad.
Psyche's excited to be back. And so am I.
Oh, we're glad to have you back. Strange as it may seem, and it certainly does to me.
What prompted you to come back so early?
Well, everything in general. Pauline in particular.
Oh, she was down there then.
Yes, but I avoided her for the first 2 days. Then last night, for want of something better to do, I agreed to take her to the cinema.
Oh? And what happened?
Well, nothing. Not in that sense. But believe me, through no fault of hers.
Why? What did she do?
Sat uncomfortably close to me.
Oh, you can't blame the girl for that. There's never much room between the seats.
I know, but you don't understand. You see, she...
She what?
Sat close to me all the way down.
You don't mean that
That's exactly what I mean, and it couldn't have been more embarrassing. I moved my legs away, of course. Then the trouble really started.
But you don't mean Pauline complained.
No, but the woman on the other side did. Before I could stop her, she'd called the usherette.
Oh, no, really?
Yes, and I must say, Pauline helped terrifically.
Explain that it was all a mistake.
Swore she'd never seen me before in her life. Well, as I said to the manager when he escorted me out.
He escorted you out?
Well, I could have had a police escort, only I didn't want to be ostentatious. The whole thing, I said, has been a complete nightmare.
I can understand that.
Oh, dear, poor old lad. Still put it down to experience. As a matter of interest, is she attractive?
Who, Pauline? No, in an obvious sort of way, yes. She's quite a big girl.
With everything to match, eh?
Well, I didn't notice what she was wearing.
Yeah. That's not what I meant, but never mind.
No, I haven't time to ask you what you meant. I'm due round at Tina's flat. Overdue, in fact.
You've been in touch with her, then?
I rang her from the Masses this morning. Said I'd be round at 7, when the train was late.
Did you tell her about last night?
No, I didn't get around to it.
Then don't.
No, look, Anne, you're always saying deceit's not my strong point, and you're right. It's no good me trying to lie about it.
There's all the difference between lying and not opening your mouth.
No, there is with David. The first is difficult, the second impossible.
I know, and that's why I've made up my mind to tell Tina the whole story. And to make a quick exit before Anne talks me out of it. Goodbye.
No, David, wait. Oh, I'm sure he's making a mistake, aren't you?
No.
You're not?
He'd make thousands anyway.
Oh.
We've got the sitting room to ourselves. Sheila's washing her hair, so let's make the most of it. Sofa?
Yes, right. Tina, before we go any further...
We haven't even got to the sofa yet.
Well, I have.
And I'm right beside you. Now then.
There's something I've got to tell you about last night.
Oh, dear. Is there?
Anne's right. Lying's not my strong point, and that's what I've made up my mind to do.
Lie to me?
Yes. No, to tell you the whole story.
If you must, but as fast as you can. Sheila won't be all that long.
Well, briefly into the point, then. I got fast with Pauline last night. Oh, hello, I'm off to my usual start.
Now, calm down and try again.
I took her to the cinema.
Oh, did you indeed?
Yes.
And what happened?
Everything. But believe me, through no fault of hers.
Well, there's nothing like admitting it.
What?
That you made all the running.
I did? Oh, no. If I said that, I got it the wrong way round. You see, it all began because...
Is it likely to be a long story?
At this rate, yes.
Then couldn't you kiss me first?
My pleasure, darling Tina. I say, why didn't I think of that?
It all began...
No, because Pauline was sitting uncomfortably close to me.
Well, she'd hardly be sitting 3 seats away.
I know, but it wasn't just that she was sitting next to me.
What then?
Well, I was sitting close to her all the way down.
Oh, shame on you.
On me? Oh, no, I've got that the wrong way round, too. Look, I'll start again.
It's okay. I get the gist. Pauline was playing footy-footy.
Well, yes.
And then?
Well, I moved my legs and started on the woman on the other side. No. She did.
Stop.
started on you.
No, started to complain. Well, anyway, to cut a long story short.
And not before time.
The woman complained to the usherette. Pauline swore she'd never seen her before, and I ended up kissing the manager.
No, I thought not.
Ended up by being escorted out.
Oh, dear. Poor David. What a nightmare for you.
Well, I'm glad I told you about it.
Would you say she was attractive?
Who, Pauline? Oh, in an obvious sort of way, yes.
As attractive as me?
Oh, good gracious. Comparing Pauline with you is like, well, comparing a tank to a Rolls Royce.
A Rolls can go quite fast.
Oh, good heavens, yes. 100 miles an hour plus.
And Sheila's still washing her hair.
Well, what on earth's that got to do with... Oh, gosh, I see what you're getting at. Darling, Tina, I have missed you.
And I've missed you, darling.
Good heavens.
What?
I was just thinking. It's a good job there's a 70 miles an hour speed limit. The first cooked breakfast I have had in 4 days.
Why? What does Richard have?
Just coffee. He's watching his weight, and needs to.
Middle-aged spread?
No, concentrated at the front. But you know, Anne, you were right about him.
He is gay.
Not even vaguely.
He's not?
Wears the permanent fixed grin of a losing candidate listening to the mayor announcing the election results. But you were right about him in one respect. He really doesn't let things worry him.
No?
No, lets his wife worry about them instead. He's a complete Peter Pan, not to mention ostrich and something of a rabbit.
How?
Beats a breezy retreat the moment Celia says boo. Drinks too much as well. And you know why?
Why?
Because if he didn't, he'd be a complete nervous wreck. Now, that description hardly fits Tony, does it?
Well, I'd never have recognized it as Richard.
And the moral of our story? Better the dog you know.
However crusty.
No, not you, Tony. Well, I wouldn't have said he was.
Nonsense, he's got a shocking temper. It's soon over and forgotten, though.
Spend a few days with Richard and you'll be only too glad to get back and have a row with him.
Spend a few days with Richard and I wouldn't have long to wait.
No, but seriously, compared with Richard...
Tony's twice the man. I've always known that.
Well, I've been wasting my breath, then.
No, it's good for me to be reminded. It's done me good, too. I might even hang on to Tony a little longer.
Well, I should. And if you ever think of getting rid of him, just think of...
Morning, Ellen.
Oh, morning, Tony.
David will pour out your coffee for you, darling. I'll go and get your... Oh, I haven't kissed you good morning, have I? There. The breakfast won't be long.
Now what does she want?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, she does. Something prompted her to kiss me.
Yes, me. Saying she doesn't realize how well off she is to have you for a husband.
Oh, don't tell me she's been bemoaning her lot again.
On the contrary, she's decided to hang on to you for a bit.
Shall we start from the beginning?
Well, it really began before I went away.
Then let's begin there.
Well, Anne had got the idea Richard was terribly gay.
I've been known to be gay in my time.
I know, that's what I said.
And Anne said?
When was that? Only as a joke, of course. Anyway, I've come back and rather destroyed his image.
So she's decided to hang on to me even if I am neurotic.
Well, whoever said you were?
She did, remember, the day you left.
Oh, worried a bit, perhaps. I don't know about neurotic. But I do know...
No, sugar. I'm cutting it out. Yeah, you do know what?
Well, what Anne said about you just now.
Oh, what was that?
Look, compared with Richard, you've got twice the paunch. Compared with him, you're twice as crusty.
Oh, for heaven's sake. So she has been bemoaning her lot.
No, I got it all wrong.
What did she say, then?
By comparison, you're twice the moaner. Twice the rabbit. Nervous, twice the man.
Don't say another word. Not another word. Understand?
I understand why, too.
You do?
A familiar phrase, but it could have been specially coined for me.
Meaning?
Least said, soonest mended.
That was A Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and Percy Edwards as Psyche. Richard was played by Victor Lucas, Celia by Pauline Letts, and the voices on television by John Graham. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Edward Taylor.
A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of Bachelor Bliss with Brenda Bruce as Anne, Colin Gordon as Tony, Muriel Pavlo as Tina, and George Cole as the shy young bachelor himself, David Alexander Bliss. Does Bliss consider the English are still too reserved? My Machiavellian pretext for a recent visit aimed at trapping him into a session of verbal gymnastics.
Oh, I've never found Englishmen all that reserved myself, particularly when it comes to talking to strangers on trains.
No?
Tell you the story of their life at the drop of a guard's flag.
How about English women?
Oh, no, look, I'm not unaware that that's a catch question.
In what way?
In the hope of getting me so embarrassed I get myself in a tangle.
The thought never crossed my mind.
Yes, well, I'll go no further than say that it's not entirely unknown.
Meaning what?
Well, there have been times when I've caught women unawares on trains. Times when I've tangled with women on trains. Times when I've talked women into it on... This is my stop.
Mine, too. Back to the present and to the Fellows' house, where David, his married sister Anne, and brother-in-law Tony will soon be operating the hotline.
So, Marlowe and Ridgway's export department is open for business at last, eh?
Yes, and I'm already feeling sorry I've got the job of running it.
Why?
I've got to entertain a VIP overseas buyer.
Bye-bye buyer, bye-bye job.
Giovanni Francesco Bergonzi.
The VIP?
Buys for his father's chain of department stores. He's about 30, speaks perfect English with a slight accent, and, as Mr. Marlowe put it, he's a handsome-looking sort of fella. I've got him on my hands for 2 days, and it's going to be quite a headache.
I'll be only too glad to take him off your hands in between times.
In between times?
In between Tony going to the office and coming home again.
No reaction, Tony?
None.
Are you that sure of me?
No. That sure you'll get the same reaction from a 30-year-old Italian.
Where's something hard and heavy?
On top of David's shoulders.
I thought he might like to go to the local theatre, so I've booked seats for tonight and lunch at the Rothschild.
What's on this week?
Almost anything. It's a la carte. The theatre. Some touring Shakespearean company in the Merry Wives of Windsor. Knowing what to talk about's my trouble.
Talking at all is your trouble.
I must be on my way. Bye-bye, Psyche. Be a good dog, won't you, eh? Psyche, stop that. Psyche.
She's wishing you luck with Signor...
Giovanni Francesco Bergonzi.
Oh, even the name makes me weak at the knees.
Never your strongest point.
Now, listen.
I made a point of being firm when I booked lunch at the Rothschild, so I should have avoided the first pitfall.
What's that?
You get a table behind one of those pillars they have there, and people have been known to starve to death. Waiter! 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 I'm sorry, Signor Bergonzi, only it's a bit difficult to catch their eye from behind one of these...
my dear boys, it's of no consequence.
Oh, you wouldn't say that if you knew what it was like here. People have been known to starve to death behind one... Ah, here comes one now. Pillar! Waiter! Waiter! There's a menu on that table over there. I'll pop across
No, don't bother, old boy. I already know what I will have. Prawn cocktail and for the main dish, steak tartare.
Oh, how's that done exactly?
It is not done. The steak is raw.
Raw?
It is better for you. It retains all the goodness.
Oh, always providing you can retain it.
Chopped up, garnished with hard-boiled eggs and capers, served with salad and French dressing. I promise you, delicioso.
Okay, if you say it's delicioso, I'll risk it and have the same. Now then, if I can just get hold of a waiter.
Oh, no hurry, old boy. If necessary, the danger of starvation is easily averted. We have, after all, tablecloths.
So?
Set fire to it and send up smoke signals.
I doubt if that'll be necessary. There's one heading our way now. Indian. Column. Pillar. Waiter. Have you got a box of matches?
Before resorting to such inflammatory tactics, I suggest we relax for a little.
I'm terribly sorry, Signor Bergonzi, but I did make a
Please,
special point about...
There's no need to explain, but you will call me Giovanni, see?
Yes.
And you are...
Terribly sorry. Oh, my name, you mean? Oh, Signor Bliss, but you can call me Mr. David Bliss, but you can call me Esquire. David.
I have the impression you are perhaps a little nervous.
A tribute to your powers of observation. A little, yes. Truth is, you're the very first overseas buyer I've ever entertained.
And you have me on your hands for 2 days. You know, I do not envy you, David.
Well, I can honestly say it's a pleasure, VIP. Giovanni.
I think I will stave off the pangs of hunger with a roll and butter.
Me too. Yeah, I've made 1 or 2 tentative arrangements, Giovanni, but the butter's here, look. But if there's anything you'd specially like to do... please...
now I know precisely what I would like.
Then just say the word.
I would like a girl.
Oh, your wish is my Girl?
A girl.
A member of the opposite? Yes, of course she would be, wouldn't she?
A girl, yes.
You wouldn't like to say another word? I mean, that is, I thought perhaps you'd like to go to Windsor and spend the night with the Merry Wife. Go to the theatre tonight and see the Merry Wives.
No.
No?
A moment ago you called me, I think, VIP, a slip of the tongue, naturally.
Oh, very naturally.
It means, I think, very important person, see?
See.
So it is of importance to your employer that my every wish...
Is satisfied.
And so?
You wish to satisfy a girl. No, you wish me to find you a girl.
A nice young girl of, say, 22 or 3?
Offhand, I wouldn't know where to lay my hands on one. And that could have been better put.
I wouldn't wish you to be under any misapprehension.
Oh, believe me, I'm not.
My intentions, as you English say, are purely honorable.
Yes, and as we English reply, you can tell that to the Marine... merely by looking at you.
Tell what precisely?
Well, that you're not that sort of Marine. You're the sort of sailor. A man.
I don't wish to lose my temper.
Oh, I don't wish that either, but I must
You
say...
English have now changed. Still you are Victorians, Puritans. You have such attitude to sex, you think only wrong things. Never, never do you think a man wants to meet girl for the sake of company and for this sake only. That a man can be lonely. See, as I am lonely, travel all the time all over Europe, buy merchandise for my father. But no, you think a man always wants girl for other reason. And I am finding this disgusting. You understand, disgusting. And you, I am disappointed, bitterly disappointed.
You're right, Signor Bergonzi. Absolutely right. I ought to be ashamed of myself. I am. And somehow, I don't know how, but somehow I'll fix something up for tonight.
A foursome, perhaps, and we will dine here, huh?
Yes, but not behind the pillar.
But this is no longer a problem. Losing my temper has attracted the attention of our waiter.
Well, oh, yes, there you are, waiter. Now then, let's see. To start with, we want 2 girl cocktails. There are 2 French girls in the raw. There are 2 hard-boiled dishes we can have a caper with. Giovanni's certainly making my job easy for me.
How?
Knows exactly what he'd like to do.
That is a help, then.
He'd like a girl.
Yes, well, that shouldn't be... A girl?
A member of the opposite sex.
He didn't seriously have the nerve to ask you to find him one.
Yes.
But just like that.
Just like that.
The cheek of it.
And of course you apologized profusely, said you simply didn't know anybody.
No, said I'd fix something up tonight.
Well, I should think so, too. Look, what do you say? What?
That I'd fix something up tonight.
Oh, for goodness sake, David,
Even you must see the complications.
Not to mention...
The danger.
Not to mention that.
You know, I'm surprised at you two. True, I had the same reaction at first, but then that's me. I expected better of you. A more liberal outlook, but no. No, do you know what you are? Typically English. Typically puritanical. Narrow-minded, in fact. I'm sorry, but there it is. So narrow-minded that you automatically jump to the wrong conclusion. It doesn't occur to you, does it, that he might want the company of a girl for the sake of the sex and for that sex alone? It doesn't occur to you that a man can sometimes be lonely, particularly a man like Giovanni, who spends his life traveling all over girls. Traveling all over Europe, buying girls for his father. Merchandise. No. You can only think of the other reason. Well, I must say, I agree with Giovanni. I am finding myself very disappointing. I'm finding myself disappointed in you. Bitterly disappointed.
I hate to have to say this about your brother, darling.
A complete mental collapse.
Oh, it's bound to happen sooner or later, of course.
There was so little holding it up.
A genuine egghead.
David, an intellectual.
No, soft on top and doomed to end up cracked.
All right, go on. Make fun of me. But isn't it just conceivable that his intentions might be honourable?
Not when he happens to be a hot-blooded Italian.
And what's that but the typical English attitude towards foreigners?
Oh, don't be silly. Everybody knows about Latin lovers.
Well, Tony was never hot-blooded then.
Never.
I resent that.
Come to think of it, I do seem to remember one evening when we were courting. Mind you, it was a very hot summer that year.
In other words, you admit you're wrong about Giovanni.
I certainly don't.
Then perhaps you tell me the difference.
I can't get used to you in the role of free thinker.
Man's answer to Bridget Brophy.
I do know that you're wrong, though.
Well, how can you know I'm wrong when... Oh, that'll be Tina. I left a message at her office.
All right, I'll let her in and leave you to Tony.
Fix up friend Giovanni with a girlfriend and you'll really be asking for trouble.
But how can you possibly say that? You're talking about a man you don't even know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, David, ask Tina what she thinks.
What I think about you.
Oh, hello, darling.
Hello, Psyche.
We were just discussing David's VIP Italian.
Apparently he's making David's life terribly easy.
How?
Knows exactly what he wants to do.
Saves you all the trouble then, darling.
He wants a girl.
Then who's to say a girl?
A member of the opposite sex.
Oh, he didn't seriously have the cheek.
Careful. Bridget Brophy's got nothing on David today.
Given a chance, he launches into a speech as long as any of her novels.
Yes, and with some equally purple patches.
What about her?
The dewy-eyed innocence of swarthy-faced Latins.
I adore Italian.
You see? A liberal mind at last. It's a good job, too, darling. I'm counting on your help.
With what?
Well, fixing Giovanni up with a girlfriend for this evening.
Now, I don't think I can help you there.
Well, I suppose it is a bit late in the day to spring it on you.
I was thinking of him springing at her later tonight.
Yeah,
There
you
are.
see, you too.
It's terribly risky, honey.
But, Ella, what possible risk could there be in us having dinner as a foursome?
As a foursome?
Giovanni and I, you and the girl.
Oh, that's different.
You didn't mention that
before.
I didn't mention it because everybody was too busy jumping to conclusions.
Okay, then. Now, let's see. Who can we think of? I know. How about that friend of yours?
Of mine?
Friend of an ex-girlfriend. We went to her party not so long ago.
Of course, Linda Lloyd.
She seemed the right type. Nice and gay.
Yes, very. I've got a phone number down somewhere. You're right. Linda's game for anything.
And she's the one you want.
I shall ignore that. Ah, here we are. 589-2902. You know them, don't you, Tony?
No, sort of. I know Vincent Lloyd's loaded.
And that Ursula Lloyd's intelligent enough, but no free thinker.
Well, Linda's old enough to think for herself.
I know, but if you get Mum on the line, I shouldn't mention Giovanni.
Oh, don't worry, I won't. I'll let Linda break the news to her about him. I always got on well with Mrs. Lloyd myself, but you're right. She's no free thinker. Not where...
589-2902.
Oh, hello. Is that you, Linda?
No, her mother.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Lloyd. It's Bridget here.
Bridget?
Bridget Brophy. Oh, no, Bridget Bliss. Novel Bliss. David. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what I was free thinking of. What I was thinking of. Does your lover happen to be there?
My what?
You're Linda. Only I'd like a quick word with her in Italian.
In Italian?
No. I was thinking of something else. Could I have a word with her, do you think?
Hold on, and I'll call her.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hotblood. Mrs. Lloyd. I don't know what's come over me this evening.
Oh, you were much the same the night you came to the party. Hold on, David.
Yes, righto. Why didn't somebody remind me what I was like on the phone?
You better warn Linda you got into a muddle with her mother.
And keep your voice down in case she's still around.
Yes, okay.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Listen, Linda, I got into a fair-sized old muddle with your mother.
This is still her mother.
Well, then it's bigger than both of us. That is, I'm afraid I've mixed you up with your daughter again. I'm sorry.
No need to be. Either about that or the general confusion.
That's jolly nice of you.
Apart from one minor reference, I managed to make sense of it. Linda's just coming, by the way.
Oh, good.
Meanwhile, perhaps we could clear up the question of the Italian.
Oh, no. I'm going to let Linda break the news to you about him.
About who?
Gio, gosh, I see what you're getting at now. And the explanation of that is that...
You're taking Italian lessons.
I'm taking Italian lessons.
Oh, but why should that be of interest to Linda?
Hand over the mouthpiece.
Hand over the mouthpiece.
You numbskull.
You numbskull.
I beg your pardon.
No, not you, Mrs. Lloyd. I was talking to somebody at this end. Hold on, would you?
You seem to remember Linda saying she'd like to learn Italian, so you were going to give her your chap's name, right?
Right. Hello, Mrs. Lloyd? Let's see, where were we? Oh, yes, I seem to remember Linda saying she'd like to learn Italian, so I was...
You were going to recommend your tutor.
Yes.
I'll hand you over to Linda.
All right.
Hello, David.
Hello, Linda. Listen, I got into a mother and a father of a muddle with your father. With your mother.
Oh, not to worry. If she asked me about it, I've got the perfect answer. What did you ring up about?
Well, it's a bit late in the day to ask you, but Tina and I were wondering if you'd like to make up a foursome for dinner tonight with an Italian friend of mine.
Italian?
Giovanni Francesco Bergonzi. He's 30, very good-looking, speaks...
Say no more. He doesn't need to speak. What time and where?
Better all meet round here.
About 7:30 at Tony and Anne's.
Great, I'll be there. Bye, David.
No, Linda, wait. You don't even know what the muddle was about, so how can you possibly have the perfect answer for your mother?
Simple. I shall remind her who she was talking to.
That makes sense.
You never do. Till 7:30.
Goodbye.
If I'm to Bath, change me back here in
just over an hour.
I must fly. Don't bother to see me out, darling. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
You know something? Linda's right. The fact that I'm perpetually muddled has all the advantages of a dense fog.
Dense strikes the right note.
Oh, people don't expect to see anything clearly. Result is I can get away with anything.
Well, I shouldn't be too sure you've got away with tonight yet. Vincent Lloyd's a prominent figure in the town. Knows everybody who's anybody. Including, at a guess, you're Mr. Marlowe.
More than likely.
And it's not just a question of having dinner with Giovanni as a foursome.
No?
No, it's what he might have in mind for afters.
It's nice to get out into the cool night air.
It is also a lovely night.
And it was a gorgeous dinner.
You wait here, see? I will bring the car round to you.
Hey, it's a Bentley, isn't it, David?
Yes, he's hired it while he's over here.
Special bodywork, actually.
I know. So is the car.
Listen, Linda, I'm not jumping to conclusions, but it's better to be safe than sorry. And it wasn't just a question of having dinner with Giovanni.
It wasn't?
Well, no. He might just be after us having you.
Sounded Irish to me.
A nasty-minded Irishman at that.
He might try to get you on your own. Now, you wouldn't want to be left alone with him, would you?
Oh, dear, wouldn't I? No, I suppose not.
Well, in other words, we'll have to ask him to drive you home first, then drop Tina and me off at her flat afterwards. I can walk from there, okay?
Well, he wouldn't be human if he didn't suggest dropping us off first.
Well, then we'll have to be firm and ask him to make it the other way round.
It mustn't make it too obvious, though.
Wouldn't do to offend him.
Well, I think you can count on me to handle it tactfully.
Think again.
I already have, and I've got me worried.
You'd better have an excuse ready.
Well, it's nearly midnight, and Linda's...
And Mother doesn't like me to be late. Oh, it's better than nothing, I suppose.
Yeah, another thing. I don't think you should go in the front.
Why on earth not?
Well, because if you were sitting beside him, it might give him...
Oh, fiddle-dee-dee.
Fiddle-dee-dee, indeed. I've never heard such nonsense.
I trust him further than
Okay. If it's 2-1, I yield. But, speaking for myself...
Stop speaking altogether. I've just realised I haven't briefed you on what I told Mother.
You mean you didn't tell her about Giovanni?
No, not about him or about the foursome. I left it vague. Said a friend of yours had turned up unexpectedly and that you
The car's coming.
And that you were throwing a little party. Now, that's my story, and if you bump into Mum during the next few days, you'll have to stick to it. Understand?
Understood.
So, how will we arrange the seating? Linda, she will go in front?
Yes, I was fiddle-dee-deed out of that.
I do not understand this expression.
Well, it's just as well. It's just as well for Tina and I to go in the back. And then Linda can yield to you in the front.
That he wants to smooch with me in the back.
Ah, smooch. Now, these I understand.
I bet you do.
Come on, honey. Open the door for me.
Yes, all right.
Oh, thanks, darling. Oh, it's fabulously comfortable. You can really sink back.
I'd sink back more comfortably if Linda wasn't in the front.
Shut up, David.
So, we are on our way, see? Now then, David, old boy, I suggest first I drop Linda, afterwards you and Tina.
Oh, no, the other way round.
The other way round?
If you don't mind.
Oh, not in the least.
It's midnight now, and Mother doesn't like me to be in late. What am I saying?
Yes, old boy, what are you saying?
That it would be easier to drop me off first, and it would be, wouldn't it, Tina?
Would really?
No, wait, I'm not going to be fiddle-dee-deed out of this. That is, I'm sure Linda's mother wouldn't...
Could we have the radio on, Giovanni?
But of course. There, you wish me to find some nice soft music?
Loud.
Loud?
Loud enough to drown David.
Shut up, Psyche. You'll wake up Aaron Tony. Oh, David Bliss.
Ursula Lloyd. Do you know it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
No, what, Mrs. Lloyd?
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Vaguely, yes. Let's see, how does it go? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Da-dee-dee-da-da-dee. Psyche's joining in. Only she doesn't know the words either.
Very amusing.
Yes, it is a good number. Especially if it's put over well. Still, I'm sure you didn't ring up just to
I
ask.
gather the party is still going on.
What party is this?
The party Linda said she was coming to.
Oh, good heavens, yes. Yes, I was forgetting.
Forgetting what?
So she told you that? Told you that it wouldn't be going on all that late?
But it's still going on now.
Yes, still going on now.
And Linda's still there.
Yes, Linda's still here.
May I speak to her?
May you speak to her?
Yes.
No.
No.
Lost her voice, you know. What with shouting to make herself heard and singing and I'll think of something better. That is, I've got a feeling your daughter may already have...
Devil's going on at this city.
Hold on, would you, Mrs. Lloyd?
Mrs. Lloyd?
Linda's not home yet.
Oh, for the love of Mike.
Hello, Mrs. Mike. Sorry about that, love. No. Mrs. Lloyd and scrub round the love.
You were saying you've got a feeling...
That your scrubber's already left. Your daughter. And she has. Left a good 5 minutes ago.
Well, not on her own, I hope. Not at this time of night.
Well, no. As a matter of fact, my brother-in-law, Tony, took her home in the car.
Oh,
Why drag me into it?
Hold on again, would you, Mrs. Lloyd? I'm afraid it's a bit hectic at this end.
What the blazes is he idea of dragging me into it?
It was the first idea that came into my head.
It's the first ever, and needless to say, a disaster. What's more, we're stuck with it.
Why is it a disaster?
Because, Wooden Top, having said I've already left with Linda, her mother's going to expect her back at any moment.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Where is she, do you know?
On the other end of the line.
Blockheads.
Oh, Linda, you mean? Giovanni was supposed to be driving us straight home.
Time, then?
Midnight.
I thought so.
Oh, no, look, Tony, you're just jumping to
I'll
conclusion.
jump on you if you don't shut up. So she's already been adrift 3 hours, eh?
Yes.
Right. Tell her mother I took a whole car full of people home and that I may be dropping off some of the others first.
Ah, yes, I see. So I can't say exactly when Linda will be back.
No, but if pressed, take a risk on it, say half hour or so. Certainly not longer than an hour, okay?
Yes, okay.
Oh, and David, say you didn't see the car go yourself, so you've just been checking up with somebody, right?
Right.
Oh, David, make it sound convincing. Remember, I'm involved now.
Yes, righto. Hello, Mrs. Lloyd?
Yes?
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, only I didn't see the car go, so I've just been checking up with Tony himself.
With Tony?
Yeah, but not with that Tony, another Tony. We got quite a few Tonys here tonight, actually.
But I can take it that your brother-in-law's bringing Linda back.
Oh, yes, we're definitely stuck with that. Well, with that awful problem of getting everybody home.
What time can I expect her, roughly?
I should say in half an hour or so.
You must have had quite a lot of people there altogether.
Quite a lot, yes.
20 or 30 by the sound of it.
Oh, at least that, yes.
Ah, well, I won't keep you. I'm sorry to have got you out of bed.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sorry I wasn't in bed.
Good night, David.
Good night, Mrs. Lloyd.
I shall devote any spare time I may have to inventing a word to cover exactly what you are.
Why? What did I say wrong? Apart from what I said wrong.
You let Mrs. Lloyd trick you into saying that we'd had
at least 20 or 30 people here.
Mum questions Linda.
Linda says something
Mum
like
reports to Dad, branding me as an accessory. Dad spreads the word around. The affair blows up into a major scandal. You lose your job. My business drops away to nothing. I'm forced to sell the house.
And we all have to move to another town.
Not all of us. Dead men don't move. You know what this means, of course.
Well, you just got to find Linda before she gets home.
Do you know the phone number of Giovanni's hotel?
Well, not offhand, no. Anyway, what's the point? I mean, if he was there, Linda would be... My good heavens, you're not suggesting he's taken her back to his...
No. I'd say it was highly unlikely.
To put it mildly.
But we've got to start somewhere, haven't we?
Yes, and if they went on somewhere else after, I suppose the hotel might just have a clue where they might be.
Didn't you tell me he'd hired a Bentley?
Yes. Beautiful job it is, too.
Big?
Oh, enormous.
Plenty of room in the back?
Masses. You can sink back and really stretch your legs out.
It's not by any chance fitted with a phone.
No. I must say I'm surprised at you, Tony.
Surprised?
Well, wasting time chatting about the car when we should be trying to work out where they are. We're keeping watch outside Linda's house, Anne. No sign of her yet, but Tony thought it was time I reported in.
Are you speaking from a call box, Panda 1?
Yes, oddly enough, our patrol car isn't fitted with a two-way radio. Any news your end?
Plenty.
Mrs. Lloyd?
Rang up to say Linda still hasn't arrived home.
Well, it's a good job in a way.
Never mind about that. Now listen. I told her that Tony had phoned me to say the car had broken down and that the all-night taxi service doesn't seem to operate at this time of night, that the breakdown van won't be there for half an hour, and that in the meantime he'll keep on trying to get Linda a taxi. Clear?
Yes, quite clear, Control. Your message timed at 0358.
2 minutes to 4. Well, you'll be able to hear the dawn chorus.
Yes, and I've got an awful feeling Tony will join in.
How is Panda 2?
Nodding off by the look of it.
Why, can you see the car?
The call box is only a couple of yards away.
Convenient.
All round. The Lloyds have got a tall hedge. We can see through it, but I doubt if it... Anne!
What?
I think I just saw Linda going in through the gate.
Over and out.
Roger. Roger. I mean, Tony.
What?
Linda's just gone in through the gate.
Well, don't just stand there. Get after her.
Yes, right.
And David, don't talk to her outside the front door. Bring her out here.
Why?
Never mind why.
Oh, gosh, yes, I get it now. Her mother might come down.
David, the girl's halfway
up the garden path. Your message timed at... I'll get right.
Of all the stupid scatterbrain, how can you scatter what's never been there?
Linda.
David, you gave me quite a start.
I know, and I still caught up with you.
How do you mean?
I can't talk to you here.
Can't talk at all by the sound of it.
Come out to the car.
Why?
Your mother might come down and open the front door.
I already have.
Already has. Come on, quickly, before she... Mrs. Lloyd, I didn't realize you'd sneaked out.
What on earth are you doing here, David?
Bringing me home, of course. Oh, no, dear, that won't do. David told me Tony was bringing you home.
Oh, he did?
The whole thing couldn't be more of a mystery. Come along inside. Shut the front door, Linda. In here, David.
Ah, thank you.
Now, the last thing I heard was that Tony's car had broken down. Oh, but then I expect you know all about that.
Oh, yes, Control told me when I reported in.
Could we have that again? Slowly.
No, Anne told me when I reported in from saying goodbye to the last of the guests. And that, Mrs. Lloyd, is how I happened to be here. I got onto the all-night taxi service, managed to get one straight away, picked Linda up and brought her home.
Oh, well, that solves that. Did you enjoy the party, darling? Fabulous time. Know anybody else there besides Tina? No, not a soul. How very strange. What's so strange about it?
Oh, come now, Linda, you must admit it is a bit surprising.
Why?
Well, let's face it was a pretty big foursome.
Foursome?
For some of the time, I was going on to say. There were 30 or more people there.
Well, I was just going to say I'd love a cup of coffee. Would you like to go and make some, darling?
Oh, yeah, you're all right. But don't you bully David now. Whatever happened was my fault, mine alone, and nobody else's.
Now, I wonder what she meant by that.
Just what I was wondering.
Well, let's stop, We've had enough mysteries for one night. I think it's an awfully good idea of yours to learn Italian, David.
Well, I don't know about that, but the chap who's teaching me is absolutely marvellous.
Io parlo l'italiano.
Oh, no, don't tell me you speak Italian.
Well, I just have.
Yes, well, so far, of course, I've only learnt the sort of phrase I'd use if I was speaking to overseas buyers.
La vedrò domani mattina alle ore 9.
Well, there you are, you see. I'd never use that.
But all I said was, I'll meet you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
No, I know, that's what I mean. I'd never meet them that early.
I don't suppose you'd ever use benvenuta in Inghilterra.
Oh, no, never.
Welcome to England.
Yes, well, after that, there's only one answer.
What?
My chap must be Spanish. Only joking. The truth is, I'm so tired, it's completely gone out of my head.
Truth is, it's been a lie from start to finish.
No, whatever makes you think that?
Because it sounded like it.
Ah, yes, but you're forgetting something, Mrs. Lloyd. You're talking to me.
Meaning what?
I always sound like that.
Good night, David.
Good night, Mrs. Lloyd.
Oh, do you want to phone for a taxi?
Oh, no, it's all right. I've got Panda 2 waiting outside. Giovanni Francesco Bergonzi, very much a man and very much to be trusted.
So going to the nightclub was Linda's idea?
Yes, said so herself on the phone this afternoon. Sounded as fresh as a daisy, too. That's more than Giovanni did at lunch. He's having an early night tonight, by the way, so we can all... Oh, that'll be Tina. Hello?
Oh, hello, David. It's Mrs. Lloyd. When Linda arrives, would you tell her I found one of her earrings lying on the floor? You know, just in case she thinks she's lost it. All right?
Yes, all right.
And see she's not too late this time. Bye.
Goodbye.
What on earth was all that about?
I haven't the foggiest idea. But I think I know what it means.
What?
Night patrol for Panda 1 and Panda 2. That was The Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and Percy Edwards as Psyche. Giovanni was played by Anthony Vickers, Mrs. Lloyd by Pauline Letts, and Linda by Carol Mason. The Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Edward Taylor. A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of Bachelor Bliss, with Brenda Bruce as Anne, Colin Gordon as Tony, Muriel Pavlo as Tina, and George Cole as the shy young bachelor himself, David Alexander Bliss. Does Bliss consider there's any future in marriage by computer? This week's excuse to call on him a day or two ago. Oh, you mean fill in a questionnaire designed to reveal your basic character, feed it into a computer?
And out would come the name of a possible wife.
Well, out of the question from my point of view.
Why?
Well, feed in my character and out would come a rejection slip.
Well, Sister Anne and husband Tony seem very happily married.
Yes, but they were definitely a BC.
BC?
Before computer.
Talking about them doesn't embarrass you?
Not in the least. So there you are. You won't trip me up that way.
They're a united couple?
Couldn't be more united. Yet they still retain their separate identities. That's the whole secret, if you ask me.
And it's really true in that case?
Oh, good heavens, yes. Tony may blow his top occasionally and do his nut about being master in his house.
But it doesn't amount to anything.
When it comes down to it, he's got a genuine respect for Anne's mind.
In other words, they're a well-balanced couple.
Unusually well-balanced. Couldn't be better, in fact.
David, old lad.
Oh, hello, Tony. We were just talking about you.
Oh, what were you saying?
That you may blow up occasionally, but when it comes down to it, you've got nothing up top. When it comes down to it, you're unusually unbalanced. No. You couldn't be more of a nutter. No.
I left, leaving him to sort it out. Back to the present to join David and Anne for The Insecurity Guard.
I wouldn't mind. Heaven knows I wouldn't mind. Only it just happens to be the third time in a week Tina's put me off.
Well, only because she's been working late interviewing people.
I know that. And I know that working on a magazine, irregular hours are part of her job. I mean, I'm not stupid.
There's overconfidence for you.
It shouldn't be necessary to put me off that often, Anne. Not if she's properly organized. 3 interviews out of the blue inside a week. It doesn't make sense. Fact is, she falls for the atmosphere of glamour surrounding the people concerned. Now, I wouldn't want you to get the idea I'm jealous.
I'll try not to.
But the first time, it was a pop star. Male, needless to say.
I'll go on trying not to, despite that.
The other 2 times, that film star, Michael Crane, described in today's paper as having an animal appeal.
It's no use. I failed not to.
Well, you must know I trust Tina.
I know you've got every reason to trust her.
And you don't think I've got any grounds for complaint?
I can even prove it.
Well, I'd like to know how.
She's put you off 3 times in a week. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yes.
Yet you were out with her on Monday night.
Okay, then. 3 times in 10 days.
You were out with her last Thursday night, too.
Well, 3 times in a fortnight, and that's my last offer.
You also saw her over the weekend.
You can drive a hard bargain.
On Saturday evening and all day Sunday.
Do you think I ought to see a psychiatrist and find out what's wrong with me?
Not really.
You don't think it's that serious?
I think the shock might prove too much for you.
I do trust her, though.
You remember that song with the title, Love is a Many Splendid Thing?
Vaguely.
Well, there could be a follow-up called Jealousy is a Many-Headed Monster.
For example?
Oh, good gracious. Well, for example, fathers can be jealous of their own children. And children of each other.
And of other children.
Yes, and mums of other mums. You must have heard them. To hear Mrs. Worthington talk, you think that her Jeremy was going to grow up to be Prime Minister, and the closest he'll come to that is getting himself arrested outside number 10.
I'm sure you're far too sensible to feel the same about Alexander.
What? That he'll ever become Prime Minister? Well, of course I don't think he will.
Well, that's what I said.
I know he will. Like so silly of all those other mums. People can be jealous about almost anything. Of other people's success.
And possessions.
As Tony will be about Clive Howard's new car.
Well, I'll believe that when I hear it.
You will, as soon as he hears about the car. And then there's just no end to it. People can even be jealous of a dog's affection.
And a dog of not winning ours.
Whatever's Psyche trying to say?
That she doesn't need to be jealous because everybody's mad about her.
But you know, as often as not, and this applies in your case...
Oh, I completely forgotten we were talking about me.
Well, it springs from insecurity.
Oh, nonsense. Why should I feel insecure about Tina? I ought to be sure of her by now.
Well, how about being sure of yourself?
To coin a phrase, that's an ass of a different colour.
A prize ass, but normal enough.
Normal?
Completely.
Do you know, that's the first time anybody's ever said that about me.
Normal in this one respect.
Well, you would have to spoil it.
I'll make up for it by psychoanalyzing you.
Oh, you qualify?
Fully. And for an obvious reason.
What?
I've been married for 17 years.
That counts?
Well, it's only one of the many things a woman has to be.
Meaning?
Wife, mother, cook and housekeeper, chartered accountant, vital if you're going to manage on your housekeeping, nursemaid to your children, wet nurse to your husband, guide, philosopher, vamp, and psychiatrist.
Say no more. I'll lie down on the couch.
Lacking confidence, you feel that you can't compete with the Michael Cranes of this world.
Well, who could? He's not only got an animal appeal, you know. He's got an earthy sensuality, too. No, I can hardly match that, can I?
Not unless yours is underground. But you have got an appeal of your own.
Animal?
Household pet. Now, what's the matter with her?
Jealous because you said I was a household pet. The green-eyed monster strikes again. Not you, jealousy.
Every bit as deadly as Frankenstein's monster.
Except that Frankenstein was destroyed by his.
Jealousy can destroy a man and turn him into a monster.
It can?
Dracula, Rasputin, Fu Manchu, and the Marquis de Sade rolled into one.
Then you'd better get on with the psychoanalysis while there's still time.
You're already on the turn. Remember what you said about Tina? That it shouldn't be necessary for her to put you off so often, not if
she was properly organized.
A snide remark, was it not?
Oh, slightly snide.
Knock, in fact?
I'll settle for tap.
I control it now. It's later than you think.
Yes, well, I think you've cheered me up enough for one session. I'll settle for a few cooking hints instead.
When you seeing her next?
Any minute now.
I thought she cancelled your date because of an interview.
Yes, but she said she'd pop in for a few minutes on her way to Mr. Crane and his animal sensuality.
No, for goodness sake, David, I'm surprised at you. Really, I am. The poor girl's obviously gone out of her way to consider your feelings, and you behave like this. Now, you listen to me. I'm going to give you a solemn warning.
Well, now you're sounding like a soothsayer.
Well, then heed what I say, because believe me, it's good sooth. When she arrives, don't even mention Michael Crane.
She'll probably mention him herself.
Then change the subject, but not with a jerk.
Smoothly.
You better have something up your sleeve, ready.
Well, I don't have to prepare anything, not with Tina. There's so much I can say about her.
You can begin by saying how sweet it is of her to pop in at all.
I know. A lot of my past girlfriends wouldn't have bothered. But then she's different from all the others. Altogether different. Different all round. Herself, in fact. A complete person. She's not just pretty or attractive either. She's got a sort of, it sounds corny, I know, but a sort of inner beauty. And it's reflected in her face. I forget which of his poems it comes from, but Keats once wrote, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever." That's Tina for you. A joy forever. Do you know, I can be in my blackest mood, but when she walks in, it's like...
Like what?
Drawing back the curtains on a lovely morning and letting in the light.
Now, who would have believed you were capable of that?
You'd be surprised what I'm capable of where Tina's concerned.
Yes. Well, we won't go into that too deeply.
Oh, ever not. I only said you'd be surprised what I was... Let's change the subject.
You'll have to change it with less of a jerk if she mentions Michael Crane.
Oh, don't worry, I will.
I'm not worried now. You've got plenty up your sleeve. Especially the joy forever bit. That'll make her day.
Oh, seeing her will make mine. Even if it is only...
In you go, Tina.
Oh, thanks. Hello.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Tina.
Hello, Psyche. Tony was just putting the car away as I came in the gate.
Yes, and now I'm going upstairs to freshen up. That being the best excuse I can think of for leaving you and David alone.
Well, I think I better get back to the kitchen.
Good thinking all round.
I'm afraid I can't stay long, darling.
Oh, that's all right. Just seeing you has made my day, Joy. Have you got time to sit down?
I've certainly got time to hear about Joy.
Joy who? Oh, gosh, I see what you mean. I called you Joy.
Yes, you did.
Oh, that's simple enough to explain. I was thinking of a line I quoted to Anne.
What was that?
A girl like Joy is a beauty forever.
It's pretty plain you've got her on your mind.
It happened to be you I had in mind, oddly enough.
So what did you mean to say?
That you're a plain thing and forever odd. It's plain, you'll be forever simple-minded. Honestly. I go from bad to worse.
I have noticed.
All I'm trying to say, believe it or not, is that you reminded me of Keats.
Wasn't he a man?
Reminded me of something he wrote.
What in particular?
A masculine woman is a joy forever. That's it. That's my last word. I don't know who first said silence is golden, but I bet they had me in mind. But it doesn't matter with you, does it? You understand me.
I love you.
Oh, now that's made my week. I love you too, darling Joy. Oh.
Never mind. I'll change my name by deed poll. It'll be easier.
Darling. Oh, gosh. I can't think of a single thing to say after that. You'll be glad to know.
Is that clock right, honey? I mustn't be late for Mr. Crane.
Yeah, according to my subject, it's 5 minutes change. 5 minutes slow.
According to your watch?
Yes, but don't go by that. He's inclined to be fast.
He?
It.
It doesn't really matter. Mr. Crane will...
Oh, by the way, Tina. Sorry to interrupt, but there's something I simply must say.
A second ago, you said you couldn't think of a single thing.
I know, but I'll have to now. I have to say this now. Leave it till later, and I might forget.
Say what? Forgotten already?
No, of course not.
What then?
Well, just give me a moment. I'll sort out what I've got left. I'll sort out my thoughts and tell you what I left unsaid. I know I had it on the tip of my sleeve. Had it up my cuff. I had something to say. Now, let's see. What was it? Have I told you you're not pretty or attractive like any of my other girlfriends?
No, and I trust you won't.
Why? Oh, gosh, I see. I left out the just, didn't I? Not just pretty or attractive like the others.
Meaning I've got something extra?
Yes, and you're different, too. Different from anybody else I've ever known.
I am?
Rounder altogether.
So that's what you meant by something extra?
Different all round. Yourself, in fact, a complete jerk. Complete...
You wouldn't, by any chance, be worried about my interview?
Not even vaguely.
Not even about who it's with?
Well, of course not. Why should I be worried about Michael Sard? After all...
Michael who?
The Marquis de Crane.
Michael Crane.
Michael Crane. After all, interviewing people like him is a sensual part of your job.
Sensual?
And essential. It did sound a bit like sensual there, didn't it?
Very like.
I also know that to you, interviewing him is like interviewing any other animal. No, monster. Frankenstein.
Jealousy. The green-eyed monster.
Yes, but it isn't that I don't trust you. It's just that, well, it's a bit difficult to explain.
You're sure of me, lack confidence in yourself.
No, not as difficult as I thought.
Don't let it get a hold on you, honey. It could prove dangerous.
I know. That's what Anne said. And it makes sooth, too. It makes sense.
Which is more than you ever do. Must fly, darling.
I'll see you to the door. Yes, okay, come on. When do I see you next?
Tomorrow night?
Fine for me.
Here about 7.
Marvellous.
And I won't have to put you off this time.
Well, let's hope not. Here, I'll open the front door for you.
Well, watch it, won't you, darling? What Anne said made good soup. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Yes, righto. Hope the interview goes well with Michael Manchu. Michael... I know. Ought to be thankful I got away with it. And I am.
There's no need to ask you if everything went smoothly. I can see it written all over your face.
I only wish I could say the same about myself. I behave like a proper Charlie.
Well, jealousy can make Charlies of us all. Which reminds me.
What?
I wonder if Tony knows about Clive's new car yet.
It's no good. You'll never convince me about that. Why, good gracious, you and the Howards have been friends for as long as I can remember.
So?
Well, Tony's not likely to be jealous of Clive having a new car.
You wouldn't say that if you'd heard him on the subject of their new stereo radiogram.
Well, you've got a stereo set, too, and yours is bigger than theirs.
That's why we've got it. It had to be bigger than theirs.
Seriously?
The green-eyed monsters had a direct effect on the size of practically everything we own. We can't afford a new car, though, so bitterness is bound to set in. And we'll know the moment it does by Tony's opening remark.
Why? What'll he say?
I'm the last person to say anything against old Clive.
But? Then he'll start gently knocking him.
Gently? The new car rates the full carpenter treatment. He'll cut Clive down to size by saying he's had more than his share of luck, including having his house bought for him by his father-in-law. Chip away at his success by saying that he was only made a director of his firm because one of the other directors happens to be a relation of his. It was the other way round, as it happens. Then hammer away at him for being ostentatious. You know, Clive can't wait to tell you what he's bought or what it costs, and that's something I can't stand. And so on and on and on.
Well, how do I cope with it if he mentions it to me?
Well, just go with the wind and wait till it blows itself out.
Anne, Alexander wants you to go up and say goodnight.
Yes, all right. A future Prime Minister needs his sleep.
Tina's gone then, David.
A minute or two ago.
Nice little car she's got.
By kind courtesy of the magazine.
Oh, her too, eh? What's the worst of being like me, a one-man business?
You'll have to buy your own car.
No, make do with the one I've got. I believe old Clive Howard even gets his cars bought for him by the company.
Oh, you have heard about it then?
Heard what?
That he's got a new car?
No.
Oh, dear, haven't you?
No.
I wouldn't have mentioned it if I'd known. Sorry.
Why sorry?
Why sorry? Well, because I know you'd like one yourself.
Yes. You don't seriously think that would make me jealous of Clive having one, do you?
No, not for a moment.
I hadn't heard about it, actually, but I soon will. Take it from me, I soon will. I'm the last person to say anything against old Clive. But what?
No, I thought you were going to knock something, sorry. They were going to say something. I expect you're wondering how the knock got into that.
Yeah, fascinating.
I thought Psyche was going to knock that occasional table over. Oh, yes, you were. Near enough. Sorry, Tony. You were about to knock something. Say something.
Only that Clive's been unusually lucky, eh?
No, I agree with the wind there. I agree with you there. I expect you're wondering how the wind got in.
Probably through the hole in your head.
More than likely. But seriously, though, Clive has been lucky.
To put it mildly. Not that I've got a chip on my shoulder about it.
Well, of course not. You're not that sort of carpenter. Not that sort of chiseler. Person. I expect you're wondering what all that was about, too.
That's the least you can expect.
Yes, well, Anne and I were talking about buying Alexander a model carpentry set. Mind you, I think she's got a point.
Meaning what?
That he might cut himself down to size. I might cut his,
With the clues thick on the ground. Carpenter, chiseler, cut down to size. It's not difficult to work out what's been going on. You and Anne, carving me up as usual.
I say that's rather neat. Carving you... No. I didn't say a word about you.
Dinner served. Clear space on the table, David. Oh, and Tony, something's gone wrong with the kitchen tap. I can't turn it off.
You've got the same trouble with your brother.
Well, don't be long, darling. I don't want everything to go cold.
I already have.
Implying?
That as far as you and David are concerned, winter has set in. Have you ever thought of having him lagged round the mouth?
Don't tell me, I can guess. You slipped up and let him know that I said he was jealous of Clive.
I'm terribly sorry, Anne.
Oh, well, never mind. Let's put it down to you being upset about Tina.
I wish I was as many-headed as jealousy.
Why?
Well, I might have one that worked. Michael Crane phoned here.
And asked me for Tina's number.
And you gave it to him?
Well, I didn't know what to do.
Well, I would have done. What time did he ring?
About 5 minutes ago, wasn't it, Tony?
About that.
Well, that settles it. Something's going on between them. Something is definitely going on. And it doesn't take a genius to guess what.
Fortunately.
Well, I'm sure there's a simple explanation, David.
Well, of course there is. Something's going on, and I intend to find out what. Not that I need to. It's only too obvious. I'm not completely green.
Oh, it's a fine line.
I can't wait to hear what story she'll trump up when I confront her with it. She'll cook up something, though. Deception obviously comes easily.
It's all right, I'll answer it. Anne Fellows?
Hello, Anne. Tina, could I speak to David?
Yes. Hold on, Tina. I'll just see if I can find him.
See if you can find me.
I wanted to give you a chance to calm down.
Stands to reason she's rung up to put me off yet again.
Now, look, you don't want to lose her altogether, do you?
Well, no, but...
Then act naturally.
Are you sure that's good advice?
Well, just be your subhuman self. Now, not a word about Mr. Crane or about him phoning, clear?
Perfectly.
Calmer now?
Completely.
Phone.
Thanks. Hello, Tina. Calm here.
Hello, darling.
Sorry to have kept you holding on, only Anne was just briefing. Just breezing around looking for me. How are you, darling?
We're just fine. And you?
We're just abnormal. Usual.
Look, honey, I'm pushed for time, so all I'll say for the moment is that I'm terribly sorry.
I'm not surprised.
I haven't told you why yet.
I know, but even I can put one and one together.
David.
Yeah, not that I mind, of course.
What did you mean by putting one and one together?
Nothing, really. Only we've just had a phone call from from a mysterious crank.
When?
About 5 Michaels ago. Minutes.
I'm afraid I can't make tonight after all, David. I'm rushing off to another interview. I'm sorry, but there it is.
No, don't be silly. It's all right. After all, trumping up interviews is part of your job.
Trumping up interviews?
Cooking up people. Interviewing cannibals.
Tomorrow being Saturday, I could call round in the morning. 10 o'clock all right for you?
Yes, fine.
I'll explain everything then. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Tina. All right, so I messed it up, and I couldn't care less. She thinks she's very clever, but it's palpably obvious she's running off to that animal Crane. But did she say so? No, she did not. She left it vague. Said she was rushing off to another interview without saying who with, adding that she'd explain everything in the morning. Giving herself plenty of time to think up a good story, of course. Well, she's wasting her time, because from now on, she is, as far as I'm concerned, an ex-girlfriend. And I'd hate to tell you what X equals.
They say losing your temper is good for the adrenaline glands.
I've got enough anger building up inside me to keep my adrenaline glands fighting fit for the rest of my life.
And not a thing to go on.
What about not mentioning she was going round to see that animal?
You can't be sure she is.
Well, of course she is. He phones and asks for her number. She phones and puts me off. That's too much of a coincidence. I'm surprised at you for taking her side.
Well, don't just stand there, Tony. Say something.
I'd feel the same if I was in David's place.
Forget I spoke. Just stand there. What time's she coming round in the morning?
10 o'clock.
Well, then the least you can do is to wait till you've had a chance to talk to her tomorrow.
Wait till tomorrow? A couple more minutes and he'll have convinced himself they're having a full-blooded affair. What's more, if I was in his shoes...
I've told you once, just stand there in your own shoes.
Look, I've got a better idea. You haven't been to the clubhouse since we had the restaurant built on, have you, David?
What, is your golf club?
Yeah.
Well, no.
Well, you can have a pretty good nosh up there, you know. And, well, I don't know whether I've mentioned it to you, but I was recently elected a member of the committee.
Haven't mentioned it to David. You stopped strangers in the street and told them.
Treating that with the disdain it deserves. How about you and I, David, having dinner there, eh?
Well, that's very kind of you, Tony.
Having dinner out when I've spent hours slaving over a hot stove?
Why, what have we got?
Cold lamb and salad. Oh, no. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Oh, so do I, except that I doubt if I'll be very good company.
Oh, I'll risk that. How about it, eh? It'll only take me about 5 minutes to change.
That's about the kindest gesture I've ever known, but I doubt if it'll be much help.
Oh, what's got into you today?
Well, if I'm right, and I'm certain I am, this is the 4th interview in succession Tina's had with old King Sensuality.
So?
She's writing an article about him, not compiling an encyclopedia. Not that I blame her entirely. You said jealousy might turn me into a monster. Well, he's one already. A complete Dracula, feeding on the girls, ensnared by his fame. But I would have thought that Tina, of all people, would have... David Bliss? Hello?
Hello, it's Tina again. I'm phoning from a call box.
I know, I heard the pips. You better give me your number in case I have to ring you back there.
Oh, no point, honey. I'm in too much of a hurry.
In every sense.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Nothing.
I rang up to say I might just be able to pop in later on this evening, if you think it'll be any use.
Yes, all right.
But I can't promise. You understand?
Only too well.
I know what you meant by that.
Saves me explaining then.
I'm not going to count 10.
No, you're going to count Dracula instead.
If I'm coming, I say if. It'll be around 8:30. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I've never seen anything like it since Jekyll and Hyde. She's going to try to get round, isn't she?
Yes.
Because she doesn't want you worrying. And you'll reward her with a cheap joke about Dracula.
She deserved it.
I'm going to get so hopping mad in a minute.
You take your turn in the queue. Well, don't you see what's happened? She's on her way to Michael Crane's, starts thinking back over our first phone conversation, realizes I've twigged what...
Look, you're going to have to stop your flights of fantasy now. We've got another problem coming up fast.
Tony.
Busily changing.
Oh, I'm sure you'll understand.
Don't count on it. At a guess, he'll advise you to leave her a curt little note saying that you've decided to go out to dinner.
Well, what would I gain by that?
Well, it's a well-known gambit in the battle of the sexes. You feign indifference, your partner faints into your arms.
Does it work?
It wouldn't with Tina. And Tony knows that it wouldn't.
Then why would he suggest it?
Well...
No, not the old GEM. Short for...
Green-eyed monster. Yes, in a sort of way.
Oh, come now. Tony jealous of Tina?
Put out, hurt, call it what you like, but yes. He thinks of himself as a tough man of the world, but he's really a very sensitive plant.
He is?
Crossed with a cactus.
A prickly pear, in fact.
Easily bruised, though. I don't see what you can do about it either, unless... Yes, of course, that's the answer. I'll take his side. Whatever he says, whatever he advises you to do, I'll side with him, okay?
Well, if you think it'll do any good.
Finest tonic for any man.
What?
Letting him think he's in the right.
Well, how do I react, though?
Or pretend to dig your heels in and get really stubborn.
What? Say something like, I've decided to stay in the hope of seeing Tina, and that's all there is to it.
Or something even stronger.
I couldn't care less what either of you think. My mind's made up, and that's final.
I think you're being very stupid, David.
Why? Was that too strong?
No, that's what I'll say when
when I throw my temperament. I get the idea now. Let's run through it again.
No, there's no time. Just see that you put up a better performance than usual.
Well, don't worry. I'll give it the full prima donna.
But start by saying how sorry you are, right?
Oh, I couldn't be sorrier. And it couldn't have been a kinder gesture. Only, well, if Tina is...
Ready in 4 minutes flat. Not bad going, eh? I must say I'm looking forward to it.
I can't go after all, Tony.
Can't go?
Tina phoned to say she might be able to pop in later.
I see.
I couldn't be more sensitive, honestly, Plant.
You what?
I couldn't be sorrier, Prickly. I'll get it right if it kills me.
You'd better, or I'll do it myself.
I couldn't be sorrier, Bruiser.
Oh, for goodness sake, David, what are you trying to say?
How sorry I am. And I am, Tony. It couldn't have been a kinder cactus. A kinder act. Us was just talking about it.
Many's the time I've been convinced you'd achieved the ultimate in muddles. Once again, I'm proved wrong. Could we hack our way through the jungle?
It was a very kind gesture, and I feel badly about letting you down.
Oh, my dear chap, don't give it a second thought. As long as you know what you're doing.
Yes, I know what I'm doing.
Waiting in on the off chance of seeing her.
I'm not sure that's wise, are you, darling?
Wise or not, my mind's made up.
That's plain stubborn.
Yes, well, this is one time when I'm going to dig my heels in.
Well, I think you're being very stupid, and I'm sure
I couldn't care less what either of you think. Unwise, stupid, and stubborn it may be, but I am not going to leave her a curt little note saying I had to go out, and that's final.
Who said anything about leaving her a note?
You did, didn't you?
No.
You didn't?
No. You did.
Oh, so that's who it was. I had a feeling that's what you were going to suggest, but it wouldn't work. Not with Tina.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that old gambit in the battle of the sexes. I feign indifference, you feign into my arms. Tina faints into your arms. Mine. She'd never fall for it.
Yeah, you may be right at that.
It's no use arguing, Tony. My mind's made up.
Tony wasn't arguing.
And it's no use taking his side, either.
I wasn't.
If anything, we're both agreeing with you.
Yes, well, I don't happen to agree with either of me. I have got a mind of my own, strange as it may seem.
It's always seemed that.
To you, perhaps, but I'm still entitled to my opinion, and nobody's going to change it. Not you, or Anne, or anybody else. Heaven knows I don't often throw a temperament, but I'm going to give such a hopping performance in a minute. I'm going to get so hopping mad. I think perhaps I'd better go into the other room and wait for Prima in there.
Prima?
Tina. She's my girlfriend, it's my life, and for once, just for once, I'm going to do what I like with her.
It goes without saying that you put him up with her.
Oh, only because I didn't want you to feel hurt.
No, for heaven's sake, do you really think that I'm such a sensitive plant?
I think you're sensitive.
How quickly could you get changed?
In about a quarter of an hour. Why?
I was just thinking.
What?
Well, if we're going to have a row, we may as well have it in the clubhouse restaurant.
So you're on your way, then?
Yes, Anne was ready in double time.
Well, don't you mean double quick time?
No, double the time she said she'd take.
Are you sure you don't mind being left on your own, Poppy?
Good heavens, no.
That may be Tina now.
Oh, doubt it. It's not even 8 o'clock yet.
I'll go. I've got to get the car out anyway.
If it is Tina, David, don't start making any wild accusations. mention Michael Crane.
You don't have to brief me. I have made up my mind. A poor thing, but mine own. But I'm going to do it my way.
And that's by far the best way, I suppose.
Hello.
Oh, so it was you.
Hello, Tina. Has Tony told you
That you're going out to dinner?
We'll probably see you when we get back. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
How did the interview go, darling?
Very well.
Oh, jolly good. Let's sit down, shall we?
Aren't you going to ask me anything about it?
No?
Why not?
Because I trust you.
And you don't even want me to tell you who it was with?
No, not even Michael's name. Mention his name.
I tried to see him 4 times altogether. Once...
You don't have to tell me. I trust you implicitly.
Once at the studios, 3 times at his home. Tonight I finally made it. He showed me all over the house, too. It's an enormous place. Ridiculous, really.
What?
Well, having a house that size and living all alone. You should see his bedroom. Big as a dormitory. And as for his bed...
All right. I get the message. All that poppycock about only seeing him once, you didn't expect me to swallow that, did you? Well, now I've got a couple of things to tell you.
Oh, what?
I trust you implicitly, and I was putting on an act.
You had me completely fooled.
Yes, I did, didn't I? Success at last. My second tonight, actually.
Second?
I also got the green-eyed monster under control. Not easily, mind, but I really got to grips with it.
Then I envy it.
Now, how do you mean?
How do you think?
Oh, gosh, I see. Darling Tina.
Oh, after that, well...
What?
Who's Michael Crane?
That was A Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and Percy Edwards as Psyche. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Edward Taylor. A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of Bachelor Bliss, with Brenda Bruce as Anne, Colin Gordon as Tony, Muriel Pavlo as Tina, and George Cole as the shy young bachelor himself, David Alexander Bliss. What does Bliss think of the girls of today? Armed with this catch question aimed at setting him off into a characteristic display of verbal fireworks, I called on him a day or so ago.
Now, look, it's quite plain you're only asking me that in the hope of tripping me up yet again.
The thought hadn't even entered my head.
Well, it didn't have to. It's taken up permanent residence there. It's become an obsession with you.
I give you my word as an interviewer and a gentleman...
Oh, come now. You can't be both, surely.
I should have thought the question was quite harmless.
Except that you know perfectly well I'm going steady with Tina.
A very beautiful girl she is, too.
Ravishingly beautiful.
But what I'm interested in...
is getting me to put my foot in it.
Is getting you to put forward your view of modern girls in general.
Well, sounds harmless enough, put like that.
And concerns neither Tina nor your family in any way. So why should you object?
Because I know what you really want, and because, anyway, the answer's obvious.
Meaning what?
Well, that Tina's the only girl in the world I want to put in the family way. Beauty in the world I'm interested in ravishing. Get it? Okay, you win.
A hollow victory, as I happen to be fond of him. Back to the present to join David, Tony, and Anne for Some Are More Average Than Others.
And how's the toy export drive going?
Oh, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I had lunch with an important overseas buyer only yesterday, a Mr. Olafsson.
Olafsson?
Sven Olafsson.
Pass the butter, Poppet.
Oh, yes, right, huh?
Danish?
Well, why ask me? Anne bought it. Olafsson. Yes, he is. And he was telling me that in all the 20 years he's been coming to this country, not that I can do anything about it, of course, but in all that time, he's never been invited to have a meal in an English home.
So you want us to have him round for dinner?
Now, why didn't I think of that?
One night this week?
Marvellous, yes. Now, you wouldn't have to do anything special for him, because that's the whole object of the exercise. He wants to see how a typical English family lives.
I'll make him that dish out of my cookery book. What's it called? Steak à la Bordelaise.
No, you couldn't have anything more typically English than that.
And I'll get a couple of bottles of Nuit Saint-Georges to wash it down.
You know, look, you both missed the point. He wants it to be a completely normal, average evening.
Sandwiches, light ale, lights down, eyes glued to the telly.
When did I last give you sandwiches for supper?
The night before last. Not that I'm complaining.
I should think not.
They made a welcome change after the eternal leftover stew.
I have never in my life given you stew. Casserole, yes. Stew, never.
What's the difference?
Casserole sounds better. Righto, that's settled then. Steak a la Bordelaise as the main dish, pâté or something like that for starters, and then I'll whip up an exotic dessert, and we'll have a nice selection of cheeses.
Yeah, the risk of repeating myself, he just wants you to behave as usual.
We often have 3 courses.
Well, only on special occasions.
When we have guests to dinner.
Yes.
Well, your Mr. Olafson's coming to dinner, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, there you are. We'll be behaving as usual.
Speaking for myself, I wouldn't want Anne to behave in any other way, and for an obvious reason.
What?
It's the only time I get a decent meal.
One more word.
I take it back.
Now, let's see. Carol breaks up from school tomorrow, so could we make it Friday night?
Couldn't be better. A typical English family, complete with 15-year-old daughter and 5-year-old son.
Yes, and like most families, we've even got a skeleton in the cupboard.
I know, but Olafson's already met me.
It'll give me a chance to do this room out and wash those curtains.
Oh, now, look, there's no need to go to all that trouble.
Nothing unusual in that?
No?
Oh, good heavens, no. An unexpected ring at the front door, and Anne turns out the room before answering it. Believe me, many a call is frozen to death on the doorstep.
If you are trying to pick
No, I take that back, too.
You better.
Nobody's ever frozen to death on the doorstep. A few cases of frostbite, perhaps.
All right, so I do have a quick tidy-up before I answer the door.
Not always that quick.
No, because you get in my way, putting on your jacket, combing your hair, patting it into place.
I do not pat my hair into...
I can tell Olafson Friday's definite, then.
Yes, and that he'll see at least one important aspect of the British way of life.
Which is?
Keeping up appearances.
Ah, now that reminds me. You'll have to have a bath, Psyche. Right. Well, would you believe it? She usually barks the place down when I mention the word bath.
What did all that mean?
That she's a typically English dog. Old Olafson's really looking forward to tomorrow night.
Who?
Sven Olafson.
It's always the same. Every time Carol comes home from school, it's the same.
Oh, no, not a clash between her and Tony.
Over her new mini dress. She put it on to show you this morning, didn't she?
Yes.
Well, would you say that it was all that short?
Well, I've seen many girls in shorter. Many shorter girls in many. Many girls of her age.
In shorter, yes. Well, Tony's forbidden her to wear it. I wouldn't mind, only I have to act as
wife, mother, and referee.
Oh, what makes you think I was going to say that?
Because that's what you said once before when they had a clash. Also, that Tony tends to play the heavy father.
I deny saying a single word of it.
You do?
The single word tends. He plays it all right, full-bloodedly.
Well, you covered that last time.
I did?
Said he was something of a Papa Barrett, and that he vets her boyfriends with all the thoroughness of a full-scale police investigation.
Yes, and now he started vetting her clothes. Well, what's the poor girl expected to do? Go into Perdar and wear a yashmak?
The no Eastern Promise look.
I'll tell you one thing. But for me...
You're not going to wear it, Carol, and that's final.
There's the vet at it again. In the other room. That's Carol slamming defiantly out.
You could have fooled me. I thought it was an earth tremor.
But for me, that dress would have...
That's his picture falling off the wall. I'll hang it up again.
That thing, Tony's mother lumbered us with that.
I say, it's a good job I wasn't standing underneath it. I'd be suffering from concussion by now.
They wouldn't have shown.
You were saying, but for you.
The dress would have been shorter, and what happens? Tony not only accuses me of... That's Carol shutting herself in her room. I'm not saying there's any danger of either her or Tony becoming unhinged.
I should hope not.
But I wouldn't want to make a bet on the doors.
I hope it's not going to be like this tomorrow when Olafson's here.
Could last a week.
Comforting remark.
I'm not in a comforting mood. Tony not only accused me of not backing him up, but also
You don't tell me, I'd rather not know.
Of actively encouraging her. The fact is that...
Don't tell me, I'd rather not know.
Where Carol's concerned, he's a real old fuddy...
It stopped raining at last.
What?
It's been terribly wet out today.
Changing the subject on purpose.
Well, a trick you taught me.
Yes, and you've always made a mess of it.
Well, I won't from now on.
You sure of that?
They say practice makes perfect.
They'd never say it if they knew you.
Well, I stopped you with it, and that's vital at the moment.
Why?
Because anything you tell me about Tony is like an old movie on television.
I don't see the connection.
Bound to be repeated.
I see the connection.
Well, you must see it's better for me not to know what you were going to say.
Fuddy must have given you a clue.
You'd be surprised how dim I can be at times.
Not in the least.
If Tony asked me about the dress, I should say I haven't even seen it.
That's a direct lie.
Oh, I wouldn't rate it higher than a little white lie. Anyway, I'm determined not to get involved. Strictly neutral, that's me.
You won't hold up for 5 minutes against Tony.
I won't have to. Tina will be here in a second and we're going out. Thanks for your encouragement, huh?
Carol's gone to her room, threatening a hunger strike, and I'm all for letting her carry it out.
I think it's a lot of fuss over nothing.
I'm not on hunger strike, and it's way past supper time.
Supper is waiting in the oven.
It can come out now.
With luck, burnt to a cinder.
Oh, well, David. How are you?
Oh, I'm neutral, thanks. You're strict. Thanks. Oh, fine.
So you know all about it?
About what?
Implying you don't know?
Well, there seems to be a bit of an atmosphere here between you and Anne.
Over that new dress of Carol's. Not that I blame her. Anne's the one I blame. Truth is,
It stopped raining at last.
What?
Oh, it's been a terrible vet out today.
It's been what?
A terrible vet. Terribly wet.
So, Anne's been complaining that I vet Carol's clothes.
No.
Oh, supposing I do. What's wrong with that? For heaven's sake, the child's only 15.
Yes, I know.
She'd never have chosen a dress like that if Anne hadn't encouraged her.
Oh, it's no good asking me about it, Tony, obviously.
Why?
Well, I didn't even know she bought a little white lie. Bought a mini dress.
I don't remember saying it was a mini.
Oh, your memory.
On the other hand, I do remember you being at breakfast when she mentioned buying it.
Mentioned it then, did she?
Yes.
Yes, well, I'd forgotten about that, but you can take it from me, that's all I do know.
Meaning what?
Well, I haven't actually seen her in the yashmak, so I wouldn't know whether it's too short.
Yashmak?
But I haven't actually seen her in Purda. I've seen her in the East. In
the dress?
Yeah, not yet, no.
Possibly because you've been too busy listening to Anne running me down.
Oh, no, that's just where you're wrong. I refuse to listen. I mean...
Then she was running me down?
No.
Oh, don't be a twit. Of course she was. I know what she's been saying, too. All the old chestnuts she always trots out that I play the heavy father.
Oh, now, look, Tony, I can honestly tell you she didn't say the single word tens about you. But I didn't tend to say a word about you.
Do you know what you are, amongst other things?
Well, don't tell me. I'd rather not know.
A human quiz game, so let's see if I can come up with the answer.
Well, there's no answer to come up with.
She didn't say the single word tens about me.
You're wasting your time.
She said I definitely played the heavy father.
1 point to your side and on to the next question. No. Seriously.
I was right, then. Not that I'm surprised. That's a perennial. I expect she called me a Papa Barrett, too.
No, she didn't. And that's the truth.
What did she call me, then?
She didn't call you anything, Daddy. No, Tony.
Another point to my side.
How?
Fuddy-duddy.
2 points ahead and on to the... No, you're wrong.
I suppose that's an improvement on Papa Barrett.
She certainly didn't call you that.
I wonder.
I give you my word.
Because she didn't have time to get round to it?
No, because I said it first.
Ah! Did you indeed? And what the blazes has it got to do with you?
No, you don't understand.
What right have you got to interfere between Anne and me?
I wasn't, Tony. I was...
If it's come to that, you may as well pack your things and get out tonight, interfering over something
But you don't understand. I was only trying to...
You're going out for supper, aren't you, David?
If not permanently.
What does that mean?
That I've told him to pack up and get out.
Oh, why?
It was all a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding, my Aunt Fanny.
You were about to say, David...
I told Tony I called him Papa Barrett. But what he doesn't realize is that I was only quoting... I think perhaps I'd better leave.
No doubt about it.
But it'd only make it worse if I tried to explain now. But I promise you it wasn't what you... Well, that'll be Tina.
Then I should go and answer it.
Yes, all right. Excuse me, won't you, Fuddy? Tony.
Get out.
Getting. No, Psyche, you stay in there. I'll see you both later.
We'll send your luggage on.
Coming.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Tina.
Sorry I'm a few minutes late, only the crisis is still on.
What crisis?
I told you. Sheila's mother wants her to go back to living at home.
Oh, yes.
So I may be looking for another flatmate.
Well, I might be glad to move in with you myself.
That's a highly immoral suggestion.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
Well, what did you mean?
Well, I might be looking for another girl to live with. I might be looking for someone immoral to live on. I might have to leave here.
You've got a crisis on, too?
Yes, and it could be dodgy. Olafson's supposed to be coming to dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, me too, remember? I bought myself a new mini dress for the occasion.
Oh, don't tell me about it. I'd rather not know.
Well, what's wrong with mini dresses?
Nothing.
But you don't think I've got the right legs?
Well, of course you've got the right legs. You'd hardly have somebody else's. Only joking. Yeah, that happens to be what my crisis is over. Carol's bought herself a new mini dress.
And why not, pray?
Well, that's about my only chance.
What?
Praying.
You can tell me about it over dinner.
Yes, but hold on. I want to hear what's going on in there.
What do you think's going on?
Tony, listen for a second.
Silence.
Well, that's all right, then. Anne must have managed to...
Oh, hello, Tina.
Hello.
Just passing through to bring in the supper.
Anne?
Yes?
Atmosphere all right in there?
Shocking.
Thick?
Can't see a word ahead. For days.
Not on speaking terms. That's great from Olafson's point of view.
Just what he wanted.
What?
A typical evening in an average English home.
Blast. I said blast.
Hello, Anne. Where is everybody?
I can tell you where the butcher is. On his way home, having failed to deliver the steak he promised. Olafson wanted it to be a typical English evening, didn't he?
Yes.
Good, because we're down to egg and chips.
You know, Anne, wait. How's Tony?
How would I know?
Meaning he's not home yet?
Meaning we're not speaking.
Honestly, all this over a mini dress.
No, that's over for the moment, but only for the moment. She's defied him.
You don't mean she's actually wearing it?
That's enough, Carol. Go and change into something else at once.
That's me answered. That's Carol slamming out. I'll hang it up again. Oh, it's okay. The glass hasn't broken.
The night's still young.
Oh, don't say that. Olafson will be here at 7. What on earth did you and... Oh, Carol shutting herself in her room. What did you and Tony clash over this time?
Alexander. And borrowing the car to do the shopping. Tony refused.
Well, who can blame him? I wouldn't let a 5-year-old drive my car.
He refused to let me.
Yeah, I did realize. But I don't see how...
Carol, open this door.
Locked herself in.
Starting another hunger strike. Yesterday's lasted almost an hour.
But how did Alexander come into it?
He developed a temperature this afternoon. Only slight, I admit.
The start of World War III?
Alexander banging on the floor for me. I gave him a...
I'll hang it up again this time, but that's my lot. Gosh, it shows how unobservant I am.
What?
This painting. It's the first time I've realized.
Carol!
First time I've realized it's the Stag at Bay.
It's probably the first time it's been at bay.
Who was saying what? Oh, yes, you were just saying you'd given Alexander something.
A walking stick.
Oh, do you think he needs one at his age? Oh, I see, to bang on the, Yeah, and I can guess the rest. You put him to bed because he got a temperature, and Tony accused you of pampering him, right?
Yes, but it was not letting me have the car that really got my goat. The fact is, he can be...
Don't tell me, I'd rather not know.
He can be plain cussed at times, do you know?
No, and I'd rather not.
He even dragged up that old red herring about women drivers being inferior, and who, may I ask, backed our car into a lamppost?
No, you may not. Strictly neutral, that's me.
You tried that last night and it didn't work.
I've tried everything in my time and nothing works. I don't mind admitting I'm at my wit's end.
I know, but at least you didn't have far to go.
Of course, that's it. That's how to handle Tony if he asked me what you've been saying.
How?
By telling him, in my most disarming way, that I simply don't know how to cope with the situation.
What, and deprive him of the chance to use you as a whipping boy?
You're rotten of me, I know.
You'll never get away with it.
Oh, I don't know. Might just take the wind out of his sails.
Not so much wind as hot air.
Oh, it's worth a try, especially with Olafson due here in half an hour. He hasn't confirmed his... Oh, that'll be Tina. She said she'd...
All right, I'll go.
Said she'd come round early to give you a hand.
I haven't got anything she can give me a hand with. That's Tony's fault, too. If I'd had the car, I'd have collected the stake myself. I don't mind telling you.
So I've noticed. Now, we should stop.
He's a fiend in these moods.
I've got my fingers in my ears.
He is a fiend!
Well, it's no good. I'll have to get thicker fingers. Look, I want you to go and see what Alexander wants.
Yes, and I'm sorry I ever gave him that walking stick.
Oh, because he's been banging for you so often?
No, because the mood I'm in, I may want it to beat Tony about the head with. Which reminds me he forgot to get any drink in.
Well, there's none in the house.
Only what's in the cupboard there, if anything. Oh, it's going to be riotous.
Anne, did you really think it was necessary to send for the doctor?
In my opinion, yes.
Not in mine.
I'd prefer his.
He's waiting in the hall.
I'll take him up.
Doctors are busy people, you know.
Even so, I'm sure he'll be able to spare time to have a word with you.
About what?
Your psychopathic egnomania.
My psychopathic? I take it she's been bellyaching on about me yet again.
I'm sorry, Tony, but I've never discovered how to cope with this situation.
What situation?
When you suddenly produce that sort of question out of hot air. No, suddenly sail into me about Anne. Ask me what she said. I've tried everything in my time.
Mostly my patience.
Well, I don't mind admitting I'm at the whip's end, Tony.
At the what?
I'm at my wit's end, boy.
Oh, we're back to the quiz, eh?
No.
A whipping boy.
Oh, I've got to hand it to you. You've got to handle the situation somehow, I know, but,
What the devil's that?
The Stag at Bay.
No, not that. The banging.
Oh, that? Well, that's Alexander. Anne's given him a stick to beat you about the head with.
You're making it too easy for me.
All right, so Anne did say that, but is it so terrible? I mean, it's the sort of remark anybody might make in the heat of the moment. I know I have, many a time.
Said you'd like to beat me about the head?
Well, not about you, and not that exact phrase, but I've said similar things about a lot of fiends like you. About a lot of...
So I'm a fiend, am I?
No, I was getting mixed up.
Well, let's hope so, for your sake.
Oh, it seems Olafson's going to get his average evening after all, thanks to the butcher.
What the heck's the butcher got to do with it?
Well, according to Anne, we're down to red herrings.
Down to me?
Down to your chip about women's drivers.
Last night I told you to pack up and get out. Well, I'm not going to say the same tonight.
You're not?
No.
Oh, thanks for the reprieve.
I'm going to make sure by packing up for you.
The Stag at Bay. And I know just how it felt. Come on, that'll be Tina. Well, it serves you right for getting under my feet. I know, but as one whipping boy to another. Just ignore it. I know you're not a boy. It's just a... Oh, belt up.
Hello.
Hello, darling. Oh, shall I take your coat?
Yes, but prepare yourself for a shock. I'm wearing my mini dress and I think I've gone too far.
Nonsense.
Well, I'm not at all sure about it myself.
Well, you should be. It looks jolly attractive.
Not shocking?
Not in the least. Arresting, yes.
But you don't think I've gone too far?
I think you should be arrested. I think it's very attractive. I'm sorry about that, only my mind's not really on it.
Then I haven't gone far enough.
Why?
Oh, never mind.
Sitting room.
Well, isn't there anything I can do to help Anne?
There's nothing you can do for any of us. We're past help.
Crisis still on.
At fever pitch. About 20 minutes to go before Olafson gets here, and the house is bedlam.
Oh, I'm sure you're exaggerating.
Carol, open this door!
I'm not as sure as I was.
Alexander's in bed with a temperature, and Carol started another hunger strike.
Still over the mini dress?
Yes, and it couldn't be more ridiculous. Hers is nowhere near as shocking as yours. But nowhere near as...
as short.
Which reminds me, I'd better check the drink situation. That's my only hope now.
To get Olafson sloshed?
Well, he's an important customer. Can't afford to lose him. Let's see. About half a glass of sherry.
A small tot of whiskey?
A tiny tot of gin. Abandon hope.
Well, except that my dress might create a diversion.
In what way?
In what way? It's short, isn't it?
Yes, but with any luck, he won't notice. Oh, gosh, oh, I see. I see what you mean.
Shall I shut the drink cupboard?
No, hold it a moment. A friend of Mother's presented Anne with a couple of bottles of wine. There should be one left.
Yes, here, look, at the back.
Explosive, handle with care. It's a homemade concoction and lethal, even to the cork.
Likely to fly out without warning.
Well, the other one nearly had Tony's eye out. Right, we're back in business. One glass of this, and Olafson will think the banging's in his head.
That potent?
Judging by something Tony said when he had a glass of it.
What was that?
I don't know. He was completely incoherent.
So now we know. Oh, hello, Tina. Have you had mumps?
Yes. Why?
Because that's what Alexander's got.
Oh.
No, that's all I need.
Well, what are you worrying about? You and Tony have had it.
What do you mean, what am I worrying about?
Well, you can't have it twice.
What about Olafson?
He can't have it twice either. Oh, good gracious, I see what you're getting at. Could you ring the hotel and warn him?
Well, if he hasn't already left.
Well, let me know what he says. I'll be in the kitchen.
Yes, righto.
Know the number?
No, not offhand.
Directory.
Oh, thanks. You know something? This could be a blessing in disguise. After all, if he hasn't had mumps...
He might not want to come.
And in the circumstances...
That might be as well.
Exactly. 229-0192. You didn't hear the front doorbell, did you?
Not if you'd rather I didn't.
So did I.
But it can't possibly be him yet, can it?
Well, of course not possibly. He's not due till 7, and it's possible.
Only one way to find out.
Who wants to? How on earth am I going to explain all the knocking and banging?
Poltergeist at work?
Causing Tony not only to shout at it, but to name it after his daughter.
Oh.
Yes, he should believe that. Thank you. No, Psyche, you stay with Tina.
I shouldn't say anything about Alexander having mumps. It's highly contagious.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not even going to say he's ill.
Good evening.
Oh, so it is you, Mr. Olafson. Welcome to a typical haunted house. To a typical English home.
20 years I've waited for such an evening.
You'd have to wait 20 years to get another one like it. Shall I take your shroud?
My English is good, but sometimes when you are speaking so quickly...
I go too fast for you?
Yes.
Oh, that's a relief. I mean, it's nice to know you're not infallible. I only wish... Oh, sitting room straight ahead. Wish I had your ear for languages. Oh, in here.
Thank you.
My werewolf, Psyche.
You a dog?
Yes.
He's friendly?
Oh, she, actually. And yes, very.
It is safe then to pet her?
Oh, good heavens, yes. She makes a lot of noise, but she's frightened of her own shadow. Oh, yes, you are.
You are a good dog, yes?
Oh. Psyche, stop that.
Psyche.
Let go of Mr. Olafson's sleeve.
Okay. I've got her.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Olafson. Well, naturally, I'll pay to have it invisibly mended. Oh, and here are the 3 buttons.
There were altogether 4.
No, it shouldn't be too difficult a job to find the 4th. Well, apparently it's an inside job. I really am sorry, Mr. Olafson.
Really, it does not matter. But I would prefer if you call me Sven.
All right, then. Sven.
And my charming rescuer?
Oh, of course, I haven't introduced you. Sven Olafson, my girlfriend, Minnie. Shorty.
Tina. Hello.
How do you do? David was describing your appearance to me as striking. if I'm permitted to agree.
Oh, permission granted.
Also, he was saying...
Yeah, that's my brother-in-law, Poltergeist. Poltergeist, it sounded like, but Carol's door happens to have jammed.
Oh, now, Carol, you are telling me...
Is Tony's 15-year-old daughter.
She also, I believe, is striking.
Yes, just started another one. Oh, striking to look at. Oh, yes, a very hungry girl. Pretty. Oh, Anne's also busy, Sven, so we'll have to act as ghost and ghostess.
This evening you seem obsessed with the supernatural.
Well, probably because I'm writing an article on supernatural phenomena.
Oh, yes, David was telling me. You work on a magazine.
That's right.
Sven, what would you like to... Well, that's Tony's 5-year-old invalid, Alexander. 5-year-old son. That's the stag at sick bay. The famous stag at bay. I'll hang it up again. There we are. Now then, what would you like to...
The picture, I think, is not straight.
Oh, isn't it? Oh, would you like to say Sven, then when? No, I'll repeat that. Would you like to say then, Sven, when? Would you like to say...
It's straight.
Alexander is ill.
Well, yes, with a slight temperature.
Oh, so it is not serious?
Not a bit, no. Now then, Sven, what would you like to catch? Would you like to drink? Gin, whiskey, or wine? Thoroughly recommended.
Oh, what kind is this?
I really don't know. Some homemade contagion. A concoction.
Is there something written on the label, if I may look?
Yes, of course.
The handwriting is not so...
Oh, dreadfully sorry, sir. Dreadfully sorry. Oh, naturally, I'll pay to have your glasses repaired. Did any of the glass go in your eye?
Fortunately, no. Equally fortunately, I carry always a second pair. Or rather, I normally... yes, here they are.
I don't suppose you feel like trying the wine now?
On the contrary, how would you say?
Well, you certainly couldn't say it's corked.
Shows promise?
Wine for me.
Well, stand clear and I'll pour you a glass. Honestly, I couldn't be more sorry about it.
Anne?
Oh, in the kitchen, Tony.
If she doesn't get Carol to unlock that door, I'm going to break it down.
Tony, may I introduce...
All you've ever introduced into this house is trouble.
I don't think he realized you...
I'll hang it up this time.
The famous stag at bay.
Tony's mother lumbered them with that.
One cannot help wondering how it attained its fame.
I know, but I shouldn't stand too close to it. You never know when it's, Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Are you all right?
Apart from a bump on the head, knocking out my glasses.
Yes, I know. They're here, look, underneath the, Mr. Olafson. Sven, there's something I've just got to ask you.
And that is?
Do you by any chance carry a third pair? Torn sleeve, bump on the head, 2 pairs of glasses broken, and he laughed all the way back to the hotel.
He did?
Laughed till the tears streamed down his face.
Must be that wine.
Oh, partly perhaps, but only partly. Typical, he kept on saying. Absolutely typical.
Meaning what? A typical evening in an English home?
In a Danish home, too, apparently. He's got a daughter about Carol's age, and he has...
The same trouble with her?
Well, even the same clash with his wife.
Oh, well, all's well that ends well.
Well, it wouldn't have ended well, but for you and Tony. You put on a marvellous show later on.
Oh, we did.
Well, of course you did. Why, good gracious. You even convinced me you were happily married.
Well, so we are.
I know you are, but...
There's no but about it.
I know that, but... No but.
Yeah.
But I mean...
Well, all married couples have an occasional row.
Well, of course.
Yes, and I dare say some of yours are worse than most. Some of theirs are...
I should shut up if I were you.
We'd have a damn sight less if you weren't around.
Yes, and it's only because Tony...
No, wait, hold it. Hold your horses. The fact is you're not an average family. You've got the advantage of me staying with you.
Advantage?
Yes, and it's gone 11, too.
What the dickens you trying to say?
But even a living-in whipping boy is entitled to time off.
That was A Life of Bliss, with George Cole as David Bliss, Brenda Bruce as Anne Fellows, Colin Gordon as Tony Fellows, Muriel Pavlo as Tina Holliday, and Percy Edwards as Psyche. Sven Olafson was played by Cyril Shaps. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Edward Taylor.
A Life of Bliss. Being the biography of Bachelor Bliss with Brenda Bruce as Anne, Colin Gordon as Tony, Muriel Pavlo as Tina, and George Cole as the shy young bachelor himself, David Alexander Bliss. What are Bliss's hopes for the future? Determined for once to resist the temptation to try and trip him up, I put this perfectly innocent question to him a couple of days ago.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No offense, but no comment. I was pretty raw when you first started this question and answer lark, but I'm not raw anymore. I know how you operate.
I promise you.
Well, sounding like a politician at election time is not going to persuade me to answer it either. Shall I tell you why?
Why?
Because I know what it would lead to. You asking me about Tina, me saying something that would make me want to curl up and die, and her tearing me off a strip for saying it. I've been going out with her for about 8 months altogether, and all my hopes for the future are centered round that.
Meaning what?
That I hope to continue curling up with her in the altogether. Look forward to persuading her to strip off more often. Seeing more of her in the raw.
I wasn't even trying. Back to the present to join David and Tina down by the river for The Modest Hero.
Sun's still bright.
It will be till about 7.
The river looks so inviting, I feel like going for a swim.
Don't be silly, it'll be freezing.
Oh, I don't know.
Nothing, absolutely nothing will get me to go in.
Help!
Famous last words.
There, look, clinging on to the speedboat.
What?
A little boy by the look of it.
Oh, yes, I see him.
Oh, better take your coat off if you're going to swim out to him.
Yes, righto.
And your shoes.
Right.
Help!
Yeah, hang on, I'm coming.
David!
What?
There's no need to take your socks off.
Oh, no, of course not.
Help!
Coming!
No, what are you doing?
Putting my socks back on again.
David!
There's no need to do that. Okay. Here goes. Well, there was no need to dive in either.
Why?
It's only about a foot deep.
Hurt yourself?
Well, just jarred my head.
That won't do it any harm. Oh, go on, darling, quickly. He's let go of the boat.
Yes, all right.
Help me! I'm drowning.
It's okay, Sonny. Don't worry. Grab hold of my hand and I'll pull you to the bank. That's it.
You're supposed to swim on your back and drag me along on mine.
I know, but I forgot to bring my life-saving manual. Yeah, hang on tight and I'll soon have you... Good gracious, it's all right now.
All right?
You're not out of your depth.
Of course I am.
You're not, honestly. Stop threshing around and you'll see for yourself.
Of course I'm out of my depth.
But you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
You're not, you know.
I am.
You're not.
I'm drowning.
Look, I promise you're not in the slightest danger.
I say I am.
You may be right at that.
How?
We'll stand here arguing and we'll both die of exposure. Now, come on, calm down and put your arm round my shoulder. I said my shoulder, not the neck.
Help me!
How can I when you've got me in an arm lock? Look, let go of me or you'll have us... Help!
There you are. You see? Even you're out of your depth.
Yes, and for one very good reason.
What?
You've got me down on my knees. Right, one submission to you. Now then, simmer down, take my hand and head for the bank. That's better.
I jolly well was out of my depth.
Well, at first, perhaps.
All the time.
Yes, of course you were.
Well, then?
We're not counting your head.
I jolly nearly drowned.
Yeah, only a few more yards to go.
Help! Help! I'm being sucked under by the mud.
Nonsense, you've just slipped over, that's all.
I tell you, I'm being swallowed up by the mud.
Well, never mind. Call me Tarzan and crawl for the bank. Tina's there, look. Grab hold of her hand and she'll haul you out.
Yes, here you are.
Her hand, not her ankle.
Careful or you'll...
You mind out, you'll have a...
It's okay, I'm safe now.
And there's only one thing to say.
What?
Would you be kind enough to rescue Tina and me?
All right, then. Open the box.
It's okay, Psyche. It's me again.
You turned down 19 pounds, didn't you,
Get it
Mildred?
off, Tony. I want David to tell us what happened.
Yes, okay. It's amazing what people do to get on television.
Well, what prompted that?
The woman contestant on that quiz program couldn't have revealed more intimate details of her married life if she'd sold the story to the Sunday papers. Even got onto their double bed, believe it or not.
Well, not with the quizmaster, I trust.
My, how you've changed. I can remember when a remark like that would have made you blush to the roots of your hair.
The man most likely to be mistaken for a communist convert.
I don't get it.
Perpetually turning red. And it wasn't worthy of me.
Does our hero feel better now he's changed into dry clothes?
Oh, now, look, Anne, I was no hero.
You rescued a boy from drowning. I'd call that heroic, wouldn't you, Tony?
I'm proud to be your brother-in-law, lad. And you know what it cost me to say that.
Well, you needn't. It's all over and done with.
Always providing the local rag doesn't get hold of the story.
I know. I can just see the headline. Unknown man dives into a foot of water and nearly breaks his darn full neck.
Is that all Well, it was.
The opening paragraph should make good reading, too.
Why, what did it say?
A man who refused to give his name plunged into the river to rescue a boy, pausing only to remove his overcoat, shoes, and socks.
Well, what's wrong with that? You can't swim for... Oh, your socks?
I was in such a panic, I even started to put them back on again.
Yes, that could be classed as meritorious courage in the face of danger.
I'd like to know how.
Determined not to get cold feet.
That's about the only danger I was ever in.
What, dying of cold?
I was numb from the neck down.
That's a new twist for you.
I asked for that one.
Always glad to oblige.
I'm still not convinced Jonathan was ever out of his depth.
That's his name, then?
Jonathan Burkett.
You swam out to him, didn't you?
Waded out most of the way.
And swam the rest.
And started to haul him towards the bank, and then realized the water was only up to my chin.
Well, that's deep enough.
I was on my knees at the time.
Well, I still think it was brave of you.
I still think you showed presence of mind.
You do?
In refusing to divulge your name.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh, Psyche still thinks you're a hero, don't you, huh?
Man's best friend.
How did the boy come to be in the water?
A pal of his dared him to borrow a speedboat and go for a trip.
And Jonathan fell for it?
Jumped aboard, pushed away from the bank, tried to start the outboard motor, and fell over the side.
At which point you gallantly appeared on the scene.
And, though I say it myself, put up a performance worthy of Jerry Lewis.
Then what? Did you drive him home?
Yes, you should just see the size of his house.
Impressive?
There, but for His Grace the Duke of Bedford, was Woburn Abbey.
That big?
If your bedroom was at the opposite end of the dining room, you'd never be short of exercise. Work up a healthy appetite going down to breakfast, too.
I take it that you...
Okay, I'll answer.
I take it that you didn't go into the house.
Huh? Not likely. Drop Jonathan at the front door and beat a hasty retreat. End of story.
Hold on, would you?
Demise of hero.
Jonathan Burkett for Mr. Bliss.
Well, how on earth did he get on to me?
Well, better ask him yourself, yeah.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Jonathan. Hero speaking. David Hero. Here.
Hello, old chap.
How on earth did you find out who I was?
Saw a letter addressed to you in your car. Got the exchange to trace the number. Nothing to it, old chap. Look, Pop would like to see you.
Like to see me?
Yes, only listen. I've changed the story round a bit.
Why? What have you told him? That you rescued me?
No, that I dived in to save a dog, and that you saved us both.
What on earth made you tell him that?
Use your loaf, old chap. I couldn't tell him about the speedboat, could I?
Well, why not just tell him you fell in?
Thought of that, but decided the dog story had more to it.
Well, except that dogs can swim. Confirmation from my dog Psyche.
Wish I'd known you got a dog. I could have worked it in.
Well, I think you've worked on it enough.
Not that any dog would survive long in that current.
Current?
Frightfully strong.
What are you talking about? There wasn't any current there.
I know, but I've changed the spot.
Well, that would explain it. You really have worked on it, haven't you?
I haven't changed all that much.
Well, I'd like to know what else you could have changed.
It's a good job you said that.
Why?
I've changed the time.
Full house.
Had to make it half hour later.
Had to?
Should have been having violin lesson. It's okay, though. I fixed my teacher. Are you and your dolly girlfriend free this evening?
Well, yes, but...
Oh, great. Pop said he'd send the rolls round straight away.
Oh, no. Wait a minute.
Can't talk now. He might come into the room. I'll give you the rest of the gem when you get here.
You mean there's more?
Details, old chap. Just details. Many a slip and all that.
You didn't by any chance mastermind the great train robbery?
No need. Pop's got stacks of loot. Oh, while I remember, I told him I could swim. But that was weeks ago.
Well, that doesn't really count, then.
I'll be watching out for you, so tell Chesterton there's no need to ring the front door bell.
Chesterton?
The chauffeur. But don't worry, he won't talk. He always knows I can put the bite on him.
Well, I've never heard anything like it since Bonnie and Clyde.
Super picture, wasn't it? Not that I've ever shot anybody.
Well, never mind. That gives you something to look forward to.
Except a couple of times with my air gun. Didn't draw blood, though.
Well, better luck next time. I can't believe my ears.
See you in about half an hour.
Now, listen, Babyface Nelson. If you think my dolly girlfriend and I are coming round there to... Hello? Babyface? Jonathan? Hello? Hung up.
What in heaven's name was it all about?
He's changed the story slightly. Swapped the speedboat for a dog, said I saved them both, added a strong current, changed the spot and put the clock forward. Apart from that, it's authentic. Can a boy of 12 be a pathological liar?
All boys are at 12. Some never grow out of it. Have you, Tony?
I resent that.
Hurrying on. Do I gather that you and Tina are supposed to be going round there?
Pop sending the rolls for us.
The roll?
Complete with a chauffeur called Chesterton.
Of course. Why didn't I realize it before? That's who his father must be.
The chauffeur?
Edmund Burkett.
Well, is he somebody in the town?
Somebody. He owns most of it, including, come to think of it, the local paper.
That settles it. I'll send the rolls back.
Well, that's not going to stop his father getting your name in the paper.
Bliss removed socks before rescuing drowning boy.
If you really want it hushed up.
Well, who wouldn't?
Well, then your best chance is to go round and tell him so.
Well, there's something in that. You know, it's funny, but the way things have turned out, there's even some truth in the story.
Meaning?
I really am out of my depth. It's okay, Chesterton. We can manage.
Thank you, Chesterton. Good night. If you had a rose, I might even marry you.
If I had a rose, I could marry anybody I liked.
Oh, so I'm only second best.
Yes, but I shouldn't lose any sleep. My chance of ever getting one is...
Oh, so you've arrived? Quickly, inside. Pop's in the study, but you never know when he's going to bob out. Shut the front door, old chap.
Oh, yes, right, huh?
We'll stand over here by the stairs. Then we can keep an eye on the study door without him seeing us. Right, last-minute details.
Starting with where it's supposed to have happened.
About half a mile from where it really happened. By the weir.
What weir? Where?
Damming up that stream that runs into the river.
Oh, not all that far from the lock.
That's it, yes. And I said you were on the lock side.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better spot. There really is a strong current there.
Nearest thing you'll get to rapids this side of Niagara. A dog wouldn't last 5 minutes. I can just see myself now, plunging in and battling gamely towards it.
You've certainly got a vivid imagination.
I know. I think I might become a writer.
Fiction, needless to say.
Your boyfriend sends you up on changes?
Yes, but I'm not sure I'm prepared to...
He's boss, so you'd better make the story stick.
Oh, you little brat, you. Don't try and blackmail...
Jonathan?
Coming, Father. You two wait in here.
Yes, all right.
I told you I changed the time, didn't I?
Half an hour later than it was.
By the way, what about the boat? Did you notice what happened to it?
It floated away downstream.
Right, see you in a sec. Oh, listen, Pop likes people to stand up to him, so see you do, okay? And don't worry, I'll be there to prompt you.
Little horror.
You've got to admire his nerve.
I like his cheek.
Well, he's only a boy, Tina, and you know, it could be his father's fault. Did you notice how Jonathan changed when he called out?
Oh, it's fashionable to blame the parents.
Well, nobody's ever blamed mine for me.
People aren't that cruel.
No, seriously, though.
You may be right, judging by Edmund Burkett's reputation.
Why, what do they say about him?
Boorish and bullying.
Well, there you are. Having a brute of a father could explain Jonathan.
All right, then we'll go through with it, but we'll have to be careful. There's something else they say about Mr. Burkett.
What?
That he doesn't suffer fools gladly.
Thinks. Could you possibly mean me?
Thinks. I hope the point went home.
It went home.
You'll be all right, but for goodness sake, don't be too glib. Put in a few let me thinks and let me see now.
Well, don't worry, I'll have to think before I answer, obviously.
Why?
Well, I've got to sift faction from fict. Ooh. I'm getting tense.
Sift fiction from fact?
Yes, you know, Jonathan's version from...
In here, Father.
Oh, thanks, son. Ah, good evening. You must be Bliss.
And you must be boorish. Must be brutish.
Brutish?
Burkish.
Burkett.
Yeah, Mr. Burkett.
Heard my reputation, have you?
No, we were just talking about somebody else.
Not about me, eh?
No, different bully altogether. Different person.
Well, you've heard about me, all right, but you don't want to believe everything people say, you know?
I never do.
No?
Well, I certainly didn't believe what she said about you.
What, who said?
My girlfriend. My golly, if you believed all you heard, you'd think the worst of everybody.
First impressions can be wrong as well. I hope. Well, are you going to introduce me, then?
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Burkett, my golly friend, Tina Holliday.
Solid nickname, is it?
What?
Golly.
No, people just call me David.
No, that's what you called me.
Called you David?
Golly.
Oh, golly, did I?
You did, by golly. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. Tina, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, well. You got a good look at Tina. What do you see in the likes of him?
For one thing, he's well-mannered.
Oh, spirited, eh? Yes, I like a girl with spirit. Sit yourself down. Not only pulling his leg. And you, lad, take a seat.
No, thanks. I'd rather stand up to you. Rather stand up. Thank you.
Well, what'll you have to drink?
Oh, nothing, thank you.
Oh, come now. There's no harm in accepting a drink, is there? Even for a boorish old bully like me. And a gin and something?
And tonic.
Ah, that's better. How about you, lad?
No, nothing for me.
Don't be daft. Forget it's a drink. Think of it as a pipe apiece.
No, really, thanks. I don't smoke. Don't drink.
Well, you'll stay and have a bite to eat.
It's very kind of you, but we're due back at my sister's.
Well, you're more than welcome.
I know, but we must get back.
Oh. Well, better go and tell Cook there won't be 2 extra for dinner after all, Jonathan.
Couldn't you ring for Masters and let him tell her?
No. It's easier to send you. And when you've done that, you can go and get on with your homework.
But...
Now, you heard what I said, Jonathan?
Yes, all right.
Yes. Well, I don't have to tell you how grateful I am to you for saving his life.
Anybody would have done the same.
I gather he dived in to rescue a dog.
That's right, yes.
Ah, you've got to admire his nerve.
Well, funny enough, that's just what we...
How much gin, lass? Say when?
When?
Sorry.
I interrupted.
That's just what we were saying before you came in.
What?
That we admire his cheek. Like his nerve. Admire it.
It's a good job you don't drink. You're bad enough without it.
No, but seriously, I do admire him for what he did.
Yes, well, the boy's got pluck, yes. I'll say that for him.
Well, I go even further.
You would?
Well, he's one of the bravest little brats I've ever known. Bravest little boys.
On second thoughts, it wouldn't matter if you did drink. And I can't believe you don't.
What he was trying to say was that Jonathan's not like some of the little horrors you meet nowadays.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure of that. And I wouldn't want you to get the idea I doubt his word. I brought him up to speak the truth, and for the most part he does, you know. But, how much tonic, Tina?
Oh, right to the top, please.
Aye. But he was in a right dramatic situation this evening, weren't he?
Definitely.
So it'd be a bit understandable if he exaggerated a bit.
Well, of course it is.
Yeah.
Would be. But I certainly haven't.
Yes, well, let's hear what happened then.
But you must have heard about it from him.
Oh, aye, yes. Well, I've heard about it from him, yeah.
Well, I'm sure I can't add anything to what he's added. Add anything to what he's changed. Told you.
Have a double scotch. It might work in reverse. Making you nervous, am I?
No.
No need for you to be. Your name's David, right?
Right.
And you're a bit on the shy side, right?
Right.
Well, my name's Edmund, and I'll tell you something, lad. Blunt I may be, but if people are straight with me, I'm straight with them. So you got nothing to worry about, right?
Wrong.
Wrong?
You're to think I was ever worried.
All right, then. Carry on.
Well, Tina and I were walking along the towpath.
Where exactly?
Now, let me sift now.
You can do anything you want as long as it's not vulgar.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Well, I don't understand what you've got to sift.
Oh, Jonathan's version from... verging on a hero, if you ask me.
Definitely a hero, I'd say.
So would I. I mean, it's not every boy who'd risk his life to rescue a boat. And he was...
Boat?
A dog?
We think it belongs to somebody living on a houseboat.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, we suddenly heard a shout for help.
Yeah, hold on a minute. You still haven't told me where it happened.
Let me see now exactly. Where were we?
Could we have that again?
Where were we?
Where were we?
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Oh, yes, of course. You know where that stream joins the river, Mr. Burkett?
Vaguely.
Not all that far from the lock.
Yes, I know, yeah.
Oh, yes, well, that's where we were, by the way.
I'd love to hear what you'd do with the Leaf Police dismisses us.
That'd be comparatively easy.
It would?
The Leaf Police dismisses us. The Leaf Police... We were by the weir.
Jonathan tells me the current's quite strong there.
Oh, yes. He couldn't have picked a better spot. A worse spot. Or put on a better show.
Then what happened?
Oh, I dived in, bumping my head in the process.
Why didn't you say so before? It could explain everything. Oh, dear. Oh, just pulling your leg, lad, that's all. Yes. Now, go on. You were saying you dived in, yes?
Waded my way out.
Waded?
As far as I could. Then swam the rest.
Good swimmer, are you?
Average.
Crawl?
Only on the way back. Oh, I see what you mean. Sort of, yes.
And then?
Well, I managed to haul Jonathan back to the bank and we scrambled out. And that's all there was to it.
What about the dog?
We drifted away downstream. Oh, the dog.
Right.
I went back in for that and managed to haul it out.
Ah, now that's something Jonathan didn't tell me.
What?
What you did with the dog.
Well,
Take it to the police station, did you?
No.
Yes.
Come again?
Yes.
No.
You like to confer among yourselves and have another shot?
We meant to hand it over to the police, but it just ran off.
And headed towards a houseboat.
Oh, well, your story seems to tally with his.
Well, I was quite sure it would.
What sort of dog was it?
I don't know, he didn't say.
Some sort of mongrel.
Small, was it?
Fairly.
No.
No?
No, an Alsatian. Big one at that.
Is that what Jonathan told you?
Yeah.
Well, he might have told us.
It had the look of an Alsatian, but it wasn't really.
No, it wasn't all that big either. But then, as you said yourself...
It would be understandable if he'd exaggerated a bit. Yeah. What time was it?
About 6:30 later. Half an hour after 6.
6:30.
Glibly. Roughly.
It all sounds a bit rough to me. You know what I think? It's mostly a fabrication. Including the dog.
Well, I can't imagine why you should think that.
I'm not a complete fool.
Well, of course you're not nowhere near. You're not a fool at all. But you're wrong, honestly.
Oh, dog, daft.
You really are, Mr. Burkett, except that...
Except what?
You were right about the exaggeration. There was a dog, but it wasn't an Alsatian, and it wasn't all that big. And he did tell you one fib, too.
Oh? What about?
The time. It was nearer 6 than past. Only, you see, he was supposed to be at a violin lesson.
Oh, so that's all it was, eh? Oh, yes. Well, I reckon most boys of his age will tell the odd lie or two.
Well, all boys of his age. And some never grow out of it, have you?
Excuse me, Father. Chesterton wants to know if you'll be needing him again.
Oh, he can take you two home. That's if you're sure you won't stop.
No, I think we better be going.
Well, the going's good, right?
Right. You're wrong. Yeah, we promised we'd be back.
Yes, well, I'll say goodbye then. I am grateful to you, David. You know, I mean, if there's anything I can do for you, you just say the word, lad.
The word. I mean, there is, actually.
Oh, what?
Well, I'd rather this story didn't get into the local paper.
Why on earth not?
Well, I can see the headline now. Bliss dives into a foot of water and nearly breaks his darn fool neck.
Well, I wouldn't have told them that in any case. Still, if that's what you want.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Oh, well, then you have my word I won't say anything to the paper.
Oh, jolly good.
Bye, David, old chap. I'm grateful to you, too.
And with every reason. To feel proud of yourself.
Chesterton's in the hall.
Oh, right. Goodbye, Mr. Burkett.
Goodbye, then.
Bye, John.
Bye-bye, dear. Aye. There's a nice lad, that.
Aren't you going to give the story to the paper?
No.
Seems a pity.
I'm going to arrange for him to appear on television.
Regional television?
Due here at any moment.
But why?
Well, why do you think? You're going to be... Oh, that'll be them now.
Like me to let them in, Anne?
Would you, Tina?
Yes, of course.
I'm going to be what?
Interviewed in the news. And we're all going to be on it, too.
Oh, no, not me. Not likely.
Oh, but you must. Tony'd be terribly disappointed if you stopped him from appearing.
Oh, nonsense. I'm sure he couldn't care less about it.
That's exactly what he said.
Well, there you are.
Just before hurrying upstairs to change into his best suit.
But I don't understand. Only this evening he was saying that it was amazing what people would do to get on television.
And now he's proving it. Tony's got as much of the actor in him as the next. More, if anything. The act he's putting on now is really quite impressive. People have got Oscars for less.
What act?
Feigning disinterest. Sounds so convincing he's got a real touch of the Sir Lawrence Oliviers.
Well, I'm sorry, but disappoint him or not, wild horses...
He'll never forgive you if you do. Not that I mind for myself. I mean, needless to say, I'm really not interested.
Well, I should hope not.
Touch of the Katie Hepburns.
For you too? But it's no use. I've had enough trouble tonight being interviewed by Jonathan's father. I just couldn't go in front of...
Go in front of what? TV camera? Don't see there's much you can do about it. They're setting it up in the other room. Speaking personally, I couldn't care less about appearing.
I know. Anne told me that's what you'd feigned.
Feigned?
Yeah, what you'd acted. Or said. Sorry, getting muddled. Helpfully. No, look, Tony, she only told me you were touched. Touched at the idea of me appearing, but disinterested yourself. I'm glad that's how you feel, too, because I simply couldn't go through with it.
Oh, don't be silly. Of course you could.
I couldn't honestly, Oscar.
Oscar?
Lawrence. Sir Tony. Tony, without the sir. As I was just explaining to Katie, to Anne.
Oddly enough, that's the first slip I haven't understood.
Well, she admitted she was as keen as you.
So you've been telling him I'm keen, have you?
Yes, darling, and you know perfectly well I'm right, aren't I?
Well, yes, for a bit of fun.
Yes, well, I'm sorry, but I simply couldn't...
Come on, Psyche, in here. Apparently we're on in about 15 minutes.
Oh, no, don't tell me you want to be on telly, too.
Who, me? Oh, I can't think of anything I want less.
Sanity at last.
Well, of course I do. Who wouldn't?
A touch of the Audrey Hepburn.
What's the use? I'm outnumbered by 4-1.
4-1?
Sir Lawrence, Katie Hepburn, Audrey Hepburn, and Lassie.
Good evening. Tom Wyatt here. Tonight, News and Views brings you a story of local heroism from the house of the hero himself. Seated here with me, his married sister, Anne Fellows.
Hello.
Brother-in-law, Tony.
Hello.
Girlfriend, Tina Holliday.
Good evening.
And sitting next to Tina, our hero, David Bliss. Now then, David, could you tell us what happened in your own words?
Well, there was nothing to it, really, so I'll keep it short and to the point. Keep it as brief as possible. We were walking along by the river, heard a shout for help. I whipped off my coat, handed it to Tina, dived into my socks, swam out to the dock, got it by the knees, then went back in and managed to drag the bank to safety. No. Got that awfully mixed up, didn't I? Never mind, I'll start again. Heard a shout, helped Tina off with her briefs, managed to get her down on her knees. He crawled out to the boy and found him an awful drag. Start again. We heard a shout. I dived into Tina's shorts, managed to get her down on her knees, and waded out to the...
Thank goodness all the TV people have gone. No more calls from viewers.
Well, only because Tony's taken the phone off the hook. Never stopped till then. All saying exactly the same. How wonderful it was to see someone as genuine as David. Genuinely shy, brave, genuinely, etc., etc. Oh, by the way, I had a look for him in the garden, but he's not out there.
No, he's out with Psyche. He left this note on the hall stand.
Dear Anne, Tony, and Tina, sorry seems so inadequate, but what else can I say? You three mean everything to me, you know that. The last people in the world I'd want to embarrass, to let down. I'd go to a head shrinker, but doubt if I'd ever be able to spit out what's wrong with me. Don't know what I'll do yet, probably get a job abroad. Meanwhile, out for a walk with Psyche. Genuinely sorry, love, David. Oh, dear David, he's far more worried for us than himself. Still, he'll have forgotten all about it by tomorrow.
Not when he sees the headline in the local rag.
Why? Did they tell you what it was going to be when they rang?
Bliss, the modest hero.
Yes, we're going for a walk, and a long walk at that. But I'll tell you something for sure. Not down by the river. Come on, lassie, this way. Psyche. I know, right to the last.
That was the last in the present series of A Life of Bliss, starring George Cole as David, Brenda Bruce as Anne, Colin Gordon as Tony, Muriel Pavlo as Tina, and Percy Edwards as Psyche the dog. Other parts were played by Derek Guyler, Leonard Brockwell, and David Graham. A Life of Bliss is written by Godfrey Harrison and produced by Edward Taylor.
Thank you.